But the man woke up to find himself completely stunned. He saw an ancient-style room filled with the atmosphere of a wedding, with red candles placed on the table in front of the room. Inside the room, the aroma of sandalwood incense filled the air, creating a sense of tranquility. Precious jewels were scattered on the floor, imbuing the entire room with an air of luxury. Zhao Chenan instinctively shouted, "Oh my God!" Then he realized what he had done, and his gaze fell on a woman with a beautiful figure, dressed in ancient wedding attire and with a red headscarf covering her head. Suddenly, a flood of memories that didn't belong to him rushed into his mind, and countless images exploded out, appearing like a game interface. Memory reveals: Great Zhou Dynasty, 16th Prince, Zhao Chenan. Born with a mortal body, his sea of bitterness is blocked. He is destined to be forever barred from the path of immortality. A royal wastrel. A father filled with guilt, an older brother and sister who doted on him, the #1 playboy in the capital. The memory finally settled on this absurd wedding tonight. It turns out that after the Great Zhou Dynasty defeated the Tianlang tribe, in order to show their submission, the tribe offered their most sacred Saintess, Yilanshu, to marry the prince. Zhao Chenan then realized that he had transmigrated to ancient times and become a prince. He felt incredibly fortunate. In modern times, he was just a driver who dealt with garbage every day and drove a garbage truck. None of the high-ranking imperial brothers were willing to marry women from defeated minor clans, so this difficult task ultimately fell to Zhao Chenan, the #1 good-for-nothing in the royal family. The Great Zhou Dynasty intended to humiliate the tribes in this way, by sending their most useless prince to marry their most sacred holy maiden. What a humiliation this was, and also a test of their subservience. Zhao Chenan raised his head, his gaze fixed on the figure before him, as still as a wooden statue. What kind of face lay beneath the red veil? A surge of frenzied curiosity overwhelmed everything. Zhao Chenan abruptly reached out and ruthlessly lifted the red veil. As the red silk slipped down, his breath caught in his throat. The flickering candlelight illuminated a pure face. Her skin was as white as snow, her features like the most perfect creation of the gods, possessing both the delicate beauty of southern China and the rugged spirit of the grasslands. It was a kind of sanctity. She was so pure that one felt that even the slightest impure thought would be a desecration. She looked up in alarm, her eyes clear and bright, reflecting the candlelight and Zhao Chenan. Her eyes held panic, stubbornness, and a deep sorrow for the destruction of their homeland. Yilanshu, the holy maiden of the Tianlang tribe, and also his wife. As a modern person who has watched countless films, Zhao Chenan thought he was used to top-tier looks. But the face in front of him possessed a genuine and stunning quality that struck straight to the soul. This was his woman. His body leaned forward uncontrollably, his palm, burning hot, caressing her delicate cheek. Suddenly, a line of cold, golden text exploded in the center of his vision. Ding! The 10,000 heirs system has been activated. Binding successful. Host, Zhao Chenan, the 16th Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Zhao Chenan's movements froze instantly. A system? A transmigrator's cheat code? A surge of ecstasy erupted like a volcano, instantly overwhelming his reason. His cheat code had arrived. This astonished him beyond measure. System notification: host's legal wife detected, Saintess, Yilanshu. Core function: based on the wife's aptitude rating, the host will receive 10 times the reward. If offspring are born, the host will receive 100 times the reward based on the rating. Begin comprehensive aptitude assessment of Yilanshu. Appearance: 99, peerless beauty, aptitude 30, average appearance, special bloodline, serious bloodline, beginner, immense potential. Final overall score: 81 points, excellent. Zhao Chenan's heart pounded. 81 points. What would a tenfold bonus be? Could it directly change his fate? System notification: excellent rating has triggered a tenfold critical hit reward. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a heavenly grade cultivation technique. The Great Tao Heavenly Evolution Scripture. Upon seeing the reward, Zhao Chenan's mind went blank. The ecstasy on Zhao Chenan's face froze instantly, leaving only astonishment and absurdity. Had the system made a mistake? He, Zhao Chenan, was born with a mortal body, his bittersea blocked, making cultivation impossible. This is like giving a pair of divine boots to a person with crippled legs, or a world-famous painting to a blind person. Is this a reward? It's more like a second humiliation. Zhao Chenan was practically bursting with anger. Just then, a timid, trembling voice rang out. You are my future husband? Yilanshu mustered her courage and asked softly. Her voice was gentle yet moving. Zhao Chenan snapped back to reality, shifting his gaze from the glittering golden Dao de Tianyanjing in his mind to the stunningly beautiful face before him. Seeing the panic and helplessness in her eyes, his anger subsided somewhat. The system was unreliable, and the cultivation techniques might be worthless, but the stunning beauty before him was real. What humiliation, what heavenly skill! A moment of passion is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. A smile, typical of a spoiled prince, curled at the corner of his lips. As dawn broke, Zhao Chenan opened his eyes, a warm touch still lingering beside him. Yilanshu was still fast asleep, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow on her fair skin, her breathing steady and long. She was curled up like a defenseless little animal. Zhao Chenan sat up and quietly looked at her. This face was indeed captivating. It was a pity her aptitude was only 30 points, but her bloodline potential was immense. A thought swirled in his mind. What would the reward be if it were a woman with a 99% beauty rating, a 99% talent rating, and topped her bloodline and personality? Thinking of this, his heart began to pound uncontrollably. Even if he couldn't marry such a remarkable woman, just having children would be a 100-fold reward, enough to drive anyone mad. Yilanshu let out a soft hum in her sleep, instinctively snuggling closer to him. This immediately ignited Zhao Chenan's desire. One more time. When the sun was high in the sky, Zhao Chenan finally rose from his slumber, feeling refreshed and clear-headed. He changed into a brand new prince's robe, cinched at the waist with a jade-inlaid leather belt. On the bed, Yilanshu still had her head covered by the blanket. Only her long, black hair, like a waterfall, was visible scattered on the pillow. She was clearly exhausted. Zhao Chenan didn't disturb her, and went straight out the door. Zhao Chenan had to see someone immediately. His father, the emperor, the ruler of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Zhao Doubting. In the brief tranquility following their wedding night, the system reward of the Great Tao Heavenly Evolution Scripture was a heavenly grade cultivation technique with immense potential. According to his memory, the most advanced cultivation techniques in the Great Zhou royal family were only of the earth rank. Heaven rank techniques were enough to change the fate of the nation. He, Zhao Chenan, could not cultivate them, but he knew that someone else could, and someone else had to. To enjoy wealth and prosperity in a world where the strong rule, one must find a towering tree to shelter them from the wind and rain. The greatest protector is undoubtedly the emperor, his father, who dotes on him to the point of indulgence. Therefore, Zhao Chenan decided to do something contrary to the other transmigrators. He would proactively reveal that he had obtained a great opportunity. He hoped to gain his father's unreserved support in return. Of course, the biggest secret was the time travel and the system. He had to find a way to explain it in a way that this world could accept. This would provide a plausible explanation for offering the cultivation technique. More importantly, it would completely bind the current emperor to his cause. Want the Great Zhou to rise from a dynasty to a powerful empire overlooking the entire region? Want to obtain even stronger cultivation techniques? Then find him more top-tier women. This choice is a win-win situation. Inside the imperial study in the palace, Zhao Doubting, dressed in a black dragon robe, was reviewing memorials. Beside him stood the Grand Eunuch Wei, his hands at his sides, barely breathing. Just then, a young eunuch hurried in, knelt down, and reported, "Your Majesty, the 16th Prince is requesting an audience outside the palace." Zhao Doubting's vermilion brush paused slightly. The 16th son? He looked up, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. This rebellious son, who usually wouldn't even bother to enter the palace gates, why had he come here today? Could it be that he was dissatisfied with the heavenly wolf Saintess and had come to complain? Thinking of this, a pang of guilt rose in his heart. This marriage had indeed wronged him. Let him in. Zhao Doubting put down his vermilion brush, rubbed his temples, and prepared words of comfort. He could simply reward him with more gold and silver. Soon, Zhao Chenan, dressed in a python robe, strode into the imperial study. "Your subject greets your Majesty." He bowed, his demeanor no longer casual. Zhao Doubting sized him up, wondering about his purpose. Zhao Chenan had already straightened up. Your subject has a matter of paramount importance to report. Before Zhao Doubting could ask, his expression was solemn. This matter concerns the rise and fall of the Great Zhou Dynasty, and its foundation for generations to come. Zhao Doubting was stunned. The rise and fall of a nation? A dynasty that lasts for generations? Such words coming from Zhao Chenan's mouth are utterly absurd. Chenan, what nonsense are you spouting? Father. Zhao Chenan's gaze was piercing. Please dismiss all those around you. The entire imperial study fell silent instantly. Eunuch Wei stood there, head bowed, like a statue devoid of hearing. Zhao Doubting remained silent for a moment, then waved his hand. Eunuch Wei, along with his entourage of eunuchs and palace maids, quietly withdrew. Inside the imperial study, only the father and son remained. Zhao Doubting sat back on the dragon throne, his imperial majesty slowly dissipating. Can you speak now? Zhao Chenan stepped forward, walking to the imperial desk. Father, it's not enough. Zhao Doubting's brows furrowed slowly, his forehead almost forming a deep frown. Zhao Chenan earnestly pleaded with his father to use his cultivation to completely seal off the area, ensuring that their conversation would not be overheard by anyone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Doubting's expression changed drastically. He stared intently at his son, and an overwhelming aura surged from within him, sweeping across the entire imperial study. Zhao Chenan felt as if an invisible giant mountain was pressing down on him. The air became thick and stagnant, and even breathing became extremely difficult. The dust swirling in the hall seemed to be frozen in midair at that moment. He stubbornly met his father's scrutinizing and sharp gaze. He had to act cautiously enough to make his father truly realize the seriousness of the matter. Zhao Doubting didn't ask any further questions, and lightly tapped the air with his slender fingertips. An invisible golden ripple spread out from him, completely enveloping the entire imperial study. The space was completely sealed off in an instant. After doing all this, Zhao Doubting spoke again, each word carrying immense weight and an unquestionable authority. In front of Zhao Doubting, Zhao Chenan slowly extended his right hand. He opened his palm. Without warning, an ancient and weighty golden book appeared out of thin air in his hand. On the cover of the book, the 5 ancient seal characters of Da Dao Tian Yan Jing exuded an immortal charm, as if containing the ultimate truth of the 3,000 great Daos. Zhao Doubting suddenly stood up from the dragon throne, his eyes wide open. The composure and majesty that belonged to an emperor on Zhao Doubting's face vanished at this moment. A heavenly grade book? In the imperial study, a book with a faint golden luster hung in Zhao Chenan's palm. Zhao Doubting, a lifelong warrior and emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty, considered himself to have an iron will, yet at this moment, a cold, tingling sensation spread through his fingertips. He couldn't comprehend the laws governing it, the Great Tao Heavenly Evolution Scripture. Where did this rebellious son obtain this item? Is it a blessing, or a catastrophe that could drag the entire Great Zhou Dynasty into the abyss? At this moment, no one knows. Zhao Doubting stared intently at Zhao Chenan, his voice almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Where did this come from? His first thought was not to possess it, but fear. Taking out this item and crushing this emperor would be easier than crushing an ant. How could his own son be tainted by such terrifying karma? Could he have been used as a pawn by some ancient monster? Facing his father's gaze, Zhao Chenan's face displayed a perfect mix of bewilderment and excitement. Zhao Chenan spread his hands, as if even he himself couldn't explain it. Zhao Chenan delivered his prepared speech with sincerity and composure, repeating lines he had rehearsed countless times. As long as the wife I marry is of exceptional quality, the more extraordinary her offspring will be, the richer the rewards of inheritance I will receive. This cultivation manual is the first reward that appeared in my mind after I woke up. I dare not hide it, and have come to report it to Father Emperor immediately. After saying this, he looked at Zhao Doubting frankly. Inside the imperial study, you could hear a pin drop. Zhao Doubting's gaze was like a knife, slicing through Zhao Chenan's face inch by inch, trying to catch even a trace of guilt. There was none. Only honesty. Zhao Chenan's face still showed a dazed expression, as if he hadn't yet recovered from this stroke of good fortune. Absurd! Zhao Doubting slammed his palm on the imperial desk, instantly cracking a thin line in the sandalwood. The dragon was furious. Ancient inheritance? Marrying a wife to become stronger? Zhao Chenan, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? The emperor's anger was a test. He wanted to see if his son would reveal any flaws. However, Zhao Chenan stood ramrod straight. "Father, everything I have said is true." He faced the raging fire with clear eyes. Seeing this composed demeanor, Zhao Doubting's anger strangely dissipated. He understood this son. Could it be? This utterly absurd thought made Zhao Doubting's heart clench violently. His gaze fell once again on the golden tome. He reached out, his movements slow and deliberate. The instant his fingertips touched the cover, Zhao Doubting let out a muffled groan and staggered back half a step. His soul was wailing, trembling. The mere touch was enough to make this powerful expert at the peak of the fourth extreme realm feel absolute suppression from the level of life itself. It was true. Zhao Doubting could no longer hide the shock in his eyes. Zhao Doubting lifted the thin book with both hands, yet it felt as heavy as a mountain. He trembled as he turned to the first page. The Sea of Wheels scroll. Exquisitely crafted, far surpassing the Great Zhou imperial family's national-level cultivation technique. The Dao Palace scroll. The Four Extremes scroll. When his fingers stopped at the beginning of the last scroll, his breath caught in his throat. The Sendai scroll. The complete path to the ultimate realm of sainthood was clearly laid out before him. From the first to the 9th level of the Sendai, this was a heavenly grade inheritance powerful enough to cause rivers of blood to flow in the immortal Holy Land. He had thought his life was hopeless, but now, a path to heaven lay before him. With a snap, Zhao Doubting slammed the book shut. When he looked at Zhao Chenan again, there was no longer any scrutiny or suspicion in his eyes. Shock and elation intertwined, ultimately transforming into a sense of awe that even he himself was unaware of. He believed it. There was no other explanation but a true destiny or divine intervention. Zhao Doubting suddenly realized what an incredible stroke of luck his most worthless son had stumbled upon. And the key to this incredible fortune was actually getting married. Just then, Zhao Chenan spoke again. "Father, I am born with a useless body and am unable to open the sea of bitterness. Such a divine object in my hands will ultimately be a pearl covered in dust." He bowed solemnly, his forehead touching the ground. "Today, your son presents this method to Father Emperor, wishing to help Father Emperor break free from shackles, rule the world, and lead the Great Zhou Dynasty to eternal prosperity." These words struck Zhao Doubting's heart like a thunderbolt. Zhao Doubting looked at his son, who was prostrate on the ground, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Even with the composure of an emperor, he could not suppress the surging emotions at this moment. Zhao Doubting personally helped Zhao Chenan up. He said, "Good," 3 times in a row, his voice hoarse. "Chenan, I am very pleased with your thoughtfulness." He patted his son's shoulder, regaining his composure and decisiveness as an emperor. "This matter is the greatest secret of the Great Zhou Dynasty. From this day forward, it must remain a secret and must never be known to a third party, understand? Your subject understands." Zhao Chenan decisively left the imperial study. The heavy palace doors slowly closed. Once again, only Zhao Doubting remained in the imperial study. For a long time, he looked down at the thin, golden book in his hands. He was utterly shocked. He still couldn't believe it. The better the wife's aptitude, the richer the inherited rewards. The daughter of the Sirius tribe has already brought such a heaven-defying cultivation technique. What if the woman has even greater aptitude? Zhao Doubting's breathing grew heavy. The Great Zhou Dynasty had been trapped in the name of a dynasty for 300 years. The opportunity to break this deadlock lay with this son who had once been looked down upon. He had never dared to believe it before. He slowly walked back to his desk, sat on the cold dragon throne, and solemnly placed the De Dao Tian Yanjing before him. After a long while, a whispered voice echoed in the darkness, carrying an undeniable resolve. "Then, let's give it a try." Chapter 4. The Emperor's execution is impressive. Another marriage is granted. When Zhao Chenan emerged from the imperial study, he felt a surge of relief, an unprecedented sense of ease. He knew he had made the right move. Zhao Chenan used an undeniable stroke of luck to firmly bind himself to his father, Emperor Zhao Doubting. From then on, he was no longer a good-for-nothing prince who was just wasting his days, but the key to the future of the Great Zhou Dynasty. He was in high spirits when he returned to the 16th prince's residence. At the gate, a white figure was standing on tiptoe, looking back and forth anxiously. It was Yilanshu, still wearing her wedding robes, clearly waiting for him. Sunlight shone on her snow-white skin, her white dress swaying gently, making her seem otherworldly. When she saw Zhao Chenan appear from the street corner, her clear eyes instantly lit up, all her anxiety transforming into overwhelming joy. She lifted her skirt and jogged over, softly calling out, "Husband!" Her tone was filled with dependence and anticipation. Zhao Chenan was stunned for a moment. This feeling of being waited for made him feel, for the first time, that this place truly felt like home. He stepped forward, took her slightly cool hand, and pulled her into his arms. He deliberately put on a stern face and said it was windy, so she shouldn't run around. His tone was teasing as he told her to be a good girl and wait for him inside next time. Yilanshu's cheeks flushed instantly, the heat spreading from her ears to her neck. Memories of last night's intimacy flooded her mind. She dared not look up, burying her face in his chest and softly responding. Zhao Chenan smiled and led her into the mansion. Just as they stepped into the main hall, a servant rushed in to report that the third prince had arrived and was waiting in the hall. Zhao Chenan was startled. Before the words were even finished, a hearty laugh rang out. The third prince, Zhao Chenyu, strode out, exuding an imposing aura. His birth mother was a noble consort, holding considerable influence in the palace. He was considered one of the most outstanding among the younger generation. More importantly, this marriage to the Tianlang tribe was originally intended for him. It was only because he cried and made a scene in front of his father, saying that he had someone else in his heart and that he thought the women of the grasslands were too vulgar, that the marriage was pushed onto Zhao Chenan. Now that Zhao Chenyu is greeting him with a smile, what exactly is he planning? Zhao Chenan's mind raced, but he put on a simple and honest smile, called out, "Third brother," in a very warm tone. Zhao Chenyu's gaze swept over their tightly clasped hands, then settled on Yilanshu's stunningly beautiful face. A flicker of amazement flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it with relief. No matter how beautiful she was, in his eyes she was ultimately a foreign woman. He pretended to have just seen Yilanshu, and with a smile, took out a jade-green short sword from his storage artifact. The scabbard was inlaid with gemstones, and spiritual energy flowed around it. It was a low-grade magic sword. He said it was a wedding gift, specially given to his younger brother and sister-in-law. Zhao Chenan feigned surprise, reminding him that he had already sent a congratulatory gift yesterday. Zhao Chenyu laughed and said that was for his younger brother, and this one was for his sister-in-law. His tone relaxed, just like a caring older brother. Zhao Chenan knew in his heart that this was merely compensation caused by his conscience. However, he cooperated perfectly verbally, urging Yilanshu to accept it. Although somewhat flustered, Yilanshu still thanked him respectfully and accepted it obediently. Zhao Chenan casually put his arm around her waist, deliberately telling her in front of his third brother that he really liked the marriage, his tone sincere and without a hint of perfunctoriness. Yilanshu was stunned by his words. So he really did want to marry her. She gripped his sleeve tightly, her face flushing even more, and she almost pressed herself against his chest. Seeing this, Zhao Chenyu was completely relieved. It seemed the 16th prince was truly carefree, happily marrying a woman from another ethnic group. He waved his hand, preparing to take his leave, and said with a smile that he wouldn't disturb the young couple. Before he could finish speaking, a high-pitched yet authoritative voice suddenly came from outside the mansion. "Imperial decree has arrived!" As soon as the three words fell, the air in the hall froze instantly. Everyone was taken aback as Eunuch Wei entered, surrounded by imperial guards, carrying a bright yellow imperial edict. As the emperor's most trusted chief eunuch, his appearance immediately put the atmosphere tense. Zhao Chenyu's smile froze, and Yilanshu instinctively tightened her grip on Zhao Chenan's hand. Zhao Chenan's heart sank. He had just returned from the palace. How could there be another imperial edict? Eunuch Wei glanced around, his gaze finally settling on Zhao Chenan, before unfolding the imperial edict. A solemn voice echoed in the hall. Everyone knelt down in unison, Zhao Chenan, Zhao Chenyu, and Yilanshu prostrating themselves to receive the decree. The imperial edict was slowly read aloud, stating that Li Qingwan, daughter of General Li Qingcang, was virtuous and talented, and a perfect match for the 16th prince. The emperor decreed that Li Qingwan be bestowed upon Zhao Chenan as a concubine, and the wedding would take place on an auspicious day 7 days later. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire front hall fell into an eerie silence. Zhao Chenan knelt on the ground, his heart leaping in his throat. He had barely managed to stabilize the situation when his father, the emperor, arranged another marriage for him. The bride was none other than Li Qingwan, the woman the third prince had been longing for. Chapter 5. The general's daughter, the third prince collapses. The moment the imperial edict was issued, it was like a thunderbolt exploding in the hall. Zhao Chenan, Zhao Chenyu, and Yilanshu were all stunned, and the air seemed to freeze. The third prince, Zhao Chenan, suddenly looked up, as if struck by lightning, his expression completely out of control, even his thoughts froze. Zhao Chenan was initially also startled, but quickly realized that this was no simple bestowal of a marriage. He had just told his father that the higher the quality of his wife, the greater the reward for the inheritance, and then the imperial decree bestowed the general's daughter upon him. This was a test, Zhao Doubting's first bet and test on the ancient inheritance. Eunuch Wei slowly closed the imperial edict, his cold gaze falling on Zhao Chenan, who was kneeling at the front, and told him to accept the edict. Zhao Chenan raised his hands, his movements so steady that he didn't seem like someone who had just been struck by good fortune, and he calmly expressed his gratitude. The bright yellow imperial edict landed in his palm. It was heavy, yet it seemed to weigh down the fate of everyone present. Eunuch Wei said nothing, only giving the third prince Zhao Chenan a meaningful look, his gaze complex and unreadable. He then flicked his whisk and led the imperial guards away. The sound of armor clashing faded into the distance, but the oppressive atmosphere within the mansion grew even more oppressive. Even though the man was gone, the impact of the imperial edict lingered. The front hall was eerily silent. Zhao Chenan remained kneeling, utterly drained, his gaze fixed on the imperial edict in Zhao Chenan's hand. Li Qinghuan bestowed upon the 16th prince as a concubine, to be married in 7 days. Each word struck his heart like a red-hot hammer. He suddenly stood up, staggered to Zhao Chenan, grabbed the other's collar, and nearly broke down. He demanded to know if Zhao Chenan had said something to his father, otherwise how could this marriage have fallen to him? Zhao Chenan maintained a blank expression and an innocent tone, saying that he had just returned from the palace and that his father hadn't said much. This reaction, however, only irritated Zhao Chenan more. Why should he? The woman he had longed for, the woman he had defied his father for, and the woman he had refused the marriage alliance with Tianlang, was now being casually bestowed upon his younger brother. He couldn't accept it, and he was filled with resentment. He staggered back, muttering, "Impossible," over and over again. In the end, he decided to go to the palace to find out the truth. Without even looking at Zhao Chenan again, he turned and rushed out of the mansion. Zhao Chenan watched his third brother's almost collapsing figure, and felt a pang of emotion. The other party originally thought that as long as they could wait until the general returned in triumph, and then use their mother's influence to propose marriage, the marriage would be a sure thing. Who would have thought that their father would turn around and send their goddess to their most despised younger brother? This reversal was truly ironic, yet Zhao Chenan had to admit it was a brilliant move. Just then, he felt his sleeve being gently tugged, and turning his head, he saw Yilanshu's pale face. She was initially overjoyed by his words. "I like you very much." But now she was struck by the word concubine. What's more, that woman was the daughter of the great general who defeated the Tianlang tribe, the very reason she was reduced to a pawn in a political marriage. Humiliation and coldness welled up inside her, and she couldn't sort out her emotions for a moment, only feeling a tightness in her chest. The victor's daughter and the defeated princess were sharing a husband, while the victor was only a concubine. The situation was far too complicated. Zhao Chenan noticed her unease, stepped forward, and pulled her into his arms. The delicate body in his embrace stiffened noticeably. He asked her softly if she was worried, but she didn't answer, instead gripping his sleeves even tighter. Zhao Chenan sighed softly, lifted her face, and made her look directly at him, his expression more serious than ever before. He told her that she was the 16th prince's lawfully wedded wife, the emperor's principal wife, a status that no one could challenge. Whoever enters the household is always a concubine, their status is different, and the etiquette is strictly observed. This will never change. Within the royal family, there is an insurmountable divide between the principal wife and the concubine. Yilanshu stared at him blankly, listening to his clear promise, and the ice in her heart melted little by little. She suddenly realized that she was still the principal wife, while no matter how illustrious the general's daughter was, she was only a concubine. Zhao Chenan's comfort wasn't just words, but also the gesture of standing by her side. Her nose tingled, and she couldn't help but bury her face in his chest, responding softly. Zhao Chenan held her, his mind preoccupied with something more important. The rules of inheritance have been proven. The higher the wife's aptitude, the greater the reward. So, is offspring also crucial? He asked her in a low, teasing voice if she would be willing to bear him a prince. His words were quite provocative. Yilanshu paused for a moment, then responded with a passionate kiss. It conveyed all her feelings without hesitation, and Zhao Chenan felt her sincerity. Chapter 6. Father's PA. The great general was fooled and crippled. Zhao Chenan looked down at Yilanshu in his arms. The girl's nose was slightly red, and her eyelashes were still wet with fine tears. She was pressed against his chest, as if she had finally let go of all her unease. He reached out and cupped her face, gently wiping away the remaining tear stains from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips. His movements were very light, but his tone was exceptionally serious as he told her that from now on, she was the only true mistress of this palace. After listening, Yilanshu nodded emphatically. The unease in her eyes finally disappeared, replaced by shyness and satisfaction. She gently pressed her cheek against his palm, like a little animal that had finally found its home. The next moment, she stood on tiptoe and, with a touch of awkwardness but no hesitation, took the initiative to kiss him. Her movements were clumsy but sincere, and she hid all the emotions she had been suppressing in her heart in this kiss. A smile flashed across Zhao Chenan's eyes. He picked her up by the waist and carried her directly towards the bridal chamber, which still carried the atmosphere of a newlywed couple, without pausing. The curtain swayed gently, quickly separating the two figures inside. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, in the imperial study, a completely different atmosphere prevailed. The air was thick with the mingled scents of ambergris and ink. What should have been a quiet and composed space was now tinged with an barely concealed restlessness. A loud, rough voice suddenly shattered the silence. General Li Qingtsang, the Grand General of Chariots and Cavalry, hadn't even had time to remove his armor before barging into the hall. His steps were hurried, and his face was extremely grim, filled with anger. He had just returned victorious from the northern frontier, and even his armor still bore the marks of the frontier's hardships. Yet, his usually composed face was flushed red, and his beard trembled slightly with the surge of his emotions. Standing before and behind the desk, Li Qingtsang disregarded all formalities and asked His Majesty in a low voice whether the imperial decree of marriage was real. He had clearly been holding back all this time and was about to lose control of his emotions. Zhao Doubting, sitting on the throne, slowly put down his vermilion brush, looked up at his most trusted old general, his expression still calm, without the slightest displeasure at being offended, only calmly acknowledging that the imperial edict was indeed from his hand. After he said that, Li Qingtsang's chest heaved noticeably, as if his last bit of hope had been completely extinguished. His voice became even more urgent, and he appeared very nervous. He quickly explained that his daughter, Li Qingwan, was no ordinary daughter of a military family. She had been learning martial arts from him since childhood and was extremely talented. At only 20 years old, she had already entered the early stage of the Dao Palace realm. Looking across the entire Great Zhou Dynasty, such a cultivation speed is rare. Even compared with the geniuses of various regions, it is by no means inferior. He became more and more anxious as he spoke, clearly feeling indignant on behalf of his daughter. What he found most unacceptable was not marrying into the royal family, but being given to the 16th prince as a concubine. He practically spat out those words through gritted teeth. Not even being the principal wife, he found it hard to accept. In Li Qingtsang's eyes, his daughter was a daughter of a military family, someone no one in the northern frontier army dared to look down upon. Now, however, she was to become a concubine in the 16th prince's residence. He couldn't swallow this insult. After all, everyone in the capital knew that although the 16th Prince Zhao Chenan was handsome, he was unable to cultivate, and was usually dissolute and irresponsible. In many people's eyes, he was nothing more than a playboy in disguise as a prince. To Li Qingtsang, having such a man oppress his daughter was more unbearable than personally taking up arms on the battlefield, so he became increasingly resentful as he spoke, and his voice grew heavier and heavier. Zhao Doubting remained expressionless, simply picking up his teacup and gently blowing away the foam on the surface, his movements so slow it seemed as if he was completely unaffected by the words. His composure was almost excessive. After Li Qingtsang finally stopped, he put down his teacup and asked in a low voice, "Are you done?" The voice was not loud, but it silenced the entire imperial study. Li Qingtsang was stunned and hadn't reacted when Zhao Doubting continued, "Is my son unworthy of your daughter?" His tone remained calm, yet it was like a bucket of cold water poured over Li Qingtsang's head, instantly extinguishing his anger. He froze instantly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. All his dissatisfaction was rendered useless by that one sentence, preventing him from taking another step. The next second, he hurriedly explained that he had no such intention, and that his daughter's entry into the royal family was already a great blessing. Zhao Doubting didn't immediately tell him to get up, but continued to look at him, asking, "If that's the case, then what exactly did you mean by those words just now?" Li Qingcang was immediately speechless. His lips moved for a long time, but he couldn't bring himself to say what he truly wanted to say. He dared to think these things to himself, that Zhao Chenan was incapable of cultivation, that he was a notorious good-for-nothing in the capital, that he did nothing all day. But he would never dare to say them aloud to his own father. To criticize a prince in front of the emperor was tantamount to courting death. Seeing his expression, Zhao Doubting couldn't help but smile. The old general couldn't hide his emotions. He had originally planned to reveal a little something to reassure Li Qingcang, but then he thought that some things were better left unsaid. Suddenly, Zhao Doubting changed the subject, his tone becoming low, and called Li Qingcang by name. Li Qingcang immediately responded, lowering his head even further, no longer daring to show any of his earlier dissatisfaction. Zhao Doubting asked directly, "Are you still loyal to me?" The question came suddenly, but Li Qingcang answered almost without hesitation, saying that his life was given to him by His Majesty, and he would never back down once given an order. Zhao Doubting nodded after hearing this, and then asked, "Do you think I would harm you?" This question startled Li Qingcang, and then his mind was pulled back to many years ago, with memories flashing before his eyes. Back then, he was just an insignificant palace guard, while the emperor before him was merely one of the princes. It was the emperor who had promoted him step by step to his current position. Along the way, he knew very well who had been supporting him. Thinking of this, Li Qingcang's eyes welled up with tears. He said he trusted His Majesty more than himself, and that His Majesty would never harm him. Only then did Zhao Doubting show a slight smile, get up, walk to him, and personally help the tall general to his feet. He patted Li Qingcang on the shoulder, his tone even carrying a rare hint of teasing, saying that since he trusted him, why was he still arguing here? He should just go back and wait patiently for his daughter's wedding in 7 days. Finally, he added that his arrangements naturally had deeper meaning, and there was no need to ask any further questions. Li Qingcang was thus half pushed and half helped out of the imperial study, and he was still a little dazed even after the palace doors closed behind him. He stood outside the door, stunned, with only 2 words repeating in his mind, profound meaning. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't understand what profound meaning could be hidden in marrying a Dao Palace realm genius to Zhao Chenan. He shook his head, his mind racing, and decided to stop thinking about it. Just as he was about to leave, someone rushed towards him from the other end of the corridor. It was none other than the third prince, Zhao Qingyu. The third prince, Zhao Qingyu, looked noticeably more haggard than usual. His eyes were bloodshot, and he appeared as if he hadn't slept all night, his steps even showing signs of unease. Upon seeing Li Qingcang, he rushed over as if grasping at a last straw, eager to ask what his father had said. But Li Qingcang's mind was preoccupied with the emperor's profound words, and he had no interest in paying attention to anyone else. Li Qingcang glanced at Zhao Qingyu once, without even stopping. The next moment, he strode past Zhao Qingyu, the clanging of his armor making a crisp sound that was particularly clear in the corridor. Zhao Qingyu's outstretched hand froze in midair. He stood there stunned, unable to utter the last word. The wind blew through the palace walls, swirling up a few fallen leaves and washing away the last trace of color from his face. The palace path stretched out endlessly, and his figure stood within it, appearing exceptionally lonely, as if everyone was drifting further and further away from him. He couldn't believe it was true. Chapter 7. You said you couldn't stand it yourself. Li Qingcang actually left just like that. The man who usually had a fiery temper and dared to argue with the censors in court until they were red in the face didn't say a single extra word this time, and simply turned and left. Zhao Qingyu couldn't understand it at all. His father's imperial decree was also a slap in the face to the Li family. Logically speaking, Li Qingcang should also be unwilling, angry, and should try to stop this marriage. But the other party didn't even stop. That indifference instilled a genuine sense of panic in Zhao Qingyu for the first time. His last hope had been severed as if by a knife. But soon, another thought suddenly struck him. There was still his father, the emperor. As long as he could see Zhao Doubting again, as long as he could explain things clearly, perhaps there was still a chance for things to turn around. He abruptly turned and rushed towards the imperial study like a madman. "Father! Your son requests an audience with you!" He rushed to the palace gate, his voice almost a roar, and even disregarded etiquette as he reached out to push the heavy palace door, completely losing his usual composure. Just then, a shrill voice came from the side. The chief eunuch of the imperial study appeared silently with two junior eunuchs, as if they had been waiting there, and stopped him. "Your Highness, please wait. Get out of the way! I want to see my father!" Zhao Chenan's eyes were bloodshot, and he was almost insane, his voice filled with barely suppressed rage. The head eunuch bowed slightly, his expression remaining largely unchanged, calmly conveying the emperor's will. "His Majesty's decree." Zhao Chenan abruptly stopped, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. "Go back! Confined to your quarters for 7 days to reflect on your actions. You are not to leave the manor without an imperial decree." These few words struck Zhao Chenan like a hammer blow. Go back. Confined to his quarters for 7 days. He swayed and collapsed to the ground. 7 days later was the day Li Qingwan and Zhao Chenan were to be married. The emperor's decree was clearly a direct way to sever all his hopes. "No. Why?" Zhao Chenan staggered back 2 steps, muttering to himself, looking completely lost. He couldn't understand what he lacked compared to Zhao Chenan. In terms of cultivation, he had already opened the sea of bitterness, his life spring was gushing forth, the divine bridge was in sight, and his future prospects were clearly visible. Zhao Chenan, on the other hand, could not even open the sea of bitterness. In terms of talent, he was well versed in classics and history, and his essays and policy proposals had been praised by the Grand Tutor on multiple occasions. Why does Father Emperor favor that good-for-nothing so much? He even went so far as to embarrass General Li, just to send a daughter of heaven like Li Qingwan to Zhao Chenan as a concubine. The head eunuch lowered his head, said nothing more, and stood there silently. Zhao Chenan stood there for a long time before finally turning around, looking utterly dejected, and walking out of the palace like a walking corpse. It was a profound despair. But just as he was about to step out of the palace gates, a thought suddenly surged forth from the chaos. His mother. Yes, his mother was still there. Consort Shu was his last hope. Thinking of this, a glimmer of light returned to his previously gloomy eyes, and he immediately quickened his pace, rushing towards the inner palace. Meanwhile, inside the imperial study, Zhao Doubting stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm and his face devoid of any emotion. He slowly closed his eyes, his entire being calming down. The next moment, astonishing changes began to occur within his body. Above the sea of bitterness, the 4 pillars of light connecting the 4 directions of heaven and earth within the 4 extremes secret realm that had been condensed trembled slightly at the same time. Strands of mysterious and unfathomable golden runes continuously emerged in the sea of divine consciousness, eventually coalescing into a vast and boundless scripture, the Great Tao Heavenly Evolution Scripture. This was precisely the heavenly grade cultivation technique that Zhao Chenan had just presented. Even with only the initial activation, Zhao Doubting clearly felt that the bottleneck that had trapped him for 10 years was beginning to loosen. The once indestructible barrier of the dragon transformation realm no longer seemed so unattainable in the face of this scripture. A heavenly grade cultivation technique, truly wondrous and boundless. Zhao Doubting slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, the aura lingering in the air for a long time, vaguely resembling a dragon coiling around it. He could feel his body undergoing a transformation. Breaking through to the dragon transformation realm is no longer just a dream. Once he does, he will become the first emperor in the Great Zhou Dynasty in hundreds of years to truly step into the dragon transformation realm. And the source of all this lies with that most incompetent 16th son. Zhao Doubting still couldn't understand why Zhao Chenan's marriage could bring such an amazing opportunity. In his opinion, there must be some unimaginable mysterious power behind it. That powerful figure seemed particularly concerned about Zhao Chenan's marriage. Thinking of this, a meaningful smile slowly crept onto Zhao Doubting's lips. That girl Qingwan, her Dao Palace realm aptitude is far superior to the girls from the Wu family. 7 days from now, I'd like to see what surprises you can bring. Meanwhile, a different scene unfolded in the 16th prince's residence. The warmth of the bridal chamber lingered, and a faint fragrance still filled the air. Yilanshu's hair was slightly disheveled, and fine beads of sweat clung to her forehead. She leaned quietly against Zhao Chenan, looking exhausted and limp. As a cultivator at the Sea of Wheels realm, her physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary people, yet at this moment she barely had the strength to lift a hand. Husband! I really can't go on. Her voice was so soft it sounded like she was crying, soft and trembling. She really couldn't understand how Zhao Chenan could have such amazing physical strength when he hadn't even experienced the bitter sea. Zhao Chenan looked down at Yilanshu in his arms. Her usually cool face was now flushed with a faint blush, and her eyes were veiled with tears, making her look exceptionally beautiful. He couldn't help but smile and gently stroke the tip of her nose. "Can't hold on any longer?" Yilanshu had buried her face in his chest and whispered a reply, her voice full of grievance. Zhao Chenan leaned close to her ear, his voice carrying a mischievous smirk. "Zhao Chenan, you can't blame me for that." Yilanshu looked up, not understanding for a moment. Zhao Chenan's tone was leisurely, as if he were saying something perfectly natural. His tone was natural yet provocative. "Since you can't handle it alone, it's only reasonable to find you a sister to share the burden. After all, you said those words yourself." Yilanshu's face turned red again after hearing this. Chapter 8: Li Qinghuan's clear thinking. A true prodigy. Inside the Yonghe Palace in the inner palace, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was almost impossible to breathe. The third prince, Zhao Chenan, knelt in the hall, clutching the hem of Consort Shu's skirt tightly. His former demeanor had vanished completely. He was delirious, his voice trembling, repeatedly begging his mother to intervene, saying he couldn't live without Li Qinghuan. Consort Shu felt as if her heart was being torn apart when she saw her most beloved son in this state. Zhao Chenan had been in love with Li Qinghuan since childhood, and this was no secret in the capital, especially to her as his mother. She tried to help him up, but found her fingers were trembling. She urged him to get up, reminding him not to lose his princely decorum, but Zhao Chenan wouldn't listen at all. He declared directly that if his mother didn't help him, he would kneel there forever. Consort Shu's heart softened, and she could only sigh as she forcibly pulled him up. She lowered her voice and told him to go back to his residence first, so that the emperor wouldn't see him like this again, otherwise it would be a great disrespect. A glimmer of hope ignited in Zhao Chenan's eyes as he looked anxiously at his mother. Consort Shu forced a smile, and said that she would go to see the emperor and try to get him a chance. After receiving the promise, Zhao Chenan's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he was helped away by the palace servants as if he had lost all his strength. Seeing her son's dejected figure, the gentleness on Consort Shu's face vanished instantly, leaving only heaviness. She tidied her appearance, took a deep breath, and turned to walk towards the imperial study. Before even getting close to the imperial study, an extremely heavy atmosphere swept over them. The oppressive force was like a mountain pressing down, making even the air feel heavy and stifling. The eunuchs and palace maids guarding outside the palace all knelt on the ground, their faces pale, and they didn't even dare to lift their heads. Consort Shu's heart trembled violently. She clearly sensed the emperor's presence. But this aura was far stronger than she remembered. She considered herself to have some cultivation, but in the face of this oppressive aura, she felt as insignificant as dust. She forced herself to walk to the front of the palace, where the head eunuch reported in a trembling voice that the emperor was in seclusion and should not be disturbed. Consort Shu did not ask any further questions, but stared at the tightly closed palace doors, her heart filled with turmoil. She could clearly sense that terrifying aura was continuously spreading from inside the hall. As dusk fell and night descended, she still stood outside the palace waiting. The moon rises and sets, but the aura does not weaken. Instead, it becomes even more solid. Faintly, one could even hear the roar of a dragon echoing through the void. Consort Shu broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that this seclusion was no small matter. In the end, she could only leave feeling uneasy, planning to come back the next day. But the emperor still did not emerge from the past the next day. The same thing happened on the third day. Even the morning court session was cancelled. For 6 whole days, the doors to the imperial study remained tightly shut. It was extremely rare in the history of the Great Zhou Dynasty for an emperor to remain in seclusion for 6 days. The entire palace was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Consort Shu was so anxious that she could hardly sit still. She had promised her son, but she couldn't even see the emperor. The 7-day deadline was fast approaching, and her heart was becoming increasingly unsettled. At this moment, a personal maid whispered a vicious idea. "Since the path to the emperor is blocked, we might as well start with Zhao Chenan. If something happens to the 16th prince, the marriage will naturally be cancelled." These words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Consort Shu's mind. In an instant, a crazy idea popped into my head. If Zhao Chenan dies, everything can start over. She was breathing rapidly and her heart was beating fast. But the next second, the emperor's cold and majestic face appeared in her mind. And then there was that woman who hadn't appeared for many years, yet remained forever in the emperor's heart. Zhao Chenan is the only bloodline left behind by that woman. To touch him is tantamount to digging one's own grave. A chilling fear instantly overwhelmed the impulse. Consort Shu turned around abruptly, and slapped the maid hard across the face. She rebuked her sternly and ordered her servants to drag the maid out and force her to kneel. The maid was stunned and was dragged out of the palace. Consort Shu slumped in her chair, panting heavily. She knew she had just almost fallen into utter ruin. Meanwhile, a festive atmosphere filled the general of chariots and cavalry's residence. Red silk ribbons hung high, and lights shone brightly. Li Qingcang stood outside his daughter's room, his expression complex. He looked at the concubine's wedding dress prepared in the room and sighed deeply. Inside the room, Li Qinghuan sat in front of the dressing table, dressed in plain clothes. She wore no makeup, yet remained aloof and stunningly beautiful. Her face remained expressionless at the prospect of marrying Zhao Chenan, or even just as a concubine. She was intently wiping an ancient longsword, her expression serene. The outside world's gossip and the humiliation of the marriage seemed to have nothing to do with her. Li Qingcang finally entered the room and spoke in a hoarse voice. He said he was the one who had wronged her. Li Qinghuan stopped what she was doing, sheathed her long sword, and slowly stood up. She looked at her father, her expression calm and her tone indifferent. She asked her father why he said that. Chapter 9. A heavenly grade cultivation technique. I dare to pass it down. Li Qinghuan's voice remained clear and cold, without a trace of sharpness. Instead, it was like a still pool of water, gently calming the restlessness in Li Qingcang's heart, causing the iron-blooded general to unconsciously lower his breathing. Li Qingcang originally wanted to bluntly say that the emperor's intentions were absurd, but he swallowed the words back. No matter how reckless he was, he understood that the emperor was the emperor and the subject was the subject, and some things could only be kept in his heart. He finally whispered that he was not being disrespectful, but he just didn't understand what His Majesty meant by the profound meaning, and the more he thought about it, the less he understood. Li Qinghuan gently shook her head, not in a hurry to answer. Instead, she walked to the window, looked at the winter plum tree standing alone in the cold wind in the courtyard, and suddenly asked her father a question. She asked how His Majesty's health was now. Li Qingcang was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously replied that His Majesty was in his prime, with vigorous blood and energy. If he were to one day enter the dragon transformation realm, he could gain several hundred more years of lifespan. Li Qinghuan nodded, then slowly asked, "Father, have you ever considered taking sides with any of the princes?" These words made Li Qingcang's face darken instantly. He said in a resolute tone that he was only loyal to His Majesty, and would never participate in any struggle for the throne in his life. This is his bottom line, and the foundation upon which he has remained standing in the court. He never places his bets on any particular prince. A faint smile appeared on Li Qinghuan's lips as she turned to look at her father, her gaze clear and calm. Since father has no intention of taking sides or being involved in the succession struggle, what is truly frightening about this marriage for the general's mansion? Li Qingcang was speechless for a moment when asked the question. Li Qinghuan continued her analysis, explaining that anyone with eyes could see that this arranged marriage seemed to have wronged her, and the general's mansion had also been looked down upon. But surely His Majesty is aware of these discussions. Since His Majesty knew this and still issued the decree, it means that in His Majesty's heart, this so-called grievance is a price that must be paid. Since it is a price to pay, there must be a reward. She spoke clearly, word by word, in a soft voice, which made Li Qingcang increasingly silent. Li Qinghuan walked up to the gorgeous wedding dress, her fingers gently tracing the exquisite embroidery, her tone calm to the point of being almost detached. She said the marriage was not a humiliation for her, nor a reprimand for her father. It was merely a bargaining chip His Majesty had given to the Li family in advance, a guarantee for the future, and a fallback plan that couldn't be more secure. The room fell into a long silence. Looking at his daughter, Li Qingcang suddenly realized that despite his many years of experience on the battlefield, he might not have seen as far as she did. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, another change was quietly taking place in the imperial study. The terrifying atmosphere that had gripped the entire palace for 6 days and 6 nights was slowly receding at a strange pace. On the dragon bed, Zhao Doubting sat cross-legged, his body emitting a roar like a surging river. Golden divine light replaced the original true essence throughout his limbs and bones, flowing through his meridians and reshaping his physical body and soul with each cycle. This is precisely the true essence of the heavenly rank technique, the Great Tao Heavenly Evolution scripture. Instead of repairing the old foundation, it was about tearing it down and rebuilding it, completely destroying the old foundation that the royal family had inherited for hundreds of years, and then rebuilding the foundation in a more domineering and mysterious way. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and two beams of golden light, seemingly tangible, shot out from his pupils, piercing the air with a faint sound. He slowly rose, a series of cracking sounds coming from his joints, as if his old body had been completely shattered. An unprecedented sense of power filled my entire body. Peak of the Four Extremes realm. Only one step remains before the dragon vein evolves and one enters the realm of dragon transformation. At that time, his lifespan will exceed 800 years, and he will have enough time to personally elevate the Great Zhou Dynasty to a higher level. Zhao doubting opened his palms, feeling the surging golden power within his body, and a rare look of excitement appeared in his eyes. All these opportunities came from Zhao Chenan, the son whom outsiders regarded as a good-for-nothing. The heavy palace doors opened quietly. Eunuch Wei, who had been waiting outside for 6 days and 6 nights, immediately knelt down, his voice trembling slightly, to respectfully welcome His Majesty out of the pass. Zhao doubting stepped out, his aura completely concealed, appearing no different from usual, yet seemingly possessing an indescribable harmony with the world. He casually told Eunuch Wei to get up, and then, as they walked, he inquired about the recent developments in the court. Eunuch Wei respectfully reported that the court was relatively stable, except that the third prince had visited Yonghua Palace before being confined to his quarters. Consort Shu has been coming to the imperial study almost every day these past few days to request an audience, clearly to plead for the third prince. Zhao doubting didn't stop walking, but asked casually, "Anything else?" Eunuch Wei continued, saying that the officials were quite discussing the matter of the bestowed marriage, but the general of chariots and cavalry's residence made no move and was simply quietly preparing the dowry. Upon hearing this, Zhao doubting finally stopped. Very good. Although Li Qingtseng was brave but lacked strategy, he was loyal, while Li Qingluan was a woman who was intelligent and insightful. With such a daughter, it's not surprising that Li Qingtseng could suppress his dissatisfaction and obey the imperial decree. Since Zhao Chenan was unable to cultivate, his father paved a path for him that no one else could take. Li Qingtseng was the first cornerstone he chose for his son. The Great Tao Heavenly Evolution scripture was supposed to be a royal secret, not to be passed on to outsiders. But rules are ultimately rigid, while people are flexible. For Zhao Chenan's future, and for the long-term benefit of the Great Zhou Dynasty, what does breaking an ancestral rule matter? One Li Qingtseng at the Dragon Transformation realm is far more valuable than 10 Dao Palace realm cultivators. Even with limited talent, he was still enough to be a shield for Zhao Chenan. More importantly, this is not just a reward, but also an invisible chain. Once Li Qingtseng receives this opportunity, the Li family will never be able to sever ties with the royal family again. They will be closely bound to Zhao Chenan, sharing both glory and shame. With that thought in mind, Zhao doubting no longer hesitated. He sat back on the dragon throne, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, his aura becoming increasingly profound. Then he uttered 2 words softly. "Deliver an imperial order." Eunuch Wei immediately stood at attention and responded. It is said that General Li Qingtseng of chariots and cavalry is to come to an audience immediately. Chapter 10. The auspicious hour has arrived, the wedding procession departs. The night was as dark as ink, yet the imperial study was brightly lit. Li Qingtseng, clad in military attire, strode into the hall, the cold armor clinking softly in the silence. He knelt on one knee, head bowed, his voice steady and powerful. "Your subject, Li Qingtseng, pays his respects to your majesty." On the dragon throne, Zhao Doubting's figure was hidden in the shadows, indistinct. Yet, his imposing, mountain-like aura pressed down on Li Qingtseng, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He felt a jolt in his heart, clearly sensing that His Majesty's aura had become even more terrifying than before since his seclusion. "Rise." With just those 2 simple words, the mountain-like pressure vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Li Qingtseng was even more shaken. He stood up, but still dared not look directly at the emperor's face. The imperial study was deathly silent. The air seemed to freeze, and each breath felt like an eternity to Li Qingsong. He couldn't fathom why His Majesty had summoned him so late at night. Is it about Qingwan's marriage? Is it a warning or an appeasement? Just as his thoughts were churning, Zhao Doubting slowly spoke. Qingsong, how many years have you fought alongside me? Li Qingsong's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly bowed and replied. Your Majesty, I have followed you since the day you ascended the throne, for 26 years now. 26 years. Zhao Doubting's voice carried a profound sense of emotion. Your Li family has been loyal and virtuous for generations. To be loyal to your Majesty and to die for the Great Zhou is my duty, Li Qingsong said firmly, without the slightest hesitation. Zhao Doubting slowly descended the steps from the dragon throne and came to him. He didn't say much, but simply extended a finger and gently pointed to the table next to him, which was made of millennia-old cold iron. There was no fluctuation of true essence, nor any leakage of spiritual power. It was just a brief mention. With a soft hissing sound, the cold iron table, powerful enough to withstand a full-force attack from a Dao Palace realm expert, silently transformed into fine, dust-like black powder, centered on the fingertips, and slowly fell to the ground. Li Qingsong's body suddenly stiffened, staring intently at the pile of powder on the ground, his mind exploding like thunder. This is not a suppression of power. This is the annihilation of the Tao. It is an erasure at the level of laws. Let alone the Four Extremes realm, even the legendary Dragon Transformation realm could never achieve this. His voice trembled, and he practically forced out the 4 words through clenched teeth. A heavenly grade cultivation technique. Only the legendary heavenly rank cultivation techniques that point directly to the Sendai path can possess such miraculous power. No wonder His Majesty's aura has changed dramatically after several days of seclusion. But why did His Majesty allow him to see this scene? A startling and audacious idea popped into Li Qingsong's mind. Zhao Doubting smiled faintly as he looked at his utterly shocked expression. What you think in your heart is the answer. With a bang, Li Qingsong's mind went blank. His legs buckled, and he knelt heavily on the ground. Your Majesty, you mustn't! His voice was trembling. The heavenly rank martial arts technique is the foundation of the royal family's rule, an absolute secret that must not be passed on. To pass it on to an outsider would be an act that shakes the very foundation of the nation. I would rather die than accept it. Zhao Doubting's gaze was deep, seeing through all his concerns. I know what you're worried about. But from the day Qingwan married in her, your Li family was no longer just an outsider. You and I are ruler and subject, and also in-laws. The words, in-laws, struck Li Qingsong like a thunderclap. He suddenly looked up, his gaze trembling. In an instant, he connected all the dots. My daughter's words, an incredibly rich and incredibly secure future, seemed to echo in my ears. I see. An arranged marriage is neither a humiliation nor a warning. Rather, it breaks down the barrier between the ruler and his subjects, and makes the inheritance of the heavenly rank cultivation techniques legitimate. This completely bound the Li family to the royal family's chariot. Li Qingsong was overwhelmed with shock, elation, and shame. He considered himself a veteran of the battlefield, yet in terms of vision and perspective, he was far surpassed by his daughter. He kowtowed deeply, without the slightest hesitation. Your Majesty, I thank you for your divine grace. Zhao Doubting nodded. This absolute loyalty was exactly what he wanted. He extended a finger and touched Li Qingsong's brow. Concentrate and calm your mind. The next moment, a vast and profound amount of information surged into Li Qingsong's sea of consciousness. The Great Tao Heavenly Evolution Scripture. Domineering, mysterious, and divine. Countless new cultivation concepts exploded in his mind, completely overturning his understanding of the past century. So this is how Luanhai, a popular online forum for Luanchai, can be developed. So this is how the Dao Palace can evolve. He became so engrossed in it that he entered a state of near enlightenment. After a long while, he came to his senses. Zhao Doubting had already sat back on the dragon throne. Li Qingsong kowtowed again, this time with genuine awe and submission. Your Majesty, I am willing to give my life, even unto death. Zhao Doubting picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and spoke calmly. This cultivation technique was taught to you by Honor at my request. Li Qingsung's head, which he had just raised, froze instantly. He seemed to freeze in place, completely petrified. Under? The 16th prince? Zhao Chenan, who has never even ventured into the sea of suffering? Li Qingsung was deeply shaken, finally realizing that from this moment on, the Li family would be completely bound together with the 16th prince. The next morning, as dawn broke, the imperial city was still shrouded in morning mist. The area in front of the 16th prince's residence was already bustling with activity, a scene of festive cheer and vibrant red. Hundreds of imperial guards, gleaming in armor and wielding long halberds, stood solemnly on both sides, forming two long lines that stretched from the gate of the mansion all the way to the end of the street. Following the imperial guards were hundreds of musicians in red robes, carrying their instruments and ready to depart. The sedan chair, carried by 8 men, with a golden roof and red curtains, embroidered with auspicious dragon and phoenix patterns, was exceptionally luxurious. This spectacle is hardly like welcoming a concubine. It's almost comparable to the empress entering the palace back in the day. The entire imperial city was alarmed. Commoners and cultivators alike gathered to watch, discussing the matter animatedly. A young man dressed in a bright red wedding robe rode atop a magnificent white dragon horse. It was Zhao Chenan. With a hearty smile on his face, he looked past the crowd toward the general of chariots and cavalry's residence. The master of ceremonies raised the command flag high and shouted at the top of his lungs. "The auspicious time has arrived! Let's go!" Chapter 11. The father-in-law's powerless threat. The swanahorns were high-pitched, the gongs and drums were deafening, and the wedding procession, like a long red dragon, slowly moved from the main street of the imperial city, its grandeur almost alarming half the city. The streets were already packed with people, and even the windows of tea-houses and taverns were crowded with people craning their necks to see this unusual wedding. Children weaved through the crowd, chasing after petals and lucky money falling from the sky, their laughter ringing out. Adults craned their necks, their eyes fixed on the red figure riding a dragon horse at the very front of the procession, their voices rising and falling in murmurs. Some people exclaimed that this was even grander than when the second prince married his principal wife, while others whispered that the 16th prince was only welcoming a concubine, yet he used the royal ceremonial guards and even had the imperial guards clear the way. This favor was simply too exaggerated. An elderly man who looked like a cultivator shook his head and sighed, saying that he understood the situation in the imperial city less and less. A prince with a useless body who couldn't even open the sea of bitterness first married the holy maiden of a tribe, and now he's marrying the only daughter of a chariot general. Such good fortune is truly unbelievable. The merchant next to him lowered his voice and said mysteriously that a few days ago someone saw Princess Yilanshu, and she seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Her complexion and demeanor were completely different. It was rumored that the 16th prince had a certain kind of physique that brought good fortune to his wife. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people immediately became interested and pressed him for confirmation. The merchant, however, feigned certainty, saying that if it weren't so, how could General Li have sent his own daughter to be a concubine? These scattered whispers drifted into Zhao Chenan's ears on the wind. He rode on his magnificent dragon horse, his bright red wedding robe accentuating his handsome face and upright posture, remaining composed under the gaze of the entire city. He listened to the speculations about his lucky wife, and simply smiled. The claim was absurd, yet ironically it hit the mark. His gaze swept across the long street to the majestic red gate of the general's mansion in the distance. Soon after, the grand wedding procession stopped in front of the mansion. The mansion gates were wide open, with red silk ribbons hanging on both sides. The entire Li family was already lined up to wait. However, the joy on the faces of both the servants and maids was mixed with complex emotions. Zhao Chenan dismounted with swift and decisive movements, and his eyes met those of the tall figure standing in the center of the mansion gate. General Li Qingsung had also changed out of his armor today, wearing a dark red brocade robe, but his battle-hardened aura was still palpable. Li Qingsung's gaze lingered on Zhao Chenan for a long time. The emperor's imposing gesture in the imperial study yesterday, as well as the contents of the Great Zhou Heavenly Evolution scripture, were still churning in his mind. How could a top-grade martial arts technique fall into the hands of a foreign official like myself, and all for the sake of this young man who is about to become my son-in-law? The more Li Qingsung thought about it, the more absurd it seemed, yet the facts were right in front of him. The vague guess in his mind became clear again. There must be other reasons behind the 16th prince. This reason is most likely related to that mysterious birth mother. The woman, whose origins are shrouded in mystery, entered the palace for a very short time, yet even after she left, the emperor still showed extraordinary leniency towards the 16th prince. Now it seems that this favoritism was far more than just pity for a disabled body. That's why the emperor arranged for the Li family to marry off their daughter, in order to completely bind the Li family to the 16th prince. Thinking of this, when Li Qingcang looked at Zhao Chenan, the resentment in his heart gradually faded, leaving only a complex and indescribable feeling. He coughed lightly, stepped forward to block Zhao Chenan, and deliberately put on a stern face. Zhao Chenan, however, smiled and cupped his hands first, calling out, "Father-in-law." This shout made Li Qingcang's heart tremble slightly, and the prestige he had prepared dissipated by most of it. But he still maintained the air of an elder, and said in a deep voice that Qingwan had been spoiled since childhood and had a strong personality. He hoped that Zhao Chenan would be more tolerant if there were any problems in the future. As soon as he said those words, he felt he lacked confidence. He paused, then raised his voice and said that although the Li family could not be considered a prestigious family, their daughter's dowry would never be meager. 10,000 taels of gold, 1,000 bolts of silk, and 36 loads of rare and precious treasures have all been prepared. In addition, Li Qingwan was also assigned 300 personal guards, all of whom were female soldiers selected from the Li family army, each capable of taking on 10 men. At this point, Li Qingcang deliberately leaned closer and lowered his voice to remind them that the 300 female soldiers only obeyed Li Qingwan's orders. Although said calmly, these words actually carry the implication that, "My daughter is not to be bullied." Zhao Chenan almost burst out laughing, but he could only compose himself and nod solemnly. He told Li Qingcang that since Qingwan had married him, he would naturally do his best to protect her and not let her suffer any grievances. He said it calmly, but without the slightest hint of perfunctoriness. Li Qingcang was taken aback. For the first time, he saw a calmness in those clear eyes that was completely different from the rumors. This boy seems to have really changed. He muttered something to himself, hoping it would be for the best, and finally stepped aside to make way. According to custom, the groom must personally enter the room and carry the bride out. Zhao Chenan stepped into the general's mansion. Red lanterns hung high inside, creating a festive atmosphere, yet the solemnity unique to a military family was also subtly present. Guided by the matchmaker, he soon arrived at Li Qingwan's boudoir. As you push open the door, a faint, pleasant fragrance greets you. Inside the room, Li Qingwan, dressed in a phoenix coronet and wedding gown, sat quietly on the edge of the bed, her red veil hanging down, enveloping her in a warm, red glow. 2 personal maids stood beside him, looking both nervous and excited. Zhao Chenan waved for them to leave, then walked to the bedside and lowered his voice. He said, "Qingwan, I've come to pick her up myself." Beneath the red veil, Li Qingwan's shoulders trembled slightly. She didn't speak, but simply nodded gently. Without further hesitation, Zhao Chenan turned around and half-squatted, leaving his back to her. After a brief silence, a pair of soft arms gently encircled his neck. He stood up and carried her steadily on his back. This was his most direct feeling. Li Qingwan was very light. Her body pressed against my back, and I could still feel her soft warmth through the fabric, while a faint fragrance lingered around my nose. Zhao Chenan walked steadily, carrying her through the courtyard and all the way to the gate of the mansion. On both sides of the courtyard, everyone watched this scene in silence. Standing in front of the door, Li Qingcang watched as his beloved daughter, whom he had raised for over a decade, was carried step by step towards the bridal sedan chair by another young man. Finally, a complex emotion, which he could not suppress, surfaced in his eyes. He had fought on the battlefield for many years and had never retreated a step on the battlefield, but at this moment, there was an emptiness in his heart. Zhao Chenan walked to the sedan chair and carefully placed Li Qingwan inside, his movements extremely gentle. The moment the sedan curtain fell, it was as if the general's daughter was officially ushered into another chapter of her life. Zhao Chenan turned around, cupped his hands in greeting to Li Qingcang, and said that they should return to their residence. Li Qingcang waved his hand, as if unwilling to look any longer, and told them to leave quickly. The master of ceremonies announced the ceremony in a loud voice, and the swan horns and gongs resounded through the long street once again. The wedding procession slowly turned around and headed back towards the 16th prince's residence. Li Qingcang stood alone in front of the mansion gate, watching the crimson dragon slowly disappear into the distance until it vanished at the end of the long street. The forced composure on his face finally vanished completely, leaving only the emptiness of an ordinary father after sending his daughter off to marriage. He raised his rough, large hand and rubbed his sore eyes. Finally, only a long sigh lingered at the door. Chapter 12. She's getting married, but the groom isn't you. The bridal sedan chair swayed gently to the sound of drums and music. Outside, the streets were bustling with noise and the sound of gongs and drums filled the air, the whole street immersed in celebration. But inside the sedan chair curtain, however, was a quiet world of red. Li Qingwan sat upright in the sedan chair, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Although she thought her heart was as calm as still water, she could hear her heart beating like a drum, each beat pounding against her chest. She could still clearly remember that the short journey when Zhao Chenan carried her out of the general's mansion was the first time in her life that she had been so close to a man. His back was broad and steady, and his steps were not unsteady at all. It was as if every step he took was firm and powerful, which made people feel at ease. Even his aura carried a clean and gentle scent, completely different from the rumored image of a playboy who frequented brothels. This contrast aroused a sense of inexplicable doubt in her heart, as well as a strange curiosity. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into her head. She really wanted to see him. Look at the man who is about to become her husband, riding on his horse right now. Once the thought arises, it can no longer be suppressed. She gently raised her hand and carefully lifted a corner of the red veil, peering out through the narrow gap. Crowds lined both sides of the street, laughing and chatting, and in front of the bridal sedan chair, a tall, straight figure came into her view. Zhao Chenan rode on a white dragon horse, his red clothes reflecting the sunlight. His posture was like a pine tree, and although he was in the midst of a lively scene, he appeared exceptionally calm. The moment she looked at him, as if sensing something, Zhao Chenan on horseback suddenly turned around. Their eyes met briefly through the gap in the sedan curtain. Li Qingwan was startled, and the red veil instantly fell down, covering her completely again. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Chenan's lips. He reined in the horse, slowed its pace, and rode alongside the bridal sedan chair. He didn't turn back, but that flustered figure and faint fragrance left a soft mark on his heart. The 16th prince's residence was unusually lively today. Compared to the imposing grandeur of the general's mansion, this residence is more refined and elegant, but today, with red carpets laid out and lanterns hanging high, it is filled with a festive atmosphere. Guests came and went in an endless stream. Although no high-ranking officials were present, the courtyard was piled high with gifts from various officials and their families. The other princes and princesses also tacitly sent their congratulatory gifts, and on the surface, they were very polite. Zhao Chenan was not surprised by this. He changed out of his elaborate wedding robes and into casual red clothes, holding a wine glass as he walked among the guests to express his gratitude. He was well-mannered and spoke with composure, showing none of the frivolity rumored to exist. On the contrary, this surprised many guests who were meeting him for the first time. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere gradually reached its climax. Suddenly a loud shout broke the commotion. His Highness the Third Prince has arrived. The courtyard suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked toward the gate of the mansion. Zhao Qingyu staggered in, his brocade robe disheveled, his hair ornament askew, and he reeked of alcohol, looking utterly disheveled. He should still be under house arrest, but if you count the days, today is exactly the end of his term. He was clearly among the first to arrive. Looking at the courtyard full of red and at Zhao Qingyu's smiling face, Zhao Qingyu felt a surge of blood rush to his head. The woman he had longed for many years had now married his own brother. Jealousy and resentment surged in my chest, burning away almost all reason. He pushed through the crowd and walked straight toward Zhao Chenan, offering his congratulations in a hoarse voice. Zhao Chenan put down his wine glass, his expression unchanged, and stepped forward to greet his brother, saying that he was very happy that his third brother could come. This calmness seemed ironic to Zhao Qingyu. He suddenly grabbed Zhao Chenan's shoulder and questioned him uncontrollably. How can someone who can't even escape the sea of bitterness marry Li Qingwan? You could hear a pin drop in the courtyard. Zhao Chenan did not break free, but simply reminded him that this marriage was bestowed by his father, the emperor. The words, Father Emperor, felt like a bucket of cold water being poured over him. Zhao Qingyu froze, as if all his strength had been drained away in an instant. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, no one could defy the emperor's will. He released his grip, revealing a wry smile. But the next moment, he leaned close to Zhao Chenan's ear and whispered something in a voice that only the two of them could hear. He doesn't blame his younger brother, he blames his father. It was his father who destroyed everything he had. He even said with a chilling certainty that the person sitting high on the dragon throne would one day regret it. After saying that, he shoved Zhao Chenan away and turned to leave. The laughter was maniacal, mixed with despair and resentment, and sounded particularly jarring in the night. As everyone watched his staggering figure leave, no one dared to utter a sound. Zhao Chenan stood still, slowly straightening his wrinkled collar, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the mansion gate. This farce may seem simple, but it may not actually be simple. If it were me, and my beloved were to marry my younger brother, I might not be able to remain calm either. However, he quickly suppressed the thought. Since the marriage was arranged by the emperor, all possible variables must have been within that emperor's calculations. That father rose through the ranks of countless competitors to ascend the throne. His methods and ambition were far beyond those of ordinary people. A disillusioned prince cannot stir up any real trouble. Night was falling. The prince's residence, which had been bustling all day, finally quieted down. The red candles shone brightly, bathing the courtyard in a crimson glow. Zhao Chenan stood alone in the courtyard, the evening breeze caressing his face, slightly tipsy. He looked up at the brightly lit house not far away. That was his wedding room. He took a deep breath and finished the rest of the wine in his glass. Then I stepped through the quiet courtyard, walked along the corridor, and stopped in front of the carved wooden door. The candlelight flickered inside the door. Zhao Chenan raised his hand and gently pushed open the door. Chapter 13 Wedding Night, Heavenly Rank Martial Skill. Squeak. With a soft click, the carved wooden door opened effortlessly. The night wind and noise outside the door seemed to be cut off by an invisible hand, instantly shut behind them. All that remained before my eyes was a deep, impenetrable red. Red candles, red curtains, red quilts. The air was filled with a festive, sweet fragrance that warmed one's cheeks. Zhao Chenan stepped inside, and the wooden door behind him closed automatically, completely separating the two worlds. His bride, Li Qingwan, was sitting upright on the edge of the bed. Wearing a phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, with a red veil hanging down, she concealed all her expressions, leaving only a pair of delicate hands folded on her knees. Those hands, with knuckles slightly white from exertion, betrayed the owner's turbulent state of mind. Zhao Chenan did not step forward immediately, but instead walked to the table and slowly picked up the prepared jade ring. He walked step by step to the bedside, his boots landing on the red carpet. Without making a sound, the slender figure sitting upright tensed up almost imperceptibly. A refreshing, subtle fragrance wafted into my nostrils. The jade ring was extended and gently flicked. The red veil embroidered with dragons and phoenixes silently and smoothly fell down. The candlelight flickered, and a stunningly beautiful face unexpectedly came into Zhao Chenan's view. Even though he was used to seeing all kinds of beauties in the capital, Zhao Chenan's breath still caught in his throat for a moment. He had seen too many beauties, some alluring, some innocent, and some dignified. But none of them could make his heart skip a beat like the face before him. It's not just about the exquisite features, but also about a contradictory yet harmonious temperament. His brows and eyes possessed a certain heroic spirit and sharpness befitting a descendant of a military family, yet the lines of his lips and jaw were incredibly soft. Two completely different feelings blended perfectly in her. Li Qingwan felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. Her long eyelashes trembled violently a few times, but she ultimately lowered her eyes, unable to meet his gaze. Zhao Chenan snapped out of his daze, poured 2 glasses of wine, and handed one of them over. After drinking this cup of nuptial wine, you and I will be husband and wife. Li Qingwan raised her hand, her slightly cool fingertips touching the cup, instantly sobering her up. The two men crossed their arms and each drank the wine in their cups. The spicy liquor slid down her throat, adding an even more intoxicating color to her already flushed cheeks. After setting down the wine glass, the room fell silent once more. The only sound was the occasional soft crackling of the burning red candle. Would you feel wrong to marry me? Zhao Chenan suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but like a pebble breaking the awkward silence. He asked too directly, without any preamble. Li Qinghuan's body visibly stiffened. She seemed completely unprepared for him to ask such a question. She slowly raised her head, and this time, she did not flinch, her phoenix eyes meeting Zhao Chenan's gaze directly. "Your Highness, everything in destiny has already been predetermined." Her voice was soft, yet exceptionally clear, carrying a sense of detachment, as if she had seen through the ways of the world. "Gain and loss are always equal. Marrying your Highness is His Majesty's decree and Qinghuan's destiny. There's nothing to be satisfied or dissatisfied about." Zhao Chenan was stunned. He had considered many possible answers. It might be a silent outburst of grievance, a reluctant compliance, or even a question tinged with resentment. But he never expected to hear such words. This woman was far more insightful and intelligent than he had imagined. She wasn't resigning herself to fate. She was telling him that she knew her place and understood her value. Zhao Chenan suddenly found it somewhat amusing. I was actually worried that she would hold a grudge and be difficult to get along with in the future. Now it seems I was overthinking it. A woman like that doesn't require him to put in any effort at all. You're right. Zhao Chenan nodded in agreement, and the last trace of concern in his heart vanished. He reached out and gently blew out the dragon and phoenix red candles on the table. Smack! The room was plunged into darkness instantly. Li Qinghuan's heart suddenly raced. She could feel the man approaching her step by step. His aura enveloped her completely. The next moment, a pair of warm lips pressed against hers, omitting 3,000 words of paid content. After a long time, the clouds dispersed, and the rain stopped. On the brocade quilt, a bright crimson hue, like a plum blossom blooming in the cold winter, is dazzling yet delicate. Zhao Chenan lay on his side, looking at the beautiful woman who had fallen into a deep sleep beside him. Her long eyelashes were still adorned with glistening tears, and her brows held a hint of weariness, yet also an indescribable sense of satisfaction and peace. Just then, a voice that only he could hear coldly rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying a wife. The 10,000 heirs system is currently evaluating your abilities. Name, Li Qinghuan. Overall score, 89 points. Appearance, 95 points. Talent, 88 points. Physical constitution and bloodline, none. Special talent, open-mindedness. This talent makes it less likely to breed inner demons or encounter bottlenecks during cultivation. There is a certain chance that it can be inherited by offspring. Receive 10 times the reward based on your wife's aptitude score. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the heavenly rank martial skill. Great Wilderness Imprisoning Heaven Finger. A barrage of information flooded my mind. The tenderness on Zhao Chenan's face froze instantly, and a deep self-mockery tugged at the corner of his mouth. This time it's not a cultivation technique, it's a martial arts skill. Moreover, it's a top-grade item. But, the Great Wilderness Imprisoning Heaven Finger. Just from the name, you can tell it's something that can destroy the world. But for a good-for-nothing like him who can't even navigate the sea of suffering, what difference is there between this thing and a cookbook? No, he can at least make 2 dishes by following the recipe. He couldn't even understand the first page of the cultivation method. God really likes to play these cruel jokes on him. However, this frustration and resentment only lasted for a few breaths. Zhao Chenan's eyes lit up again. Just because you can't use it doesn't mean it's useless. This Great Wilderness Imprisoning Heaven Finger can be given to Father Emperor. He must be laughing in his sleep to suddenly obtain such a top-grade martial art. They probably won't doubt their fabricated excuse about an ancient powerful being any longer. More importantly, his gaze slowly fell on Li Qinghuan's still flat stomach. The system's name is the 10,000 heirs system. The core issue is offspring. The quality of one's offspring is 100-fold reward. That's the real big prize. This day's martial arts competition is nothing but a drop in the ocean. Consider it a temporary investment in the Emperor. When I'm able to cultivate in the future, I can use it for cultivation too. Having figured this out, the last trace of gloom in Zhao Chenan's heart completely dissipated. His path is not in the present moment, but in the future. He turned over and once again pulled that warm, soft body tightly into his arms. Li Qinghuan was startled awake and let out a soft moan. Your Highness. Call me husband. Zhao Chenan lowered his head and silenced her with his lips. To earn the 100x reward, I must work twice as hard tonight. The night is indeed still very long. Chapter 14. The two women meet for the first time, and the Zhou Emperor is stunned. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Zhao Chenan woke up in a soft embrace. The brocade quilt beside him was still warm, but the beauty had vanished. He propped himself up, shaking his head as a slight headache from the hangover hit him. The madness and beauty of last night still linger in the sweet fragrance of the air. He got out of bed barefoot, walked to the window, and pushed it open a crack. In the courtyard, a dazzling red color suddenly came into view. Li Qingwan had changed out of her wedding dress and into a fiery red outfit. Holding a silver spear, she was practicing in the courtyard. Her posture was upright, and her spear moved like a dragon. Every move and every stance carries a sharp gust of wind, swirling up the fallen leaves on the ground. This is not simply a martial arts exchange. Zhao Chenan could feel that with her movements, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around her was being drawn into her body in a mysterious rhythm. Her body even glowed with a faint red light, reflecting the morning sun. The red spear blazing flame sutra. The Li family's inherited cultivation technique, a Xian grade technique, although not of high rank, has evolved into countless forms in Li Qingwan's hands. By studying martial arts, one can comprehend the true essence of the techniques, absorb spiritual energy, and improve through repeated sweating and practice. This is her method of cultivation. Zhao Chen watched quietly. This woman, last night, writhed and yielded beneath him, her tenderness like flowing water. This morning, she transformed into a valiant female warrior on the battlefield. The system's rating of 88 points for talent is indeed well-deserved. And that special talent of open-mindedness is even more rare. No wonder she could so readily accept this marriage, which was not of her own volition, and be able to devote herself wholeheartedly to cultivation on the second day of her marriage. Do not be disturbed by external things, nor be troubled by your own thoughts. This kind of mindset is a priceless treasure on the path of spiritual practice. Zhao Chenan thought of Yilanshu again. That princess from the northern wilderness had a completely different method of cultivation. She would always find a place with the brightest moonlight at midnight, sit cross-legged, breathe deeply, and absorb the cool essence of the moon. One is as fiery as a raging fire, the other as still as a virgin. The methods of cultivation in this world are truly diverse and wondrous. A hint of envy and a hint of longing quietly surfaced in his heart. He also wanted to possess such power, to personally experience the pulse of heaven and earth, instead of forever remaining a bystander. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard hurried footsteps outside the courtyard. A maid respectfully reported from outside the door. "Your Highness, Eunuch Wei has arrived." "Eunuch Wei?" Zhao Chenan snapped out of his thoughts and smiled calmly. She turned around and began to put on her clothes. "Have him wait in the front hall." The front hall of the prince's residence. Zhao Chenan changed into a purple-gold python robe and strode in. Upon seeing him, Eunuch Wei immediately greeted him with a beaming smile and bowed respectfully. "This servant greets His Highness the 16th Prince." "No need for such formalities, Eunuch Wei." Zhao Chenan offered a helping hand and got straight to the point. "Did you come so early in the morning, Father Emperor? Do you have any decree for me?" Eunuch Wei straightened up, his smile undiminished, and his high-pitched voice echoed in the hall. "Your Highness is overjoyed, and His Majesty is also delighted. That's why I was specially sent to deliver a verbal order." He cleared his throat. "His Majesty has decreed that the 16th Prince, along with his two consorts, be summoned to the palace immediately for an audience." The two princesses entered the palace to pay their respects. Zhao Chenan understood. The emperor is elevating the status of his son, who is unable to cultivate, and making a grand spectacle of himself. It was also a reminder to him that it was time to hand over the surprise. "Your subject obeys the decree." Zhao Chenan agreed, and then instructed the attendant beside him. "Go and invite the two princesses over." Not long after, two figures arrived at the front hall one after the other. Walking in front was Yilanshu. She wore a light blue long dress, which made her skin appear even whiter. Perhaps it was because she heard that she was to meet the emperor that she looked a little nervous, like a frightened fawn. Li Qingwan was half a step behind Yilanshu. She had already bathed and changed into a dignified and luxurious palace dress. Her long hair was tied up high and adorned with several gold hairpins, which swayed gracefully as she walked. The heroic spirit he possessed during his cultivation was perfectly concealed, leaving only the grace and poise befitting a legitimate wife. The two women, one in red and one in blue, one active and one still, had completely different temperaments, yet both were stunningly beautiful. Their gazes met for the first time in the center of the foyer. For a fleeting moment, the air seemed to freeze. A sense of amusement, like watching a good show, rose in Zhao Chenan's heart. According to the stories, the first meeting between the principal wife and the concubine should be a spectacular event, full of thunder and lightning. However, the anticipated confrontation did not occur. Wu Lanshue's reaction was indifferent. She simply nodded slightly to Li Qingluan as a greeting. There was no aggressiveness, nor any deliberate distancing. It was as if they were simply looking at an ordinary family member. Li Qingluan was not flustered and gave Wu Lanshue a curtsy. "I've met, sister." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone to hear. She showed absolutely no airs of superiority befitting a general's daughter. "Sister, there's no need for such formalities." Yilanshu spoke, her voice cool but without hostility. She stepped forward and naturally helped Li Qingluan up. "From now on, we're all family, there's no need to be so formal." This friendly gesture amazed Zhao Chenan, who was standing nearby. Strange. An eerie peace. This young lady from the general's mansion was even more insightful than he had imagined. She was very clear about her position. "It seems unlikely that a fire will be lit in my backyard." This saved him a lot of trouble. "All right, it's getting late, we should head to the palace." Zhao Chenan broke the strange atmosphere and took the lead in walking outside. On the vast bluestone road leading to the palace, a richly decorated carriage, escorted by the imperial guards, traveled smoothly. The carriage is spacious. Zhao Chenan sat imposingly in the middle, with Li Qingluan on his left and Wu Lanshu on his right. He held one of the two women's soft hands in each hand. Li Qingluan's hands, with their distinct knuckles and calluses from years of gun practice, felt cool to the touch. Yilanshu's hands, small and soft, were now somewhat cold and slightly sweaty. "Take it easy." Zhao Chenan could sense Wu Lanshue's fear and spoke to comfort her. "Once you enter the palace, you will be taken to the inner palace to pay your respects to the empress and several imperial concubines. Remember, speak less and observe more, and be cautious in everything you do." He gave his instructions. "Especially Lan Shui, all the concubines in the harem are not simple. Don't let them trick you into revealing information with just a few words." I've got it," Yilanshu responded softly. At this moment, Li Qingluan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. "Your Highness, rest assured." Her voice was calm, giving people a sense of inexplicable trust. "Qingluan accompanied my father to the palace several times when she was young, and she still remembers some of the palace etiquette. I will take good care of my sister." Zhao Chenan turned to look at her. In the candlelight she exuded a gentle yet spirited air. At this moment, she is calm and reliable. Wu Lanshue also cast a grateful glance at Li Qingluan and said softly, "Thank you, sister." Zhao Chenan nodded in satisfaction. With Li Qingluan around, he felt much more at ease. The carriage passed through numerous palace gates and finally stopped at the boundary between the inner palace and the outer court. Eunuch Wei respectfully said from outside the carriage, "Your Highness, we have arrived. Your consorts, please follow this old servant to Fengming Palace. His Majesty is waiting for you in the imperial study." Zhao Chenan got out of the car with the two women. He glanced at his two wives one last time, giving them a reassuring look. Li Qingluan responded with a confident nod. Yilanshu, on the other hand, still had that pitiful look with her head down and eyes downcast. Two palace maids stepped forward and led them to follow Eunuch Wei into the depths of the red-walled, golden-tiled inner palace. Led by another eunuch, Zhao Chenan turned and walked down another path. At the end of that road lies the power center of the entire Great Zhou Dynasty. The Imperial Study. Inside the Imperial Study, the air was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood, and it was so quiet that you could hear the rustling of leaves in the wind outside the window. Emperor Zhao Daoting of the Great Zhou Dynasty did not sit on the dragon throne that symbolized supreme power. He stood with his hands behind his back by the window, gazing motionlessly at an ancient pine tree in the courtyard that had lived for countless years. But if someone observes closely, they will notice that his hands, hidden beneath his wide sleeves, are unconsciously caressing a jade thumb ring. One after another. This revealed his unsettled inner world. He was filled with anticipation, yet also with a hint of trepidation that a monarch shouldn't have. The son he least favored, yet doted on the most, was Zhao Chenan. Ever since he presented the heavenly grade cultivation technique, it has become increasingly unfathomable to him. The legacy of ancient powerful beings? If such words came from someone else, Zhao Doubting would only take them as a joke, and might even be furious. But ironically, it was Zhao Chenan who said those words. The key point is that it's a genuine top-tier cultivation technique. For Zhao Doubting, who has been stuck at the peak of the dragon transformation realm for decades and has been unable to even glimpse the threshold of the immortal platform, the implications are self-evident. So he believed it. At the very least, I was skeptical. He gave Zhao Chenan a grand wedding and bestowed upon him the most dazzling jewel of the imperial city. He wanted to see what other surprises his son could bring him. He wanted to know whether the so-called fate to the immortals was just a fleeting moment, or had a long and rich history. Your Majesty, the 16th prince has arrived. The silence was broken by the eunuch's announcement outside the door. Zhao Doubting slowly turned around, his face instantly losing all emotion. He transformed back into the dignified and awe-inspiring ruler of the Great Zhou Dynasty, one who never showed his emotions. He returned to his desk and sat down. Announce. A single word, calm and unassuming, yet carrying an undeniable authority. A moment later, Zhao Chenan appeared at the door of the imperial study. He stepped over the high threshold and walked in step by step. The atmosphere in the entire study seemed to become heavy with his arrival. Zhao Chenan walked to the desk and bowed. Your subject greets your Majesty. Zhao Doubting did not immediately tell him to rise. He simply looked at his son quietly, his deep eyes seeming to see right through Zhao Chenan, inside and out. Time passed slowly, breath by breath, as the father and son gazed at each other in silence. Finally, Zhao Doubting spoke. He leaned forward slightly, his fingers interlaced on the desk. The ancient powerful being you mentioned? Any action taken? The atmosphere in the imperial study was tense. He knew that his father was waiting for him to reveal the truth. Zhao Chenan raised his head and met his father's unfathomable eyes. Yes, Father Emperor. His voice was calm. Zhao Doubting didn't speak, but simply raised his hand slightly, signaling him to continue. Zhao Chenan took out a brocade box from his bosom. The brocade box was small, about the size of a palm, and dark gold in color. It was engraved with intricate patterns and faintly shimmered with spiritual light. This is what he retrieved from the system space. Top-tier martial skill, Great Wilderness Imprisoning Heaven Finger. Grade, Lower Heavenly Grade. Note, created by an ancient powerful being, a single finger can imprison heaven and earth and suppress mountains and rivers. Upon reaching the highest level of cultivation, those below the Sendai realm can be annihilated with a single finger. This Great Wilderness Imprisoning Heaven Finger is a martial skill of the lower rank of heaven. In this world, martial arts techniques are also divided into 5 major grades: Holy, Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Each grade is further divided into 3 levels: Upper, Middle, and Lower. For a dynasty, possessing even a low-grade Earth-level item is a treasure to protect its clan. The highest grade is something only the Imperial Dynasty is qualified to touch. As for the sacred item? That's the foundation of a power at the level of the Celestial Empire and the Divine Court. Throughout the entire Great Zhou Dynasty, the strongest martial arts technique was only at the mid-level of the Earth rank. Now, what Zhao Chenan is about to offer is a top-grade product. He presented the brocade box with both hands. Father, this is the second opportunity that I received from an ancient great being in my dream that day. Zhao Doubting's gaze fell on the brocade box. He didn't take it immediately, but stared at the brocade box for a long time. It was as if they wanted to see through the brocade to see what was inside. Open. His voice was soft, but carried a barely perceptible tremor. Zhao Chenan opened the brocade box as instructed. An ancient, rustic animal hide scroll lay quietly inside. On the scroll, 3 large ancient seal characters, vigorous and powerful, seemed to burst forth from the paper. The Great Wilderness Imprisoning Heaven Finger. Zhao Doubting's pupils suddenly contracted. He suddenly stood up, grabbed the scroll, and quickly unfurled it. His breathing became rapid as his gaze swept over the contents of the scroll. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. The only sounds in the entire imperial study were the rustling of Zhao Doubting turning the scrolls and his increasingly heavy breathing. Zhao Chenan stood aside, watching quietly. He could clearly see that his father's hand, which was holding the scroll, was trembling slightly. Finally, Zhao Doubting finished reading. He slowly raised his head, and the look in his eyes as he looked at Zhao Chenan was completely different. It was an almost fanatical intensity. Heavenly grade. He muttered to himself, his voice hoarse. It really is a top-grade martial skill. The next moment, he suddenly turned around, his back to Zhao Chenan, his hands on the desk, his shoulders heaving violently. Zhao Chenan could see that his father's back was trembling slightly due to the intense emotional turmoil. Father, please don't get excited. I have no use for this martial skill, so I'm giving it to you. In terms of emotional intelligence, Zhao Chenan is definitely not low. With just one sentence, Zhao Doubting was spared the need to ask for it. Zhao Doubting was utterly shocked by this top-grade martial arts technique. Besides that, he had no doubt about the ancient powerful beings that Zhao Chenan mentioned. No one would use top-grade cultivation techniques and martial arts as bait to deceive a useless person who cannot cultivate. Or perhaps they were plotting to establish their own Great Zhou Dynasty. These two treasures are worth more than the entire Great Zhou Dynasty. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Doubting slowly said, I have remembered your merits. I have already arranged your next marriage. Chapter 15. Passing on the daughter-in-law's kung fu technique, 2 women shocked. Zhao Chenan was delighted to hear this promise. Another marriage? Great, fantastic. Father really understands me. This is a really comfortable leg to cling to. But he remained expressionless, only bowing slightly and speaking sincerely. It is entirely up to Father Emperor to decide. Zhao Doubting nodded in satisfaction. He liked his son more and more the more he looked at him. It's a pity, it would be even better if I could cultivate. He carefully put away the scroll, the great wilderness imprisoning heaven's finger, his solemn demeanor as if he were holding the future of the entire Great Zhou Dynasty. You may leave now. I need to go into seclusion for a few days to study this martial art. Your subject takes his leave. Zhao Chenan responded and turned to leave. But as soon as he reached the door he stopped, as if he had remembered something. He turned around and asked in a somewhat tentative tone. Father, I have another request. Explain. Zhao Doubting was in a great mood at the moment, and waved his hand generously, showing exceptional leniency. Regarding the Great Tao Heavenly Evolution scripture that I presented before, I wonder, could it be passed on to my 2 concubines? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the imperial study, which had just eased, froze again. Zhao Doubting's body, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. He looked at Zhao Chenan silently without saying a word, but an invisible imperial pressure quietly spread out. Heavenly grade cultivation technique. These 4 words carry more weight than a city. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, this was considered a national treasure and the most core secret of the royal family. According to the rules, only the crown prince can learn from it, and even less so the future emperor can fully understand it. Zhao Chenan's 2 concubines? One was a hostage saint sent by a defeated tribe. The other was the daughter of a military family. Although she was a loyal minister, she was ultimately an outsider. Should these divine skills be passed on to them? That's against the rules. Zhao Chenan lowered his head, as if he couldn't bear the pressure, but he did not back down. He knew what his father was worried about. But he knew even better what his father wanted most right now. It is that ethereal yet so close. Fate to the immortals. Sure enough, after a full dozen breaths of silence, Zhao Doubting's heavy aura slowly subsided. He thought of the mysterious ancient power behind Zhao Chenan. Since the cultivation techniques and martial arts skills were bestowed by that powerful being, then perhaps all of this was part of that being's calculations. If I were to interfere, would it displease that being and ruin this incredible opportunity? Risk. But the returns are even greater. Zhao Chenan is his own son, and the children born to his concubine in the future will also carry the bloodline of the Zhao family. Rather than clinging to this divine skill, it would be better to let it flourish and grow, nurturing more powerful individuals for the Zhao family and the Great Zhou. Having figured this out, Zhao Doubting slowly spoke. Can. There is only one word. Yet it weighs as much as 1,000 pounds. Techniques and martial arts skills can all be passed on. Zhao Doubting's voice rang out again, carrying an unquestionable determination. But this applies only to the two of them. If even a whisper of this matter were to leak out, it would affect my plans. Your subject understands. Thank you, Father, for granting my request. Zhao Chenan was overjoyed and bowed deeply. He knew he had made the right bet. Zhao Doubting waved goodbye one last time. Zhao Chenan bowed again, but this time he did not linger and turned to leave the imperial study. When Zhao Chenan returned to the border between the imperial court and the harem, the magnificent carriage was still quietly parked in the same spot. 2 palace maids and several imperial guards stood with their hands at their sides, and the surroundings were quiet. He lifted the carriage curtain and saw Yilanshu and Li Qingluan sitting upright, one on each side, either of them speaking. Upon seeing him enter, both women visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Yilanshu, whose face, which had been tense, finally regained a bit of color. Is it all over? Li Qingluan spoke first, her voice remaining calm. Yes, let's go home. Zhao Chenan smiled, sat down between the 2 women, and the carriage slowly started moving. Her Majesty the Empress and the others, didn't they make things difficult for you? He asked casually. Yilanshu shook her head and whispered. Her Majesty the Empress is very kind and has given us many gifts. Li Qingluan added. The ladies only asked about everyday matters and subtly inquired about His Highness's recent situation, which Qingluan handled smoothly. Zhao Chenan nodded. It would be strange if it weren't difficult. If you throw 2 innocent rabbits into a group of shrewd people, you're lucky if you don't get skinned alive. However, with Li Qingluan around, he felt at ease. This daughter of a military family possesses a mental fortitude far beyond that of ordinary people. The carriage traveled in silence through the bustling streets, and soon returned to the 16th prince's residence. At the entrance of the mansion, the steward and a group of servants were already waiting. Zhao Chenan ignored these formalities and led the 2 women through the front yard back to their residence, Qingxin Xiaozu. He waved his hand to dismiss all the servants. Both of you come here. He walked straight into the study and spoke to the 2 women who followed him in. Yilanshu and Li Qingluan exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of doubt in each other's reactions, but they still obediently followed. Inside the study, Zhao Chenan didn't speak. He simply walked to the desk, spread out 2 sheets of fine xiaolong paper, and began grinding ink. The scent of ink quickly filled the room. The 2 women stood to the side, watching him quietly. In the candlelight, the man's profile was clearly defined, focused and serious. What is he going to do? Finally, the ink was ground. Zhao Chenan picked up the pen, his wrist suspended in the air, the pen tip fully dipped in ink, and began to write on the paper. His movements were fluid and graceful, and profound and complex ancient characters flowed from his brush. The characters were strangely structured, as if they contained some profound truth of the universe. Just one glance was enough to make one's mind and spirit tremble. Li Qingluan, born into a military family, possessed exceptional insight, and she quickly sensed that something was amiss. This is no ordinary poem or essay. This looks like a copy of the general outline of some kind of martial arts technique. She held her breath, not daring to make a sound to disturb them. Although Yilanshu couldn't understand it, she could feel that as Zhao Chenan wrote more and more words, the air in the entire study seemed to become heavier. A mysterious Taoist aura was flowing through it. Time passed by, bit by bit. Zhao Chenan wrote with utmost seriousness, and even beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. This Great Tao Heavenly Evolution Scripture is a heavenly grade cultivation method. Every word contains the Tao principles, and even just memorizing it is extremely mentally taxing. Finally, as the last word fell, he let out a long breath. 2 identical volumes of cultivation techniques lay quietly on the desk. He handed one scroll to Li Qingluan and the other to Yilanshu. This is a reward for you. His voice carried a hint of weariness, but was full of laughter. Award? Both women were stunned. Li Qingluan subconsciously took the scroll. It felt slightly heavy in her hand. She unfolded it and saw the first 4 ancient characters, which instantly captured her entire attention. The Great Tao Heavenly Evolution Scripture. She didn't recognize the technique, but just looking at those 4 characters made her feel her very soul tremble. She continued reading. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. Drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it evolves into the Great Tao. After reading just a few sentences, Li Qinghuan's breathing suddenly stopped. She suddenly looked up, her face filled with disbelief. Your Highness, this is... Her voice was trembling. Yilanshu, who was standing to the side, also curiously unfolded her own portion. Although she couldn't understand many of the profound theories, she could sense what was recorded on the scroll. It is 10,000 times more profound than the serious sacrifice method that her tribe has passed down for thousands of years. This is a top-grade cultivation technique. Zhao Chenan looked at their reactions and said calmly. Boom! Heavenly grade cultivation technique. These 4 words, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded in the minds of the 2 women. Yilanshu's hand trembled, and the priceless animal hide scroll almost fell to the ground. Her face turned deathly pale instantly, followed by an unnatural flush. Heavenly grade? She stammered as she spoke, feeling as if her tongue was about to burst. Husband, you're not joking, are you? The strongest cultivation technique in her tribe, the Sirius, was only at the upper level of the profound rank, which was already the tribe's most prized possession. Only the holy maidens and clan leaders of each generation are qualified to cultivate. Heavenly grade cultivation techniques are legendary items that only core figures of the imperial dynasty can access. Now, her husband has casually given her a scroll of top-grade cultivation technique as a reward. At this moment, Yilanshu felt as if she were dreaming. A dream so absurd it's almost unbelievable, yet so sweet it breaks your heart. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, soaking the front of her clothes. She wasn't sad. She was moved, shocked, and overwhelmed by a tremendous sense of happiness that broke down the dam of reason. What is my identity? A woman sent by a defeated small tribe for a marriage alliance was nominally the principal wife, but in reality, she was nothing more than a slightly prettier hostage. She never thought she could win her husband's favor. She only hoped to live peacefully in this deep palace. But now, what has her husband given her? It's a top-tier martial arts technique. It is a supreme treasure that could drive the entire continent mad. He actually just gave it to me like that. This trust and this high regard are more effective at breaking through her defenses than any sweet words. My husband. Yilanshu could no longer hold back and knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down her face. Your kindness to Lan Shui is something Lan Shui can never repay. On the other side, Li Qinghuan's reaction was not as intense, but the turmoil in her heart was no less than that of Yilanshu. She gripped the scroll of martial arts manual tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Heavenly grade cultivation technique. She understood what those 4 words meant even better than Yilanshu. Her father, Li Qingsun, the god of war of the Great Zhou Dynasty, was a peak expert in the 4 extremes realm, but he only cultivated the Li family's ancestral, wildfire technique. The strongest cultivation technique in the entire Great Zhou royal family is only the mid-level earth grade technique practiced by His Majesty the Emperor. Heavenly grade? That's something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Her brain was working at lightning speed. Where did this technique come from? It is common knowledge throughout the entire imperial city that His Highness is unable to cultivate. He couldn't possibly possess such a thing himself. So, there's only one source. Your Majesty the Emperor. That's right. His Highness entered the palace today, and just came out of the imperial study. This must have been obtained by His Highness from His Majesty. A scene instantly flashed through Li Qinghuan's mind. Inside the imperial study, her husband, the 16th prince who usually seemed carefree and unrestrained, was present. In order to obtain a top-grade martial arts manual for his 2 concubines, he argued vehemently with the supreme emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty. They even paid a huge price to obtain these 2 scrolls of top-grade martial arts techniques from the emperor. Why did he do that? For them. For her, the concubine who was forced into marriage, and for Yilanshu, the pitiful principal wife. At this moment, the last bit of resentment in Li Qinghuan's heart from being betrothed as a concubine, and the last bit of pride of a daughter of a military family, vanished instantly. Instead, there was an unprecedented feeling of excitement and warmth. She looked at Zhao Chenan, whose slightly weary smile appeared so sincere in the candlelight. So, he remembered it all. So, he was protecting them in his own way too. Chapter 16. Lan Shui has an heir, but is assassinated on her return home. Zhao Chenan was naturally unaware of the image he had projected in the eyes of the two women in that brief moment. She has risen from a husband who needs to be taken care of, to a great man who holds up the sky for us. He couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing to see one kneeling and weeping while the other stood there dumbfounded. It's just a top-grade martial arts technique. Is it really that big of a deal? In the future, there will be plenty of holy and divine-grade cultivation techniques. He stepped forward, helped Yilanshu up, and wiped away the tears on her face. Why are you crying? I told you it's a reward for you. Then he looked at Li Qingwan. You are my women, Zhao Chenan's women, so I will naturally not treat you unfairly. His words came from the bottom of his heart. His powerful father was the guarantee that he could keep taking concubines, while his bedmates were his true foundation. In the future, whether it's to continue taking concubines for system rewards or to have children, their support and cooperation will be needed. Offering some incentives now to solidify internal unity is a necessary investment. To the two women, however, these words were nothing less than the most beautiful love confession and the most affectionate promise. Your Highness. Li Qingwan's eyes also reddened. She faced Zhao Chenan and with deep reluctance, performed a standard wife-concubine ceremony. Further discussion is pointless. Zhao Chenan waved his hand, interrupting their emotional moment. You shall immediately begin to switch your cultivation methods. He paused, then dropped another bombshell. Once you have stabilized your cultivation level, there will be other rewards waiting for you. After saying this, Zhao Chenan sat cross-legged on the soft couch in the study to protect the two women. Li Qingwan and Yilanshu exchanged a glance, both able to see the other's resolute intentions. This is not just a cultivation technique, but also a testament to her husband's trust and expectations. They cannot be let down. Without further hesitation, the two found a futon and sat down, immersing their minds in the Great Tao Heavenly Evolution scripture. In the study, only 3 long, steady breaths could be heard for a moment. Zhao Chenan closed his eyes to rest, but his divine sense quietly spread out, enveloping the entire Qingxin Shaozu. Switching cultivation methods is no easy task, especially switching from a low-level method to a supreme treasure like a heavenly rank manual. It is akin to a complete transformation and cannot tolerate the slightest mistake. Time passed slowly. A faint fluctuation of spiritual energy began to emanate from the two women. Li Qingwan's aura was sharp as a knife, carrying a murderous aura of war and conquest. This is the mark left by her years of practicing the wildfire spreads technique. The undulations of Yilanshu are light and mysterious, and one can vaguely hear the howling of the wind on the grassland. As the Great Tao Heavenly Evolution scripture operates, their original spiritual power is being transformed and purified little by little. This process is slow, but extremely stable. Zhao Chenan could sense that their auras were becoming thicker and purer at a visible speed. As expected of a top-grade martial art, it's incredibly powerful. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Yilanshu's body suddenly trembled slightly, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy around her instantly became chaotic. Her previously steady breathing became somewhat rapid. Zhao Chenan suddenly opened his eyes. Something went wrong. He was about to step forward to investigate when he saw Yilanshu forcefully calm herself and guide the chaotic spiritual energy. Carefully avoiding her lower abdomen, she turned to continue training the rest of her body. She moved with extreme caution, as if she were carrying some priceless treasure and was afraid to touch it even slightly. Zhao Chenan stopped moving. This situation doesn't seem like someone who has gone mad. After another incense stick's time, Li Qingwan was the first to complete the initial transformation of the cultivation technique. Her aura had completely transformed into the peaceful Taoist rhythm of the Great Tao Heavenly Evolution scripture, but her realm was still somewhat unstable and needed time to stabilize. She opened her eyes and exhaled a long breath of stale air. The breath landed on the ground and corroded a shallow pit in the bluestone floor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yilanshu slowly finished her practice. However, the expression on her pretty face was extremely complicated. There was surprise, joy, and bewilderment, but more than anything, there was an indescribable shyness and panic. She didn't look at Zhao Chenan, but instead looked at Li Qingwan. Her lips moved, but she didn't say anything. What's wrong? Zhao Chenan stepped forward and asked with concern. Did something go wrong with your cultivation? Yilanshu shook her head, then nodded, her little face flushed red. She clutched the hem of her clothes, lowered her head, and spoke in a voice barely audible. Husband, I. She kept saying, I, for a long time, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. Li Qingwan, who was standing to the side, was very intelligent. Seeing her like this and recalling the abnormalities she had during her cultivation just now, she immediately had a guess in her mind. She stepped forward, took Yilanshu's hand, and channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into her body. The next moment, Li Qingwan froze. She looked up, her face full of surprise and joy. Sister, you... I think I'm pregnant. Yilanshu finally mustered up her courage and finished speaking. Her voice was soft, yet it instantly silenced the entire study. Got it? Zhao Chenan stood there, stunned, his mind blank. What's here? What happened? He looked at Yilanshu's flat stomach, and then at Li Qingwan's surprised and delighted reaction. An absurd yet heart-pounding thought suddenly popped into his head. You mean? His voice was trembling slightly. Yilanshu was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground, but she still nodded emphatically. Just now, while circulating my internal energy and examining myself, I noticed a very faint life force within my abdomen. Boom! Zhao Chenan felt as if something had exploded in his mind. Happiness came so suddenly. He's going to be a dad. This is his first child. The hope of 100-fold reward from the system. Overwhelmed by immense joy, he was instantly engulfed. He rushed forward, intending to pick up Yilanshu and spin her around a few times, but stopped abruptly halfway through his outstretched hand and carefully began to support her. Quick! Sit down! He was so nervous that he became incoherent and pressed Yilanshu back onto the prayer mat. What's the point of practicing any more techniques? You're not allowed to practice anymore. From today onwards, you don't need to do anything. Just focus on nurturing your pregnancy. Seeing his bewildered yet overjoyed expression, Yilanshu and Li Qingwan couldn't help but laugh. The tense atmosphere from before vanished completely. Yilanshu's heart was filled with something called happiness. She could sense that her husband's joy was genuine and unadulterated. Husband, it's not that exaggerated, she said softly. It's protected by spiritual energy, so it's very stable. Zhao Chenan waved his hand and made the domineering announcement. From now on, your only task is to focus on the pregnancy. I'll take care of everything else. In the afternoon, Zhao Chenan decided to take Li Qingwan back to the general's mansion. From a social perspective, this is the bride returning to her parents' home after marriage, and it is a matter of etiquette. Logically, he should also pay a visit to his war god father-in-law. The carriage traveled along the wide Zhuge Avenue in the imperial city. Zhao Chenan leaned back on the cushion, in a very good mood. With Yilanshu pregnant, the system reward was just around the corner, filling him with anticipation for the future. Li Qingwan, standing beside him, was wearing a light blue dress today, which made her look less heroic and more gentle and graceful. She sat quietly, only occasionally lifting the car curtain to look at the familiar street scene outside, lost in thought. Just as the carriage reached a relatively quiet street. Whoa! The driver gave a sharp shout, and the entire carriage jolted and came to a sudden stop. Your Highness! There's an assassin! Outside the carriage, the guards' horrified roars and the crisp sound of clashing weapons could be heard. Assassin? Zhao Chenan raised an eyebrow. They're incredibly bold to attempt to assassinate a prince in the middle of the imperial city. He lifted a corner of the carriage curtain to look outside. A dozen or so masked men in black were seen wielding sharp blades and attacking his guards with frenzy. These men in black all possessed a deep and ruthless aura, and their cultivation level was at least at the high level of the Sea of Wheels realm. The two leaders exuded the terrifying pressure of Dao Palace realm experts. Although Zhao Chenan's guards were all elites, they were easily defeated by a powerhouse who was a whole realm higher, and a large number of them fell down in an instant. Protect His Highness! A guard captain, his eyes bloodshot, roared and lunged at a Dao Palace realm assassin, only to have his skull shattered by the assassin's palm strike, killing him instantly. The smell of blood filled the air instantly. The assassin's target was clear, the carriage he was riding in. "Qingwan, stay in the carriage and don't move." Zhao Chenan lowered the carriage curtain, his expression calm. "Although he cannot cultivate, at least he is a man. In such a dangerous situation, you should naturally take care of your wife's feelings first." However, he had barely finished speaking. But Li Qingwan beside him moved. She showed no sign of panic, and simply spoke calmly. "My husband, please sit down. The Blue Phoenix will be back soon." Before she finished speaking, she had already dashed out of the carriage like a streak of blue lightning. Clang! Chapter 17 Azure Phoenix True God General. The Emperor's Scheme? A clear, resonant sword cry rang out. Li Qingwan had no idea when a 3-foot-long sword appeared in her hand. She stood in midair, her clothes fluttering, and a powerful aura far surpassing that of an assassin suddenly erupted. The aura was peaceful and righteous, yet vast as the sea, carrying a profound Taoist charm that could evolve all things. The Great Tao Heavenly Evolution Scripture? Zhao Chenan saw everything clearly from inside the car, and a thought struck him. She's actually been able to apply her skills in actual combat. The two assassins, both at the Tao Palace realm, froze the moment they sensed Li Qingwan's aura. The intelligence is incorrect. Wasn't it said that the 16th prince's consort was just a martial artist who had just entered the Tao Palace? This aura clearly indicates that the Tao Palace has reached perfection, and it even faintly touches the threshold of the Four Extremes realm. Kill! After a brief moment of shock came an even fiercer murderous intent. The two exchanged a glance, abandoned the other guards, and simultaneously transformed into two black shadows, attacking Li Qingwan from the left and right. Despite being attacked by two equally powerful individuals, Li Qingwan remained unfazed. With a flick of her wrist, she twirled her long sword in a flourish. Tao Xingyi. She read it softly. At the tip of the sword, a burst of sword energy erupted, seemingly ordinary, but it instantly split into two, and then into three. It eventually evolved into a rain of swords, engulfing the two assassins. Each sword aura contains a trace of profound truth, mysterious and unfathomable. The two assassins were terrified and quickly drew their swords to defend themselves. Jingle bells. A dense clang of metal clashing rang out. They were horrified to discover that their sword strikes were as fragile as paper in the face of the seemingly effortless rain of swords from their opponents, and were easily torn apart. Pft! Pft! Blood splattered. In a single exchange, the two assassins, both at the Tao Palace realm, were pierced through the body by sword energy, their bodies covered in blood, and they staggered backward. Inside the carriage, Zhao Chenan was so excited that he couldn't help but let out a low shout. Azure Phoenix True God General! This is the true spirit of a daughter of a military family. This is the power a heavenly grade martial art should have. Having succeeded in her attack, Li Qingwan did not stop. She moved swiftly, closing in on one of the assassins with her long sword, which flew like a dragon, aiming straight for the throat of one of them. The assassin was terrified and raised his knife to parry, but Li Qingwan struck him down with her sword. He was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, spitting blood, and unable to get up again. The remaining assassin was utterly terrified. Without a second thought, he turned and ran. Trying to leave? Li Qingwan snorted coldly and flicked her finger. A sword aura shot through the air, piercing the assassin's knee with pinpoint accuracy. The assassin screamed and collapsed to the ground. From the moment Li Qingwan made her move to the moment the battle was resolved, only a dozen or so breaths passed. On the street, apart from Zhao Chenan's guards, all the black-clad assassins lay dead on the ground. There was only one survivor. Li Qingwan stood holding her sword, her green dress stained with blood, yet this only added to her sharp and beautiful aura. Just then, a deafening roar came from the street corner. You brat! How dare you! A burly figure, exuding overwhelming murderous aura, charged forward like a raging lion. It was none other than Li Qingtsang, the god of war of the Great Zhou. He sensed intense spiritual energy fluctuations outside the mansion and rushed out immediately. But when he saw the scene before him, he was completely stunned. His daughter Li Qingwan stood in the middle of a pile of corpses, sword in hand. And those assassins? Li Qingtsang stepped forward and turned over a corpse. Tao Palace realm. They are all experts at the Dao Palace realm. He turned around abruptly, staring intently at his daughter, his face filled with shock. Qingwan, you made this? Li Qingwan sheathed her sword and bowed to Li Qingsang. Father! She neither admitted nor denied it. Li Qingsang took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and quickly walked to the only survivor, lifting him up in one swift motion. Speak! Who sent you? The assassin didn't speak, but just gritted his teeth and stared at Li Qingsang, his eyes filled with death intent. Seeing this, Li Qingsang grabbed the assassin with one hand and quickly controlled the flow of spiritual energy within his body, not giving him a chance to commit suicide. She turned around and looked at Zhao Chenan as he stepped down from the carriage with a complicated expression. Although he had 1,000 doubts in his mind, he also knew that this was not the place to talk. Your Highness, please come into the residence first. The General's Mansion, Main Hall. Li Qingsang has handed the assassin over to the people in the manor for guarding and interrogation. Zhao Chenan and Li Qingwan stood side by side and gave a standard greeting to Li Qingsang, who was seated above, and the general's wife beside him. Your son-in-law greets your father-in-law and mother-in-law. This humble servant greets father and mother. Li Qingsang's face was ashen, and he didn't speak, only letting out a heavy snort. The general's wife quickly smiled and smoothed things over. Get up, we're all family, no need for formalities. She held Li Qingwan's hand, showing concern and care. After sitting down again, Li Qingsang finally spoke, his voice deep and thunderous. Your Highness, who do you think these people are targeting today? Before Zhao Chenan could speak, Li Qingwan spoke first. Father! She stood up and faced Li Qingsang directly. This matter has nothing to do with my husband. Whether it's aimed at our daughter or the entire general's mansion, we still don't know. She paused, her tone firm. Moreover, my husband treats me extremely well, far beyond what I could have imagined. Upon hearing this, the entire main hall fell silent. Li Qingsang stared at his daughter in astonishment. She's only been married for one night. The daughter, who was resentful of being betrothed as a concubine, actually took the initiative to speak up and defend the husband she didn't like. What kind of spell did he cast on her? Father-in-law, I feel like these people look familiar. They feel like the prince's guards trained within the imperial palace. No, these are more like the assassins eliminated by the imperial guard. Upon hearing Zhao Chenan's guess, Li Qingsang immediately thought of someone. But just as he was about to speak, he saw Li Qingwan quickly shake her head to stop the two from continuing their conversation. Father, husband, this man should not be interrogated any further. Let His Majesty handle him. After Li Qingwan said this, Zhao Chenan and Li Qingsang exchanged a glance. Although they were somewhat unwilling, they nodded at the same time. Now that things have come to this, they've already guessed who's behind it all. There's no point in continuing the interrogation and bringing everything to light. It would be better to pass the blame to Emperor Zhou. As for how Emperor Zhou would handle it, and whether it was reasonable or not, that would be up to him. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, in the imperial study, Zhao Doubting, dressed in a dragon robe, was preparing to enter the meditation room for seclusion. An old eunuch, known as Eunuch Wei, hurried in. Your Majesty, it's an emergency. Explain. Zhao Doubting stopped in his tracks. We just received news that the 16th prince was assassinated on his way to the general's mansion. The assassins were all experts at the Dao Palace realm. Eunuch Wei paused for a moment, then continued. However, His Highness and the princess consort are safe and sound. The princess consort fought a bloody battle in the long street and left one survivor, who has been taken back to the mansion by General Li. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Doubting showed no surprise or anger whatsoever. Instead, he smiled slightly, a smile that carried a profound sense of control over everything. He waved. Tell that brute Li Qingsang to stop interrogating me. Bring that prisoner alive to the palace, intact. Eunuch Wei felt a chill run down his spine and quickly bowed. As you command. Watching Eunuch Wei leave, Zhao Doubting turned around, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked out at the sea of clouds. The show is about to begin. Chapter 18. I was made a king without doing anything? As night deepened, the lights of the general's mansion could not dispel the lingering stench of blood in the air. Without delay, Li Qingcang personally carried the half-dead assassin out of the mansion and strode straight towards the palace. His murderous aura lingered, and his steps were powerful and imposing. The pressure of his Dao Palace realm cultivation caused pedestrians along the way to give way. However, just as he turned into a quiet, long street leading to the palace, his steps suddenly stopped. An invisible pressure was squeezing in from all directions, causing his bones to groan in unbearable agony. The spiritual energy within his body suddenly became extremely stagnant. "Who?" Li Qingcang roared, shielding the assassin behind him, his muscles bulging as he warily surveyed his surroundings. The streets were deserted, with only the mournful sound of the wind whistling through the eaves. But the pressure grew heavier and heavier, like 3 invisible mountains pressing down on his shoulders. Thump. Li Qingcang's knees buckled, and he was forced to kneel on one knee by this overwhelming pressure. He, the mighty god of war of the Great Zhou Dynasty and a powerful expert in the Dao Palace realm, was suppressed to the point of being unable to move before he even saw the opponent's shadow. What a terrifying gap in strength! The 4 extreme realms. And there's more than one. 3 blurry figures appeared in front of him without warning, as if they had always been standing there. They were all different in appearance, but their auras were equally unfathomable, faintly connected to the 4 directions of heaven and earth, and could draw upon the power of heaven and earth with every move they made. This is a powerhouse at the peak of the 4 extremes realm. Li Qingcang's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. The leader glanced at the assassin he was holding, and without uttering a word, simply raised a finger. A barely perceptible burst of energy vanished in a flash. Puff. Li Qingcang felt his hand lighten, and the assassin he had been holding tightly had a bloody hole between his eyebrows, his life instantly extinguished. A person was killed right in front of him. He didn't even have time to react. After the 3 figures finished doing all this, they became blurry again, as if they were about to blend into the night. "You are from the Jixia Academy." Li Qingcang gritted his teeth and squeezed out those words. The leading figure paused, seemingly surprised that the man recognized him. But they didn't stay, and together with the other 2, they disappeared completely at the end of the long street. The pressure, like 3 towering mountains, vanished without a trace. Li Qingcang collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his body already soaked in cold sweat. He looked down at the still warm corpse on the ground, and an unprecedented sense of humiliation and rage surged to his head. The Imperial Palace, the Imperial Study. Zhao Doubting remained standing with his hands behind his back, as if admiring the night view outside the window. When Li Qingcang walked into the Imperial Study in a daze, he didn't even turn his head back. "His Majesty." Li Qingcang knelt on one knee, his head buried deep in his chest, his words filled with dejection. Zhao Doubting turned around, a faint smile on his face. "What happened? Did something unexpected happen? Was that survivor silenced?" Li Qingcang suddenly looked up, his face full of disbelief. "Your Majesty, you are indeed well informed." Zhao Doubting shook his head, walked up to him, and personally helped him up. "I have not received any information. I am merely guessing." Li Qingcang was completely dumbfounded. "Guess? How could anyone possibly guess that? Those people, if nothing unexpected happens, should be from the Jixia Academy." Zhao Doubting slowly brushed away non-existent dust from the dragon robe. "And those assassins who tried to kill Chenan during the day were indeed assassins trained by the Zongfu but then eliminated. Jixia Academy? Imperial Guards?" Li Qingcang felt his brain was completely overwhelmed. How could these 2 completely unrelated groups of people be connected? Zhao Doubting pursed his lips and sat back on the dragon throne. "It's very simple. Some people want me to die soon so they can install a compliant puppet to take the throne. At that time, the fate of our Great Zhou, the state of the nation, and the decisions of the court will all become tools for those self-righteous academics to dictate the fate of the nation." Boom! A thunderbolt seemed to explode in Li Qingcang's mind, instantly connecting all the clues. He suddenly realized. So, it was the people from Jixia Academy who stepped in to eliminate any future troubles for the 3rd Prince Zhao Chenan. The assassination attempt during the day was the 3rd Prince's doing. Zhao Doubting listened to his unrestrained roar, and rubbed his temples helplessly. "With your blunt mind, how can you say such hurtful things so loudly?" Li Qingcang blushed and realized he had spoken out of turn, so he quickly shut his mouth. Alright, you don't need to concern yourself with this anymore. Zhao Doubting picked up a thread-bound ancient book from the dragon's desk and tossed it over. Go back and revise that cultivation technique. Come see me again after you emerge from seclusion. Zhao Doubting waved his hand. At that time, I want you to accompany me to do something important. Li Qingsang was deeply shaken. He gripped the manual tightly and kowtowed heavily. My lord, I obey the order. Without asking any further questions, he bowed and took his leave, hurriedly departing from the imperial study. Upon returning to the general's mansion, Li Qingsang did not see anyone and directly gave orders to the steward. Issue the order. I am going into seclusion immediately, and no one is to disturb me. After saying that, he plunged into the deepest secret chamber in the mansion. Meanwhile, at the residence of the 16th prince. Inside the main hall, the lights were on. Zhao Chenan leisurely sipped his tea, with Li Qinghuan and Yilanshu sitting on either side of him. Yilanshu's face was full of worry, while Li Qinghuan's brows were slightly furrowed, clearly still preoccupied with what had happened during the day. Husband, will father be all right if he goes to the palace? Li Qinghuan finally couldn't help but speak up. Zhao Chenan put down his teacup and chuckled softly. Don't worry, nothing could happen. Haven't you noticed? Since the incident, father hasn't sent a single eunuch to question us. What does that mean? He glanced at the two women, looking confident and assured. This shows that everything is under father's control. This little storm is nothing to him. Li Qinghuan and Yilanshu nodded as if they understood, but the worry between their brows did not completely disappear. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the mansion. Your Highness! Someone from the palace has arrived! It's Eunuch Wei! No sooner had he finished speaking than the slender Eunuch Wei, holding a bright yellow imperial edict, entered the main hall surrounded by a group of imperial guards. His sharp eyes swept across the entire room, finally settling on Zhao Chenan. Zhao Chenan immediately stood up and led Li Qinghuan and Yilanshu forward to pay their respects. Greetings, Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei remained expressionless, simply smiling and nodding. Then he unfolded the imperial edict in his hand and began to read it aloud in his distinctive high-pitched voice. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. The 16th prince, Zhao Chenan, is of pure character and exceptionally intelligent, which greatly pleases me. His composure in the face of assassination attempt demonstrates the qualities of a true king. The barrage of praise made Zhao Chenan a little embarrassed. I didn't do anything, I just watched the whole thing. So how come I remained calm and composed under pressure and had the demeanor of a king? Li Qinghuan and Yilanshu beside him also looked bewildered. Eunuch Wei paused, raised his voice, and read out the most crucial sentence. Therefore, a promotion is hereby granted. The 16th prince, Zhao Chenan, is hereby appointed as the Prince of Wei. Eunuch Wei's voice echoed in the empty main hall, every word crystal clear. So be it. Chapter 19. Is bestowing a title of king unreasonable? Then let's grant a marriage. Eunuch Wei put away the imperial edict, his smile widening on his wrinkled face. Congratulations, Your Highness Prince Wei. Zhao Chenan then snapped out of his shock and quickly stepped forward to help the bowing Eunuch Wei. You're too kind, father-in-law. I didn't do anything, I just encountered a stabbing, and watched the whole thing unfold. How come I remained calm and composed under pressure, displaying the demeanor of a king? They even bestowed upon him the title of king? Why does the title of King of Wei sound so pleasant? Zhao Chenan's mind was in complete turmoil, but he remained outwardly calm. He skillfully pulled a silver note from his sleeve and quietly slipped it into Eunuch Wei's hand. With a flick of his wrist, Eunuch Wei sent the silver note vanishing without a trace, and his smile became more genuine. Your Highness, His Majesty has another imperial edict. His Majesty said that the plaque on your residence should also be changed. Tomorrow morning, the Imperial Household Department will send someone to deliver the new Prince Wei's residence plaque. After speaking, Eunuch Wei bowed again, then turned and left with his guards, decisively and swiftly. Only after the group of people had completely disappeared outside the mansion gate did Li Qinghuan and Yilanshu suddenly realize what was happening and rush over. Husband, this is already a title of king? Yilanshu's little face was full of disbelief. Li Qinghuan also frowned. She was thinking more than Yilanshu. What exactly does father mean by this? Assassination during the day, then being granted a title of king at night. This is too unusual. Zhao Chenan took a deep breath to suppress the turmoil in his heart. He certainly found it unusual. The Emperor's series of actions did not seem like a simple reward at all. It was more like a scheme. A grand game of chess with him as a pawn. Regardless of father's intentions, we will meet force with force and water with earth. Zhao Chenan took the two women's hands, his casual smile returning to his face. Don't think about it too much yet, let's get ready quickly. Tomorrow, our Prince Wei's mansion is going to be very lively. The next morning, before dawn, at the 16th prince's residence. Oh no, now it should be called the gate of the Prince Wei's mansion, which is already bustling with activity. The craftsmen of the Imperial Household Department quickly replaced the plaque with a gilded one that read, Wei Prince's Mansion. The three large characters gleamed in the morning light, highlighting the owner's distinguished status. Zhao Chenan, dressed in a prince's python robe, stood in front of the mansion gate to greet guests, accompanied by Yilanshu and Li Qingwan. Princes and princesses, as well as court officials, came to offer their congratulations in an endless stream. Second prince, fourth prince, seventh prince. One by one, the brothers who were usually arrogant and haughty came to congratulate him in person with warm smiles. Some unmarried princesses also came in groups, curiously observing the 16th brother who had suddenly become famous. The entire capital was shaken by this sudden bestowal of the title of prince. Everyone wanted to see who this previously unknown, even considered a cultivation failure, 16th prince really was. Zhao Chenan handled everything with ease, chatting and laughing with each guest without making a single mistake. With Yilanshu and Li Qingwan on his left and right, respectively, one gentle and charming, the other dashing and heroic, they earned him a lot of face. The banquet lasted from dawn until dusk, and the guests enjoyed themselves immensely. However, just when everyone thought the day was about to end successfully, a discordant voice rang out. The third prince's residence has sent congratulatory gifts. A middle-aged man who looked like a steward, leading several servants, carried an exquisite sandalwood box to the front of the mansion. The noisy main hall fell silent instantly. Zhao Chenan's smile remained unchanged as he slowly stepped forward. Thank you for your trouble. He personally took the sandalwood box from the servant. The butler held his head high, with an arrogant expression. Your Highness is too kind. My prince is very busy with state affairs and cannot come in person. I hope your Highness will understand. Zhao Chenan just smiled. No problem, no problem. He weighed the wooden box in his hand, and then, to everyone's astonishment, he let go of it. Smash! The valuable sandalwood box, along with the gifts inside, crashed heavily to the ground and shattered into pieces. A crystal-clear jade wreath shattered into several pieces. The entire room fell silent. The steward of the third prince's residence froze on his arrogant face, turning into boundless astonishment and anger. You! Zhao Chenan acted as if he had done something insignificant. He patted non-existent dust off his hands and pursed his lips. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, I've been welcoming guests today and my hands are sore from standing that I couldn't hold on properly. He didn't even glance at the shards on the ground, and turned to give instructions to the butler behind him. Someone sweep up this trash, don't pollute the grounds of my residence. After saying that, he turned and walked back to the main hall, leaving behind a mess and the third prince's steward, who was trembling with anger. The hall was completely silent, and the way the guests looked at Zhao Chenan had completely changed. This newly crowned king of Wei is no pushover. He's a madman. One day later, at the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The atmosphere at the morning court session was unusually solemn from the very beginning. Civil and military officials lined up on both sides, while Zhao Doubting sat high on the dragon throne, his face expressionless. Sure enough, Lin Haitao, the Minister of Personnel, stepped out from the queue. Your subject has something to report. His voice was loud and clear, full of energy, and the pressure of a peak expert of the Four Extremes realm made the air in the hall freeze. Speak. Zhao Doubting uttered a single word indifferently. Your Majesty, I impeach you for bestowing the title of king upon the 16th prince without any merit. This act is contrary to the ancestral rights and laws. Lin Haitao spoke with righteous indignation and conviction. The Great Zhou Dynasty has been established for hundreds of years. For princes to be enfeoffed as kings, they must have made outstanding military achievements, or made unparalleled contributions to the country. The 16th prince is young and has not yet made any contributions to the country or the people. Suddenly bestowing a title upon him may discourage the meritorious officials and cause the people to criticize the royal family, thus shaking the foundation of the country. As soon as he finished speaking, the academic officials behind him immediately knelt down in unison. "We second that proposal. We urge your majesty to reconsider." The procession was massive, almost reaching the dragon throne. Looking at the kneeling crowd below, Zhao Doubting actually smiled. He waited for Lin Haitao to finish speaking before slowly opening his own mouth. "Minister Lin is right. I also think that doing this is indeed not in accordance with etiquette." Upon hearing this, Lin Haitao was overjoyed, thinking that the emperor was afraid of public pressure and was preparing to compromise. However, Zhao Doubting's next words instantly froze the joy on his face. "But the imperial edict has already been issued and proclaimed to the world. I can't very well contradict myself and retract it, can I? Wouldn't that make me an even bigger laughingstock?" Lin Haitao was stunned. What kind of twisted logic is this? How about this? As if he had come up with a good idea, Zhao Doubting slapped the armrest of the dragon throne. "Since he has no merit, then let him make a contribution. The prince's greatest contribution is to have offspring for the Zhao royal family. The king of Wei only has one wife and one concubine, which is really too few. I have decided to grant him another marriage, so that he can produce an heir for the royal family as soon as possible. That would be a great achievement." Boom! The entire court erupted in chaos. Everyone was stunned by the emperor's divine logic. Since granting a title of king without merit is against etiquette, the solution is, how about giving me another wife as a reward? You can play it like this? Lin Haitao was so speechless by these words that he couldn't utter a single word for a long time, his old face turning a deep purplish red. He was about to speak up and refute this absurd decision. Zhao Doubting didn't give him a chance at all, and directly gave Wei Ganggong beside him a wink. "Proclaim the imperial decree!" Eunuch Wei stepped forward, unfurled a bright yellow imperial edict that had been prepared beforehand, and spoke in his high-pitched yet incredibly clear voice that resounded throughout the Hall of Supreme Harmony. "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. It is now known that Lu Rushwang, the holy maiden of Jixia Academy, is of outstanding character and appearance, and is both beautiful and intelligent, making her a worthy match for you. He is hereby betrothed to Prince Zhao Chenan of Wei as a concubine, and the wedding will take place on a chosen date. So be it." When the name, Lu Rushwang, was uttered by Eunuch Wei, the entire Hall of Supreme Harmony fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. All the officials, including those academics who supported Lin Haitao, were stunned. Lin Haitao, who was standing at the front of the line, was struck as if by lightning, his whole body trembling violently. He suddenly looked up and stared intently at the smiling man on the dragon throne, a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He realized it belatedly, and finally understood. Something terrible is about to happen. The Jixia Academy was raided by the Emperor. Chapter 20. Plotting against the Jixia Academy, the Holy Maiden obediently marries in. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, all was deathly silent. When Eunuch Wei finished reading the imperial edict aloud, the three words, Lu Rushwang, seemed like three invisible mountains, crashing down on Lin Haitao, the Minister of Personnel. He froze, his kneeling body trembling slightly. The chill that shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Stealing someone's house? No, this is no longer a home invasion. The Emperor dug up the foundation of his hometown right in front of him. It wasn't until Zhao Doubting announced the end of the court session and the officials left one after another that Lin Haitao was helped to his feet, still dazed. He walked out of the Hall of Supreme Harmony in a daze, ignoring even the meaningful glance from Prime Minister Yun Mao behind him. Back at the Ministry of Personnel, Lin Haitao pushed aside all his subordinates and locked himself in his office. "Someone come here!" he roared at the door. A trusted aide hurriedly pushed open the door and entered. "Sir? Use the highest level communication eagle to contact the Academy immediately. I need to know the Dean's attitude towards this matter right away." Lin Haitao's voice trembled slightly. "Yes." The staff member dared not ask any more questions and turned to leave in a hurry. 1 hour, 2 hours. Time slipped away in agony. Lin Haitao paced back and forth in the public housing, his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat. He still harbored a last glimmer of hope. Perhaps the dean will be furious and will unite with academic factions from other dynasties to put pressure on the Great Zhou, forcing the emperor to retract this absurd decree. After all, the Holy Maiden of Jixia Academy has an extremely noble status. Those are not ordinary students, but the future face of the academy, and may even be the next generation's successors. Should she be married off to a notorious, useless prince as a concubine? This is a disgrace to the entire Jixia Academy. However, when the aide, pale-faced, pushed open the door again with a reply, Lin Haitao's last glimmer of hope was shattered. "My lord, what about the academy?" The advisor hesitated, then stopped. "Speak!" Lin Haitao grabbed his collar. The academy was in an uproar. Countless disciples staged a sit-in protest outside the Holy Maiden's Frost Blossom Palace, demanding that she refuse the marriage. Some professors even stepped forward to ask the dean to overturn the imperial decree. Lin Haitao's heart sank. Where is the dean? What is the dean's attitude? The aide swallowed hard. The dean, he's been staying indoors, and hasn't uttered a single word since. He did not utter a single word. These 4 words were like a heavy hammer, striking Lin Haitao's heart hard. Silence means consent. Lin Haitao let go dejectedly and slumped into the armchair, as if all his strength had been drained away. It's over. It's all over. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning, connecting all the fragmented clues together. The third prince Zhao Chenan was furious that Li Qingwan had been betrothed to Zhao Chenan. Subsequently, Zhao Chenan was assassinated on his way to the general's mansion, and the assassin was captured. The panicked third prince found him and begged for help in getting rid of the survivor so as not to implicate him. As for himself, it was all for the sake of doing the third prince a favor. He then used his connections at the Jixia Academy to hire a guest elder at the 4th extreme realm to infiltrate the heavenly prison and silence the witness. This resulted in the academy being embroiled in a royal dispute. I see. Lin Haitao's body began to tremble violently, not from anger, but from boundless fear. He finally figured it out. It's myself. He himself had pushed the Jixia Academy into this abyss of no return. The involvement of academies in the struggle for the throne among princes was a grave taboo strictly prohibited throughout history. The fact that he asked a powerful figure from the academy to silence him is irrefutable proof. Emperor Zhao Daoting had no need to investigate who sent the assassin. He only needs to seize the point that the Jixia Academy is interfering in the internal struggles of the royal family, to gain all the moral high ground. Therefore, this imperial decree of marriage was not a discussion, but an ultimatum. Agreed. From then on, Jixia Academy was bound to the war chariot of the Great Zhou. With the Holy Maiden as a hostage, the academy had no choice but to obey. Disagree? That's even better. The emperor now has a perfect excuse to mobilize a large army and raise the academy to the ground under the pretext of foreign forces interfering in state affairs. What a brilliant strategy. What a cunning and calculating Zhao Daoting is. Lin Haitao felt a sudden dizziness. He clutched his chest, a mouthful of blood rising to his throat, but he swallowed it back down. He didn't lose to the emperor, he lost to himself. In stark contrast to Lin Haitao's dejected state, Prime Minister Yun Mao was leisurely sitting in his carriage on his way back to his residence, holding a cup of fresh tea, looking completely at ease. Outside the car window, there was a bustling street market. Inside the carriage, however, was a completely different world. Yun Mao gently blew away the foam, a faint smile playing on his lips. Your Majesty's move was truly a stroke of genius. Everyone thought that His Majesty was trying to make amends for the 16th prince's enfeeblement as a prince, and to quell the criticism in the court. But who could have imagined that this was all a setup from beginning to end? A shocking scheme targeting the Jixia Academy. First, he bestowed a marriage upon Li Qingwan, precisely seizing upon the weakness of the third prince Zhao Chenan, forcing him into a state of panic and taking desperate measures. Then, by using the assassins sent by Zhao Chenan, they could naturally drag Lin Haitao and the Jixia Academy into the mess. The moment the Academy's powerful members struck to silence them, the fish had already taken the bait. As for the third prince? Yun Mao shook his head. That child, from beginning to end, was merely a pawn used by His Majesty to manipulate Lin Haitao. Is it pitiful? Maybe. But who isn't pitiful when they're born into royalty? On this chessboard of power, everyone is a piece. The only difference is whether one moves a piece or is discarded. Yun Mao put down his teacup, lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, and looked in the direction of the Prince of Wei's residence. Now, it remains to be seen whether this newly appointed Prince of Wei can accept His Majesty's overwhelming favor. The Prince of Wei's residence. Zhao Chenan held the Second Imperial Edict, which had just been personally delivered by Eunuch Wei, his face full of strange expressions. Father, he really is decisive and efficient. He looked at the three characters, Lu Rushwang, on the Imperial Edict and couldn't help but smack his lips. The controversy surrounding the investiture of a king hadn't even died down when a third wife was already being arranged for him. Moreover, she is the Holy Maiden of Jixia Academy. Zhao Chenan didn't think deeply about the intricacies of court politics. All he knew was that his father was backing him up, and doing so without any reason. As for the Emperor's deeper purpose? Who cares? Anyway, all the benefits are for myself. The Holy Maiden of Jixia Academy. That title is reserved for the most outstanding women in every 10 cohorts, who possess the best aptitude, appearance, temperament, and abilities. It can be said that every Saintess is the most outstanding of all the chosen ones. Their future is bright. They will either stay at the academy as high-ranking officials or marry into one of the major dynasties or empires, becoming key figures in their respective factions. Is she about to become her own princess consort of Wei? Chapter 21 Marriage is a worldly matter. Jixia Academy, Shuanghua Palace. This is the secluded retreat of the Saintess Lu Rushwang, usually shrouded in mist and quiet, like a fairyland. But today, the fairyland is no more. Holy Maiden, please reconsider. You must not marry into this family. A mere dynasty, a notorious and useless prince, what right does he have to marry you, especially as a concubine? This is an utter disgrace. We implore the Dean to step in and reject this absurd imperial decree. Fight. 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 What is there for the Jixia Academy to fear in a battle? Outside Shuanghua Palace, there was a huge crowd. Countless disciples dressed in academy robes surrounded the place, their young faces filled with anger and resentment. They regarded the Saintess as the pride of the academy, as the bright moon in the sky, and could not tolerate her being defiled by a peasant from a mortal dynasty. The crowd was in a frenzy, their shouts reaching the heavens, almost lifting the roof off Shuanghua Palace. Inside the quiet chamber deep within the palace, Lu Rushwang, whom countless people were concerned about, remained seated cross-legged. She wore a simple white dress, her black hair cascaded down her back, and her beauty was unparalleled. A faint Taoist aura emanated from her, shutting out all the noise and clamor of the outside world. She was cultivating herself, her mind as still as water, as if everything outside was irrelevant to her. Bang! The door to the quiet room was suddenly pushed open with tremendous force. A fiery red figure rushed in, bringing with it a fragrant breeze and a belly full of anger. Rushwang! How can you still keep practicing? The visitor was Bai Xiao, Lu Rushwang's close friend. Seeing Lu Rushwang's expressionless face, she stamped her feet in frustration. The whole place is in an uproar. All the fellow disciples in the academy are about to go to war with the Great Zhou Dynasty for you, but you, the one in question, are acting like nothing's wrong. Lu Rushwang slowly opened her eyes, which were clear and cold without any impurities. She simply glanced indifferently at the sulking Bai Xiao. She shook her head slightly and uttered a few words. I am the Holy Maiden of the Academy. Bai Xiao was taken aback by this seemingly random statement, and then became even angrier. That's right. You are the Holy Maiden of the Academy. You are the future successor, the chosen one of heaven. So you absolutely cannot marry that good-for-nothing prince as a concubine. I have enjoyed the Academy's top-notch resources for 10 years. Now that the Academy is in trouble, I naturally want to do my part for its safety. Lu Rushwang's tone was calm and even, as if she were stating a very simple fact. Exerting effort? Is this what you call exerting effort? Bai Xiao was almost laughing in exasperation. She rushed up to Lu Rushwang and lowered her voice, but her anxiety was still palpable. This is clearly a political marriage. You're just a sacrifice. They're treating you like merchandise, sending you out to appease the Emperor's anger. This is unfair. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushwang shook her head again. A complex emotion, barely perceptible to others, surfaced on that aloof and stunningly beautiful face. There is no such thing as fairness or unfairness. The Jixia Academy is independent of the dynasty, attracting talents from all over the world, yet it is not subject to any imperial control, which is a major taboo. In the past, the Great Zhou royal family was weak and the monarchs of successive dynasties were mediocre, so they could tolerate the increasing prosperity of the academy, and even have to rely on us. But things are different now. Lu Rushwang stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at her fellow disciples who were indignant on her behalf through the hazy window curtain. The academy faction in the court has become increasingly rampant, and the Great Zhou Emperor is clearly not an unambitious person. This conflict is only a matter of time. I'm marrying him just to make this day more respectable for everyone. Bai Xiao listened blankly. She couldn't understand these intricate court politics, nor did she want to. All she knew was that her best friend was about to be pushed into a fire pit. I don't care. Are we just going to let this go? Are you going to sacrifice your entire life's happiness just to protect the academy? Her eyes welled up with tears. Besides, hasn't the old dean already broken through to the dragon transformation realm? He's a dragon transformation realm expert. Even if we refuse this imperial decree of marriage, what can the Emperor of Great Zhou do? Does he really dare to mobilize a large army and march on our Jixia Academy? He's really capable. Lu Rushwang's resolute answer shattered all of Bai Zhao's fantasies. She turned around and looked at her friend intently. He not only has the ability, but also the right reasons, and he has the moral high ground. It's those senior brothers in the imperial court who went too far. They always thought it was an honor to be a graduate of the academy, interfered in the affairs of the world, and even tried to manipulate the princes to seize the throne and support the monarch they preferred to ascend to the throne. Lu Rushwang's words became sharp. They forgot that the moment they stepped into the imperial court and became officials of the Great Zhou, they were no longer free and undisciplined students. Those in positions of power should fulfill their duties. They should be dedicated to serving the people of that land and the monarch above them. But what about them? They are still thinking about the interests of the academy, the factional struggles, and the power in their hands. Ultimately, this is a problem with our academy's training system, and it is also the inevitable disaster that will arise from the academy's independence from the dynasty. These words left Bai Xiao completely stunned. She never imagined that the problem actually stemmed from the academy itself. But she still refused to give up, clinging to the last glimmer of hope. Even if everything you say is right, what good will it do you if you marry him? The Great Zhou Emperor's ambitions won't disappear just because of you. This only postpones the conflict. It's a temporary fix, not a permanent solution. Right. Lu Rushwang readily admitted it. I'm just trying to treat the symptoms. She walked up to Bai Xiao and gently patted her shoulder. The old dean had long seen the problems within the academy, but they were deeply entrenched and difficult to change, and it would take time to do so. The time I gained by marrying him is enough for him to resolve everything. Lu Rushwang's gaze was distant, as if she could see through the palace walls and see the future of the Jixia Academy. The academy needs to be reformed. It needs a top-down transformation. We also need to tell all the younger students that the purpose of their years of hard study and academic achievements is not to be high above others and give orders about the world. It is so that we may stoop down and serve all living beings. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire quiet room fell silent. Bai Xiao stared blankly at Lu Rushwang, at her face that, though incredibly young, seemed to bear an immense burden. She suddenly understood. This is not a sacrifice. This is a high-stakes gamble, a gamble that risks the lifelong happiness of the Holy Maiden in exchange for a glimmer of hope for the entire Jixia Academy. A wave of immense sadness and helplessness washed over Bai Xiao. She opened her mouth, her throat dry, and it took her a long time to manage to squeeze out a few words. And what about you? Lu Rushwang remained calm. I'll marry him. Marriage is a matter of worldly custom. Chapter 22. The first prince came to send him on his way. As soon as Lu Rushwang finished speaking, Bai Xiao was completely stunned. She looked at her best friend and felt completely unfamiliar with her. Is this still the saintly woman who is detached from worldly affairs and only seeks the Tao? This resolute decision, this clear-headedness, sent a chill down her spine. Marriage is a matter of worldly custom. Lu Rushwang repeated it, then turned around and pushed open the door to the quiet room. Outside the door, A cacophony of noise surged in instantly. The Holy Maiden has appeared! Holy Maiden, you mustn't marry him! We are willing to fight for the Holy Maiden! Looking at her indignant fellow disciples, Lu Rushwang remained unmoved. She walked down the steps one by one, her clear, cool voice piercing through all the noise. My mind is made up. Prepare the carriage. We shall depart immediately for the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Everyone stared at her in disbelief. The Saintess agreed? She's actually going to marry that useless prince as a concubine? After a brief period of silence, an even more violent eruption followed. Why? Holy Maiden, this is a disgrace! A disgrace to our entire Jixia Academy! Bai Xiao stood at the door, watching Lu Rushwang walk alone towards the car that had been prepared, her back view resolute yet lonely. Countless disciples spontaneously followed the carriage, forming a long line, and marched majestically toward the outside of the mountain gate. They were unwilling to take action, yet they were also unwilling to leave. They wanted to express their silent protest in this way. Bai Xiao was so anxious that tears were about to fall. She rushed to the car window and shouted in a low voice. Rushwang! Tell them to stop! With so many people following along, what kind of behavior is this? The carriage curtain was lifted slightly, revealing Lu Rushwang's beautiful and ethereal face. No need. She looked indifferently at the students outside who were filled with fervor, but her words were cold and devoid of any warmth. Any change comes at a price. The academy has been too comfortable for too long, producing too many fools who are ignorant of their own limitations and only know how to talk about ideals in vain. Let them follow, let them see, let them understand that there is no such thing as guaranteed protection in this world. These people, who don't know how to assess the situation and can't see the advantages and disadvantages, are like festering sores on the body of the academy. They will be squeezed out sooner or later. Now we are just letting them jump out on their own. Bai Xiao trembled all over. She stared blankly at Lu Rushwang, unable to utter a single word. She finally understood that Lu Rushwang was not sacrificing herself. She was using her marriage as the sharpest knife to personally scrape the bone and heal the terminally ill Jixia Academy. 3 days later. The capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the residence of the Prince of Wei. Zhao Chenan was lying on a rocking chair in the yard, leisurely basking in the sun. Li Qingwan peeled grapes for him, while Yilanshu practiced her swordsmanship not far away. The blades whistled, yet skillfully avoided the area where he was located. Peaceful and serene times. Just then, Eunuch Wei scurried in with small, quick steps and a broad smile on his face. Your Highness, good news. Zhao Chenan lazily opened one eye. What's making you so happy? The Imperial Edict has arrived. Eunuch Wei held up a bright yellow scroll high. His Majesty has decreed that the carriage of Lu Rushwang, the Holy Maiden of Jixia Academy, has arrived at 30 Mile Slope outside the city. His Highness Prince Wei is ordered to immediately lead the wedding procession to welcome the new princess to the palace. As soon as the words were spoken, Yilanshu, who was practicing her knife skills, paused, and Li Qingwan also stopped peeling grapes. Both women turned their gazes to Zhao Chenan. Zhao Chenan jolted awake and sat up in the rocking chair. So fast? I only received the news 3 days ago, and they're already outside the city today? Father's efficiency is simply amazing. New. Zhao Chenan stretched and stood up. Prepare the car, change clothes, and get ready to depart. Seeing his unhurried demeanor, Eunuch Wei was so anxious that sweat beaded on his forehead. Oh my, Your Highness, that's the Holy Maiden of the Jixia Academy. The whole world is watching. You'd better put on a good show. Rest assured I know what I'm doing. Zhao Chenan waved his hand, but he was thinking about something else. The Holy Maiden of Jixia Academy. The qualification score absolutely cannot be low. The term, innate reincarnation body, sounds very intimidating. What reward will the system give this time? A reward of 10 times the potential. Just thinking about it is exciting. Father's assist was truly to my liking. At the same time, the third prince's residence. Bang! A valuable blue and white porcelain vase was smashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. Zhao Qinyu's eyes were bloodshot as he paced anxiously back and forth in the study, on the verge of a breakdown. Useless!
Useless! You're all a bunch of useless trash! He roared, as if he had gone mad. The assassins sent to kill Zhao Chenan not only failed, but also became the excuse for the emperor to deal with the Jixia Academy. Now look what happened. That good-for-nothing Zhao Chenan is completely unharmed, and he even got a heavenly Saintess as his concubine. And what about him? The charge of assassinating the prince hung over his head like the sword of Damocles. He could feel countless eyes staring at him in the imperial court. His father ignored him completely, leaving him to fend for himself in the mansion. The agony of waiting for trial was driving him crazy. He's barely able to protect himself right now, so how could he care about the holy maiden or Zhao Chenan? He was only thinking about how to survive. Your Highness, please calm down! Several staff members knelt on the ground, trembling, not daring to lift their heads. Calm down? How can you expect me to calm down? Zhao Chenan grabbed the head aide by the collar. What did I tell you? Absolutely foolproof. And what happened? Now everything is ruined. Your Highness, we never expected that the 16th prince's concubine would actually... Enough! Hearing this guy mention Li Qingluan, Zhao Chenan's heart ached even more. Zhao Chenan pushed him away and slumped into a chair in despair. He knew it was too late to say anything now. The emperor did not punish him immediately, but only because he wanted to use this incident to deal with the Jixia Academy. Once the 16th brother's wedding is over and the affairs of the academy are settled, it will be time for him to settle accounts. What to do? What should we do? Just as Zhao Chenan was in despair, the butler's voice came from outside the door. Your Highness, the first prince, has arrived. The eldest prince? Zhao Chenan? Zhao Chenan suddenly looked up, as if a drowning person had grasped at the last straw. Yes. And the eldest brother too. The eldest brother was always kind to others and had a very high reputation in the court. He also always took great care of his younger brothers. As long as my elder brother is willing to plead for me before our father, there is still a chance. He scrambled out of the study, only to run into Zhao Chenan walking slowly towards him. Big brother! Zhao Chenan knelt down with a thud, hugged Zhao Chenlong's leg, and burst into tears. Brother, you must save me! I was confused for a moment, blinded by greed, and that's why I did such a wrong thing. I really know I was wrong. He cried his heart out, placing all his hopes on his usually gentle and kind elder brother. However, Zhao Chenlong simply stood there quietly, looking down at him. There was no support, no comfort. That face, which always wore a warm smile, was now icy cold, devoid of any extra emotion. Zhao Chenan's crying gradually subsided, and he raised his head somewhat uneasily, meeting Zhao Chenlong's unfamiliar eyes. Big brother. Zhao Chenlong finally spoke, his voice flat and without any inflection. My father sent me to keep an eye on you. One sentence sent Zhao Chenan plummeting into an icy abyss. Before he could even process the meaning of those words, Zhao Chenlong's next sentence plunged him into an abyss of despair. After my 16th brother's wedding, I will personally take you to the clan residence. Zongfu. Zhao Chenan's blood froze instantly. He knelt on the ground, mouth agape, but no sound came out. It's over. Everything is over. The older brother didn't come to save him. The elder brother came to send him on his way. Chapter 23 Husband, don't panic, your divine general wife is online. 3 days later, at the Prince of Wei's residence. As dawn broke, the entire mansion was already brightly lit and bustling with activity. The wedding procession, consisting of hundreds of people, was already fully prepared and stretched from the entrance of the prince's mansion all the way to the end of the long street. Most of these people had unfamiliar faces and a stern demeanor. They were not guards of the prince's palace. Instead, they were elite imperial guards who came from the palace. Each of them exuded a calm and composed aura, clearly Zhao Doubting's personal guards. Zhao Chenan, dressed in a festive red royal robe, sat astride a magnificent white horse. Your Highness, the auspicious time has arrived. The servant bowed and stepped forward, offering a quiet reminder. Zhao Chenan responded softly, and then pulled on the reins. Let's set off for the city gate to welcome the princess. Let's go! With shouts and the sound of drums and music, the grand procession began to march towards the south gate of the imperial city. However, After the group had traveled less than half a mile, Zhao Chenan noticed something was amiss. It's too quiet. Logically speaking, the marriage of a prince to the holy maiden of Jixia Academy should have been a major event that caused a sensation in the capital, with crowds of people lining both sides of the streets to watch. But at this moment, the long street was deserted, without even a single onlooker. The shops on both sides had their doors tightly shut, and behind the windows, it seemed as if countless pairs of eyes were watching, yet no one dared to step onto the street. The entire imperial city seemed to have turned into a ghost town overnight. An eerie atmosphere, extremely oppressive, filled the air. Zhao Chenan remained calm and composed, as if he were simply on a casual outing. He believed that since his father had made such a big show of things, there was no way he wouldn't have a backup plan. Today, all we need to do is safely bring the person to the mansion, and the mission will be accomplished. As for the demons and monsters on the road, the Emperor has arranged for people to deal with them. All he had to do was watch the show. When the procession reached the intersection of Suzaku Avenue, it suddenly stopped. Ahead, hundreds of young people dressed in the robes of Jixia Academy blocked the entire street. They were unarmed, yet each of them wore a look of grief and indignation, heads held high, forming a human wall with their own bodies. At the very front of these students stood several officials dressed in court robes, all of them elderly ministers with white hair. An elderly minister at the head of the group stepped forward, his voice booming like a bell. Your Highness, Prince Wei, please wait! The Jixia Academy is the cultural hub of the world, and Her Highness the Holy Maiden is pure and virtuous, symbolizing the face of the literary tradition. How could I possibly stoop to the status of a concubine in the prince's residence? This act is an insult to all scholars in the world. Your Highness, I implore you to rescind your decree and preserve the last shred of dignity for our great show. As soon as he finished speaking, the students behind him shouted excitedly. Your Highness, please rescind your order. We swear to defend the dignity of the Academy to the death. The Saintess cannot be married. The deafening roar echoed across the empty street. Zhao Chenan sat on his horse, not even lifting his eyelids, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. He didn't even visit the indignant students and the heartbroken old ministers. He simply uttered 4 words. Keep going. Upon receiving the order, the wedding procession behind him did not hesitate at all. Clang! The dozens of elite imperial guards at the forefront of the column instantly drew their swords from their waists, the gleaming blades reflecting a cold light in the morning sun. A fierce and murderous aura surged into the sky, instantly drowning out the shouts of the hundreds of students. Although the students were full of enthusiasm, they had never seen such a scene before. Faced with the gleaming blade and the undisguised murderous intent, many people turned pale with fright and instinctively took 2 steps back. The senior officials at the head of the group also trembled. They never expected that the King of Wei would be so tough, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. You dare! An official pointed at the imperial guards, trembling with rage. We are officials appointed by the imperial court, how dare you act like this? The commander of the imperial guards remained expressionless, simply pointing his sword forward. By order of His Majesty, we are to escort Prince Wei to his wedding. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be killed without exception. The 4 words, kill without mercy, struck everyone's hearts like 4 heavy hammer blows. The students were completely panicked. They only wanted to express their protest and awaken the royal family with their courage, but they never thought they would actually lose their lives. As the imperial guards approached in orderly steps, their chilling killing intent instantly cooled their blood. The human wall began to weaken. Just then, Zhao Chenan's voice rang out again, calm yet clear, echoing throughout the entire venue. My father has decreed that anyone who obstructs me today shall be punished for treason. I don't want to see bloodshed on this joyous occasion, but I don't mind using your heads to pave a red carpet for my new queen. The words were light and airy, yet carried a chilling, bloody undertone. At this point, everyone was devastated. Treason! No one can bear this crime. The students no longer cared about dignity or ideals, and scattered in panic. They were afraid that if they ran too slowly, they would really become part of the red carpet. The old ministers stood frozen in place, their faces ashen. The imperial guards ignored the distraught old ministers and walked straight past them, clearing a path for the main force. The wedding procession continued on its way. However, just after crossing this street, at the next intersection, even bigger trouble arose. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of dark figures, like ghosts, darted out from the rooftops and alleyways on both sides of the street and landed silently in front of the group. These people were all dressed in black and masked, revealing only pairs of cold and ruthless eyes. The aura emanating from them was completely different from that of the students from before. It was a pure, highly refined killing intent. Even more terrifying was that the spiritual energy surging from the dozen or so leaders had all reached the peak of the Dao Palace realm. The remaining 100 or so people were all experts at the Dao Palace realm. Zhao Chenan's brows finally furrowed slightly. Good heavens! He could understand the students of Jixia Academy causing trouble. But where did this group of people come from? Judging from their well-trained demeanor, they are definitely not ordinary, Jianghut Saomeng, meaning rough and unruly people. Moreover, each of them is a powerful expert at the Dao Palace realm. This is quite an impressive feat. Could they be spies or secret agents sent by other dynasties? Do you not want to see the Great Zhou royal family completely take control of the entire Jixia Academy? I just got married, and it somehow attracted all sorts of widows from different countries. Without uttering a word, the leader of the black-clad assassins waved his hand. Hundreds of people shot off like arrows, transforming into black torrents that charged towards the wedding procession. Kill! The commander of the Imperial Guards roared and led his men to meet them. In an instant, swords flashed and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The shouts of battle, the clash of weapons, and the screams of the dying mingled together, turning the once festive street into a bloodbath in an instant. Although these Imperial Guards were elite troops, they were clearly at a disadvantage when facing hundreds of Dao Palace realm experts of the same, or even stronger level. In just a short while, a gap was torn in the Imperial Guard's defenses. Several assassins in black broke through and rushed straight at Zhao Chenan in the center of the group. Zhao Chenan remained firmly seated on his horse. Just moments before the assassins' blades were about to touch him. Boom! The earth began to tremble violently. A series of deep, thunderous hoofbeats approached from afar, sounding like 1,000 horses galloping. Everyone instinctively looked in the direction from which the sound came. At the end of the long street, billowing smoke and dust appeared, and a red tide was sweeping in with overwhelming force. The leader was clad in crimson armor, and wielded a gleaming silver spear. She rode a pure white warhorse, her heroic bearing making her resemble a female war goddess reborn from the ashes. It was Li Qinghuan. Behind her were 300 female soldiers, also clad in armor and wielding sharp blades. 300 female soldiers in black armor, each one an elite among elites, formed a cavalry formation. With an overwhelming momentum, it crashed into the formation of the black-clad assassins. Pft! 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 People and horses were thrown into chaos. The black-clad assassins' proud formation was as fragile as paper in the face of this violent impact, and was instantly torn to shreds. Li Qinghuan took the lead, her spear wielding like a dragon, and no one could withstand her power in any direction. She ignored the fleeing assassins and rode straight to Zhao Chenan, dismounted, and knelt on one knee. My lord, I am late and have startled you. Looking at Li Qinghuan, who was dressed in military uniform and whose brows were full of murderous intent, Zhao Chenan felt an indescribable surge of emotion. This is his woman. One of the 10 beauties of the Great Zhou Imperial City, she is usually gentle and virtuous, but at this moment she is able to put on armor and fight for him. He dismounted and personally helped Li Qinghuan up, a warm feeling flowing through his heart. Your Highness, you are truly a divine general! Upon hearing this, a charming blush appeared on Li Qinghuan's pretty face, which was tinged with a murderous aura. She gripped her spear tightly again, turned to face the assassins who had been scattered and then regrouped, and her cold shout echoed throughout the entire area. Husband, go and welcome my sister back to the manor. I've come to deal with these cowardly rats hiding their heads and tails. Looking at her resolute back, Zhao Chenan felt a surge of heroic spirit. He remounted his warhorse and shouted to the troops behind him. Keep going! The wedding procession, escorted by 300 armored female soldiers, marched relentlessly towards the city gate amidst the deafening sounds of battle. Chapter 24 My father-in-law is online, please check, Your Highness. The third prince's residence. The eldest prince, Zhao Chenan, stood with his hands behind his back in the courtyard, his expression solemn. The emperor has decreed that before the wedding is over, the third brother, Zhao Chenan, must be kept under control and must not be allowed to cause any trouble. Just then, a dark shadow flashed by without warning. Zhao Chenan felt a chill run down his spine, turned around abruptly, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. "Who goes there?" However, the dark figure was so fast that it didn't engage in a prolonged fight with him. A sharp palm strike came, and Zhao Chenan hurriedly raised his hand to block it. Bang! A tremendous force struck him, and Zhao Chenan felt a tightness in his chest. He was forced to stagger back several steps, his blood churning. "They didn't kill me." The dark figure's target was Zhao Chenan inside the house. "Third brother!" Zhao Chenan was shocked, and, disregarding his own injuries, turned around to rush back into the house. But it was all too late. The dark figure, carrying the astonished Zhao Chenan, soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in a few flashes. "You bastard!" Zhao Chenan coughed up a mouthful of blood, both shocked and furious. Ignoring everything else, he forcefully suppressed his injuries and transformed into a streak of light, frantically chasing after the direction where the shadow had disappeared. Father's important matter must not be delayed. High in the sky, the wind howled. Zhao Chenan was enveloped by a gentle force and did not feel any discomfort. He saw the face of the person who had kidnapped him. Lin Haitao, Minister of Personnel. "Lord Lin Yu." Lin Haitao did not turn around, but his voice carried clearly on the wind, filled with a strong will to die and a resolute determination. "Your Highness, this old minister is guilty." This old minister overestimated himself and underestimated His Majesty's determination. Not only did he fail to save face for the Academy, but he also forced His Highness the Holy Maiden to condescend to marry into the royal family. This old minister is a sinner of the Jixia Academy. Zhao Chenan fell silent. He could hear the regret and resentment in Lin Haitao's words. "This old minister has no face to live on, but before that, I want to make one last gamble." Lin Haitao's voice suddenly became impassioned. "This old minister will escort you out of the capital and to the Great Zhou Dynasty. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood. As long as you are still alive, there is still hope for my Academy's lineage. As for this old minister, he will stay behind and atone with his death. Even if I can't stop this marriage, this old minister will make sure that the King of Wei's wedding is tinged with something different, and avenge my Academy one last time." Zhao Chenan's heart trembled violently. Go to the Great Zhou Dynasty? Should he leave the land where he was born and raised? He didn't want to leave. But reality was like a resounding slap in the face, striking him hard across the cheek. "If you don't leave, you die." He cannot bear the charge of treason, nor can the entire third prince's residence. After a long while, he managed to utter a single word. "Good." Lin Haitao said no more and sped up again, escorting Zhao Chenan all the way to the east gate and handing him over to his trusted confidant who was already waiting there. After doing all this, he didn't linger at all. He turned around and transformed into a long rainbow, rushing towards the west gate. That was his final battlefield. West Gate. After the assassins caused a disturbance, the wedding procession finally arrived. The city gates were wide open. Across the long street, the ceremonial guard could already be seen waiting quietly. Leading the procession was an extremely luxurious phoenix palanquin, with red curtains swaying gently in the wind, through which one could vaguely see a graceful figure seated. It was none other than Lu Rushwang, the holy maiden of the Jixia Academy. Around the phoenix carriage stood hundreds of students. Unlike the others, they were not indignant. They simply stood silently, seeing off their holy maiden. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy. Zhao Chen sat calmly on his horse, looking at the imperial carriage, his heart unmoved. Another wife has been won over. I just don't know how many rewards this innate reincarnation body will bring me. Just as the wedding procession was about to step forward to hand over the bridal gifts. Call out! A figure, carrying boundless rage and determination, descended from the sky and landed heavily in the very center of the two teams. It was Lin Haitao who had left and then returned. Dressed in official robes, he exuded the terrifying pressure of a fourth-level expert, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Chenan. King Wei! With me, Lin Haitao, here today, you will not be allowed to humiliate my Jixia Academy. His voice was like thunder, making the surrounding students' blood boil. Zhao Chenan raised an eyebrow. Another one sent to their death? Today's wedding was truly a lively and extraordinary affair. Before he could speak, an even more powerful and domineering aura suddenly rose from behind the wedding procession. A burly middle-aged general in black armor strode out and blocked Lin Haitao's path. It was none other than General Li Qingsong, the Grand General of Chariots and Cavalry. He had just finished his seclusion and thoroughly mastered the cultivation technique bestowed upon him by His Majesty when he rushed over. Li Qingsong didn't look at Lin Haitao, but instead bowed in the direction of Zhao Chenan. "Your Highness, this humble general has arrived late to protect you." Then, he slowly turned around, his tiger-like eyes staring directly at Lin Haitao, his deep voice resounding throughout the venue. "Minister Lin, stop now. Today, as long as I, Li Qingsong, stand here, no one can stop the King of Wei's marriage." Lin Haitao looked at Li Qingsong with a hint of contempt on his face. "Li Qingsong, you're just a mere warrior, how dare you lecture me? Who do you think you are? You're nothing but His Majesty's dog. You'd even sell your own daughter for wealth and power. I am different from you. I come from the Jixia Academy and am a true genius. Everything I do is for the dignity of the Academy." He never intended to leave alive. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Haitao made a sudden move. The spiritual power of the Four Extremes realm erupted suddenly, transforming into a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky and slammed down fiercely towards Li Qingsong. Li Qingsong neither dodged nor avoided, and threw out a punch in return. Boom! The two forces collided in midair, producing a deafening roar. The violent aftershocks of energy swept outwards, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Haitao's giant hand of spiritual energy was actually shattered by Li Qingsong's punch. Li Qingsong remained as still as a mountain. Lin Haitao, on the other hand, was so shocked that he staggered back, his face filled with horror. How could that be? He had fought Li Qingsong more than once, and the two were evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. But why has the opponent's strength increased so dramatically today? I don't believe it! Lin Haitao roared and once again channeled all his spiritual power, engaging in fierce combat with Li Qingsong. Fists and feet clashed, spiritual energy clashed. However, the battle situation showed a one-sided trend. Li Qingsong's attacks were all powerful and unrestrained, yet they also contained a profound and mysterious principle. Lin Haitao's prized secret techniques from the Academy proved utterly vulnerable in the face of his opponent. After only a dozen or so rounds, Lin Haitao was kicked in the chest by Li Qingsong, sending him flying backward and crashing to the ground in a sorry state. Puff! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his life force instantly weakened. He braced himself against the ground, staring incredulously at the figure that resembled a god of war, a flash of inspiration crossing his mind. The cultivation technique. The cultivation technique has changed. Li Qingsong's skills are several times more powerful than before. Chapter 25. The Holy Maiden of the Academy said, "I am willing to marry." I see. Lin Haitao laughed bitterly, his laughter filled with self-mockery and sorrow. No wonder you were willing to let your daughter marry him. His Majesty has indeed bestowed upon you a tremendous reward. For the sake of a powerful cultivation technique, you have sold out the dignity of a military general. Li Qingsong, I despise you. Li Qingsong walked up to him expressionlessly, looking down at him condescendingly. Are you done talking nonsense? Now that we've finished talking, let's get going. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his palm and slapped Lin Haitao on the top of his head without hesitation. At this critical moment, an ancient and distant voice, as if coming from the heavens, echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Spare his life for my sake. As the ancient and distant voice faded, Li Qingsong's hand, which was about to strike Lin Haitao's crown, froze in midair. An invisible yet vast and powerful pressure descended from the sky, enveloping the entire west gate. Under this oppressive force, neither the 300 female soldiers in black armor nor the hundreds of students from the Jixia Academy were affected. They all felt like ants, and even breathing became incredibly difficult. Li Qingsong, a powerful expert who had just made great progress in his strength at the fourth extreme realm, also felt a suffocating feeling as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. He suddenly looked up and gazed into the void. An elderly man dressed in a simple grey robe appeared there at some point. He looked ordinary, yet he made Li Qingsang's hair stand on end. Dragon Transformation Realm. This is definitely a Dragon Transformation Realm expert. That oppressive aura was far beyond what the Four Extremes realm could match. Li Qingsang's bones were creaking, but his burly body remained ramrod straight. His stubbornness as a military general and his loyalty to the imperial authority made him not back down in the slightest. He addressed the old man in the void with a deep voice, questioning him. "Does your excellency also intend to stop this grand wedding and become an enemy of my Great Zhou?" The old man ignored him. His cloudy eyes, which seemed to see through everything, fell on Lin Haitao, who was lying on the ground, barely alive. "Traitor!" A silent rebuke, though uttered, was filled with disappointment and heartache. "Are you determined to destroy the Academy's millennia-old foundation in one fell swoop? Are you determined to have all your classmates perish with you?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Haitao trembled violently. He struggled to lift his head, and when he saw the figure, a maniacal smile appeared on his face. "Dean! You've finally come out!" He coughed up blood and retorted loudly. "I am not destroying the Academy, I am saving it. Don't you understand? What His Majesty wanted was never a Jixia Academy that could please everyone. What he wanted was complete control. It's about making us the private property of his Zhao royal family. Even if Her Highness were to marry into the royal family today, it would only be a case of drinking poison to quench thirst. It would merely delay his plans to annex the Academy. The Jixia Academy was wrong from the moment it sent its students to serve as officials in various countries. Completely wrong. We thought we could gain the respect and fear of other countries by cultivating talent, but little did we know that in the eyes of those ambitious people, we were just fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. It's not just the Zhou Emperor. Every emperor in the world wants to annex us. It's just that Zhao Doubting struck first, schemed against his disciple, and found the most opportune moment." Lin Haitao's roar echoed in front of the deathly silent city gate. All the students fell silent, their grief and indignation gradually turning into confusion and deep thought. The old dean in the void also fell silent. An indescribable sadness was evident on his wrinkled face. He was well aware that Lin Haitao was right. This was a decision-making error that the Academy had made for hundreds of years, thinking that it could remain aloof and rely on sending out talented people to secure its survival. But in the end, they can only be gradually devoured by those ambitious people who hold power, and eventually become tools for them to rule the world. After a long while, the old dean let out a long sigh. He stopped looking at Lin Haitao and instead turned his gaze to the depths of the imperial city, to the magnificent palace complex. "Your Majesty, now that you've arrived, why hide yourself? Why not show yourself?" The words had barely left his mouth. Above the imperial city, a majestic figure clad in a nine-dragon imperial robe appeared out of thin air. It was none other than the emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Zhao Doubting. He stood in the void, his dragon might overwhelming, facing the old dean from afar, making the atmosphere in the entire imperial city extremely oppressive. The old dean looked at Zhao Doubting and slowly spoke. "I originally intended to arrange a marriage between Rushwang and the Academy to buy the Academy some breathing room, quickly reorganize its internal affairs, and then win over allies. But now it seems that it was Lin Haitao, that rebellious disciple, who woke us up from our dream. On the contrary, I am too old-fashioned and fussy." Zhao Doubting stood with his hands behind his back, a playful smile on his face. "It's normal for older people to not react as well as younger people." He glanced at the chaos below, his gaze finally settling on the old dean. "Now that the old dean has come to his senses, what are your plans for today? Right here at the gates of the imperial city, shall we fight you?" Upon hearing this, the old dean threw his head back and burst into laughter, a laugh that was both desolate and heroic. "If your Majesty is in such a good mood, this old man will gladly oblige. Then let's have a fight. If I am fortunate enough to win even a single move, I beg your Majesty to rescind your order, spare Rishwang, and give Jixia Academy 10 years to develop in peace and protect ourselves. If I lose—" The old dean changed his tone abruptly, his words becoming resolute. "We also beg your Majesty to cancel the engagement and spare Rishwang. The entire Jixia Academy is willing to submit to the Great Zhou and serve the royal family from now on, so as to bring peace to the Great Zhou for all eternity." These words caused an uproar in the audience. Regardless of whether they win or lose, the engagement must be cancelled? Zhao Chenan stood on horseback, completely stunned. No way? How did the situation change so quickly? The wife I've been waiting for so long. Is it going to take off like this? This old man is definitely here to cause trouble. Just when everyone thought the marriage was about to end in farce, the magnificent phoenix carriage had its red curtains gently lifted by a slender, jade-like hand. A stunningly beautiful figure, adorned in a phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, stepped out of the carriage. It was Lu Rushwang. She didn't look at anyone, but instead bowed gracefully to the old dean and Zhao Doubting in the void. His clear and firm voice resonated throughout the venue. "Thank you for your care, Dean, and thank you for your grace, your majesty. But regardless of the outcome of this battle, Rushwang will marry His Highness Prince Wei." In an instant, the whole world fell silent. Everyone froze in their tracks. The old dean's resolute expression turned to astonishment. The playful look on Zhao Doubting's face also froze. Lin Haitao, coughing up blood on the ground, abruptly stopped his maniacal laughter. Even Zhao Chenan was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 26, Emperor Zhou surpasses Dragon Transformation Realm, wedding continues. The entire room fell silent. Lu Rushwang's clear and firm words were like a thunderclap, resounding in everyone's hearts. Whether it was the two supreme beings confronting each other in the sky or the crowd with different expressions on the ground, everyone was now in a state of extreme astonishment. Zhao Chenan felt his head buzzing. This reversal happened way too fast. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Lu Rushwang stepped forward and bowed deeply once again to the old dean in the void. "Dean, Rushwang knows that you are doing this for the Academy and for Rushwang's own good. But what is happening today is no longer a simple marriage alliance, but a direct confrontation between the imperial power of the Great Zhou and the orthodoxy of the Academy." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear, carrying a kind of insightful wisdom and decisiveness. "If you win this battle, and Rushwang marries into the Wei King's mansion, it will be our Jixia Academy taking the initiative to show goodwill to the Great Zhou, which can bring temporary peace between the two countries and give the Academy a chance to breathe. If you lose this battle, the Academy's submission to the Great Zhou is a foregone conclusion. If Shuang were to become a concubine of the King of Wei, she could become the last link between the royal family and the Academy. At least it can protect the thousands of fellow disciples in the Academy from being purged because of today's events, and preserve the last vestiges of the Academy's tradition." His words were powerful and resounding. All the advantages and disadvantages were analyzed clearly and thoroughly. The students, who were previously lost in confusion and indignation, fell silent. Looking at that stunningly beautiful figure, dressed in a phoenix coronet and embroidered robes yet still standing tall and straight like a pine tree, their faces burned with shame and admiration. They only saw the humiliation and thought only of resisting. But they never imagined that Her Highness had already paved all the way out for them. Regardless of victory or defeat, she regarded herself as a sacrifice, solely to preserve the legacy of the Jixia Academy. "Your Highness." Someone murmured something in a low voice, their voice choked with sobs. On the ground, Lin Haitao, who had been coughing up blood and laughing maniacally, froze. He stared blankly at Lu Rushwang, the madness fading, leaving only endless sorrow and self-mockery. It turns out, he was the stupidest one. In the void, the old dean's wrinkled face showed a transformation from astonishment to deep relief and a touch of reluctance. He let out a long sigh, his voice filled with endless emotion. Good child, it was I who was attached to appearances. Compared to you, I've truly wasted my life at this age." On the other side, Zhao Doubting, who was above the imperial city, had long since lost the playful look on his face, which was replaced by an undisguised appreciation. He suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! Excellent! What a wonderful Jixia Saintess! Truly beautiful and intelligent, with great courage." He looked down at his son, who was still in a daze on horseback, and winked. "Chenan, you're incredibly lucky. This is exactly how my daughter-in-law should look." Zhao Chenan came to his senses and looked at that stunning figure, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Sharp. This woman is amazing. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her intelligence and decisiveness are far superior to mine. Marrying her would be an absolute steal. In that case, I cannot afford to lose. Zhao Doubting's laughter vanished, replaced by a surge of fighting spirit. Otherwise, wouldn't my daughter-in-law look down on me? The old dean also suppressed all his emotions, releasing the full pressure of his dragon transformation realm cultivation. Since your majesty is in such a good mood, this old man will certainly accompany you to the end. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them soared into the sky, disappearing into the depths of the clouds. The next moment, boom! A deafening roar came from the heavens. A terrifying energy storm swept down from the clouds, and the entire imperial city trembled slightly in the aftershocks. Everyone looked up, watching nervously as the sky was thrown into chaos by spiritual energy. The pressure from a dragon transformation realm expert was like the sky collapsing. Every move the old dean made drew upon the power of heaven and earth. With every gesture, a sea of spiritual energy poured forth towards Zhao Doubting. In contrast, although Zhao Doubting had switched to cultivating a heaven-grade technique, he was still only at the fourth extreme realm. Faced with absolute suppression of power, his spiritual energy seemed so insignificant. Bang! Another loud bang. Zhao Doubting's figure flew backward from the clouds, and a tear appeared on his 9 dragons' imperial robe, making him look somewhat disheveled. But he steadied himself and charged forward again, fearless of death. The domineering and indomitable nature of an emperor is vividly displayed. The students of Jixia Academy below, seeing the dean gaining the upper hand, couldn't help but show a glimmer of hope on their faces. Li Qingcang and the 300 Xuanjia female soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their hearts pounding in their throats. The battle was a one-sided rout. Zhao Doubting was completely overwhelmed and could only defend passively, with no power to fight back. From within the clouds, the old dean forced Zhao Doubting back with a single palm strike and looked down at him. Your Majesty, although you possess a heavenly grade cultivation technique, the difference in your cultivation levels is as vast as an insurmountable chasm. You are no match for me. Admit defeat. Zhao Doubting wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but a strange smile appeared on his face. Yeah? I don't think so. Just as the old dean became wary, a vast, ancient, and domineering aura suddenly surged from Zhao Doubting's body. That aura did not belong to this era. It seemed to have crossed time and space from the distant primordial era, filled with an unparalleled will that imprisoned heaven and earth and suppressed eternity. The sky above the entire imperial city changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This is... The old dean's cloudy eyes suddenly narrowed to their lowest point. Zhao Doubting slowly raised his right hand, joined his index and middle fingers, and pointed at him from a distance. There was no earth-shattering noise, only a deathly silence that made everything wither. Great wilderness imprisoning heaven finger. One finger pointing. Heaven and earth seemed to be completely imprisoned at this moment. Space freezes, time stands still. The old dean's protective spiritual power, at the dragon transformation realm level, was as fragile as paper in front of this finger, cracking inch by inch. Puff! A finger bone, carrying an aura of desolation, easily pierced his chest. Blood rained down from the sky with a deafening roar. The old dean's vast and overwhelming dragon transformation realm aura collapsed instantly at this moment, and he fell helplessly from the sky like a kite with a broken string. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by this incredible reversal. The Four Extremes realm, the reversal dragon transformation realm? How is that possible? Dean! Several senior members of the academy exclaimed in surprise, leaped up, and caught the falling headmaster. At this moment, the old dean's face was ashen, his breath was extremely weak, and blood was gushing from the hole in his chest. His life force was rapidly slipping away. Above, Zhao Doubting was also not having an easy time. His face was pale, and he swallowed a mouthful of blood, his body trembling slightly. Clearly, unleashing this earth-shattering finger strike also placed a tremendous burden on him. But he won! He stood tall, his victorious aura enveloping the entire imperial city. The old dean was helped up by the crowd. He waved his hand to indicate that he was all right. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood and gave a bitter smile. Your Majesty, what skill! I have not lost unjustly. His voice was extremely weak, yet it carried a sense of relief. I was already nearing the end of my life, and I only managed to enter the dragon transformation realm by forcibly burning my lifespan. It was just to try to give the Academy a chance to survive. Today's battle has left us exhausted. So be it, so be it. He struggled to lift his head and look at that stunningly beautiful figure. He said slowly, "From this day forward, the entire Jixia Academy, all personnel, submit to the Great Zhou. This is the Dean's decree." Upon hearing the old Dean concede defeat, Zhao Doubting looked down at everything below. Suppressing his surging blood and qi, he used all his strength to issue a proclamation that resounded throughout the imperial city. This farce should end. The wedding continue. The pausing celebratory music resumed, and the magnificent phoenix carriage, under everyone's watchful eyes, slowly started moving, heading towards the Wei Prince's residence. Chapter 27: The Academy as Dowry, the Heartless Emperor Zhou. Joyful music rang out again, jarring and abrupt, forcefully tearing apart the deathly silence that had settled over the imperial city. The magnificent phoenix palanquin slowly started moving once again, amidst countless complex gazes. Zhao Chenan sat upright on his tall horse, his body ramrod straight, but his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the phoenix carriage beside him. He couldn't see Lu Rushwang inside, but he could imagine what kind of expression that cold and beautiful face must be wearing at this moment. Is it liberation? Or is it just tragic? Perhaps it's both. This woman, with her entire life, paved all the escape routes for the Jixia Academy. Win, the Academy shows goodwill, in exchange for peace. If they lose, the Academy will submit to them, thus preserving its incense offerings. Now Zhao Doubting has won. The submission of Jixia Academy is now a foregone conclusion. Just then, the departing Jixia Academy procession suddenly stopped. Several senior members of the Academy helped the old dean stand up a little straighter, despite his already exhausted body. He neither looked at Zhao Doubting, the victor in the sky, nor at the courtiers on the ground with their varied expressions. His cloudy and unfocused gaze passed through the crowd and finally landed on the slowly moving phoenix carriage. Everyone held their breath. The old dean coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with black clots, his breath barely audible, yet every word he uttered resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "In my capacity as the 8th abbot of the Jixia Academy, I hereby announce." He paused, then, with the last of his strength, uttered a resolute declaration. "From this day forward, the holy maiden Lu Rushwang will succeed me as the 9th dean of the Jixia Academy. This is the dean's order." As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if his last bit of energy had been drained away. He collapsed and fell silent. "Dean!" The students of Jixia Academy let out a mournful cry, their sobs shaking the heavens. The entire imperial city fell into an even more complete and utter silence than before. The 9th generation. Dean? Everyone was stunned. Those courtiers who had initially looked at the imperial carriage with some sympathy and pity were now in a daze, barely able to think. The Dean of Jixia Academy. What does that mean? It was a behemoth that existed independently of the dynasties, had a history of thousands of years, and supplied talent to various dynasties and imperial courts. Although it was defeated today and forced to submit to the Great Zhou, its foundation and influence are still immeasurable. Lu Rushwang married the 16th prince as a concubine of the Prince of Wei. But now, she has another identity. The 9th abbot of Jixia Academy. This is not a dowry, it's practically the entire Jixia Academy. It was given to the Great Zhou as part of their dowry, and to the 16th prince who was unable to cultivate. Zhao Chenan was completely stunned. He turned his head sharply to look at the imperial carriage, his heart churning with turmoil. He had considered countless possibilities, but he never imagined that the old dean would make such a shocking decision before his death. He's paving the way for Lu Rushwang with his own death. This transformed her from a victim of a forced marriage into someone who controlled the entire academy, and could engage in equal dialogue with the Great Zhou royal family. What a grand gesture! What a deep scheme! In the sky, a hint of surprise flashed across Zhao Doubting's domineering and majestic face, but it quickly turned into a broad smile. He understood. Old man, this is giving him a tremendous gift, and it's also giving Lu Rushwang, and even more so, it's giving the entire academy a future. With this new identity, the Great Zhou royal family could no longer treat Lu Rushwang as an ordinary concubine, nor would they dare to treat the disciples of the Jixia Academy with disrespect. That was a brilliant move. Amidst the mournful cries of the people at Jixia Academy, the sorrowful procession carried the old abbot's body slowly away from the imperial city. A momentous incident seemed to have come to an end. On the ground, Lin Haitao, the Minister of Personnel, looked at the domineering figure in the sky, and the last trace of color drained from his face. He gave a bitter smile and gave up all struggle. This guilty subject, Lin Haitao, is willing to submit to the law. His voice was hoarse and filled with despair. Zhao Doubting's figure silently descended from the sky and stood in front of him. The Xuanjia soldiers immediately surrounded the area, isolating it from the outside world. Zhao Doubting looked down at him, his face devoid of any victor's joy, only a deep, unfathomable calm. He suddenly leaned down and spoke softly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Lin Haitao, to be fair, what crime have you committed? Lin Haitao looked up abruptly, his expression one of utter astonishment. Zhao Doubting continued in his calm tone. You come from Jixia Academy and aspire to study at the Imperial Academy, which is perfectly understandable. Your attempt to win over Qingyu and support a prince who is close to the Academy to ascend the throne is nothing more than seeking benefits for the Academy. In fact, I should thank you for sending that good-for-nothing Qingyu to the Great Xia. Thank me? Lin Haitao's mind completely went blank. He couldn't understand Zhao Doubting's words at all. Sending a prince to an enemy country is a heinous crime of treason. The emperor didn't kill his entire family, and even thanked him? Zhao Doubting seemed to see through his doubts, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. A good-for-nothing prince, if left in the capital, will only cause internal strife. But if sent to Great Xia, he can become a useful pawn. Hasn't the Great Xia always coveted the borders of my Great Zhou? Now that they have a legitimate prince of Great Zhou in their hands, what do you think they will do? Lin Haitao shuddered as an incredibly absurd yet perfectly logical thought surged into his mind. He stared at Zhao Doubting in horror, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. It seems you understand. Zhao Doubting straightened up, his voice regaining its imperial majesty and indifference. However, in order to reassure the scholars of Jixia Academy and to convince the Great Zhou Dynasty of our sincerity in cooperating, you, this pawn, must die. Only when you are dead can I rightfully eliminate the influence of the academic faction in the court and completely take control of the Jixia Academy. Only when you die will the Great Xia feel that they have gotten a huge bargain, and only then will they value Qingyu as a pawn even more. So, Minister Lin, you still have to die. His words were devoid of any emotion. But it made Lin Haitao feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body chilled to the bone. He finally understood. From beginning to end, he was just a piece on the chessboard. The third Prince Zhao Qingyu is a pawn, the Jixia Academy is a pawn, and Lin Haitao is also a pawn. This emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty is playing a grand game. He schemed against everyone, even his own son, whom he abandoned without hesitation. Ha 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 ha! Lin Haitao suddenly burst into wild laughter, his laughter filled with sorrow and self-mockery. I see, I see! He laughed until tears streamed down his face, pointed at Zhao Doubting, and roared with all his might. Zhao Doubting, you have such a cruel heart! You have such a cruel heart! You even schemed against your own son. You truly deserve to be called the emperor. The laughter stopped abruptly. Lin Haitao suddenly raised his hand and slammed his palm hard on the top of his head. Bang! Life was cut off. He fell straight down, his face still frozen with that crazy and sorrowful smile. Zhao Doubting stared coldly at his corpse, then turned and waved his hand. Drag him away and give him a proper burial. The farce has finally come to a true end. The imperial carriage set off again, traveling smoothly all the way, and finally arrived at the Prince of Wei's residence under the awe-inspiring gaze of countless people. However, when Zhao Chenan dismounted and saw the scene at the entrance of the prince's mansion, he was still stunned for a moment. In front of the prince's mansion, carriages and horses were bustling, and guests came and went in an endless stream. Almost every official of any rank in the court, and every prominent family in the capital sent someone to attend. Those faces that usually avoided him, this useless prince, were now all beaming with enthusiastic smiles, vying to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Your Highness Prince Wei! Your Highness and Dean Lu are truly a match made in heaven, envied by all. I hope your Highness will continue to guide and mentor me in the future. Looking at these ever-changing faces, Zhao Chenan understood perfectly. He knew these people weren't after him. They came for his concubine, who had just taken office as the Dean of Jixia Academy. A useless prince who can't cultivate is not worth mentioning. But the husband of a future master of Jixia Academy is enough to make anyone flock to him. Zhao Chenan walked to the front of the imperial carriage and personally lifted the curtain. A face, cool and serene like the moon, breathtakingly beautiful, appeared before him. Lu Rushwang looked at him quietly. In her eyes, which were like autumn water, there was neither joy nor sorrow, only a deep calm. Zhao Chenan extended his hand and smiled gently at her. We're home, my queen. Chapter 28 Super Reward. Zhao Chenan was knocked unconscious. In the dim light of the phoenix carriage, Lu Rushwang's aloof face appeared even more otherworldly. Zhao Chenan's outstretched hand remained suspended in midair. His gentle smile now held a hint of genuine appreciation. Whether forced or voluntary, this woman shouldered the responsibility of building an academy that has been passed down for thousands of years. This courage and decisiveness are worthy of respect. Lu Rushwang watched him quietly, and after a moment, she finally made a move. She gently placed her slender, fair hand on Zhao Chenan's hand. It feels cool to the touch and is as smooth as jade. Zhao Chen helped her steadily down from the phoenix carriage. When Lu Rushwang's figure was fully exposed to everyone, the surrounding clamor of congratulations instantly subsided by several decibels. Countless complex gazes converged upon him, some filled with amazement, some with awe, some with curiosity, and some with barely concealed envy. The ninth abbot of Jixia Academy. This identity, more than any magnificent jewel, accentuates her nobility and extraordinary status. Those officials who had originally intended to come up and chat were now hesitant to approach. They could freely curry favor with any concubine. But when facing the head of an academy, they had to consider their own worth. Your Highness, the guests have all been seated in the side hall and served tea. The old steward of the prince's mansion stepped forward at the opportune moment, and bowed respectfully. Zhao Chenan nodded. He could sense that those sycophants were eager to follow him into the new house. He took Lu Rushwang's hand and bowed to those around him. My lords, it is getting late. My queen and I have had a long journey, so we will not keep you company any longer. Another day, I will host a banquet in my residence and enjoy drinks with all my colleagues. His words were impeccable, fulfilling both the proper etiquette and the order to leave. No one dared to object, and they all readily agreed and took their leave. In a short while, the once bustling entrance to the prince's mansion became quiet. Only Li Qinghuan remained, standing not far away, looking at them with a somewhat complicated expression. Zhao Chenan gave her a reassuring smile, indicating that she should not worry. Li Qinghuan nodded slightly, said nothing more, and turned back to her courtyard. She understood that tonight belonged to the King of Wei, and also to the newly arrived head of the Jixia Academy. Deep within the Prince of Wei's mansion, inside the bridal chamber, the dragon and phoenix wedding candles burned quietly, illuminating the entire room in a crimson glow. The air was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood and a festive warmth. Lu Rushwang sat upright by the wedding bed, her red veil concealing all her expressions. She was like a perfect jade sculpture, silent and still, as if isolated from this noisy world. Zhao Chenan dismissed all the servants, leaving only the two of them in the room. He picked up the jade ray on the table and slowly walked to Lu Rushwang. I know you don't want to. Zhao Chenan's voice was very soft, breaking the silence. Beneath the veil, Lu Rushwang's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. But the old dean's choice is the best outcome for you and for Jixia Academy. Zhao Chenan didn't rush to lift the veil, but continued speaking. Now that you have become the master of the academy, you will no longer be a victim to be manipulated. Now that you have the right to speak with the royal family on an equal footing, no one will dare to look down on you or mistreat the students of the academy. From now on, the Prince of Wei's mansion will be your support, and the Great Zhou royal family will also be your support. His words contained no false reassurance, but simply stated a fact. He understood her situation and the old director's good intentions. A long silence followed. Just when Zhao Chenan thought she would no longer respond, a clear and slightly hoarse voice came from under the veil. A single word, yet it felt as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. Zhao Chenan smiled. He used the jade ray to gently lift the red veil. A stunningly beautiful face was displayed before him without reservation. In the candlelight, her skin was fair and translucent, so delicate it seemed to break at a touch. Her features were so exquisite that they seemed otherworldly, especially her eyes, which were like autumn water, clear and deep, as if they could reflect the stars. But deep within those eyes remained a calm stillness, devoid of joy or sorrow. She has accepted her fate. Zhao Chenan was momentarily mesmerized. Everyone knows that the beauty of the Jixia sage is unparalleled, and seeing her today confirms that the rumors are true. He picked up the 2 cups of nuptial wine on the table and handed one to her. After drinking this glass of wine, from now on we are one family. Lu Rushwang took the wine glass, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. She looked up at Zhao Chenan and downed the wine in her glass in one gulp. Zhao Chenan also tilted his head back and drank it all. Then, he leaned down and gently kissed Lu Rushwang's lips while she was still a little surprised. Her lips were soft, with a hint of coolness. Lu Rushwang's body froze completely, and her hands instinctively clenched the hem of her clothes. But she did not resist. She simply closed her eyes slowly. Red candles flickered, and the tent warmed the spring night. A night of absurdity. Add to bookshelf to expand the omitted content. If you've already added it to your bookshelf, you can now participate in the comments and poll. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. As the last candle flame burned out, and the sky began to lighten with the first light of dawn, Zhao Chenan slowly opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and invigorated. The beautiful woman in his arms was still asleep, and a rare, faint blush appeared on her usually cool face. Just then, a familiar mechanical notification sound exploded in his mind. Ding! Detection detected that the host has married a new wife. Initiating comprehensive evaluation. It's here! Zhao Chenan's spirits lifted. Name, Lu Rushwang. Appearance, 95. Talent, 89. Special, innate reincarnation body. This constitution is special and cannot be inherited by offspring. Overall score, 91 points. 91 points. Zhao Chenan was overjoyed. This rating is even higher than Li Qinghuan's. Congratulations, host, you have received a 10-fold reward, a top-grade magic weapon, the 9 Dragons Demon Halberd. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Chenan felt that a divine weapon exuding a terrifying and ferocious aura had appeared in his system space. It was a long halberd that was entirely black, with 9 ferocious black dragons coiled around its blade. The dragons' eyes were tightly closed, yet it seemed as if it might awaken at any moment and devour the world. Just sensing its presence gave Zhao Chenan the illusion that his mind was about to break. A top-grade magical artifact. This is a treasure that can drive even powerful beings at the Sendai realm crazy. However, before he could recover from this huge surprise, the system notification sounded again. This time, the sound was louder and more solemn than before. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully obtained 3 wife-acquiring rewards, triggering the special achievement 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Beginner. Special achievement reward. The host's first offspring will receive a random talent boost. What? Zhao Chenan's eyes widened suddenly. Firstborn son? Yilanshu. His first wife was Yilanshu. Under construction. Congratulations. The offspring of the Empress Yilanshu has successfully acquired a random innate Dao body. Boom! Zhao Chenan's mind went blank. Innate Dao body. That's the legendary, supreme physique most suitable for cultivation. Regardless of the path, the road to spiritual practice will be smooth, and the future achievements will be limitless. His child will be a born saint. Ecstasy. An uncontrollable ecstasy swept over his entire being. He even wanted to rush to Yilanshu's courtyard immediately to tell her this wonderful news. However, the system's voice did not end there. As if the surprise wasn't big enough, an even more impactful notification followed immediately. Ding! Special achievement reward added. When this S-rank talent offspring is born, the host can designate one reward with a 100x multiplier. Zhao Chenan's breathing stopped completely at that moment. Designated reward? Does this mean I can start cultivating? Chapter 29 An opportunity for cultivation, and another treasure to present to father. Designated reward? These two words, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded in Zhao Chenan's mind. His breathing stopped completely at that moment. The inability to navigate the sea of suffering on my own has always been the greatest hidden pain in my heart. Even with a system at his side and countless treasures that ordinary people can only dream of, he is still just a mortal. This feeling is like guarding a mountain of gold, yet being powerless to even kill a chicken. Now, the system has given him a choice. A chance to break free from the shackles of fate. As long as Yilanshu's child is born, he can designate a reward of 100 times the amount. At that time, he could choose a supreme cultivation method that could break through his shackles and allow him to embark on the path of cultivation. Even, directly specifying a constitution that can defy fate. Ecstasy. An indescribable ecstasy instantly overwhelmed his reason. He forcibly suppressed the urge to rush into Yilanshu's courtyard and burst into laughter, his chest heaving violently. Calm. We must stay calm. The baby will be born soon, it's too early to be happy. The most urgent task is to deal with the other precious thing right in front of us. He turned his head and glanced at Lu Rushwang, who was still fast asleep beside him. The woman's cool and beautiful sleeping face had a hint of tiredness and flush, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she was having an uneasy dream. In this marriage, she sacrificed her innocence and preserved the academy. And for himself, he gained the key to the future. Zhao Chenan quietly got up, dressed, and left the bridal chamber alone without disturbing anyone. As dawn broke, the morning breeze carried a hint of coolness. Without the slightest hesitation, he walked straight toward the palace. The imperial palace, the imperial study. Eunuch Wei paced anxiously at the door, glancing into the hall every now and then. Inside the imperial study, spiritual energy surged, and powerful yet chaotic auras continuously overflowed, causing the temperature of the entire hall to fluctuate wildly. Emperor Zhao Doubting of the Great Zhou Dynasty sat cross-legged on a futon, his face solemn. Around him, dragon-shaped phantoms sometimes swirled, and sometimes dissipated into countless points of light. The threshold to the dragon transformation realm was far more formidable than he had imagined. Just then, a young eunuch rushed over. Chief Steward Wei, His Highness the King of Wei requests an audience. Eunuch Wei waved his hand and lowered his voice. Can't you see that His Majesty is in a critical state of seclusion? Let Prince Wei go back first. But... The young eunuch hesitated. His Highness Prince Wei said he has some great news to report to His Majesty. Before Eunuch Wei could reprimand him further, a slightly weary but authoritative voice came from inside the hall. Let him in. It's Zhao Doubting. Eunuch Wei's heart skipped a beat, and he dared not be negligent. He quickly and personally welcomed Zhao Chenan inside. Inside the inner hall, the spiritual energy still surged. Zhao Doubting slowly opened his eyes, which were bloodshot, clearly from not sleeping all night and forcibly breaking through to a higher realm. 16th brother, what's the matter that you're in such a hurry? Seeing his father's appearance, Zhao Chenan didn't waste any words and bowed directly. Your Majesty, I have come to offer you a congratulatory gift. Before he could finish speaking, a thought struck him. Buzz. A menacing halberd, entirely black and radiating an overwhelming aura of ferocity, appeared out of thin air in the center of the hall. 9 lifelike black dragons coiled around the halberd, their eyes closed, yet exuding a terrifying pressure capable of devouring the mind. In an instant, the air in the entire inner hall froze. The surging spiritual energy was instantly suppressed by this malevolent aura, becoming deathly still. This is... Zhao Doubting was still somewhat tired, but the moment he saw the halberd, he suddenly stood up. He stared intently at the halberd, his breathing becoming extremely heavy, his face filled with disbelief and horror. As the ruler of the Great Zhou Dynasty, how many treasures had he seen? But none of them can compare to the halberd before us. That mere presence was enough to send shivers down his spine, even for a half-step dragon transformation realm expert like him. A heaven-grade magic weapon! Zhao Doubting's voice trembled as he stepped forward and reached out his hand. Yet they dared not touch it lightly, as if facing a sacred yet terrifying forbidden object. He examined it carefully, stroking the cold patterns on the halberd, feeling the earth-shattering power it contained. After a long while, he suddenly turned his head and fixed his gaze on Zhao Chenan with an unprecedentedly intense intensity. This was also a gift from that immortal. Zhao Chenan bowed as always, his attitude humble and sincere. Indeed, I am unfortunate and lack the cultivation to wield such a peerless divine weapon. Such a treasure can only shine its true brilliance in the hands of a peerless hero like Father, to help our great Zhou suppress the fate of the nation and deter all directions. His words were perfectly worded, explaining the origin while also praising his father. After hearing this, Zhao Doubting was stunned for a moment, then burst into a thunderous laugh. Ha! Good! Well said, little 16! He grabbed the 9 Dragons' demon halberd, and the violent demonic energy instantly assaulted his mind. But he was not surprised but delighted, and the dragon energy within his body surged forth, which he forcefully suppressed. With the divine weapon in hand, Zhao Doubting felt that the bottleneck he had encountered when trying to break through to the dragon transformation realm seemed to have loosened a bit. With this item, my chances of breaking through to the dragon transformation realm will increase by at least 30%. The day I emerge victorious from seclusion will be the day my Great Zhou Dynasty is promoted to an imperial dynasty. He looked at Zhao Chenan with approval and satisfaction. You have performed another extraordinary service. Tell me, what reward do you desire? Zhao Chenan lowered his head. It is my duty to share the burdens of my father, and I dare not ask for any reward. You may not want it, but I cannot refuse to give it to you. Zhao Doubting looked at him meaningfully, a playful smile appearing on his face. How about this? Wait until your new queen has been married for a month. After I emerge from seclusion, I will arrange a marriage for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Yet another marriage. Zhao Chenan's heart skipped a beat, and a surge of joy welled up inside him. Is Father Emperor going to make bestowing marriages a regular reward? He quickly kowtowed to express his gratitude. Your son thanks your majesty for your great kindness. Go, I must immediately go into seclusion to refine this treasure. Zhao Doubting waved his hand, already somewhat impatient. Wei Zhong! Your servant is here! Eunuch Wei hurriedly stepped forward. By imperial decree, effective immediately, I shall enter seclusion. All matters concerning the court shall be discussed after I emerge from seclusion. Yes, your majesty. Zhao Chenan respectfully took his leave and turned to leave the imperial study. When he stepped out of the main hall and basked in the morning sunlight, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Everything is moving in the best possible direction. When they returned to the Prince of Wei's residence, it was still early. Instead of returning to his own courtyard, he wandered aimlessly to the garden behind the palace, as if possessed. In the distance, a faint, soft laugh could be heard. Zhao Chenan paused and looked in the direction of the sound. In the garden pavilion, 3 stunningly beautiful figures were sitting together. The principal wife, Yilanshu, was gentle and virtuous, carefully pouring tea for everyone, her face radiating a soft, maternal glow. Concubine Li Qingwan, this once proud daughter of a military family, was now smiling sweetly. They were gesturing and telling some funny story when Yilanshu covered her mouth and chuckled. The newly recruited Lu Rushwang, though still aloof. But his tense body relaxed considerably, and he listened quietly, occasionally picking up his teacup and taking a small sip. The morning light shone through the eaves of the pavilion, casting dappled shadows on them. 3 women, each with a distinct and unparalleled beauty, together create a harmonious and moving scene. Zhao Chenan stood at a distance, not going forward to disturb them. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction and pride filled his chest. These are all his women. Chapter 30. The newly subdued iceberg Saintess actually offered a kiss? In the afternoon, Lu Rushwang was required to meet with the leaderless academic ministers at her residence. Before Zhao Chenan even approached the main hall, he could faintly hear suppressed conversations. He slowed his pace, stood sideways behind a pillar, and looked into the hall. In the main hall, Lu Rushwang, who had changed from yesterday's red makeup, was now wearing an elegant and dignified palace dress. Her black hair was tied up high, secured with only a simple jade hairpin. Her posture was upright, and her unadorned face carried an innate aloofness and majesty. Below her, 7 or 8 middle-aged men dressed in official robes of various colors stood with their hands at their sides, each sitting upright and not daring to breathe loudly. Zhao Chenan recognized all of these people. The Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, the principal of the Ministry of Revenue, the vice minister of the Court of Judicial Review, all of them were influential figures in the court, and in the eyes of outsiders, they were staunch academics. They are the pride of the Jixia Academy, upholding the Academy's ideals. They formed their own faction in the imperial court, subtly opposing the traditional aristocratic families and imperial relatives. At this moment, these upright officials, who were eloquent in the court and even dared to contradict the emperor to his face, were now in a state of shock. In front of Lu Rushwang, however, he was as docile as a schoolchild awaiting instruction. "Esteemed gentlemen, you are all senior scholars and sages of my Jixia Academy." Lu Rushwang finally spoke, her voice clear and crisp, not loud, yet clearly carrying to every corner of the entire hall. "As a woman, Rushwang should not have the right to comment on the ways of governance of you gentlemen." She paused, then her tone suddenly shifted, becoming sharp. "But now I am the concubine of the King of Wei, and also the next dean. Some things just have to be said. The Academy's philosophy is to establish a moral compass for heaven and earth and to secure a destiny for the people, not to treat the world as a chessboard and the common people as chess pieces. You study the classics, receive salaries from the court, and eat the grain of the people. Loyalty to the emperor, love for your country, and service to the people, this is your duty. If anyone still clings to those self-righteous grand ideals, thinking of stirring up trouble in the court, realizing their ambitions, disregarding the law, and regarding imperial power as a straw dog." Lu Rushwang stopped, and did not continue speaking. But that invisible pressure caused fine beads of sweat to appear on the foreheads of the ministers present. "The holy princess is right to teach us a lesson. We will remember it and never forget it." The vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the first to bow, his voice hoarse. The others echoed this sentiment, falling silent in fear. The shock they felt was beyond words. Is the woman before me still the aloof and otherworldly Saintess of the Academy? These words are not an admonition, but a warning. It's a knock. It was to completely sever the ambiguous connection between them and the Academy, forcing them to choose sides. Standing behind the pillars, Zhao Chenan took it all in. A strange feeling welled up inside me. This is Lu Rushwang, a prodigy whom the Jixia Academy has only seen once every few centuries, possessing an innate reincarnation Dao body. Her prestige among academic officials was even higher than that of the former dean. Now, with her marriage, that prestige and those connections have become her intangible assets. He looked at the woman in the hall who was aloof and proud, yet radiant with brilliance. But the image of her writhing and pleasuring him beneath him involuntarily surfaced in his mind last night in their wedding chamber. The stark contrast made Zhao Chenan's heart skip a beat. What a treasure trove! After a while, the ministers, as if granted a pardon, bowed and took their leave. They filed out, passing by Zhao Chenan. He only glanced at it briefly before lowering his head and walking away quickly, as if he hadn't seen the true master of the prince's mansion. Zhao Chenan didn't care. He straightened his robes and stepped into the hall. Inside the hall, Lu Rushwang remained seated in the main seat, seemingly deep in thought, a hint of weariness barely perceptible between her brows. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and saw Zhao Chenan. Instantly, she snapped out of her life-or-death authority. She hurriedly got up, walked down quickly, and lowered her head slightly. "My husband. Thanks for your hard work." Zhao Chenan stepped forward and naturally took her slightly cool hand in his. Lu Rushwang's body trembled almost imperceptibly, but she did not break free. I want to go back to the academy." She raised her head, a hint of pleading in her clear eyes. Zhao Chenan understood instantly. The old dean didn't have much time left, and she went back this time to see him one last time and fulfill her teacher-student relationship. Secondly, and most importantly, we must take advantage of the old dean's presence to thoroughly reorganize the Jixia Academy, and clean up those elders and factions who harbor ulterior motives and are unruly. From this day forward, the Jixia Academy will truly become her personal fiefdom. Only in this way can she ensure that the immense power of the Academy will not be exploited by those with ulterior motives, becoming a hidden danger that threatens the Great Zhou and him. This is a war without bloodshed. Zhao Chenan really wanted to go with her and support her. But he couldn't. He was a prince, the King of Wei. If he were to appear, the nature of the matter would completely change. That would be a forced annexation of the Academy by the royal family, which would only provoke the strongest backlash. At least nominally, Zhao Chenan is indeed not in a position to show his face. This is something that Lu Rushwang has to do herself. Of course. Zhao Chenan released her hand and tidied a stray strand of hair at her temple. Do you need me to send someone to escort you? Lu Rushwang shook her head, a sincere expression of gratitude appearing on her face. No need, the academy has its own arrangements. It's just, this trip may take some time. She had thought Zhao Chenan would ask more questions, or even impose restrictions. After all, the princess was going back to her parents' home on the second day of her marriage, and to such a sensitive place as the Jixia Academy. It wouldn't sound good if word got out. But he didn't. He simply offered complete trust and support. This feeling of being respected and understood was something she had never experienced in her more than 20 years of life. The men surrounding her either revered her like a goddess, or feared her like a venomous snake, or I want to possess her as a precious collectible. Only Zhao Chenan treated her as an equal, a wife with whom he could stand shoulder to shoulder. This feeling of goodwill quietly fermented in my heart, growing stronger and stronger. It's all right. Zhao Chenan smiled and said, Perfect timing, I also have some things to take care of. Come back when you're done, the prince's mansion will always be your home. Thank you, my husband. Lu Rushwang bowed deeply, and when she raised her head again, the coldness that belonged to a saintess had completely melted away, leaving only the gentleness that belonged to a wife. An hour later, at the east gate of the imperial city, a simple, unadorned carriage was parked outside the city gate. Zhao Chenan, dressed in casual clothes, personally escorted Lu Rushwang to the car. I'm losing out big time by sending away my newlywed princess today, Zhao Chenan said half-jokingly. Lu Rushwang's cheeks flushed slightly. My husband, rest assured, if I go, I will definitely return in 10 days at the earliest and half a month at the latest. She made a solemn promise, as if afraid he might misunderstand. Okay, I'll wait for you. Zhao Chenan nodded. An atmosphere of parting filled the air between the two. Lu Rushwang glanced at Zhao Chenan, seemingly mustering up a great deal of courage. She suddenly stepped forward, and under Zhao Chenan's astonished gaze, tiptoed and gently kissed his lips. Soft, cool, and with a hint of orchid fragrance. Instantly separate. My husband, take care. After Lu Rushwang finished speaking, she quickly turned around and got into the carriage, as if she had used up all her strength, and didn't even dare to look back. The coachman cracked his whip, and the carriage slowly started moving, heading into the distance. Zhao Chenan stood there alone, subconsciously touching his lips. The thrilling sensation still lingers on it. Chapter 31 The Zhou Emperor transforms into a dragon and decrees another marriage. Time flies, and 10 days pass in the blink of an eye. On this day, the sky was bright, and the entire imperial city was bathed in the warm autumn sun. Inside the Prince of Wei's mansion, the courtyard was secluded and deep. Beneath a century-old locust tree, a stone table and chessboard marked the boundary between Chu and Han. Zhao Chenan held the black piece, pondering for a long time, but couldn't bring himself to make a move. Opposite him stood Li Qingwan, dressed in a smart outfit, looking dashing and heroic. Beside her was a cup of tea, long since cold, but she was oblivious, simply watching the chessboard and waiting for Zhao Chenan's next move. Her playing style, like her personality, is bold and aggressive, pressing forward relentlessly. On Zhao Chenan's chessboard, the black pieces were already in a state of continuous retreat, surrounded and left with only a small area barely clinging to life. In 3 more steps, no, maybe 2, his dragon will be completely wiped out. This woman truly possesses the bearing of a divine general. Playing chess carries a sense of fierce competition. Not far away, under the corridor, Yilanshu was holding a curved sword and leaning comfortably against a pillar, basking in the sun. She had no interest in the fierce battle within that small space, only occasionally glancing at Zhao Chenan with a hint of laziness and satisfaction. Life in the royal palace was peaceful and leisurely, much happier than being a high and mighty saintess in the Tianlang tribe. Zhao Chenan sat there for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. He regretted it. He shouldn't have listened to Li Qingwan's nonsense, such as, military strategy can also be practiced on the chessboard. This was clearly a one-sided massacre. Just as he was about to cheat and pretend to have a stomachache to end the ordeal. Boom! A deep, muffled roar came from the depths of the palace, as if divine thunder from the heavens had exploded underground. The entire earth trembled violently. The pond in the Prince of Wei's residence instantly surged into waves several feet high.
What's going on? Has the earth dragon turned over?
Yilanshu was the first to react, instantly springing up from the pillar, her hand already gripping the hilt of her knife, her whole body radiating an aura of vigilance. Li Qinghuan also stood up abruptly, her delicate brows furrowed, and looked towards the direction of the palace. Zhao Chenan was so startled by the sudden tremor that he stumbled, and the chess piece in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Before he could react, an even more terrifying phenomenon occurred. The sky above the palace, which had been clear, suddenly turned into a dazzling golden light. Endless spiritual energy converged wildly from all directions, forming an enormous golden vortex above the palace. Within the vortex, a faint dragon-shaped phantom could be seen churning and stirring up the wind and clouds. One after another, visible chains of divine laws descended from the sky, hanging down into the depths of the imperial palace.
Hold head high!
A high-pitched and stirring dragon roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The dragon's roar carried unparalleled majesty and domineering power, as if a king who had been sleeping for countless ages was awakening at this moment. At this moment, all living beings in the imperial city felt a pressure originating from the depths of their souls. On the streets, pedestrians knelt down and kowtowed towards the direction of the palace, shouting, "Auspicious signs from heaven!" Those martial artists with cultivation were even more horrified. That power had already surpassed their comprehension. That's the dragon transformation realm. Inside the Prince of Wei's residence, Li Qinghuan and Yilanshu were both speechless with astonishment at this earth-shattering phenomenon. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhao Chenan suddenly slapped his thigh. Taking advantage of Li Qinghuan and Yilanshu's attention being focused on the sky, he stealthily stretched out his foot and gently hooked it. Splash! He overturned the entire stone table, scattering the black and white chess pieces all over the floor, instantly ruining the game he was destined to lose. After doing all this, he suddenly raised his head, his face filled with ecstasy and excitement, and roared with all his might. "Father! It's Father! Father, he's done it!" Li Qinghuan was startled back to her senses by his loud shout, and was about to reprimand him for his shameless act of overturning the chessboard. But when she saw Zhao Chenan's heartfelt joy, all the words of reproach stuck in her throat. Yes, Father Emperor has succeeded. The Emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty has broken through to the legendary dragon transformation realm. This means that the Great Zhou Dynasty will be eligible to be promoted to an imperial dynasty. She, the daughter of a general of the Great Zhou Dynasty, was honored. A surge of pride and excitement welled up inside Li Qinghuan, who could no longer care about the outcome of the game and looked excitedly at the golden dragon's shadow above the palace. Meanwhile, at the east gate of the imperial city, a simple horse-drawn carriage slowly drove into the city, followed by a procession of nearly 100 people. This team, all dressed in the uniform of the Jixia Academy, exuded composure and moved with agility, clearly displaying the remarkable talents of their time. They stood tall and proud, their faces bearing the arrogance of the chosen ones, curiously and critically surveying the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The carriage curtain was lifted, revealing a cool and stunningly beautiful face. It was Lu Rushwang. She was immediately struck by the extraordinary phenomena that greeted her upon returning to the capital. What is that? What terrifying pressure! Even my Dao Palace is trembling! It's a dragon! I see it! A golden dragon! The students behind her were already in chaos, all looking up at the sky with disbelief on their faces. They were among the most outstanding students at the Jixia Academy, possessing broad knowledge and high aspirations. Before they arrived, many people had reservations about the choice of the Saintess. The Great Zhou Dynasty? What makes them so special that they have no dragon transformation realm experts? The fact that the Holy Maiden married that legendary, useless prince who was supposedly incapable of cultivation was a great disgrace to the Academy. But now, when they see the sky above the palace with their own eyes, when the true dragon's form, which was almost materialized, sensed that terrifying aura that made even their souls submit, it was a powerful force. All pride and defiance were shattered in an instant. Dragon transformation. This is a phenomenon of the dragon transformation realm. An older student spoke in a hoarse voice, filled with utter horror. The Emperor of Great Zhou, he actually broke through. Heavens! The Holy Maiden's choice was right. The Great Zhou is about to produce a true dragon. A power that is about to rise to the status of a dynasty. If we can serve here, our future will be limitless. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Those students who had initially harbored resentment now looked at Lu Rushwang's retreating figure with nothing but awe and fervor. The Saintess had already seen through everything. She wasn't sacrificing herself, but searching for a path to heaven for the academy and for all of them. Lu Rushwang ignored the discussions behind her. Her gaze passed through layers of buildings and landed at the deepest part of the palace, in the direction that was also where the Prince of Wei's residence was located. The face beneath the veil held a complex expression. Upon returning to the palace, the former abbot had already passed away. She followed the late dean's dying wish and took over the position of the 9th dean. Furthermore, with swift and decisive measures, all opposing factions within the academy were purged, completely uniting the entire Jixia Academy into one force. The students she brought were her first pledge of allegiance to Zhao Chenan and the Great Zhou Dynasty. She thought that doing this much was enough to repay his trust. But to her surprise he, or rather his father, gave her an even bigger surprise. Dragon Transformation Realm. This overwhelming surprise stirred a ripple in her heart, which had hardened from wielding power. Just as the whole city was immersed in this earth-shattering breakthrough, the golden dragon shadow churning above the palace suddenly let out an even louder roar. Then it suddenly contracted, transforming into a golden light, and disappeared back into the depths of the palace. The strange phenomena that filled the sky gradually dissipated. The sky returned to its previous clear state. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Immediately afterwards, a dignified and powerful voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. "Morning, morning! I have an important announcement to make." Chapter 32 The Fourth Imperial Marriage. Emperor Zhou values efficiency. The next day, at the Golden Palace, sunlight streamed down from the glazed tiles on the roof, illuminating the golden pillars adorned with coiled dragons. The civil and military officials stood on both sides, but no one spoke. A solemn and awe-inspiring atmosphere permeated the entire court. On the dragon throne, Zhao Doubting, dressed in a 9-dragon robe, sat quietly. He did not deliberately release any pressure, but a terrifying aura originating from the level of life itself enveloped the entire hall like an abyss. All the officials bowed their heads, not daring to even breathe loudly. The earth-shattering phenomenon and the dragon's roar that resounded throughout the heavens and earth yesterday still echoed in their minds. Transform into a dragon. Their great Zhou Emperor has truly entered the legendary realm of dragon transformation. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on the great achievement of your divine skill and your advancement to dragon transformation. An old minister was the first to react, trembling as he knelt down, his voice filled with excitement. Congratulations, Your Majesty! Long live the Great Zhou Dynasty! Long live His Majesty! A deafening roar of congratulations instantly resounded throughout the Golden Palace. Everyone's face was filled with heartfelt joy and reverence. The Great Zhou Dynasty will finally have its own dragon transformation realm expert. This means that the dynasty's ascension to an imperial dynasty is just around the corner. However, faced with this grand scene of officials paying homage, Zhao Doubting on the dragon throne simply waved his hand indifferently. Rise. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, carrying an undeniable authority that instantly silenced all the noise. The officials rose, bowed their heads respectfully, and awaited His Majesty's instructions. My breakthrough this time was not due to my own efforts alone. Zhao Doubting spoke slowly, his voice echoing in the hall. The courtiers were taken aback, and some were puzzled. Your Majesty's breakthrough, could it be that someone else contributed to it? The greatest credit for my achievements today goes to the Prince of Wei. Once the words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned. King of Wei? The 16th prince who couldn't cultivate? How could these possibly be related? Even Li Qingcang, the Grand General of Chariots and Cavalry who stood at the head of the military generals, showed a look of astonishment. He knew that His Majesty favored the 16th prince, but this was just too outrageous. How could something as extraordinary as breaking through to the dragon transformation realm be related to a mortal? Zhao Doubting took in the reactions of the officials and continued in his calm tone. If it weren't for the marriage of the King of Wei, why would I have any dealings with the Jixia Academy? Without any interaction, I would not have had the opportunity to break through my bottleneck and transform into a dragon after battling that old dean of the Jixia Academy. After he finished speaking, the hall fell into a deathly silence. This logic, it seems reasonable at first glance, but it just feels absurd no matter how you look at it. The ministers looked at each other, and for a moment no one dared to speak. Everyone could tell that His Majesty was determined to pin the enormous credit on the Prince of Wei. What else can they say? If His Majesty says so, then so be it. Anyway, His Majesty's favor towards the Prince of Wei has been going on for quite some time. Now, in order to glorify his son, it seems reasonable to share some of the credit for breaking through to the dragon transformation stage. Looking down at the officials below, who were all meek and submissive, showing no further opposition, especially the academic officials who had previously served under Lin Haitao. Seeing everyone so silent and trembling, Zhao Doubting felt a satisfied smile. With the court united, there were no more obstacles. He can finally unleash his full potential and realize the grand ambitions he has been planning for decades. The Great Zhou Dynasty will no longer be a small, isolated dynasty confined to a corner of the world. Thinking of this, he changed the subject. As I said yesterday, there will be an important announcement at the morning court today. The ministers perked up and immediately pricked up their ears. To reward Prince Wei for his tremendous achievements, I have decided. Zhao Doubting deliberately dragged out his words, his deep gaze sweeping across the faces of every minister below. Grant him another marriage! These words caused another uproar among the court officials. Another arranged marriage? Don't the Prince of Wei's residents already have 3 princesses? The heavenly wolf Saintess, the daughter of a general, plus the newly appointed Saintess of the Jixia Academy. Is that not enough? Just when everyone thought His Majesty was going to choose a daughter from some disobedient aristocratic family again. Zhao Doubting's next words, however, struck the golden palace like a thunderbolt from the heavens. The bride to be betrothed this time is Xiao Chu, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, a family with a long history of 10,000 years. Boom! The entire hall seemed to have been hit by a bomb, instantly erupting into chaos. Everyone thought they had misheard. The Xiao family? Which Xiao family? It's the Xiao family, an ancient clan that exists within the territory of the Great Zhou Dynasty, yet even the Great Zhou royal family dares not easily provoke them. Li Qingtsung, the Grand General of Chariots and Cavalry, could no longer hold back. He suddenly looked up, his face filled with horror. As the top military official of the Great Zhou Dynasty, his understanding of the surrounding forces far surpassed that of the civil officials. What kind of family is the Xiao family? That was a terrifying family with a history spanning tens of thousands of years and unfathomable depth. Although he usually keeps a low profile and is almost completely isolated from the world. But everyone knows that the ancestor of the Xiao family was a genuine dragon transformation realm expert. Your Majesty has just broken through to the dragon transformation stage, and you're already going to provoke another being of the same level? And it was all for the purpose of arranging a marriage for the King of Wei? Your Majesty, you mean that Xiao Chu? A well-informed official asked, his voice trembling. That's right. Zhao Doubting nodded. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, the official nearly collapsed on the spot. Oh my God! Xiao Chu, she's a peerless prodigy ranked 6th on the entire continent's list of geniuses. It is said that she opened the Sea of Bitterness at the age of 5, cultivated the Dao Palace at the age of 10, and is now only 18 years old, yet she is already a powerhouse of the 4 extremes realm. To bestow such a heavenly beauty upon the King of Wei, who is incapable of cultivation. He's gone mad. His Majesty must be insane. The whispers could no longer be suppressed and began to buzz throughout the hall. Every face was filled with absurdity and bewilderment. This isn't pampering, this is madness. That's the Xiao family. A family with a 10,000-year-old lineage that possesses a dragon transformation ancestor. Why would their unicorn princess marry a useless prince of a dynasty? This imperial decree of marriage is not a blessing, but a provocation. This is an open humiliation of the Xiao family. Once the Xiao family is enraged, the newly ignited flames of the Great Zhou Dynasty will likely be extinguished by a violent storm in an instant. Li Qingseng's heart was pounding wildly. He looked at the calm-faced monarch on the dragon throne and felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He doesn't understand. He couldn't understand His Majesty's actions at all. But having just witnessed the events at Jixia Academy, even if he didn't understand them, Li Qingseng dared not disobey in the slightest. His Majesty's heart is unfathomable. The same applies to the ministers. Although they all looked hesitant, none of them dared to easily contradict Zhao Daoting. Simply put, my authority has already been established. The Great Zhou court is now a one-man show by His Majesty. If he were to grant a marriage, no one would dare utter a single word of dissent. Chapter 33 The Ancient Family Blocking the Gate. Emperor Zhou has no shame. The turmoil in the Golden Palace quickly reached the Prince of Wei's residence. Zhao Chenan was leisurely lying on a rocking chair in the courtyard when he heard the maid's report, and was stunned for a moment. Another arranged marriage? Is she still the legitimate daughter of the Zhao family, a family with a long history? Father's efficiency is truly remarkable. He's practically a matchmaking god. Even the god of love would offer him a cigarette if he saw him. Okay, you can go now. Zhao Chenan waved his hand, a wry smile on his face. Yilanshu was carrying a plate of sliced spiritual fruit when she heard this. She smiled gently and placed the plate next to him. My lord, His Majesty is doing this for your own good. She had long been used to it, even to the point of being somewhat numb to it. In her view, as long as her husband was well and the Great Zhou was stable, having a few more sisters didn't seem like such an unacceptable thing. Not far away, Li Qingwan, who was practicing swordsmanship, sheathed her sword and walked over. Fine beads of sweat clung to her forehead, and a hint of displeasure graced her spirited face. His Majesty is truly decisive and efficient. Although she complained a little, she only touched on the subject briefly. After all, she had personally fought to help Zhao Chenan marry Lu Rushwang, intercepting those treacherous spies and engaging in bloody battles with them. She knew better than anyone that behind every arranged marriage lay interests and power struggles that were unimaginable to outsiders. She's sensible. However, some people don't understand this. Or rather, they don't want to clarify things. Absurd! A cold voice came from the study, and Lu Rushwang, dressed in white with an icy expression, walked out. She ignored everyone else and walked straight up to Zhao Chenan. This time, Your Majesty's favor is not a blessing, but a death warrant. Her address was very respectful, still, Your Majesty. But the chill in his words made the temperature in the entire courtyard drop several degrees. Zhao Chenan sat up straight, somewhat surprised. This was the first time he had ever seen Lu Rushwang so distraught. How so? Yilanshu and Li Qingwan also cast curious glances their way. They only knew that the Zhao family was an ancient and prestigious family, but they didn't know the specific significance of that family. Lu Rushwang didn't keep anyone in suspense. With a cold expression, she began her analysis at an extremely fast pace. The Zhao family is located within the territory of the Great Zhou Dynasty, yet it remains independent of the Great Zhou royal family, which in itself demonstrates its strength. Their family has a history of 10,000 years, with unfathomable depths, and there is even a true dragon transformation realm ancestor in the family. That's not the most crucial point. Lu Rushwang took a breath, seemingly trying to calm herself down. The key lies in Xiao Chu-Chu. 6th on the prodigy ranking. What does this mean? In the entire Eastern Wilderness continent, among the younger generation, there are only 5 people who can rank ahead of her. Each of them is a future leader of a holy land or divine dynasty. It is said that she opened the Sea of Bitterness at the age of 5, reached the Dao Palace at the age of 10, and is now 18 years old, already a peerless powerhouse of the Four Extremes realm. How many suitors does such a woman have? How many powerful figures in the demonic path covet her innate bloodline? How many old monsters are eyeing her? Any one of these people who steps forward is someone our Great Zhou cannot afford to offend. Lu Rushwang's words were like a bucket of ice water poured over her head. Yilanshu and Li Qingwan's faces turned deathly pale instantly. They finally understood that this arranged marriage was on a completely different level from the previous ones. Previously, the Sirius tribe, the general's mansion, and even the Jixia Academy were all within the control of the Great Zhou. But this Zhao family, and this Xiao Chu-Chu, have far exceeded the limits of what the Great Zhou can bear. His Majesty has bestowed such a woman upon you, a prince who is incapable of cultivation. Lu Rushwang's gaze fell on Zhao Chenan, carrying a hint of anxiety that she herself was unaware of. This is not a favor, this is putting you, and the entire Great Zhou, on the fire to roast. Once the news gets out, the Great Zhou will immediately become a laughingstock across the entire continent. And you will become a thorn in the side and a nuisance to everyone who covets Xiao Chu. This marriage is more of a curse than a blessing. She wasn't jealous. She was genuinely concerned for Zhao Chenan's safety. After listening, Zhao Chenan also fell silent. He never expected that Xiao Chuchu's background was so terrifying. 6th on the list of prodigies. That sounds very substantial. However, he couldn't talk about the system. He looked at Lu Rushwang's cold, pretty face, which was filled with worry, and suddenly smiled. Rushwang, I understand everything you're saying. He reached out and gently took Lu Rushwang's slightly cool hand. But do you think Father Emperor wouldn't understand? Lu Rushwang was taken aback. He has been scheming all his life, and now he has even stepped into the realm of dragon transformation, becoming the true overlord of this area of 100,000 li. Do you think he would make such a basic mistake? Zhao Chenan's tone was calm, yet it carried a convincing power. He spoils me more than anyone else, and wants me to live a good life more than anyone else. Would he possibly betray his own son? So let's wait and see. And according to you, the Xiao family would never agree to this marriage. Right now, it's just Father Emperor's unilateral announcement. Nothing's actually happening yet. Perhaps Father has other plans. Upon hearing Zhao Chenan's analysis, Lu Rushwang paused slightly. Yes, His Majesty's thoughts are as deep as the sea. How could he possibly do something so self-destructive? Suddenly, something occurred to her, and she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Jixia Academy. Back then, didn't His Majesty also use the pretext of bestowing a marriage upon the Prince of Wei to gradually devour the entire academy, eventually completely consolidating it and turning it into a subordinate force of the Great Zhou? That time, the King of Wei was the sharpest, yet most harmless, pawn in his hands. Because everyone knew that the King of Wei was unable to cultivate, they had no suspicion of him. And now, looking at Zhao Chenan's sincere yet somewhat helpless face, Lu Rushwang felt an indescribable bitterness welling up in her heart. She shook her head with a wry smile. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. She was still worried, but no longer about His Majesty doing something foolish. She was worried that His Majesty was too clever. She was so clever that she once again put her son in the spotlight. At the same time, after the morning court session ended, Zhao Doubting took off his 9-dragon robe and put on a simple, unadorned blue long gown. Without alerting anyone, he left the palace quietly and alone. With one step, his figure was already 100 feet away. One more step and we would be out of the imperial city. After ascending to the dragon transformation realm, the concept of distance seemed to disappear beneath his feet. Mountains and rivers receded rapidly beneath my feet. His direction was crystal clear, deep within the territory of the Great Zhou Dynasty. After an unknown amount of time, a colossal city with a blurred outline appeared in the distance. That's not a city. That was the territory of a family. Its territory was so vast that it was almost comparable to a province of the Great Zhou Dynasty. An ancient, desolate, and profound aura washes over you. Even though we are thousands of miles apart, we can still feel the terrifying aura that lingers over that land. The Xiao family, a family with a long and distinguished history. Zhao Doubting stopped atop a mountain 1,000 miles away. He stood with his hands behind his back, his blue robe fluttering in the strong wind. He did not go any further, but simply gazed quietly at the ancient land in the distance. For the first time, a complex expression, unreadable to anyone, appeared on that dignified face. It's hard to imagine that, in order to help Zhao Chenan get married, his father, the emperor, would actually do something so embarrassing as to block the door of a family with a long history of nobility. Chapter 34 Zhao Chenan defects to the enemy, the tiny Zhou kingdom? In just a few days, the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty was completely transformed into the center of a massive vortex. A ridiculous imperial decree of marriage, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, caused ripples far beyond anyone's imagination. Tea houses, taverns, streets and alleys, everyone, from peddlers to monks and sages, was talking about this. Have you heard? Our emperor has bestowed another marriage upon Prince Wei, the daughter of the Zhao family. Which Zhao family? Who else could it be? The Zhao family, an ancient clan with 10,000 years of history within the Great Zhou Dynasty. Zhao Chu, ranked 6th on the prodigy ranking. Are you out of your mind? How dare a useless prince of a dynasty lay a finger on such a proud and beautiful woman? This isn't just a toad trying to eat swan meat, it's trying to poke a hole in the sky. Shh! Keep your voice down. His Majesty has just ascended to the dragon transformation realm. Are you out of your mind? So what if you've transformed into a dragon? The Zhao family is an ancient family with a dragon transforming ancestor. Even if the Great Zhou Dynasty can handle the Jixia Academy, it doesn't mean the Zhao family is so easy to control, does it? Rumors spread like wildfire, soon no longer confined to the territory of the Great Zhou. Throughout the entire eastern wilderness continent, all the young people with any reputation had heard of this story, which could be described as the biggest joke of the year. Countless people were waiting to see the Great Zhou Dynasty make a fool of itself. Just wait and see the Zhao family unleash their fury, slapping this arrogant new dynasty back to reality. A marriage alliance? To improve the royal bloodline? But can't you find a normal prince? Even for other princes with cultivation talent, although people felt they were climbing too high, they could still understand it to some extent. But it was precisely that King Zhao Chenan of Wei who was unable to escape the sea of suffering. What gives him the right? Is it because he's good-looking? Or is it because he was born into a good family? In an instant, the Great Zhou Dynasty and King Zhao Chenan of Wei became the laughingstock of the entire continent. Right at the height of the storm, a figure dressed in a blue robe appeared silently on the streets of the imperial city. Zhao Doubting walked slowly, listening to the unrestrained discussions around him. His dignified face showed no anger whatsoever, but rather a hint of contemptuous mockery. A bunch of ignorant ants. With a flash, he disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Zhao Doubting appeared out of thin air in the imperial study. The faint, ethereal pressure emanating from him as the dragon had just dissipated. An old figure appeared outside the door like a ghost. It was none other than Grand Eunuch Wei. His Majesty. Eunuch Wei bowed deeply, his aged face revealing undisguised worry. Was the trip successful? Zhao Doubting took off the slightly dusty blue robe, tossed it aside, sat back on the dragon throne, and let out a long breath. He rubbed his temples, looking somewhat tired, yet with a strange smile. It went smoothly. Zhao Doubting gave a wry smile. It's really embarrassing. Eunuch Wei lowered his head even further, his heart burning with curiosity as if being scratched by a cat's claws, but he dared not ask a single question. Zhao Doubting didn't expect him to respond. It was as if he was talking to himself, or perhaps savoring the moment. That old man from the Zhao family is actually quite capable. He fought me for 3 days and 3 nights, and in the end, my 9 dragons demon halberd shattered his magic weapon, which is why he lost by half a move. However, I am not feeling well either. He subconsciously touched his meticulously trimmed beard. There was a small, obvious charred mark there, which had been burned off by someone using powerful fire magic. The Zhao family's fire lives up to its reputation. At this point, Zhao Doubting couldn't help but raise his chin proudly. No matter what, this trip was still profitable. A daughter-in-law ranked 6th on the prodigy ranking is mine. However, before that, we have to put on a big show with them. Eunuch Wei trembled slightly, but maintained his respectful posture, pretending not to have heard anything. But in his heart, a storm was already raging. His Majesty actually stormed the Zhao family all by himself, and even fought a great battle with the Zhao family's dragon transformation ancestor, and won? This is simply unbelievable. What intrigued him even more was what the grand show His Majesty was talking about was. Why does His Majesty attach such importance to Prince Wei? Is it so important that they would personally block the door of a prestigious family with a long history, doing something so undignified? Could it really be just because of the deceased mother of the King of Wei? Eunuch Wei couldn't understand it, and dared not think about it any further. At the same time, the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty is Tianxia City. The grandeur and prosperity of this city far surpassed that of the Great Zhou Imperial City. From time to time, cultivators riding rare and exotic beasts would fly across the sky. On the ground, magnificent palaces and pavilions pierced the clouds, their spiritual energy so rich it was almost tangible. The third prince, Zhao Chenan, stood before a magnificent palace, his expression complex. There was trepidation and unease, but more than anything, there was resentment and ambition that had been suppressed for a long time. He escaped from the Great Zhou Dynasty and traveled a long and winding road. Finally, by virtue of his status as a prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, he obtained the opportunity to meet the crown prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Your Highness, the third prince of Zhou, the crown prince requests your presence. After a guard coldly announced his arrival, he was led into the enormous palace known as the Eastern Palace. After passing through numerous corridors, Zhao Chenan finally met the legendary crown prince of Great Zhou, Liu Yechen, in the main hall. It was a young man who looked a few years younger than him, wearing a magnificent purple python robe, casually sitting on a jade chair. He clearly didn't release any aura, but as soon as Zhao Chenan stepped into the main hall, he felt an invisible pressure coming at him, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Dragon Transformation Realm. This is the power of the Crown Prince of Great Zhou. Zhou Kingdom's third prince, Zhao Chenan? Liu Yechen raised her head and looked him over with interest. Her question, though seemingly casual, carried a condescending air of scrutiny. I am Zhao Chenan, and I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince of Great Zhou. Zhao Chenan dared not be negligent in the slightest and immediately knelt down on the ground. Liu Yechen chuckled lightly, showing no intention of letting him get up. So humble? It seems you're not having an easy time in Zhou. Upon hearing Liu Yechen's teasing, Zhao Chenan immediately replied, My father is biased, and treacherous officials are in power. I am not reconciled. Zhao Chenan gritted his teeth and poured out the words he had prepared beforehand. He shamelessly portrayed himself as a tragic prince persecuted by a tyrannical emperor, whose ambitions remained unfulfilled. Liu Yechen listened quietly, offering no comment. Only after Zhao Chenan finished speaking did he slowly pick up the spiritual tea beside him and take a small sip. So, you came to me wanting me to help you take back what belongs to you? Yes. As long as your highness is willing to help me, I will ascend the throne. The Great Zhou is willing to be a vassal state of the Great Zhou forever, paying tribute every year. Zhao Chenan eagerly made a promise. Liu Yechen put down her teacup and leaned forward slightly. The air inside the hall seemed to freeze instantly. The Great Zhou? Your little Zhou kingdom, how is it big? Is it ambitious? Chapter 35 The Crown Prince of Great Zhou also wants to propose marriage to Xiao Chu. The air inside the hall seemed to freeze instantly. Liu Yechen's casual question was like an invisible slap in the face to Zhao Chenan. Is it ambitious? These 4 words, filled with undisguised mockery and contempt, made Zhao Chenan, who was kneeling on the ground, freeze. He buried his head deeper, biting his lip hard, the humiliating taste of blood filling his mouth. I wouldn't dare. The voice was squeezed out from between his teeth, dry and hoarse. Liu Yechen chuckled lightly, seemingly quite pleased with his humble posture. Don't dare? I think you've got quite the nerve. He picked up the cup of spiritual tea beside him and slowly blew on it to cool it down. I just received some interesting news yesterday. Liu Yechen put down her teacup, leaned forward slightly, and that invisible pressure descended once more. Your father has arranged another marriage for your good-for-nothing brother. Zhao Chenan's heart sank. It's Zhao Chenan again. Just how biased is Father Emperor? This time, the target is Xiao Chu, the Kirin daughter of the Xiao family. What? Zhao Chenan suddenly raised his head, his face full of disbelief. The Xiao family? That ancient family that has been entrenched within the territory of the Great Zhou for 10,000 years? Xiao Chu, ranked 6th on the Heavenly Pride list? Has father gone mad? Why should such a proud and beautiful woman be married off to Zhao Chenan, a good-for-nothing who can't even navigate the sea of suffering? This is no longer absurd, it's playing with the fate of the entire Great Zhou Dynasty. How could the Xiao family possibly agree to this? It seems you also think it's outrageous. Liu Yechen took in Zhao Chenan's shock and smiled knowingly. A dying dynasty, a notorious and useless prince, dares to covet the daughter of a family with a 1,000-year history. I also believe that the Xiao family would never agree to this. He stood up and slowly paced around the hall, his purple python robe trailing on the ground with a soft rustling sound. Therefore I have an idea. Lu Yuchen stopped and turned around to scrutinize Zhao Chenyu. What if I also propose marriage to the Shao family? A crown prince of an imperial dynasty, the future ruler of the Celestial Empire. A useless prince of a dynasty, a laughingstock of the continent. What do you think the Shao family will choose? Zhao Chenyu's heart pounded wildly, and he almost blurted it out. Of course. The Shao family will definitely choose your highness. One is in the sky, the other is on the ground. This isn't even a choice. Ha 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 ha! Lu Yuchen let out a hearty laugh of satisfaction, seemingly very pleased with Zhao Chenyu's sensible behavior. You are very smart. He sat back down on the jade chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. So, how about you go in my place next? Zhao Chenyu was stunned. I propose marriage on behalf of your highness? That's right. Lu Yuchen's smile became meaningful. As the third prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, you proposed marriage to the Shao family on behalf of my Great Zhou Dynasty. Don't worry, I'll guarantee your safety on the road. His tone shifted abruptly, his voice becoming deep and seductive. Moreover, the reason I'm sending you back this time isn't just to propose marriage. I still want you to go back. Ascension to the throne. Boom! These two words were like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploding in Zhao Chenyu's mind. Ascension to the throne? Let him go back and ascend the throne? He stared blankly at Lu Yuchen, momentarily thinking he was hallucinating. Lu Yuchen seemed to enjoy his distraught appearance, and continued speaking slowly. Your father is quite interesting. Instead of nurturing so many talented sons, he insists on throwing all the good things at that good-for-nothing. She is both the holy maiden of Jixia Academy and the Qilin maiden of a 10,000-year-old family. She even went so far as to personally take action and fight against the old dean. I don't believe there's nothing fishy going on here. Lu Yuchen's fingertips stopped on the armrest, and the atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. However, I don't care what he's up to. Now that you have come to my Great Xia, I will give you a chance. Once you get to that position, all his schemes and tricks will naturally fall apart. The cold words instantly snapped Zhao Chenyu out of his shock. He's not stupid. At this moment, he finally understood Lu Yuchen's true intentions. The marriage proposal was a lie. He was brought into the territory of the Great Zhou Dynasty and into the Shao family, just to be used as bait. A lure to tempt the emperor and the hidden powerhouses of the Great Zhou. This Lu Yuchen doesn't care about Shao Chuchu at all. What he really wants is to take this opportunity to plan a shocking assassination. He wants to kill his own father. Then, they would support themselves as a puppet ruler to seize power, thereby conquering the entire Great Zhou without bloodshed. What a ruthless scheme! What a vicious method! A chill ran from Zhao Chenyu's spine straight up to the top of his head. His first reaction was fear, and he wanted to escape. After all, that was his father, a top expert who had just advanced to the dragon transformation realm. However, that dignified and indifferent face flashed through his mind. He recalled how his father had so readily betrothed Li Qingluan to Zhao Chenan, extinguishing all his hopes. He recalled the cold imperial decree from his father, after his plan was exposed, ordering him to be imprisoned in the imperial palace for eternity. And that good-for-nothing Zhao Chenan? Why should I? Why is he born to be pampered in every way, while I have to kneel here like a dog, begging for other people's pity? I'm not reconciled. Vengeful. Ambition. A multitude of emotions, like venomous snakes, were frantically gnawing at the last vestiges of familial affection and reason in his heart. Family ties? In his father's eyes, his son was probably not even as important as a single hair on the head of that good-for-nothing Zhao Chenan. Since you are ruthless, don't blame me for being unjust. Zhao Chenyu's body stopped trembling, and he slowly raised his head. The face that had initially held a hint of trepidation was now filled with an icy coldness and resolute determination. He cowed out heavily, his voice resounding. Thank you for your kindness, your highness! Zhao Chenyu is willing to return to the Great Zhou Dynasty and go to the Shao family to propose marriage on behalf of his highness. Lu Yuchen gazed at him for a long time, then a bright smile bloomed on her face. Good! Very good! As expected of someone of royal lineage, you have not disappointed me. He stood up, walked to Zhao Chenyu, and looked down at the Zhou prince who had completely become his pawn. Remember, family ties are something that shouldn't exist in people like you and me, and cannot exist in us. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden scroll flew out from his sleeve and landed lightly in front of Zhao Chenan. Take it. This is the official letter from our Great Zhou Dynasty, and also the list of betrothal gifts for the Zhao family. You can go on this trip without any worries. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 36. Picking up a new wife thousands of miles away. Zhao Chenan leaves the city. The back garden of the Prince of Wei's residence. The sun shines warmly, and the flowers are gently intoxicated. Zhao Chenan was comfortably lying in the rocking chair, enjoying this rare moment of leisure in the afternoon. Since the last time I presented the 9 Dragons demon halberd to help my father break through to the dragon transformation realm, the entire capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty was filled with a strange excitement, but his Prince Wei's mansion remained calm. He liked this peace and quiet. Your Highness, Your Highness. A high-pitched voice broke the silence as Eunuch Wei took small, quick steps. He ran in with a big smile on his face, holding a bright yellow imperial edict in his hands. Zhao Chenan didn't even lift his eyelids. Another arranged marriage? Surely not? The Zhao family's son hasn't even entered the family yet. Father's efficiency is a bit too high. What is it, Eunuch Wei? Why are you in such a hurry? Zhao Chenan asked lazily. Great news, Your Highness! Eunuch Wei bowed and held the imperial edict high above his head. His Majesty has decreed that His Highness Prince Wei shall depart immediately for the Zhao family to personally welcome Princess Wei to the capital. Zhao Chenan stopped moving. He slowly opened his eyes and sat up straight. You want me to personally go and fetch the bride? He was somewhat bewildered. That's against the rules. Since ancient times, what reason has there been for a prince to personally travel thousands of miles to fetch someone? That's what His Majesty said. Eunuch Wei bowed his head and answered respectfully. His Majesty also said that the Zhao family's daughter is a favored daughter of heaven and deserves this honor. Only Your Highness's personal welcome can demonstrate the sincerity of our Great Zhou. The wedding ceremony will be held after the princess arrives in the capital. Zhao Chenan remained silent. What is Father Emperor up to? However, he didn't think much of it. Anyway, if the sky falls, his father will hold it up. As a son, all he needs to do is obey and carry out his duties. Okay, I understand. Zhao Chenan waved his hand. I'll get ready and go shortly. This servant takes his leave. Eunuch Wei bowed and quietly withdrew. Zhao Chenan sat there for a moment, then got up and walked towards the inner courtyard. Such a big thing, I have to tell the 3 people and my family. In the pavilions and waterside terraces of the inner courtyard, 3 exquisitely beautiful figures created a moving picture. Yilanshu wore a loose, plain-colored long dress, radiating a gentle maternal glow. She was gently stroking her slightly protruding belly. Her face, which originally carried the heroic spirit of the grassland people, was now as pure as a snow lotus from the Tian Shan mountains, untouched by any dust. Li Qingwan, on the other hand, wore a smart red outfit that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure. She was wiping her spear with meticulous movements, displaying a heroic and spirited demeanor. As the daughter of a military family, her beauty possessed a sharp, aggressive quality that made people afraid to look directly at her. Lu Rushwang remained aloof, dressed in pristine white, quietly reading a book. She sat there, seemingly isolated from the entire world, ethereal and otherworldly. Her stunningly beautiful face remained completely expressionless, like ice that had never melted. Yet, it makes people irresistibly want to get closer and melt away that coldness. When Zhao Chenan walked in, he saw a scene that stirred his heart. My 3 wives are all exceptionally beautiful, each with their own unique charm. Cough, cough. He coughed lightly, breaking the silence. All 3 women turned their attention to him. There's something I need to tell you. Zhao Chenan walked to the center of the pavilion and repeated the oral message that Eunuch Wei had just conveyed. My husband is going to personally pick up that Miss Zhao? Yilanshu was the first to speak, her pure, large eyes filled with curiosity. Yes, it's Father's order. Then, I want to go too. Yilanshu suddenly stood up, her face showing excitement and anticipation. I've been in the capital for so long, and I haven't gone out to explore yet. Husband, take me with you. I want to see the mountains and rivers of the Great Zhou. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chenan hesitated for a moment. You're pregnant now, and the journey will be tiring. What if it affects the fetus? Before he could finish speaking, Li Qinghuan slammed her spear into the ground, making a crisp sound. What does it have to do with anything? She pursed her lips, her words straightforward. Sister Shuer is of the Heavenly Wolf bloodline and is a cultivator at the Sea of Wheels realm. Her physique is far superior to that of ordinary women. Keeping her cooped up in the palace all day is not good for her and the child. Go out for a walk, relax, it's no big deal. Zhao Chenan thought about it and realized that made sense. Yilanshu grew up on horseback and is the proudest saint on the grassland. It was truly unfair to keep her confined in the palace like a canary. Okay, let's go together then. Zhao Chenan nodded with a smile. Yilanshu immediately cheered and ran over to hug Zhao Chenan's arm, like a child who had received candy. Zhao Chenan's gaze turned to Lu Rushuang, who had remained silent. Rushuang, what about you? Lu Rushuang closed the book in her hand and slowly stood up. Her clear eyes were fixed on Zhao Chenan, with a hint of barely perceptible worry hidden within them. I won't go. Her voice was clear and cool, yet very firm. The Jixia Academy has just entered the Great Zhou Dynasty, and its integration with various forces in the court is still in its early stages. There are many things that I need to handle while I remain in the capital. My lord, your journey is long, please be careful in everything you do. Although she was very worried about Zhao Chenan's safety on this trip, she was even more aware of her responsibilities. As the Holy Maiden of the Jixia Academy, she cannot act impulsively. Zhao Chenan walked up to her and gently took her slightly cool hand in his. Don't worry, since Father Emperor sent me, he must have made all the arrangements. He could sense that this seemingly cold Saintess cared for him deep down. If you stay in the capital, you can help me take care of the house. Zhao Chenan's words carried a hint of teasing. I don't want to come back to find the palace completely emptied. A rare, very faint blush appeared on Lu Rushuang's cheeks. Although it was fleeting, it still left Zhao Chenan speechless. The moment an iceberg melts is indeed the most beautiful sight in the world. You should take Sister Shui and Sister Qinghuan with you this time, so they can look after each other on the way. Lu Rushuang ignored his joke and gave him serious instructions. Understood, my head butler, Zhao Chenan replied with a smile. By evening, the carriages of the Prince of Wei's residence were ready. Unlike ordinary carriages, this was a huge chariot pulled by 4 pure white spirit horses, each with a trace of dragon horse blood. The carriage was spacious enough to accommodate more than a dozen people. Li Qinghuan, however, felt that this was not enough. She found Zhao Chenan, her expression serious. My husband, I feel there's something fishy about this. How so? What kind of family is the Xiao family? A family with a history of 10,000 years, with a profound foundation. It is said that even the Great Xia royal family has to give them some respect. Their daughter, Qilin, is 6th on the prodigy ranking. How could she possibly be interested in our great show? Li Qinghuan put it bluntly, she simply didn't believe in such a windfall. It's already strange that she would agree to this marriage. Now that father has made you personally go to fetch the bride, adopting such a humble posture, if there isn't something wrong with this, I'll change my name. Zhao Chenan scratched his head. Who can guess what my father is thinking? Anyway, he's my father, he wouldn't harm me. I didn't mean your father would harm you. Li Qinghuan was getting anxious. I'm worried about safety on the road. As expected of the general's daughter, she thinks more comprehensively than him. So, according to your opinion? I have already sent someone to inform my father. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Li Qinghuan's eyes. On this trip, I will bring 300 elite tiger and leopard cavalry, as well as 300 Xuanjia female guards whom I have personally trained. No matter what schemes or tricks they may have, they are all nothing but chickens and dogs in the face of absolute strength. Zhao Chenan couldn't help but smile as he looked at her confident and radiant demeanor. Okay, whatever you say. Anyway, it'll be more lively with more people, and a bigger show will prevent the Xiao family from looking down on us. With Zhao Chenan's consent, Li Qinghuan immediately turned around and made the arrangements. Night fell. A massive convoy, escorted by 300 tiger leopard cavalry and 300 Xuanjia female guards, slowly drove out of the imperial city under the watchful eyes of countless people. At the same time, deep within the palace, the hall of mental cultivation was brightly lit. Zhao Doubting was standing in front of a huge sand table. On the sand table, the territories of the Great Zhou and the Great Xiao were intertwined, and countless flags were scattered everywhere. Eunuch Wei entered silently and knelt down to report. Your Majesty, Prince Wei has already left the city. Zhao Doubting hummed in response, without turning around. He picked up a small golden flag representing the Wei Prince's convoy and slowly planted it at the starting point of the road leading from the Great Zhou imperial city to the Xiao family. After doing all this, he finally raised his head, his deep gaze fixed on the dark night sky outside the window. The bait has been cast. Now let's see how many fish will be unable to resist taking the bait. His voice was very soft, almost inaudible in the empty hall. Chapter 37. If you don't want to get married, you can run away from the wedding. The convoy was not moving very fast. It could even be described as slow. Zhao Chenan didn't urge her. Although Li Qingwan was anxious, she swallowed her words when she saw Yilanshu's happy expression. Since leaving the capital, Yilanshu has been like a bird freed from its cage, radiating an unprecedented vitality. Inside the spacious carriage, she leaned against the window, curiously observing everything outside. My husband, look at that mountain, it's so tall! Husband, are there any fish in that river? How about we grill some fish for dinner tonight? My husband. She chattered on and on, her pure eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhao Chenan leaned back on the cushion, holding a book in his hand, but he couldn't read a single word. He just looked at her with a smile. My wife has just come of age. No, she's just been released from her cage. This feeling is actually quite nice. Li Qingwan sat to the side, carefully wiping her spear, completely ignoring everything else. Only occasionally, when she looked up and saw Yilanshu's unguarded smile, she would unconsciously soften a little. Never mind, I'll just consider it as keeping her company and helping her relax. With 600 elite guards escorting them, ordinary thugs wouldn't dare approach. The convoy traveled at a leisurely pace, stopping frequently to enjoy the scenery during the day and spending their nights outdoors, lighting campfires. Zhao Chenan personally cooked and roasted a fat fish he had caught from the river. The fish had a golden and crispy skin and a wonderful aroma. Yilanshu ate with her mouth full of oil, her eyes squinting happily. The grilled fish my husband makes is the most delicious thing in the world. Zhao Chenan smiled and tore off a piece of the tenderest fish belly meat, carefully removing the fish bones, and held it to her mouth. This went on for more than half a month. That morning, the convoy prepared to depart as usual. Yilanshu, who was resting with her eyes closed, suddenly shuddered slightly. A pure spiritual energy emanated from her and spread outwards. The air inside the carriage seemed to become a bit fresher. Zhao Chenan and Li Qingwan opened their eyes at the same time. Swear you! Yilanshu also felt the changes in her body with some confusion. A powerful life essence flowed through her internal organs, opening up a brand new world. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The 5 divine organs shone brightly, as if deities were chanting scriptures within them. Dao Palace Realm. She actually broke through. I think I've broken through. Yilanshu said somewhat uncertainly. Li Qingwan leaned closer, examined it carefully, and confirmed. That's right, it's the aura of the early stage of the Dao Palace Realm, and the foundation is incredibly solid. How is that possible? Just by traveling, eating, and drinking, you've achieved a breakthrough? Is there no justice left in this world? Li Qingwan felt that her worldview had been shaken. She cultivated diligently back then, putting in a lot of effort to break through, but others just casually reached the Dao Palace Realm. Zhao Chenan, however, seemed to know everything perfectly well. The heavenly rank cultivation technique, the great Tao of heavenly evolution scripture, is already incredibly profound, and in addition, Yilanshu possesses the bloodline of the heavenly wolf and is exceptionally gifted. Most importantly, she was in a good mood and completely relaxed during this period. When one is in harmony with heaven and earth and nature, breaking through nature becomes a natural outcome. It seems that bringing her along was indeed the right decision. At the same time, located thousands of miles away, within the territory of the Great Zhou Dynasty, is the ancestral home of the Xiao family. Deep within a valley shrouded in rich spiritual energy, a stone gate slowly opened. A girl wearing a light blue dress walked out from there. The girl was about 18 years old, with skin as white as snow, black hair like a waterfall, and a pair of bright, lively eyes that seemed to hold the stars and the sea. She stretched, and her bones cracked and popped. The girl's face beamed with a confident and proud smile. She is Xiao Chuchu, the most dazzling Qilin girl of the Xiao family in this generation. He began cultivating at 5, reached the Dao Palace at 10, and the 4 extremes at 18. Looking across the entire continent, they are extremely rare. Miss, you've emerged from seclusion! An old woman hurried over, her face beaming with joy. Aunt Fu, how long have I been in seclusion? Xiao Chuchu asked casually. Miss, it's been a full 3 months. So long? Xiao Chuchu stuck out her tongue. Where is my great-grandfather? Has he been looking for me? The ancestor is waiting for you on the back mountain. The old woman paused here, seemingly wanting to say something but then stopping herself. What's wrong? Xiao Chuchu sensed that something was wrong. The old woman hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice. Miss, during your seclusion, the ancestor arranged a marriage for you. What? Xiao Chuchu's smile froze on her face instantly. Marriage? To whom? How come I don't know about this? Her voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. The old woman was startled and quickly said, It is the 16th prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Prince Wei, Zhao Chenan. The Great Zhou Dynasty? The King of Wei? Xiao Chuchu looked completely confused. No, I need to go find Grandpa and ask him what exactly happened. After saying that, she transformed into a streak of azure light and flew swiftly towards the back mountain. Behind the mountain, in front of a simple thatched hut, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face is leisurely watering a medicinal herb garden. He was the pillar of the Xiao family, the dragon transformation realm expert who had lived for thousands of years, the Xiao family patriarch. Great-grandfather! The person arrived before the voice. Xiao Chuchu landed angrily in front of the thatched hut, her cheeks puffed out, like an angry kitten. The Xiao family patriarch put down the water ladle, turned around, and showed a doting smile on his face. Oh, our little Chuchu has finished her seclusion. Come, let Grandpa see if her cultivation went smoothly. He didn't mention marriage. Instead, he inquired about her cultivation level. After reaching the 4th extreme realm, have you encountered any barriers? Xiao Chuchu, who was originally full of anger, immediately calmed down after his question. The cultivation is going smoothly, no problem. She pouted and said angrily, But I have a big problem in my life. Oh? The Xiao family patriarch feigned surprise. What problem could make our young prodigy look so worried? You still dared to say that? Xiao Chuchu was even angrier. Why did you marry me off? And to some prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty no less. I thought that because I was so talented, I was the hope for the future of the family, and now I wouldn't have to be used as a tool for marriage like my other sisters. Her voice carried a hint of grievance and resentment. Upon hearing this, the smile on the face of the Xiao family patriarch gradually faded, replaced by a helpless sigh. Chuchu, do you think your great-grandfather wanted this? He spoke slowly, his words carrying a hint of melancholy. Then why? The Xiao family patriarch interrupted her, saying slowly. If you don't like it, well, you could try running away from the wedding. Xiao Chuchu was stunned. She stared wide-eyed, wondering if she had misheard. Run away from the wedding? Chapter 38. The girl runs away from her bride. The Xiao family has impressive methods. Runaway bride. For her, those 2 words were like opening the door to a new world, full of excitement and temptation. But she still hesitated. But is this feasible? If I run away, what will happen to the Xiao family? How will we explain this to the Great Zhou Dynasty? The Xiao family patriarch smiled, stepped forward, and gently patted her head. Go ahead and do what you want to do. As for the Xiao family, with our patriarch still around, the sky won't fall down. Perfect timing. The King of Wei of the Great Zhou is already on his way to pick you up. If you set off now, you can still avoid them. He patiently guided and persuaded him. So it's because you yourself didn't want to marry, rather than because I, your ancestor, sold you off for the sake of the family's interests, right? Xiao Chuchu's mind raced. Yes. What our great-grandfather said makes so much sense. If I run away, then it has nothing to do with the family. This would both preserve the family's reputation and grant him freedom. That's the best of both worlds.
Grandpa, you're the best.
Zhao Chuchu's mood instantly brightened, and she jumped up happily. A glint of unfathomable brilliance flashed in the murky eyes of the Zhao family patriarch.
Go, pack your things, and leave tonight. Don't let anyone find out.
Zhao Chuchu nodded heavily, then turned into a streak of light and flew towards her cave. Watching her disappearing figure, the smile on the face of the Zhao family patriarch slowly vanished, replaced by a deep, unsettling expression. He looked up toward the direction of the Great Zhou imperial city and muttered to himself.
Girl, don't blame Grandpa for messing with you. The Great Zhou Dynasty may truly be the hope for the Zhao family's resurgence.
Inside Zhao Chuchu's cave, she was excitedly stuffing things into a spatial ring.
This spiritual fruit is delicious, take it with you. This robe is beautiful, take it with you. And this newly forged flying sword, perfect for testing its speed.
As she packed, she fantasized about how she would escape her arranged marriage and then roam the world with a sword, righting wrongs and fighting for justice.
Humph, a mere prince of a dynasty dares to dream of marrying me, Zhao Chuchu.
The girl picked up a sparkling jade pendant and waved it in front of her eyes.
Dream on. I'll travel all over this beautiful country first, and we'll talk about it when I'm tired of it.
She gave a soft hum, transformed into a streak of azure light, and silently left the Zhao family's ancestral land, disappearing into the vast night. Meanwhile, outside the Zhao family's mountain gate, a magnificent procession of carriages slowly came to a stop, led by a huge chariot drawn by 4 exceptionally handsome dragon-scaled horses. Inside the carriage, a young man with effeminate features lifted the curtain and gazed at the ancient mountain gate shrouded in spiritual energy. He was Zhao Chenan, the 3rd prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, who came to propose marriage on the orders of Crown Prince Liuchen.
A mere ancient family with a history of 10,000 years, yet they put on quite an air.
Zhao Chenan pursed his lips, straightened his robes, and then slowly stepped down from the carriage. Behind him, an elderly man who appeared to be in charge had already stepped forward and announced loudly.
The Crown Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Prince Zhao Chenan of the 3rd Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, has come to pay respects to the Zhao family patriarch.
The sound rolled on and echoed through the valley. Zhao Chenan showed absolutely no shame for being a prince working for the crown prince of an enemy country. On the contrary, they seemed quite proud, showing off their status. Soon, the gates of the Zhao family opened wide, and an old man with white hair and beard strode out. He was none other than the patriarch of the Zhao family.
I was unaware of your arrival and apologize for not welcoming you properly.
The Zhao family patriarch cupped his hands in greeting, a warm smile on his face. Zhao Chenan simply nodded indifferently, with a hint of arrogance.
You're too kind, ancestor. I've come here on behalf of His Highness the Crown Prince of Great Zhou to propose marriage to the noblewoman Zhao Chuchu.
He got straight to the point and stated his purpose directly. Upon hearing this, the Zhao family patriarch revealed a perfectly timed look of delight.
Oh? His Highness the Crown Prince values the Zhao family so highly. It is truly an honor for the Zhao family. To be able to form a marriage alliance with the Great Zhou Dynasty is something I would naturally be more than happy to do.
Zhao Chenan was very satisfied with this answer. It seems the Zhao family is quite sensible. He was about to continue speaking when he was interrupted by the next words of the Zhao family patriarch.
Only.
The old ancestor changed the subject, sighing apologetically.
However, I'm afraid this matter will disappoint His Highness the Crown Prince.
Zhao Chenan's brows furrowed instantly.
What's the meaning?
Well, the patriarch of the Zhao family sighed heavily, looking heartbroken.
To be honest, not long ago, the Great Zhou Dynasty also sent people to bestow a marriage upon their 16th prince, Zhao Chenan, to marry our Chu-Chu. That girl, Chu-Chu, has a strong personality and didn't want to be used as a tool for an arranged marriage. In a fit of anger,
the old ancestor paused here, then beat his chest and stamped his feet in frustration.
She ran away from her wedding.
Zhao Chenan was completely stunned. Did she run away from her wedding? What kind of operation is this? You, a powerful cultivator at the dragon transformation realm, can't even keep an eye on your own granddaughter?
Your Excellency, are you making fun of me?
Zhao Chenan's tone instantly turned cold.
How dare I? How dare I?
The Zhao family patriarch waved his hands repeatedly, his face showing sincerity and helplessness.
Everything I said is true. That little brat has been spoiled rotten by me. She's completely lawless. I've already sent people everywhere to search for her, and once there's any news, I'll bring her back immediately and give His Highness the Crown Prince an explanation.
He patted his chest and assured them.
I humbly request that Your Highness the Third Prince stay in the clan for a few days so that this old man can deal with this family scandal.
Zhao Chenan stared at the Zhao family patriarch's face, which showed no flaws whatsoever, his heart burning with anger, yet he could not vent it. They've already put it this way and adopted a very humble attitude. If I were to be aggressive, it would only make me seem petty.
All right. I'll wait a few days.
Zhao Chenan squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, then turned and walked into the Zhao family's mountain gate. He wanted to see what tricks the Zhao family could pull. Several days later, in the northern border of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Zhao Chenan's convoy slowly drove into Jinbei City, the largest military city on the border. The city gates were wide open, and a burly general clad in heavy armor was already waiting there with a squad of personal guards.
This humble general, Wang Hu, pays his respects to Your Highness, the Prince of Wei.
The general knelt on one knee, his voice booming like a bell. Wang Hu was a trusted and beloved general whom Li Qingxin had personally promoted. He had been stationed in the northern border for many years and was the key to the northern gate of the Great Zhou.
General Wang, please rise.
Zhao Chenan dismounted and personally helped him up. Li Qingwan also came over and nodded to Wang Hu.
General Wang, you've worked hard. Guarding the gates of the Great Zhou is no hardship.
Wang Hu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, then looked at Zhao Chenan with a hint of scrutiny and curiosity in his eyes.
Your Highness, a banquet has been prepared in the camp to welcome you and the princess.
Most of these border soldiers were Li Qingxing's old subordinates, so they were naturally very close to Li Qingwan. The atmosphere in the military camp was lively. The soldiers took turns toasting Zhao Chenan and Li Qingwan, their words filled with pride and sincerity.
Your Highness, this time you're going to the Great Zhou Dynasty's territory to snatch a bride. You must win some honor for our Great Zhou. That's right. That Qilin girl from the Zhao family should be our Great Zhou's queen.
Zhao Chenan responded with a smile, accepting all requests. He could feel the simplicity and enthusiasm of these men on the battlefield, which warmed his heart. After a hearty meal, the convoy rested overnight at the military camp. The next morning, Zhao Chenan and his party bid farewell to Wang Hu and continued their journey into the territory of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The convoy had just driven 100 miles from Jinbei City and officially entered the buffer zone between the two countries. This is the desolate Gobi Desert, rarely visited by humans. Just then, a chilling killing intent descended from the sky without warning.
Enemy attack! Protect the prince!
The leader of the guard shouted loudly, and 600 elite soldiers instantly formed a battle formation, surrounding Zhao Chenan's carriage. A figure appeared like a ghost in front of the convoy. The man was shrouded in a black robe, revealing only a pair of cold eyes, and exuded the terrifying pressure of a fourth-level expert. Behind him followed several masked men at the Dao Palace realm, each exuding murderous intent.
Who goes there?
Li Qingwan, holding a long spear, stood in front of the carriage and coldly questioned. The man in black robes did not answer, but simply raised his hand and pointed to Zhao Chenan's carriage.
Kill them, leave no survivors.
The cold voice fell, and he moved first. With a single step, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, and a giant hand formed from gathered spiritual power slammed down on the carriage. The Zhao family home, in an elegant courtyard. Zhao Chenan paced back and forth anxiously, his handsome face bearing a sickly excitement and a cruel sneer. He calculated the time. That good-for-nothing Zhao Chenan should be almost at the border by now. As soon as he leaves the borders of the Great Zhou Kingdom, the people he arranged will take action. Zhao Chenan stopped and looked in the direction of the Great Zhou Imperial City, a cold smile spreading across his face. 16th brother, don't blame your third brother for being ruthless. If you have someone to blame, blame yourself for blocking my way. All he has to do now is stay here and quietly wait for news of Zhao Chenan's death. Chapter 39. Did she end up saving her fiancé? As the cold voice fell, the giant hand formed from spiritual energy slammed down on the carriage with earth-shattering power. The terrifying pressure froze the air, the earth trembled, and sand and gravel were swept high into the sky.
Form ranks! Defend against the enemy! The guard leader let out a heart-wrenching roar, and the 600 elite soldiers did not hesitate for a moment. The spiritual energy within his body surged out wildly, instantly converging into a thick light screen that blocked the convo. Boom! The giant hand collided violently with the light screen, producing a deafening roar. The light barrier lasted for less than a breath before shattering into countless specks of light. Puff! 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 The hundreds of guards at the forefront didn't even have time to scream before their bodies exploded into a bloody mist in the terrifying aftershocks. Blood stained the Gobi Desert red, and severed limbs were scattered everywhere, creating an extremely horrific scene. This is the power of a 4 Extremes realm expert. The power of that single strike was terrifying. Damn it! Li Qingwan gritted her teeth, her spear humming as it unleashed a barrage of spear shadows in an attempt to stop the man in black. But she was ultimately only at the peak of the Dao Palace realm, with an insurmountable chasm separating her from the 4 Extremes realm. The man in black simply waved his hand casually, and those sharp gun shadows vanished like bubbles. He didn't even glance at Li Qingwan. With a flicker of his figure, he reappeared above the convoy and struck down with his palm once more. This palm strike was even more terrifying than the last one. Your Highness! Your Highness! Let's go! The surviving guards, their eyes bloodshot, disregarded their injuries and burned with renewed vigor, trying to buy Zhao Chenan a chance to survive. They knew very well that they couldn't stop them, but not one of them backed down. Walk? Inside the carriage, Zhao Chenan lifted the curtain and looked at the hellish scene before him. Looking at the guards who were so fearless in protecting him, a surge of adrenaline rushed to his head. He shielded the panicked Yilanshu behind him, slowly stepped down from the carriage, and stood side by side with Li Qingwan. Upon seeing this, Li Qingwan immediately became anxious. Husband! What are you doing out here? Go back inside! While fending off the attacks of the surrounding Dao Palace realm assassins, she anxiously shouted. Take Yilanshu and run! I'll hold them off! Zhao Chenan shook his head. Looking at the woman in front of him, who was holding a long spear and looked heroic but was covered in blood, a strange emotion welled up in his heart. I don't know how to fight. His voice was calm, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. But I will not abandon my woman, nor will I abandon the brothers who risked their lives for me. Everyone was stunned by these words. Those guards who were already resigned to death shuddered violently upon hearing these words. They looked at the man who was usually easygoing and carefree, but now stood up straight. Standing at the very front, the 16th prince felt an indescribable surge of pride and emotion fill his chest. It was worth dying for such a lord. We swear to protect the prince with our lives. Kill! The surviving guards roared in fury, their morale soaring to its peak. They charged at the assassins, forming a final line of defense with their own flesh and blood. Li Qingwan's body trembled slightly. She turned around and gave Zhao Chenan a deep look. This man seemed completely different from what she had imagined. The man in black robes remained unmoved by all of this. In his view, these were merely the last struggles of ants. He raised his palm, gathering terrifying spiritual power once more, ready to end it all completely. At this critical moment, a clear, melodious, yet somewhat arrogant and disdainful girl's voice drifted from the horizon. How dare these cowardly rats, hiding their heads and tails, indiscriminately kill innocent people here? Seeing that I, this young lady, have intervened to help those in need. Before he finished speaking, a dazzling azure sword light tore through the sky and slashed straight at the black-robed man with extreme speed. The sword light was sharp and fierce, carrying an aura of razor sharpness that could cut through anything. The man in black robes was startled. He could no longer deal with Zhao Chenan and struck out with his palm, colliding fiercely with the cyan sword light. Boom! Another deafening roar followed, and a violent energy storm swept in all directions, scraping away a layer of the ground. A graceful figure landed gracefully and stood in front of the convoy. She was a girl who looked no more than 18 or 19 years old, wearing a light blue dress. With an exquisitely beautiful face and ethereal temperament, she held a long sword that shimmered with azure light, like a celestial maiden descended to earth. It was Xiao Chuchu who escaped from the Xiao family. She had only wanted to find a place to test the speed of her new flying sword, but she never expected to stumble upon this ambush. Driven by her dream of chivalry and justice, she acted without hesitation.
The man in black robes looked at Zhao Chenan, who had suddenly appeared, and a hint of seriousness flashed in his cold eyes. This girl is actually a 4th level expert. Who are you? And why are you interfering in our affairs? The man in black robes spoke coldly, trying to find out where the other party came from. Who do you care who I am? Zhao Chenan pointed her long sword, displaying a rather chivalrous demeanor. I just don't like you guys. What kind of heroes are you, ganging up on the few with numbers? Having said that, she stopped talking nonsense and moved to attack the man in black. In an instant, sword energy surged and spiritual power rippled. The battle between two experts at the 4th level of the realm directly turned this Gobi desert into a forbidden zone, and the heavens and earth changed color. Seeing this, Li Qinghuan's spirits lifted, and she immediately shouted, Regroup! Let's take out these weaklings first! With Zhao Chenan holding off the strongest enemy, the remaining Dao Palace realm assassins. For the elite guards of the Great Zhou, they were no longer an invincible opponent. The guards quickly formed a battle formation and, led by Li Qinghuan, launched a fierce counterattack. The tide of battle turned in an instant. The more the man in black fought, the more terrified he became. The girl opposite was young, but her strength was ridiculously high, with exquisite skills and extraordinary swordsmanship. Not only did he not gain any advantage, but he was also subtly suppressed. What chilled him even more was that his men were falling one by one as Li Qinghuan and her guards fought back. Mission failed. The moment this thought crossed his mind, the man in black robes lost all will to fight. He fainted, forcing Zhao Chenan back, and then transformed into a wisp of black smoke, fleeing into the distance without hesitation. Trying to run? Not so easy! Zhao Chenan shouted and was about to give chase. However, to her surprise, the masked assassins who were left behind all stopped moving after seeing their leader escape. They looked at each other, and then, without hesitation, chose to commit suicide. Some shattered their own heart meridians, while others ingested deadly poison they had prepared beforehand. In just a few breaths, all the assassins fell to the ground, their lives extinguished. The scene was a mess, littered with corpses. Zhao Chenan stopped in her tracks, looking at this scene, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly. These assassins were incredibly decisive, leaving absolutely no survivors. After the battle ended, the guards who had survived all breathed a sigh of relief, collapsed to the ground, and gasped for breath. Zhao Chenan straightened his robes, then led Li Qinghuan to Zhao Chenan. He solemnly bowed to the girl who had saved his life. I am Zhao Chenan, the king of Wei of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Thank you so much for your kindness in saving my life. I will never forget it. Li Qinghuan also bowed. Although she was wary of the mysterious woman who had suddenly appeared, it was true that she had saved them. Zhao Chenan had just won a tough battle and was in the best mood. She waved her hand, about to say something polite like, You're welcome, it was nothing. But when she heard the other person's self-introduction clearly, she froze. The Great Zhou Dynasty, King Wei, Zhao Chenan? Isn't this the guy who was supposed to marry me? The person you ran away from? Zhao Chun's smile froze instantly. She was completely stunned, and her mind went blank. How could it be him? I was doing a good deed, but I ended up saving the people who wanted to take me back to marry me? What kind of nonsense is this? Zhao Chenan looked at the girl's colorful expressions, somewhat puzzled. Girl? Ah? Zhao Chenan seemed to wake from a dream and waved her hand in a panic. And nothing. I just saw something was wrong. No need to thank me. I have to go now. All she wanted to do was get out of this awkward place as soon as possible. After saying that, she no longer cared about being a female knight-errant. She turned around and transformed into a streak of blue light, disappearing into the horizon without looking back. Her speed was even 3 times faster than when she came. Zhao Chenan and Li Qinghuan were left staring at each other, completely bewildered. On the other side, Zhao Chenan flew hundreds of miles in one breath before finding a secluded valley to land in. She leaned against a large rock, clutching her pounding heart, her face flushed. This is so embarrassing. Absolutely so embarrassing. My first foray into the martial world, my first act of chivalry, and I ended up in this kind of deadly situation. She was so ashamed she couldn't face anyone. But, for some reason, the scene from just now involuntarily surfaced in her mind. That guy named Zhao Chenan, who was clearly just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate, was able to stand up without changing his expression when facing a sure-kill attack from a Four Extremes realm expert. He said he would not give up on his woman. He said he would not abandon the brothers who were fighting for him. That composure, that sense of responsibility, that unwavering commitment to sharing life and death with the soldiers. As Zhao Chuchu thought about it, her cheeks grew even hotter. From a young age, all she heard about were how powerful geniuses were and how they slew demons and monsters, but no one ever told her that a man's true charm might not lie in how strong his cultivation was. Humph, at least he has some backbone. The girl kicked a small pebble away and muttered to herself. However, he was willing to risk his life for Li Qingluan, so he's not such a bad person after all. Perhaps, this guy isn't so bad after all? Meanwhile, high in the sky, deep within the clouds, a towering figure in a dragon robe stood with his hands behind his back, taking in everything that was happening in the Gobi Desert below. It was none other than the Emperor of the Great Zhou, Zhao Doubting, who had been secretly following behind. As he watched Zhao Chuchu flee in a panic, the shrewd and calculating Emperor revealed a subtle smile. That old man from the Zhao family is still a man of his word, he muttered to himself. Sure enough, he managed to trick his precious daughter into coming out. Under, the road ahead is up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure slowly disappeared, as if he had never existed. The Zhao family. In the elegant courtyard, Zhao Qinyu suddenly slammed the teacup in his hand to the ground, making a crisp sound. Useless! A bunch of useless trash! His face was contorted. His morbid excitement had long been replaced by boundless rage. He just received the message. The assassination attempt failed. The 4-level experts they sent out were intercepted midway. Not only did they fail to kill Zhao Chenan, but they also lost all their subordinates there. How could we fail? How could we possibly fail? Zhao Qinyu paced back and forth irritably, his heart filled with incomprehension and violence. For this ambush, His Highness the Crown Prince used a precious hidden weapon, a 4-level assassin who had been lying in wait for many years. It's gone just like that. According to the plan, as soon as Zhao Chenan dies, his father, Emperor Zhao Doubting, will be furious and will definitely come to the border of Great Xia to demand an explanation. At that time, His Highness the Crown Prince will personally take action and kill the Emperor with lightning speed. Then, with the support of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Zhao Qinyu could rightfully return to the Great Zhou Dynasty and ascend the throne as Emperor. What a perfect plan! But now, things have gone wrong right from the very first step. If Zhao Chenan is not dead, the Emperor will not be angered, and will not easily leave the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty. All subsequent plans became empty talk. Just as Zhao Qinyu was getting furious, a man in black appeared silently behind him and knelt on one knee. Your Highness, the Crown Prince has given an order. Zhao Qinyu suddenly turned around. The man in black handed over a jade slip and whispered, His Highness the Crown Prince says the plan remains unchanged. No matter what, we must kill Zhao Chenan before he arrives at the Zhao family. Anyway? Zhao Qinyu crushed the jade slip in his hand, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. It seems that His Highness the Crown Prince is already dissatisfied with his handling of the matter. If he fails to complete the mission, his value as the future emperor will likely be greatly diminished. He couldn't wait any longer, and he couldn't rely on anyone else. Zhao Qinyu took a deep breath and shouted in a deep voice towards the door. Guards! Summon Guard Lin and Guard Zhang to see me immediately! A moment later, 2 middle-aged men with imposing auras entered the courtyard, both radiating the powerful pressure of the 4th extreme realm. This was his last trump card, and also a powerful figure that Crown Prince Liu Yuchen had specially placed by his side to protect him. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, Zhao Qinyu's face showed a crazy and resolute look. If it doesn't work the first time, then try again. This time, he's going in person. 16th brother, you forced me to do this! He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Let's go! Chapter 40 The Crown Prince of the Dynasty makes a move, and the Zhou Emperor appears to meet him. Zhao Qinyu, accompanied by 2 guards, transformed into 3 streaks of light and rushed out of the Zhao family mansion, disappearing into the horizon. Inside the courtyard, only shattered porcelain shards remained, along with the lingering aura of violence. On the other side, in the Gobi Desert on the border of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Although the battle was over, the strong smell of blood lingered in the air for a long time. The setting sun, like blood, made the corpses of the assassins appear even more grotesque. The surviving guards of the Great Zhou were silently cleaning up the battlefield and carefully collecting the remains of their fallen comrades. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy, and everyone wore a sorrowful expression. Of the 600 elite troops who went on this mission, less than 300 remain, a devastating loss. Li Qingwan's arm wound had been simply bandaged, and she stood beside Zhao Chenan. Looking at those fallen figures, even his usually resolute face showed a hint of sadness. These people were all loyal and brave men of the Great Zhou Dynasty, veterans who had followed her father for many years. There were also female soldiers she personally trained. Now, however, he died far from home while protecting them. Zhao Chenan didn't speak, he just watched quietly, memorizing the face of every fallen guard. He cannot cultivate himself, and therefore cannot avenge them. But all he could do was ensure they died a worthy death, and that their families received compensation 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Your Highness, what do we do next? A guard captain stepped forward, his voice somewhat hoarse. The leader assassin escaped, and the mysterious female warrior also left. They are currently short-handed, and if they encounter danger again, I'm afraid. Zhao Chenan snapped out of his thoughts and returned to his usual carefree self. Let's take a break and then continue on our way. Continue? Li Qingwan was taken aback. But our people? It's all right. Zhao Chenan waved his hand, giving her a reassuring look. The road ahead will be safe. The guards looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. Why is this 16th prince so certain? Just then, from the distant horizon, 3 powerful auras were hurtling through the air at an astonishing speed, making no attempt to conceal their killing intent. The 4 extreme realms. And there were 2 of them. The surviving guards turned ashen-faced instantly. Their hearts, which had just settled, clenched again, and despair crept onto their faces. Not again? And to make matters worse, 2 experts at the 4th extreme realm arrived. Is heaven going to destroy us? Li Qingwan's body trembled, and she instinctively shielded Zhao Chenan behind her, drawing her long sword. Your Highness, go quickly! We'll cover your retreat! Go? Where to? A venomous and insane shout came from the horizon. 3 figures landed, stirring up a gust of wind. The one in the lead was none other than Zhao Chenan, whose face was contorted in pain. He stared intently at Zhao Chenan, then glanced at Li Qingwan, who was protecting Zhao Chenan behind her. He was consumed by jealousy and acted like a madman. Zhao Chenan! 16th brother! You piece of trash! You thief! What right do you have? What right do you have? He roared incoherently, pointing at Li Qingwan. And you, Li Qingwan! You shameless woman! In what way am I inferior to this good-for-nothing? You'd rather be his concubine than even glance at me. Li Qingwan trembled with anger at his vicious words, her pretty face turning icy cold. 3rd Prince, please show some respect. Respect? Ha! Zhao Chenan burst into wild laughter. After I kill him, I'll capture you and bring you back to Great Zhou. Then I'll show you what true respect is. Compared to his madness, Zhao Chenan appeared unusually calm. He even straightened his windblown robes and casually raised his hand in greeting. 3rd brother, how have you been? Why are you so angry? Are you here to see me off? This nonchalant demeanor only fueled Zhao Chenan's anger. Seeing you off? Yes. I'm here to see you on your way. Zhao Chenan's face contorted with rage as he suddenly swung his hand. Guard Lin! Guard Zhang! Kill him! Kill this good-for-nothing! And everyone around him! Leave no one alive! Yes, Your Highness the 3rd Prince. The 2 middle-aged men at the 4th level of the Extreme Realm stepped forward in response, their powerful aura sweeping over the area, making it difficult for the already exhausted guards to even stand. It's over. These 2 words came to everyone's mind. Li Qingwan channeled the last of her spiritual energy, preparing for a final, desperate struggle. However, Zhao Chenan gently patted her shoulder, indicating that she didn't need to be nervous. He stepped forward, facing the oppressive aura of the 2 experts at the 4th extreme realm. Instead of showing any fear, he let out a long sigh. 3rd brother, why are you doing this to yourself? I told you, the road ahead is safe,
Why won't you believe me? The words had barely left his mouth. A pressure 1,000 times more terrifying than that of the 4 extreme realms descended from the sky without warning. Boom! It was as if the entire sky had collapsed. The 2 powerful experts at the 4th realm, who had been so aggressive just moments before, were pinned to the ground with a thud by the immense, unfathomable pressure. Their limbs and bones cracked under the strain, their bodies twisted in agony, blood gushing from their mouths, unable to move. In just a moment, the oppressive aura was enough to suppress the 2 experts at the 4th level of the realm, leaving them powerless to resist. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. The madness and ferocity on Zhao Chenan's face froze instantly, replaced by boundless terror and horror. He stiffly raised his head and looked up at the sky. Above the clouds, a majestic figure clad in a dragon robe slowly appeared. He stood with his hands behind his back, his face majestic, with dragon energy swirling around him, like a god who ruled over heaven and earth. Those deep eyes were coldly observing everything on the ground. Father Emperor! Zhao Chenan's voice trembled violently, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, almost making his soul fly away. What is he doing here? Wasn't the plan to lure him out? How did he end up here ahead of time? Zhao Doubting didn't even glance at the 2 guards who had been suppressed. His gaze fell on his 3rd son. There was no anger, no questioning, only a deathly, cold silence. The traitor. Just 2 words, yet they contained the Emperor's wrath as powerful as a collapsing mountain and a tsunami, crashing heavily into Zhao Chenan's heart. Zhao Chenan's body went limp, and he could no longer care about interception or the throne. Only one thought remained in his mind. Escape! He screamed, turned around and transformed into a streak of light, desperately fleeing towards the Great Zhou Dynasty, looking as pathetic as a stray dog. Zhao Doubting did not chase after him. He had no interest in even glancing at his son, who was now useless. In a valley hundreds of miles away, Xiao Chuchu was secretly following behind Zhao Chenan's group. She was still worried. It was mainly out of curiosity. She wanted to see what kind of person Zhao Chenan really was. As a result, she witnessed Zhao Chenan leading his men to intercept and kill them, and then she saw the majestic middle-aged man in the dragon robe descend from the sky and suppress 2 powerful experts of the 4th realm with a flick of his finger. So strong! Xiao Chuchu covered her mouth, completely shocked. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe was definitely stronger than the 4 extremes realm, and even stronger than the Xiao family patriarch she had ever met. Dragon transformation realm. Who is this person? Judging from the way Zhao Chenan and the others are bowing, could it be the Emperor of the Great Zhou? He actually came all the way here in person. Just as Xiao Chuchu was wavering, an even larger and colder aura rose into the sky from another direction, confronting Zhao Doubting from afar. Ha! Zhao Doubting! You've finally decided to leave the capital! A youthful and arrogant laugh resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The clouds were torn apart, and a handsome yet sinister young man dressed in a python robe descended from the sky. He also exuded the terrifying aura of the dragon transformation realm, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Doubting. Lu Yuchen! Zhao Doubting slowly uttered 3 words, his face expressionless. The person who arrived was none other than Lu Yuchen, the crown prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Lu Yuchen hovered high in the sky, looking down at Zhao Doubting with an arrogant expression. I have laid a trap here, just to catch you, this big fish. From this day forward, the Emperor of the Great Zhou shall be replaced. His words were full of confidence, and an overbearing air of control. In his view, Zhao Doubting's departure from the impregnable capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty and his arrival alone on the border of the Great Zhou Dynasty meant that he had already stepped into the gates of hell. However, upon hearing the announcement of his death, Zhao Doubting suddenly smiled. It was a smile that seemed to see through all the conspiracies and know that the prey had walked right into the trap. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Zhao Doubting raised his head, met Lu Yuchen's gaze, and said, word by word. It's time to change the crown prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Lu Yuchen's smile froze abruptly. What's the meaning? Before he could figure it out, Zhao Doubting had already made his move. Without any unnecessary words, a golden dragon claw formed from boundless spiritual power tore through the sky, carrying a terrifying power capable of destroying everything, and slashed down towards Lu Yuchen.
An earth-shattering battle erupted instantly between two experts at the dragon transformation realm. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, at the Zhao family. The Zhao family patriarch, who had been in seclusion deep within the ancestral land, suddenly opened his eyes. He took a step forward and appeared above the Zhao family's residence. Gazing at the two terrifying auras that seemed capable of destroying the world in the distance, his usually calm and composed old face revealed a look of utter turmoil for the first time.
Zhao Daoting! He actually succeeded in his plan. We can't wait any longer.
Without hesitation, the Zhao family patriarch unleashed a roar that resounded throughout the entire Zhao family territory, using all his strength.
Pass on my order! All clansmen, pack your bags immediately. Abandon all unnecessary possessions. The entire clan must relocate within half an hour. Target, the Great Zhou Dynasty.
When the clansmen heard about the relocation, their first reaction was naturally one of uproar. Especially those who migrated from the lands of powerful dynasties to the capitals of dynasties. Could it be that the ancestor has decided to marry Chu Chu to the Great Zhou? The tribe's people were filled with anxiety, but they also acted swiftly. They discarded all their belongings and fled with their entire family at top speed. Meanwhile, Zhao Daoting, who was fighting Lu Yuchen, had already gained the upper hand. Chapter 41 Little girl, how about becoming my son's queen? Above the sky, a golden dragon claw blotted out the sun, carrying boundless imperial dominance, and slashed down at Lu Yuchen. The terrifying power caused the earth below to tremble, rocks to crumble, and vegetation to turn to ash.
Zhao Daoting! How dare you!
Lu Yuchen was both shocked and furious. He had never expected Zhao Daoting to attack so fiercely without warning. He was the crown prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, a man of noble status. Who would dare to be so disrespectful to him under normal circumstances?
What is there to be afraid of?
Zhao Daoting let out a long roar that shook the heavens, and the golden dragon claw became 3 times faster. Lu Yuchen dared not be negligent. His spiritual power, which was at the dragon transformation realm, surged out, and a long spear, completely black and covered with intricate runes, appeared in his hand.
Black Dragon Sky-Piercing Spear!
This is a top-grade magic weapon treasured by the Great Zhou Dynasty, with boundless power. With a flick of the spear, a ferocious black dragon phantom roared out, charging towards the golden dragon claw. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens and earth, as if a huge gash had been torn open in the sky. Golden light and black energy intertwined and annihilated each other wildly, and a destructive energy storm swept in all directions, leveling the surrounding mountains. Even though they were at a great distance, Zhao Chenan and the others below were also affected by the aftershocks, causing their blood and qi to surge and forcing them to retreat repeatedly. Li Qingwan's pretty face turned pale, and she gripped Zhao Chenan's sleeve tightly, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. Is this the power of a dragon transformation realm expert? The aftershocks of the battle alone were enough to easily annihilate these cultivators at the Dao Palace realm and the Wheel Sea realm.
That's terrifying.
Zhao Chenan was also deeply shaken. He looked up at the 2 godlike figures in the sky, his heart filled with turmoil. He knew that his father had broken through to a higher level, and he also knew that his father was very strong. But he never imagined that his father would be this powerful. That's the crown prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. He is a renowned expert in the dragon transformation realm, possessing both a heavenly grade cultivation technique and a heavenly grade magic weapon. My father, a newly promoted monarch, was able to confront him head-on and even gain the upper hand.
The martial art father used was the Great Wilderness Imprisoning Heaven Finger.
After Zhao Chenan saw the golden dragon claw clearly, a giant golden finger that pierced through the heavens and earth condensed into shape, exuding a terrifying aura that imprisoned the heavens and earth and suppressed eternity. This is the top-grade martial art he offered. In Zhao Daoting's other hand, a demonic halberd radiating murderous aura quietly appeared, with 9 ferocious black dragon phantoms swirling and roaring on its body. 9 Dragons Demon Halberd. Both are top-grade magic artifacts. Above the sky, Lu Yuchen's situation was far from as easy as it appeared on the surface. He suffered a hidden loss in their first collision. Zhao Daoting's spiritual power was so strong that it didn't seem like that of a cultivator who had just broken through. His domineering and unparalleled imperial dragon aura also exerted a natural suppression on him.
How is this possible? Your cultivation technique is also of the heavenly rank? Lu Yuchen exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. How could the emperor of a mere dynasty possibly possess a top-grade martial arts technique? Zhao Doubting didn't bother to answer his question at all, and suddenly swung out the 9 dragons' demon halberd. Roar! The 9 demonic dragons roared and broke free from the halberd, transforming into 9 destructive black torrents that blocked all of Lu Yuchen's escape routes from all directions. At the same time, the great wilderness imprisoning heaven finger had been fully formed and was pointed down with a bang. The world lost its color, and all things fell silent. With this single finger, space seemed to freeze, and time itself stood still. Lu Yuchen felt an irresistible force locking onto her, her bones creaking as if she were about to be crushed into dust. He was utterly horrified. This Zhao Doubting is a madman. He doesn't resemble a pampered emperor at all, but rather a peerless killing god who crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Every move and every stance is filled with reckless madness and ruthless desperateness. This is a naked life-or-death struggle. You're insane! You're a madman! Lu Yuchen was shocked and furious. He dared not hold back any longer and spat a mouthful of blood onto the black dragon's sky-piercing spear. The spear shone brightly, and the black dragon phantom instantly solidified, letting out a deafening dragon roar. It barely broke free from the binding of the imprisoning heaven finger, and charged towards the 9 demonic dragons that were tearing at it. Break for me! Lu Yuchen tried her best to tear open a hole and escape. He didn't want to fight anymore. If the fight continues, even if he manages to kill Zhao Doubting, he will definitely be seriously injured. It's not worth it for a mere Great Zhou Dynasty. However, Zhao Doubting's offensive was like a storm, relentless and unending. His fighting style is completely about trading injury for injury and risking his life. He can be injured, but Lu Yuchen must die. Boom! 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 High in the sky, the sound of explosions could be heard incessantly. Lu Yuchen was beaten back step by step, his hair was disheveled, his python robe was torn to shreds, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His pride as the crown prince of the dynasty was trampled underfoot by Zhao Doubting in the wildest and most unreasonable way. Zhao Doubting! You just wait! Lu Yuchen finally got scared. He feinted with his gun, then turned into a black streak of light, and fled madly toward the distant horizon. He's done fighting. He wants to return to Great Xia, and he wants to ask his father, the emperor, to mobilize the imperial army and crush this damned Great Zhou. Upon seeing this, Zhao Doubting let out a cold laugh and was about to give chase. Just then, an old, somewhat mocking laugh echoed through the heavens and earth. Hee hee! Your Highness, now that you're here, why the rush to leave? The sound came from the direction Lu Yuchen was fleeing in. Lu Yuchen was terrified and abruptly stopped in his tracks. Above him, a white-haired old man dressed in simple linen clothes stood smiling, blocking his way. The aura emanating from the old man was as vast as the sea, as deep and imposing as a mountain, and was in no way inferior to his and Zhao Doubting's. Another dragon transformation realm. Zhao, the Zhao family's patriarch? Lu Yuchen's mind went blank with a buzz. Why is the Zhao family patriarch here? Shouldn't he be in the Zhao family's ancestral land? Shouldn't he be an enemy of the Great Zhou? You all! Lu Yuchen pointed tremblingly at the Zhao family patriarch, then looked back at Zhao Doubting who had caught up. A thought that sent chills down his spine surfaced in his mind. You've teamed up? The Zhao family! How dare you betray the Great Xia dynasty and join forces with a mere minor dynasty to plot against me? Are you trying to rebel? Lu Yuchen's voice was sharp and distorted, filled with incredulous anger. Faced with his questioning, the smile on the face of the Zhao family patriarch remained unchanged, but there was an unspeakable sorrow and deep-seated hatred in that smile. Rebellion? Hey, Your Highness, you flatter me. When has my Zhao family ever truly submitted to your Lu royal family? The patriarch of the Zhao family sighed and slowly spoke. His Highness the Crown Prince may still be young and unaware of some old stories. Why do you think my Zhao family, which has been passed down for 10,000 years, has fallen to this state of decline, with only this old man, a mere dragon transformation realm cultivator, struggling to keep it afloat? Lu Yuchen's heart skipped a beat. He remembered. He had heard that many years ago,
his father had used many ruthless methods in order to completely control all the powerful families within the imperial territory. The most ruthless tactic was to set up various lists and hold various competitions. Using generous rewards as bait, they incited the geniuses of various powerful families to kill each other, using others as pawns to do their dirty work. Countless brilliant talents perished mysteriously during those so-called grand events. Could it be? It seems that His Highness the Crown Prince has remembered. The smile of the Zhao family patriarch turned icy cold. The most outstanding talents of my Zhao family for generations all died at your father's so-called Feast of the Prodigies. My Zhao family has remembered this blood debt for hundreds of years. Today, let's start by collecting some interest from you, His Highness the Crown Prince. As soon as he finished speaking, the Zhao family patriarch no longer concealed his true intentions, and a terrifying killing intent soared into the sky. Lu Yuchen felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, her whole body turning ice cold. He understood everything. What about intercepting Zhao Chenan? What about luring the snake out of its hole? From beginning to end, this was a deadly trap set up against him. Zhao Chenan was the bait, Zhao Qingyu was the spark that set the line, and he was the big fish that was fished out of the water. Excellent! Excellent Zhou Dynasty! Excellent Zhao family! Lu Yuchen burst into maniacal laughter, as if he had gone mad. Do you think you can rest easy after killing me? My father will avenge me. He will raise the Zhao family to the ground and destroy the Great Zhou. You will all die. Then there's no need for your highness to trouble yourself. Zhao Doubting's cold voice rang out behind him. He and the Zhao family patriarch had formed a pincer movement. Delay will only lead to trouble. Kill! Zhao Doubting was too lazy to waste any more words. The 9 Dragons demon halberd, carrying overwhelming demonic power, attacked once again. At the same time, the Zhao family patriarch also made his move, striking out with a withered hand that drew upon the power of heaven and earth, transforming it into a massive millstone that crushed towards Lu Yuchen. The combined power of 2 dragon transformation realm experts is terrifying. Ah! Lu Yuchen let out a desperate roar, burning his essence and soul in a final, desperate struggle. However, it was all in vain. The giant golden finger crossed the black millstone, and Lu Yuchen's body was instantly torn apart. Then it was completely annihilated by the terrifying energy, and not even a trace of its soul could escape. My father will definitely avenge me. His final, bitter curse still echoed between heaven and earth, but he had already perished, body and soul. The crown prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty has fallen. On the distant horizon, Zhao Qingyu, who was desperately fleeing, happened to turn around and see this shocking scene. He froze, a chill running from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. Dead? The crown prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty just died like that. His biggest backer is gone. An overwhelming sense of fear and despair instantly engulfed him. He's finished. That's it, he's completely finished. The world is vast, but there is nowhere else for him to find refuge. Father! He murmured to himself, then his eyes welled up with endless resentment and hatred. It's happening again. Once again. Once again, he was used as a tool by his good father, the Emperor, and as a pawn to be discarded at will. Use him to lure out the crown prince of Great Xia, and then kill him without mercy. Ha 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 ha! After killing Lu Yuchen, Zhao Doubting laughed loudly, sweeping away the resentment that had been building up in his chest for many years, and feeling incredibly clear-headed. So what if he's the crown prince? If he dares to plot against me, I'll kill him without hesitation. After the laughter subsided, he suddenly turned his neck and looked towards the valley hundreds of miles away. Little girl, you've been watching the show for so long, it's time to come out, isn't it? With a wave of his hand, an invisible force traversed the void and directly pulled Zhao Chuchu, who was hiding in the valley and in a state of extreme shock, over. Ah! Zhao Chuchu exclaimed in surprise, feeling dizzy, and the next second she appeared in front of Zhao Doubting. Looking at the majestic and imposing emperor in his dragon robe, she was so frightened that her face turned pale and she couldn't utter a word. Zhao Doubting looked her over and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of being ranked 6th on the list of prodigies, she possesses exceptional talent and top-notch looks. Little girl, come back to the Great Zhou with me and become my son's princess, how about it? Zhao Doubting's voice was filled with an undeniable domineering air. Zhao Chuchu was stunned. She subconsciously turned around and looked at the Zhao family patriarch not far away, sending him a message for help. However, the Zhao family patriarch simply stroked his beard with a smile, looking as if he knew nothing. Zhao Chuchu understood instantly. What marriage proposal, what elopement. From beginning to end, the old ancestor was trying to sell himself to the Great Zhou. She pouted, looking both aggrieved and helpless. What can I do if I disagree? My great-grandfather has already sold me out. A girl's sweet, slightly resigned voice rang out. She secretly raised her face, her bright, watery eyes involuntarily glancing down at the handsome figure in white below. Chapter 42. Still want to run away from the wedding? If not, then let's consummate the marriage. The delegation led by Prince Zhao Chenan of Wei, who had gone to the Zhao family to propose marriage, finally returned to the capital. However, when the people of the capital saw the vast procession that stretched for dozens of miles, everyone was stunned. What's going on? It was just a marriage proposal, so why did the procession come back more than 10 times larger than when they left? Countless people crowded on both sides of the street, craning their necks to look and discussing the scene. My God, whose house did they raid? How come they brought back so much stuff? That's not right. Look at those people, men, women, young and old, helping the elderly and leading the young. They don't seem like prisoners, but rather like entire clans relocating? Relocation? What kind of relocation involves such a grand procession? And with His Highness Prince Wei's entourage escorting them? When the large banner bearing the character, Zhao, at the very front of the procession came into view, some well-informed people immediately erupted in excitement. It's the Zhao family. The Zhao family, a family with a history of 10,000 years. I've heard that His Highness Prince Wei's proposed marriage is to Zhao Chuchu, the pride of the Zhao family. But this doesn't make sense. It's a marriage proposal, but why bring back the entire Zhao family? This news was like a bombshell, instantly exploding throughout the entire Great Zhou imperial city. When the king of Wei went to fetch the bride, he ended up bringing back the bride's entire family. What kind of mess is this? I've never heard of such an outrageous marriage before. The news quickly reached the imperial court, causing a great uproar. Every single one of the civil and military officials was dumbfounded. They looked at each other, completely baffled as to what His Majesty the Emperor was up to. The residence of the General of Chariots and Cavalry. Upon hearing the intelligence relayed by his subordinates, Li Qingsung's usually impetuous face revealed an unprecedented look of astonishment. What did you say? His Majesty not only killed Lu Yuchen, the crown prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, but also, he even moved the entire Zhao family back from within the Great Zhou territory? Yes, General. It's absolutely true. The Zhao family's troops have entered the city. His Majesty personally ordered that 100 miles of fertile land be designated outside the city and granted to the Zhao family as their new ancestral homeland. Li Qingsung gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. He had always believed that the emperor he served, though a man of great talent and ambition, was still within the bounds of propriety in his actions. But now it seems he was completely wrong. His Majesty's madness and tyranny are beyond everyone's imagination. First, he joined forces with the Zhao family patriarch to set a trap and kill the crown prince of Great Zhou. Immediately afterward, before the Great Zhou Dynasty could react, they directly undermined its power. They poached an entire dragon transformation family that had been passed down for 10,000 years from someone else's territory. What an insane move! A truly grand gesture! Your Majesty's gesture is truly grand! Li Qingsung couldn't help but sigh, and then a surge of passion rushed to his head. Pass on my order! All troops on high alert! Triple the number of border scouts! The Great Zhou Dynasty has lost its crown prince. They will never let this go. A great war is coming! He knew very well that Zhao Doubting's series of actions were tantamount to slapping the Great Zhou Dynasty hard across the face several times. This is no longer a provocation. This is a blood feud that must be fought to the death. The Imperial Palace, the Imperial Study. After settling the Zhao family in, Zhao Doubting immediately returned. He stood before the enormous map of the territory, his fingers slowly tracing the borderline between the Great Zhou and the Great Zhou. His face no longer held the previous domineering and arrogant air. Instead, it was filled with a deep calm. Killing Lu Yuchen and taking over the Zhao family was only the first step in the plan. The real test is yet to come. The Emperor of Great Xiao will never swallow this insult. A major war that engulfs both countries is now inevitable. He had to make thorough preparations before the war broke out. The Prince of Wei's residence is brightly decorated and bustling with activity today. Zhao Chenan marries his third concubine, Xiao Chuchu, the pride of the Xiao family. Officials came in droves to offer their congratulations, almost breaking down the threshold of the prince's residence. Unlike previous weddings this time, there were an unusually large number of attendees. In particular, the officials who came from the Jixia Academy all arrived with generous gifts and beaming smiles. Zhao Chenan was dressed in a festive red royal robe, with Lu Rushwang in a light purple palace dress beside him, as they greeted the guests. Her current status is not only that of a concubine of the King of Wei, but also the newly appointed head of the Jixia Academy, a position of extraordinary importance. Those officials from the Academy faction claimed they had come to congratulate the King of Wei. In reality, most of them came to show their loyalty to the new Dean. Your Highness, congratulations! Her Highness remains as beautiful as ever. Looking at those officials who used to ignore him, but now fawn over him. Lu Rushwang's cool and aloof face always wore a perfectly timed faint smile as she calmly dealt with the situation. She is no longer the Saintess who had to marry in order to protect the Academy. Zhao Chenan looked at Lu Rushwang, who was handling things with ease, and felt a sense of satisfaction. Having a capable wife makes life so much easier. Due to their status and personalities, Yilanshu and Li Qingwan did not appear on this occasion. Yilanshu dislikes socializing, while Li Qingwan is straightforward and not good at such things. Only Lu Rushwang, with her meticulous mind, handled everything in an orderly manner. As night deepened, the guests finally began to leave. The Wei Prince's mansion, which had been bustling all day, finally returned to tranquility. Slightly tipsy, Zhao Chenan walked towards the bridal chamber adorned with a large red character. He had just reached the door and was about to push it open and go inside. Suddenly, a burst of silvery laughter came from the room. It wasn't just one person's voice. Zhao Chenan stopped in his tracks. An outrageous idea popped into my head in an instant. Really? On our wedding night, I was cheated on? He immediately laughed at himself. Who has the guts? That's like an old man hanging himself. He's tired of living. He shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and gently pushed open the door. With a creak. The scene inside the door startled him slightly. Inside the festive bridal chamber, red candles burned brightly, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Around the round table in the center of the room sat 4 stunningly beautiful women. Wearing a fiery red wedding dress, Xiao Chuchu looked both shy and curious. Wearing a white dress, with a slightly protruding belly, Yilanshu radiated maternal glow. Dressed in a smart outfit, Li Qingwan exudes both heroic spirit and charming beauty. There was also Lu Rushwang, who had just seen off the guests with him and changed into casual home clothes, looking much more gentle. The 4 women were gathered together, chatting about something, laughing heartily. 4 women, each with a distinct and unparalleled beauty, gathered together at this moment, a scene that would leave any man mesmerized. Zhao Chenan was stunned for a moment. What an amazing scene this is. My wives, are they really that close? It was Yilanshu who first noticed him. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she stood up. Your Highness, you're back. Li Qingwan and Lu Rushwang also stood up and bowed. Only Xiao Chuchu, still with the shyness of a bride, sat there somewhat at a loss. Yilanshu explained softly. I saw that Sister Chuchu had just arrived in the capital alone, far from home, and I was worried that she wouldn't be able to adapt, so I brought Sister Qingwan and Sister Rushwang over to keep her company and chat with her, so that she wouldn't overthink things. Zhao Chenan felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this. He walked to Yilanshu's side and gently took her hand. The princess consort is indeed very thoughtful. Yilanshu's face turned even redder. She gently withdrew her hand and glared at him. Alright, now that you've seen the person, we won't disturb your wedding night any longer. As she spoke, she pulled Li Qingwan and Lu Rushwang, who were still somewhat reluctant to leave, and walked towards the door. Little Chuchu, we'll come visit you again tomorrow. In an instant, only Zhao Chenan and Xiao Chuchu remained in the room. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Xiao Chuchu lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands, not daring to look at him. Zhao Chenan walked up to her, poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it all in one gulp. He looked at the charming bride in front of him with a slight smile. Ms. Xiao. Xiao Chuchu responded subconsciously, her voice barely audible. Zhao Chenan leaned closer and spoke jokingly. Now, are you still going to run away from the wedding? Xiao Chuchu suddenly raised her head, her rosy cheeks full of embarrassment and annoyance. She pouted and retorted cutely. I'm not running away anymore. I can't escape, and it's no fun. Chapter 43, in one sentence, my husband, I want more. That innocent yet slightly childish remark made Zhao Chenan burst out laughing. He took a step forward, and the air in the entire room seemed to become scorching hot because of his approach. Oh? Not fun? Zhao Chenan reached out and gently lifted Xiao Chuchu's delicate chin. The bride was forced to raise her head, her face already flushed with shyness. At this moment, it is even more beautiful than peach blossoms, making one want to take a bite. She dared not meet his gaze. Her long eyelashes trembled incessantly, like the wings of a startled butterfly. It's not fun at all. There are people everywhere, and there's no freedom at all. Her voice grew softer and softer, tinged with a hint of grievance. Zhao Chenan leaned down, his warm breath brushing against her ear, instantly sending a shiver down her spine. And now? He lowered his voice, which had a captivating, magnetic quality. Now there's no one left. So, is it fun? The warm breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe, and Xiao Chuchu felt a jolt of electricity run from her ear all the way to the soles of her feet. My whole body felt weak and limp, almost unable to sit up straight. Her face was buried even deeper, almost disappearing into the wide, fiery red wedding dress. Only a section of her snow-white, delicate neck remained, gleaming alluringly in the candlelight. Zhao Chenan stopped teasing her and used his other hand to wrap around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. The delicate body in his arms was warm and fragrant, carrying the unique scent of a young girl. Xiao Chuchu let out a soft ah, and instinctively placed her hands against his chest, but she couldn't muster any strength. Your Highness. Call me husband. Zhao Chenan's orders were not to be questioned and carried a hint of domineering. Husband, my husband. 2 words escaped her lips, barely audible, yet clearly audible to Zhao Chenan. He smiled with satisfaction. The next moment, he gave her no chance to think and lowered his head to kiss her delicate red lips. Xiao Chuchu's big eyes widened instantly. It has a warm, smooth texture and a hint of refreshing wine aroma. Her mind went blank, all her thoughts were scattered by the sudden kiss. It was raw and clumsy, yet it was full of irresistible charm. The red candles flickered, casting shimmering shadows. The festive bridal chamber was filled with the vibrant colors of spring. After an unknown amount of time, when the commotion in the room finally subsided, Zhao Chenan contentedly embraced the person in his arms who had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Xiao Chuchu nestled in his arms like a lazy kitten, her even breaths gently brushing against his chest. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice quietly sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed his wedding night with his new wife. Currently assessing his wife's overall qualifications. It's here! Zhao Chenan's spirits lifted. Name, Xiao Chuchu. Appearance, 93 points, stunningly beautiful, charming and lovely. Talent, 97 points, a prodigy, 1 in a million. Special bloodline, none. Special physique, burning technique, sacred body, a heritable sacred physique, capable of perfectly absorbing and refining all spiritual fires of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself, ignoring the violent attributes of spiritual fires. Overall score, 94 points. Upon seeing this rating, Zhao Chenan couldn't help but gasp. Overall score, 94. This is the highest rating besides Lu Rushuang, who possesses the innate reincarnation Dao body. He was particularly excited by the description of the burning technique holy body. It can perfectly absorb and refine the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. This guy is practically the progenitor of fire playing. All spiritual objects in the world, whether they are spiritual fire, spiritual thunder, or even spiritual water, contain violent energy capable of destroying the world. Ordinary cultivators, let alone absorb it, would likely be torn to shreds just by getting close to it, as its violent energy would be devastating. Even for powerful beings at the dragon transformation realm, refining a rare and precious object requires immense effort and involves a near-death experience. However, Zhao Chenan, who possesses the burning technique Saint Body, can ignore these side effects. If this gets out, it will drive alchemists and fire-type cultivators across the entire continent crazy. Ding! Wife's overall score has been detected as 94 points, triggering a 10-fold bonus. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, a celestial spirit detector. Heaven and Earth spiritual object detector. Once activated, it can automatically detect all heaven and earth spiritual objects within a radius of 1,000 miles and mark their grade and location on a virtual map. Zhao Chenan's breath caught in his throat for a moment. Detector? Or is it specifically for detecting spiritual objects in heaven and earth? This system, it's practically a cheat code tailor-made for Zhao Chenan. They just gave me a sacred body that can absorb spiritual fire, and now they've sent me a detector to find spiritual fire. This service is so thoughtful. Just as Zhao Chenan was marveling at the system's user-friendly service, a rapid notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Beep beep beep. Untamed spiritual creatures have been detected near the host. Target locked. The next second, a virtual 3D map instantly unfolded in Zhao Chenan's mind. At the center of the map was the Wei Prince's mansion, where he was located, and a dazzling red dot was flashing wildly in a location in the central area of the Imperial City. Spiritual object name, Heavenly Thunder. Spiritual item grade, Yellow. Location of the spirit item, 300 feet underground in the demon-suppressing tower of the Great Zhou Imperial City. Demon-suppressing tower? Zhao Chenan remembered this place. It was a forbidden area within the Imperial City. It is said that a peerless demon who wreaked havoc on the Great Zhou Dynasty 100 years ago is suppressed below, and the Imperial Guards guard it year-round, with no one allowed to approach. Unexpectedly, there was a bolt of divine lightning hidden down there. Although it's only the lowest grade, Yellow, it's still a rare and precious item. Its value is enough to drive any dynasty or power crazy. The burning technique Sacred Body can absorb the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. I wonder if it can absorb this spiritual lightning of heaven and earth? Zhao Chenan fell into thought. Fire and thunder both belong to the most intense and yang of violent energies, and theoretically they may have something in common. This is like having a pillow delivered to your head when you're about to fall asleep. He had already begun to plan how to generate that spiritual lightning without anyone noticing. Just as he was engrossed in the system map, the person in his arms suddenly stirred. Zhao Chenan let out a soft moan, her long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her sleepy eyes. Having just experienced life, the young girl's naivety had faded, replaced by a captivating and alluring charm. She seemed a little sleepy, but subconsciously snuggled closer to Zhao Chenan, finding a more comfortable position. Her soft, warm body pressed tightly against him, and the amazing sensation caused Zhao Chenan's recently calmed passion to reignite. My husband! Zhao Chenan tilted her head up, her big, watery eyes staring straight at him. It contained the sweet aftertaste of first tasting forbidden fruit, as well as a trace of dependence and longing that she herself was unaware of. Zhao Chenan's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Who could withstand this? He was just about to say something. Suddenly, Zhao Chenan stretched out her two snow-white arms and wrapped them around his neck. Her rosy lips brushed against his ear, and in a soft, yet incredibly clear voice that could melt a person's bones, she whispered. My husband, I want more. Chapter 44 The Holy Maiden blocks the door. Husband, I want one too. A night of absurdity. As the first rays of dawn shone through the window, Zhao Chenan slowly awoke. The delicate body in his arms was fast asleep, like a well-behaved kitten, with a satisfied smile on her lips. Last night's frenzy had almost drained her of all her strength, and it also allowed Zhao Chenan to fully appreciate another side of the burning technique holy body. It was a passion powerful enough to melt even steel. He quietly got up, tucked the blanket around Zhao Chenan, dressed himself, and then headed straight for the palace. The matter of the heavenly thunder is of great importance, and must be reported to the emperor immediately. The imperial study. Zhao Doubting had been waiting for a long time. He sat on the dragon throne, holding an ancient book in his hands, but he didn't read a single word. Upon seeing Zhao Chenan, he put down his book, a knowing smile on his face.
They're here. Your subject pays respects to your majesty.
Zhao Chenan bowed respectfully.
No need for formalities.
Zhao Doubting waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit down.
We are father and son, there's no need for such formalities.
He didn't ask what treasure the immortal had bestowed this time, as he usually did. He simply picked up his teacup quietly, gently blowing away the foam, appearing completely attentive. This tacit understanding had already been cultivated through repeated surprises. Zhao Chenan sat down, but did not immediately pull out anything earth-shattering. He hesitated for a moment, organized his thoughts, and then spoke solemnly.
Father, I have a question to ask you.
Zhao Doubting paused in his tea sip, somewhat surprised. Has this kid changed his ways today? Not showing off his treasures first.
Explain. If there were yellow-grade heavenly lightning, would Father Emperor be confident in absorbing and refining it?
Zhao Chenan asked the question very seriously.
Clang!
Zhao Doubting dropped the teacup in an instant, spilling scalding tea all over the floor, but he was completely unaware. He suddenly stood up, staring intently at Zhao Chenan, his breathing becoming rapid.
Heavenly thunder.
Even the lowest grade yellow is a legendary treasure of heaven and earth. It is a treasure so valuable that even an entire dynasty would covet it and be willing to wage war to seize it. Could it be that this reward from the ancient powerful being is such a divine object? But soon, Zhao Doubting forcibly suppressed the fervor in his heart. He sat back on the dragon throne, closed his eyes, and carefully weighed his options. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, which were now clear, but with a trace of undisguised regret.
No way.
He shook his head and readily admitted it.
Although I have broken through to the dragon transformation realm, my foundation is not yet stable. The spiritual treasures of heaven and earth are extremely violent. Even if they are only of the yellow rank, they are not something that a cultivator who has just entered the dragon transformation stage can covet. Forced absorption will only result in one outcome, death by explosion, with both body and soul destroyed.
In the end, this emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty let reason prevail over greed. He knew his own limitations. Hearing this answer, Zhao Chenan couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. It seems that giving this heavenly thunder to my father is not an option.
What a pity!
He sighed.
Your subjects know that a divine lightning bolt is hidden within our imperial city.
Zhao Doubting's calmed-down state of mind was instantly stirred up again. He suddenly stood up, walked a few steps to Zhao Chenan, and placed his hands on Zhao Chenan's shoulders.
Is that true? Are you sure about its location?
Sure. Zhao Chenan nodded. This answer set Zhao Doubting's brain racing. Is there a divine thunder hidden within the imperial city?
How is that possible?
None of the previous emperors had discovered this, so how did this kid find out? Is it the legacy of that ancient powerful being again? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but they all eventually culminated in a decision. This is something that Dezhou cannot eat, and absolutely cannot let anyone else know about.
Under this matter is of utmost importance.
Zhao Doubting's expression became more solemn than ever before.
Go back to your residence first, pretend you know nothing about it, and do not mention it to anyone again. Let me think about this carefully. This matter requires careful consideration.
He released his grip and paced back and forth in the imperial study with his hands behind his back. A bolt of heavenly lightning that no one could refine was like a double-edged sword hanging over the head of the Great Zhou Dynasty. It was both an immense opportunity and a devastating disaster. Right now, settling the Xiao family and stabilizing the standoff with the Great Zhou Dynasty is the top priority. The crown prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Liu Yechen, died by his own hand. But given the domineering nature of the Great Zhou, it would never let this go. A major battle is likely imminent. Perhaps after the autumn harvest, after enduring this cold winter, and next spring, war will break out on the border.
Your subject understands.
Zhao Chenan was aware of the seriousness of the matter, so he didn't say anything more. After bowing, he took his leave. Watching his son's departing figure, Zhao Doubting stopped and muttered to himself.
A spiritual lightning bolt! What a treasure!
Zhao Chenan returned to the Prince of Wei's residence, his mood somewhat heavy. They thought they had discovered a huge treasure, but it turned out to be a hot potato that they couldn't touch for the time being. He crossed the front yard and walked straight toward his own courtyard. I'm going to go back and study that detector again to see if I can find anything else. However, he had barely stepped into the room and hadn't even settled down yet. The door was slammed shut from the inside. A cool, delicate fragrance wafted towards us. Zhao Chenan was taken aback. He saw a tall and slender figure standing with her back to him, blocking the doorway. Wearing an elegant white dress that accentuated her perfect curves, and with her long, flowing black hair cascading down like a waterfall, she was none other than Lu Rushwang. However, this holy maiden of Jixia Academy, who was usually as aloof as a fairy in the Moon Palace, was now exuding a different kind of aura. My husband. Lu Rushwang slowly turned around, her beautiful face still carrying a hint of aloofness. But in her eyes, which were as clear as autumn water, complex emotions surged. There was resentment, grievance, and a hint of longing that even she herself was unwilling to admit. My husband has been away from home for so many days to fetch his bride. I just returned last night, and immediately consummated my marriage with the new sister. Today I went to the palace early and stayed there for half a day. Her voice wasn't loud, but it reached Zhao Chenan's ears clearly. Have you almost forgotten about me? Zhao Chenan was stunned. Is this still the aloof and taciturn Lu Rushwang? This is practically a blatant attempt to interrogate someone. He hadn't even had a chance to explain. Lu Rushwang took a step forward and gently raised her snow-white wrist, taking the initiative to untie the sash of his outer robe. My sister Yilanshu is pregnant, and it is inconvenient for her to take care of me. Sister Xiao Chu received the Emperor's favor last night. She must be exhausted. Her movements were slow, yet they carried an unwavering determination that left no room for refusal. So today, isn't it my turn? As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her head, looked directly at Zhao Chenan, and said, word by word. My husband, I miss you too. Boom! Zhao Chenan felt a surge of heat rush to his head. A cold and aloof Saintess takes the initiative to make a move. Who can resist that? All his worries and plans vanished into thin air at that moment. He suddenly reached out, scooped Lu Rushwang up in his arms, and strode toward the bed. All right. Today I'll show you what a powerful husband really is. Soon, the prelude to a thrilling battle began in the room. Chapter 45 For Women Pregnant, Zhao Chenan is trying too hard. Several months have passed in the blink of an eye. For the past few months, things have been peaceful at the Prince of Wei's residence. However, the atmosphere in the entire Great Zhou imperial city was quietly tense under an invisible oppression. The supreme ruler on the dragon throne, Zhao Doubting, has almost disappeared from the court. Apart from occasionally handling a few urgent memorials concerning border defense, he spent most of his time in seclusion. The entire palace was shrouded in a faint yet terrifying dragon's might, a sign that a dragon transformation realm expert was doing his utmost to consolidate his cultivation. The power of the court was temporarily handed over to the Prime Minister and a few other trusted ministers. Everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. The wrath of the Great Zhou Dynasty will eventually reach us. Although the Xia Emperor did not immediately launch a war to destroy the country, he was not one to give up easily. A bounty order targeting the entire Xiao clan had already spread to all the surrounding dynasties and sects, clearly indicating that their wings were to be cut off first. The real battle will probably take place next spring, when everything comes back to life. Compared to the undercurrents in the outside world, the backyard of the Prince of Wei's mansion was peaceful and tranquil. Under the warm autumn sun, four stunningly beautiful figures sat together in an exquisite pavilion. The most eye-catching one is Yilanshu. She was already tall, and now her belly was bulging high, making her luxurious clothes look like an amazing curve. The former holy maiden of Sirius no longer possessed the wildness of the grasslands. Instead, she radiated a holy and gentle maternal glow. Judging by the days, Zhao Chenan's first child will be born in about a month or two. Beside her, Xiao Chu curiously pressed her ear against her stomach. He listened intently to something, his face full of curiosity and anticipation. This woman, who was once ranked 6th on the list of prodigies, now has a slightly protruding belly, and her pure innocence is now tinged with the charming naivete of someone about to become a mother. On the other side, Li Qingwan, who was usually dashing and loved to wield swords and spears, was unusually quiet at this moment. She imitated Lu Rushwang, sitting cross-legged, her hands forming a mudra, her breathing long and steady. Sink your qi to your dantian, focus your mind on your shooting, spirit center, and draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to gently nourish the fetus in your womb. Lu Rushwang's cool voice now carried a hint of gentleness as she instructed Li Qingluan on a special breathing technique for nurturing the fetus. This once aloof and ethereal saintess of the Jixia Academy is now pregnant. Although the bulge in her abdomen was not as obvious as that of Yilanshu and Xiao Chu, but that aloof demeanor was softened by warmth. She is no longer the aloof iceberg who keeps people at arm's length, but more like a gentle older sister who guides her sisters. For women, four of whom were pregnant. The former Saintess, the pride of the nation, and the daughter of a military family have all shed their halos and become the most ordinary women. They no longer discuss cultivation and Taoist practices. Their conversations always revolved around the little life inside their wombs. Their faces radiated the same glow called happiness. The culprit behind all this, Zhao Chenan, is currently fishing alone by the lake in his backyard. He held a green bamboo pole in his hand, his posture leisurely, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. He hasn't been idle these past few months. Besides working tirelessly every night to ensure that his wives became pregnant with his children, he went through almost every book in the royal library that contained information about the history, geography, and distribution of power on the continent. Only now did he have a truly clear understanding of the world. The Great Zhou Dynasty was merely a remote corner located on this vast continent. The spiritual energy here is relatively thin, and the produce is not abundant. It is a remote and impoverished place, forgotten by the mainstream cultivation world. The Great Zhou Dynasty was the absolute hegemon in this remote and impoverished area. Its territory was far larger than that of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Not only is the country powerful, but countless small sects, cultivation families, and even demon tribes are dependent on it. It can be considered the only dynasty-level power in this area. In addition to these, there were two other great dynasties bordering the territory of the Great Zhou. They were of similar strength to the Great Zhou Dynasty, and often clashed with each other, restraining one another. Therefore, they rarely dared to provoke the Great Zhou Dynasty. This game is more complex and dangerous than I imagined. The Great Zhou Dynasty was like a tiger caught between several hungry wolves. And the Xiao was the strongest wolf king. Once war breaks out, it's impossible to say whether the other two dynasties will take advantage of the chaos. The emperor's seclusion is the final preparation for this great battle. He was taking care of his wives during their pregnancies. Isn't this also a way of enriching the future of the Great Zhou Dynasty? Thinking of this, Zhao Chenan couldn't help but laugh at himself. Who would have thought that a once useless prince who was unable to cultivate would become this person? Now, however, they must shoulder the future of the dynasty in such a peculiar way. He enjoyed this rare tranquility, and the warmth of having his wives and concubines around him. She also enjoys the anticipation brought by the several little lives that are about to arrive in her womb. This was the most pleasant time he had experienced since coming into this world. However, peace is always fleeting. Just as he was immersed in this tranquility, a strange palpitation struck him without warning. The ripples on the lake's surface, which had been stirred by the breeze, instantly subsided, becoming as smooth as a mirror. The chirping of birds and insects around them abruptly stopped at the same moment. The whole world seemed to have been muted. An indescribable, terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire Great Zhou imperial city. Under this oppressive force, the cultivator at the Sea of Wheels realm's legs went weak, and he knelt down on the ground. Even the experts at the Dao Palace realm experienced a surge of qi and blood, their faces turning deathly pale. Even the great cultivators of the Four Extremes realm felt as if they were carrying an ancient divine mountain on their backs, and it was extremely difficult for them to even move a finger. What's going on? Has the sky fallen? What terrifying pressure! What level of expert has descended? Inside the imperial city, countless people looked up at the sky in terror. Zhao Chenan also suddenly stood up, and the fishing rod in his hand snapped in two with a crack. He looked up and saw that a figure had appeared in the sky directly above the imperial city. It was a woman. Dressed in white, she was more beautiful than snow. She stood there quietly in midair, without any fluctuation of spiritual energy around her, yet she seemed to be the sole center of this world. Her face was shrouded in a hazy Taoist aura, making it difficult to see clearly. But that extraordinary, otherworldly aura, which regarded all living beings as ants, pierced through the clouds and reached the depths of the soul. This is a powerhouse at the peak of the dragon transformation realm. Zhao Chenan's heart sank. The next moment, a clear, arrogant, yet furious female voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone in the imperial city, as if it exploded directly in their minds. Emperor of Great Zhou, who gave you permission to marry my disciple to a good-for-nothing? Chapter 46. You're pregnant with his child? And Mo Yuqing was stunned. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone in the imperial city, as if it exploded directly in their minds. Emperor of Great Zhou, who gave you permission to marry my disciple to a good-for-nothing? As soon as he finished speaking, the world fell into a deathly silence. Waste? Countless people felt a chill run down their spines. This title clearly referred to the 16th prince, Zhao Chenan, who was unable to cultivate. They've come with ill intentions. Zhao Chenan's heart clenched instantly, and his scalp tingled. He could feel the chilling aura locking onto him, carrying an undisguised killing intent. This woman came for me. Moreover, she mentioned her disciples. A terrible thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? Just then, from deep within the palace, an equally vast and powerful pressure surged into the sky. Golden dragon energy surged and transformed into a ferocious five-clawed golden dragon phantom, coiling above the imperial city and confronting the white-clad figure from afar. This pressure did not collide with the opponent's pressure, but instead cleverly transformed into an invisible barrier. It kept that suffocating, terrifying pressure out, protecting the entire imperial city. Countless cultivators within the imperial city immediately felt a lightness in their bodies, panting heavily, filled with the shock of surviving a calamity. It's your majesty! His majesty has made a move! A towering figure clad in a nine-dragon imperial robe appeared silently before the woman in white. It was none other than Emperor Zhao Doubting, who had been in seclusion for several months. Zhao Chenan felt a little relieved. With his father around, he wouldn't be beaten to death on the spot. However, what happened next made his heart jump into his throat again. When Zhao Doubting faced this uninvited guest, he showed no anger whatsoever, but instead bowed slightly to her, adopting an extremely humble posture. I was unaware of your arrival, my lord, and I apologize for not being able to greet you properly. His demeanor was polite to the point of being humble. Boom! Everyone in the entire imperial city who witnessed this scene was completely stunned. That is the supreme ruler of the Great Zhou. It was Zhao Doubting, who had just broken through to the dragon transformation realm, and whose aura was overwhelming. He was actually apologizing to a woman? Who exactly is this woman in white? Zhao Chenan was completely dumbfounded. He knew his father's character better than anyone else, cunning, shrewd, and domineering. There is only one possibility that could make him lower himself like this. The opponent's strength, or rather the power behind her, has become so great that even the Great Zhou Dynasty must look up to her. The woman in white is Mo Yuqing. He did not appreciate Zhao Doubting's politeness. The Taoist aura surrounding her blocked all detection, leaving only a blurry outline. Apologize? A cold snort emanated from the hazy Taoist aura, devoid of any emotion. My disciple is exceptionally talented and was destined to be a phoenix soaring through the heavens, but your Great Zhou royal family has betrothed her to a mortal who cannot even open the sea of suffering. Zhao Doubting, your apology is far too lenient. Upon hearing this, Zhao Doubting remained unfazed and maintained his polite demeanor. Please calm down, my fairy. I did not consider this matter carefully. He offered no explanation and took all the blame upon himself. Then, he made a gesture of invitation, pointing in the direction of the Prince of Wei's residence. The fairy has come from afar, presumably to visit her disciple. Why don't we first go to the Prince of Wei's residence and see how Chu is doing? Then we can discuss this matter in detail, shall we? He actually took the initiative to invite this menacing and powerful man to his son's residence. This composure and openness, ironically, left Mo Yuqing with nowhere to vent her prepared anger. She stared coldly at Zhao Doubting for a moment, and finally let out a cold syllable from her nose. Snort! As soon as she finished speaking, her figure blurred and transformed into a streak of light, heading straight towards the direction of the Prince of Wei's residence. Zhao Doubting followed closely behind. The backyard of the Prince of Wei's residence. Zhao Chenan looked at the two figures that had descended from the sky and landed outside the mansion gate, and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It's over. That's it, everything's over. His father's words, "Choo-choo," had completely confirmed his suspicions. This woman is indeed Xiao Choo-choo's mysterious master. A terrifying being whom even the emperor had to treat with utmost respect, addressing her as fairy. He married someone else's most precious disciple and even got her pregnant. This isn't just a matter of questioning someone, this is practically skinning him alive. Inside the pavilion, Lu Rushwang, Li Qingwan, and Yilanshu also felt the increasingly approaching terrifying pressure. One by one, their faces were solemn, and they instinctively protected their lower abdomens, standing behind Zhao Chenan. Only Xiao Choo-choo, the central figure in this situation, was filled with surprise at this moment. She listened intently to the approaching footsteps, and her bright, lively eyes instantly lit up. "It's Master! Master has come to see me!" She cheered, completely oblivious to the chilling killing intent, and excitedly tugged at Lu Rushwang's sleeve. "Sister Rushwang, my master is amazing! She's the most beautiful and powerful person I've ever met!" Lu Rushwang, Li Qingwan, Yilanshu. Zhao Chenan was on the verge of tears. "My silly wife, she's not here to see you, she's here to grind me to dust." As they spoke, Zhao Daoting had already accompanied Mo Yuqing into the backyard. In an instant, the temperature in the entire backyard seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees. Zhao Chenan braced himself and led his three wives forward, bowing respectfully. "Your subject Zhao Chenan, along with his family, respectfully welcomes your majesty." After speaking, he turned to Mo Yuqing, lowered his posture even further, and bowed respectfully once more. "Junior greets the fairy." However, the thunderous wrath he had anticipated did not immediately descend. Because a figure was faster than him. "Master!" Xiao Choo-choo, like a joyful little deer, rushed over and grabbed Mo Yuqing's arm, shaking it affectionately. "You're finally back!" She pouted and complained, a hint of grievance on her face. "You promised me before you went into seclusion that you would come back to take me to the sect in 3 years at most after I broke through to the Four Extremes realm. I waited for you for 5 years, but there was no word from you. I thought you didn't want me anymore." That adorable and aggrieved little face would melt anyone's heart. The chilling aura emanating from Mo Yuqing, which was enough to freeze one's soul, melted slightly the moment her disciple embraced her arm. She looked at her simple and innocent disciple, feeling both love and helplessness. "As your teacher, I wanted to come sooner, but something went wrong when I was in seclusion trying to break through a bottleneck, which delayed me for 2 more years." She was about to say a few words of comfort. But at that moment, her gaze inadvertently drifted down and settled on Xiao Choo-choo's slightly protruding belly. Although Xiao Choo-choo was still in the early stages of pregnancy and was wearing loose clothing. But for a powerful expert like Mo Yuqing, a single glance is enough to see through everything. There, a new life is being conceived. 1. A life belonging to her disciple and that useless person next to her. Boom! And Mo Yuqing's mind went blank with a buzz. The aura she had just begun to suppress suddenly erupted, becoming even more terrifying and colder than before. The air in the entire Prince Wei's mansion froze instantly. She extended a slightly trembling finger, pointing at Xiao Choo-choo's stomach, speaking slowly and deliberately, each word seemingly squeezed out from between her teeth. "You are pregnant with his child?" Chapter 47 The Temperamental Fairy, a Reliable Knife. That question, every word seemed to have been pulled from the deepest, coldest depths of ice, carrying a chill capable of freezing the soul. The entire backyard of the Prince of Wei's mansion fell into a deathly silence. The air froze, and everything fell silent. Zhao Chenan felt an unprecedentedly terrifying killing intent envelop him from head to toe, filling even the gaps in his bones with ice shards. "It's over." That was the only thought in his mind. However, Xiao Choo-choo, who was at the center of the storm, did not sense the killing intent at all. She was even a little surprised at why her master's reaction was so strong. She blinked her innocent big eyes and subconsciously touched her lower abdomen. Xiao Choo-choo's face was filled with the pure joy of becoming a mother. "Yes, master!" She nodded emphatically, her tone full of pride and anticipation. "You're going to be the Grand Master. Aren't you excited?" Boom! This statement is no less damaging than pouring boiling oil into a raging fire.
Happy? I'll kick your grandma's leg. The terrifying aura emanating from Mo Yuqing just moments ago has now transformed into a tangible storm of killing intent. Click! On the stone table in the pavilion, an exquisite tea set was instantly reduced to dust. The hard bluestone slabs on the ground cracked inch by inch around her, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly. That terrifying pressure from the half-step immortal platform level swept through the entire backyard without any reservation. Lu Rushwang, Li Qingluan, and Wulangzi groaned, feeling as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on them. Breathing became incredibly difficult, forcing him to use all his cultivation to resist. A fairy! Zhao Doubting let out a low shout, and the golden dragon transformation energy surged out again, but it was several times more powerful than before. He stepped forward, blocking Zhao Chenan and his daughters-in-law. The golden dragon energy barrier barely managed to block the destructive pressure. Even so, Zhao Chenan felt a tightness in his chest and his blood surging. He looked at the woman in white before him, who exuded an aura of world destruction, and his heart pounded wildly. This woman really wanted to kill him. Master? Xiao Chuchu finally realized something was wrong. She looked at the cracked earth around her, and at her several pale-faced sisters. Then looked at her father, who was blocking the way at the front. Her little face was full of confusion and grievance. What's wrong with you? Mo Yuqing did not answer. Beneath her face shrouded in Taoist aura, her phoenix eyes were fixed on the culprit behind Zhao Doubting, the one who looked completely innocent and dared to call her Grand Master. Her mind was in turmoil, and anger was almost burning away her reason. He cherished this peerless immortal talent, carefully selected and prepared to inherit his mantle. He held this precious disciple in his hands for fear of dropping her, and kept her in his mouth for fear of melting her. After only 2 years of seclusion, she actually got taken by a mortal who couldn't even open up the sea of suffering. She's pregnant. Utter disgrace. This is an insult to Mo Yuqing, and a provocation to the sect behind her. Kill this piece of trash. A thought began to grow wildly in her mind. However, when her gaze swept over Xiao Chuchu's pitiful little face, the overwhelming killing intent was forcibly extinguished somewhat. She can't. She knew Chuchu's personality best. She was simple and kind, and now she was pregnant. If I were to kill her husband, the father of her child, in front of her, this blow was enough to destroy her Dao heart. Mo Yuqing forcibly suppressed her surging blood and qi, and the violent pressure around her slowly subsided, but the temperature in the air was still icy cold. She stopped looking at Zhao Chenan and focused all her attention on her disciple. Wait until you give birth to the child. Her voice was completely flat, so calm it was unsettling. Come with me and return to the sect. The spiritual energy here is too thin. This small dynasty is not worthy of your talent. These words were both an order and an ultimatum. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuchu immediately became anxious. Her little mouth pouted again, her eyes reddened, and she shook her head in grievance. Master, I don't want to leave. I want to be with my husband. I want to be with my sisters. This is my home. Mo Yuqing was so angry that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She turned her head sharply and glared at Zhao Doubting, the calm and collected emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty, who seemed to enjoy watching the drama unfold. That old fox. He must have known Chu was pregnant all along. He deliberately waited for me to come, deliberately letting Chu use this child to manipulate me. Great. Excellent. Mo Yuqing wished she could draw her sword on the spot and chop this cunning old man to pieces. My precious disciple, a pure and innocent genius, has become someone else's wife in the blink of an eye, a married woman with a child. Seeing that the master and apprentice were locked in a stalemate, and the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, Zhao Chenan knew that he could no longer pretend to be dead. If I keep dying, I'll really die. He took a deep breath, steeled himself, and stepped out from behind his father, bowing respectfully to Mo Yuqing once more. Master, please calm down. The way he addressed him as Master was so natural, as if he had long accepted this identity. Mo Yuqing gave him a cold glance, saying nothing, but the meaning was clear. Who do you think you are, to call me master? Zhao Chenan, however, seemed oblivious to the murderous glare he was uttering, and continued to laugh to himself. I know you're doing this for Chuchu's own good. However, Chu Chu is currently 6 months pregnant, and her emotions should not be agitated. You two have a deep bond as master and disciple. You can talk slowly and there's no need to rush. He paused, then changed the subject, a perfectly measured hint of worry appearing on his face. Moreover, master, your return is perfectly timed. To be honest, things have been quite turbulent inside and outside the Great Zhou recently. There are many petty people who have been secretly coveting the Xiao family, and they have even posed a threat to Chu Chu's safety. We were worried that something might go wrong during Chu Chu's delivery. Now that you're back, we're completely relieved. These words instantly transformed Mo Yuqing from a hostile guest who came to interrogate him. He was elevated to the position of a savior, who could turn the tide. Sure enough, as soon as he heard the words, petty scoundrel, and threat to Chu Chu's safety, Mo Yuqing's attention was instantly diverted. The coldness she exuded towards the Zhao family father and son vanished abruptly, replaced by an even purer and more ruthless killing intent. Who dares to touch my disciple? Mo Yuqing's voice wasn't loud, but it sent a shiver down the spines of everyone present. She wasn't stupid. She instantly understood the meaning behind Zhao Chenan's words. The Xiao family was located far within the territory of the Great Zhou Dynasty, yet they were betrothed to a prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, a matter that was itself strange. Who else could be willing to take action against the Xiao family and Chu Chu at this time, besides the Great Zhou Dynasty that suffered a great loss? Humph! A mere dynasty dares to covet my disciple? Mo Yuqing snorted coldly, and an air of arrogance that looked down upon the world arose spontaneously. After saying that, she swayed and actually turned into a stream of light, heading straight for the Great Zhou Dynasty to settle accounts with the Zhou Emperor. Fairy, please wait! Zhao Doubting took a step forward and blocked her at just the right moment. The old emperor wore a sincere smile and cupped his hands in greeting to Mo Yuqing. Please calm down, Fairy. Eliminate evil completely. The Great Zhou Dynasty harbors wolfish ambitions, and there may be other forces behind it. Why don't you stay here a little longer, Fairy? You can get closer to Chu Chu and ease the tension. Maybe one day she'll come to her senses and be willing to return to the sect with you. Secondly, it's also a good opportunity to stay here, lure the snakes out of their holes, and wipe out all the ghosts and monsters hiding in the shadows. These words were perfectly worded, giving Mo Yuqing a way out while making his true intentions sound noble. Mo Yuqing stopped in her tracks. She's not stupid, she can see right through it. This father and son were clearly trying to use her as a pawn, using her to deal with the Great Zhou Dynasty. Sure enough, whether it's a dynasty or a celestial empire, as long as it's a royal family, there's not a single good one among them. She sneered inwardly, but when she turned around and saw Xiao Chuchu's dependent yet expectant eyes, all the anger and scheming in his heart eventually turned into a helpless sigh. That's all. Who told him to be his only disciple? Mo Yuqing glanced coldly at Zhao Doubting, who was smiling like an old fox, and finally fixed her gaze on Zhao Chenan. She gritted her teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between them. Make room for me in your Prince Wei's mansion. Chapter 48. The Fairy Master's background is astonishing. In the end, Zhao Chenan still prepared the most elegant and secluded courtyard for this Fairy Master in the Wei Prince's mansion. From then on, the Prince of Wei's mansion had an additional, living ancestor, whom no one dared to offend. The temperature in the entire Prince's mansion seemed to drop several degrees after Mo Yuqing moved in. She doesn't communicate with anyone and spends her days sitting quietly in her courtyard. Without fail, he would go to Xiao Chuchu's room and guide her in her cultivation for an hour. That hour was the happiest time for Xiao Chuchu, and also the most apprehensive time for the servants of the prince's mansion. Zhao Chenan also shamelessly went to sit in on the class once. He only went once, and never dared to go a second time. When Mo Yuqing guided cultivation, his extremely strict and earnest approach, as well as his unintentional understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth, were evident. This made him, a useless person, who couldn't even open up the sea of suffering, feel like his brain was about to explode from the profound Taoist energy. This fairy master is ridiculously powerful. What alarmed him even more was that she was exceptionally hardworking. Aside from guiding Chu Chu, she spent almost all her time cultivating, her body radiating Taoist energy that never ceased. A peak dragon transformation realm expert who is not yet 40 years old, whose talent is 1 in 10,000, is still working so hard.
This kind of person simply doesn't give others a way to survive. 10 days passed like this. On the 10th day, Zhao Doubting, dressed in plain clothes, quietly arrived at the Prince of Wei's residence. Without alerting anyone, he had Zhao Chenan lead him directly to the courtyard where Mo Yuqing was. Zhao Chenan was kicked out by his father, the emperor. He stood alone outside the courtyard, looking at the closed door, his heart filled with unease. These two, one cunning and shrewd, the other with unparalleled combat prowess, together, who knows what they're plotting? This wait lasted for more than an hour. Just as Zhao Chenan was about to see the stone lions at the courtyard gate develop a patina, the door finally opened. "Chenan, come in." It was Zhao Doubting's voice. Zhao Chenan straightened his clothes and stepped into the room. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat strange. Zhao Doubting sat in the main seat, a meaningful smile on his face. Mo Yuqing, still dressed in white, stood aloof by the window, her aura seemingly even colder than before. "Father, Master Fairy." Zhao Chenan bowed respectfully. Mo Yuqing seemed to have gotten used to his shameless way of addressing her. They had already completely ignored the address of Master. But it must be said that even just standing there motionless, this fairy was still breathtakingly beautiful. Zhao Doubting waved his hand and got straight to the point. "The celestial treasure you mentioned before, tonight, the fairy and I will accompany you." Zhao Chenan was suddenly taken aback. "What's going on?" Father actually told Mo Yuqing about the rare and precious objects of heaven and earth? He subconsciously looked at Mo Yuqing, only to find that she didn't make a single unnecessary movement, as if the matter had nothing to do with her. Zhao Doubting seemed to see through his thoughts and continued. "The fairy has extraordinary abilities and happens to have a way to safely absorb that volatile spiritual object. Once this matter is settled, you no longer need to worry about it day and night." Zhao Chenan's mind was buzzing. He wasn't stupid. His father would never reveal such a secret without a reason. The only explanation is that this fairy master has a very powerful background and doesn't care about mere spiritual objects. Just as he was filled with doubt and uncertainty, that clear, cold female voice finally rang out. Mo Yuqing turned around, her face shrouded in Taoist aura, making it difficult to see clearly, but her phoenix eyes fell on Zhao Chenan. "A mere dynasty, yet it has such an opportunity. It's rare to find someone like you, the emperor of such a small dynasty, with such a decisive mind. No wonder he was only of average to above average appearance, yet he managed to break through to the dragon transformation realm by sheer luck." Her words carried an innate arrogance, as if she were commenting on the luck of an ant. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chenan was filled with even greater shock. She spoke to her father like that, but he just smiled and didn't show any arrogance of an emperor. "What's going on? Just who is this fairy master?" "Boy, stop guessing. I am from the Hunyuan sect." As if to answer his question, Mo Yuqing uttered 5 words calmly. "Hunyuan sect?" Zhao Chenan frantically searched his mind for the name. Although he was unable to cultivate, as a prince, he still had some understanding of the power structure of this world. Above the dynasty is the imperial dynasty, above the imperial dynasty is the celestial dynasty, and above the celestial dynasty is the holy dynasty. The only sect that can rival the holy dynasty is the 108 upper sects. Each of the upper sects possesses a terrifying foundation no less than that of a holy dynasty, with countless powerful figures within the sect, and even kings above the 6th level of the immortal platform presiding over it. This Mo Yuqing actually comes from such a behemoth. No wonder she has the cultivation of the peak of the dragon transformation realm at such a young age. No wonder she dares to completely disregard the Great Zhou Dynasty. The geniuses from the upper sects possess a foundation and combat power that are simply unimaginable to cultivators from small places like theirs. Legend has it that the core disciples of the upper sect can defy the immortals and fight against experts in the immortal platform realm as soon as they reach the dragon transformation realm. Zhao Chenan felt his mouth was dry and his heart was pounding. What kind of wife did I marry? And what kind of master did I bring back along with her? "Don't worry, I'm not interested in your treasures." Mo Yuqing's voice pulled him back from his shock. "That magical creature of heaven and earth, once subdued, will still belong to you. I can even take care of the emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty for you." Did a pie fall from the sky? Zhao Chenan's first thought was disbelief. This fairy is no saint, she must have had conditions for doing this. As expected, Mo Yuqing changed the subject. However, I have one condition. She stared at Zhao Chenan and said, word by word. You should persuade Chu Chu to return to the sect with me after she gives birth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here, the cultivation environment here, will only bury her talent and turn her from a peerless genius into an ordinary woman. This is what you owe her. The air in the room froze instantly. Zhao Chenan's heart sank. He traded his wife's future spiritual path for immediate peace and a tremendous opportunity. This deal is incredibly heavy. He looked at Zhao Doubting and noticed that his father was just holding a teacup, slowly drinking, looking completely detached. Clearly, his father had already made the choice for him. Or rather, they had no choice. Good. Zhao Chenan squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. And Mo Yuqing seemed unsurprised by his answer, merely letting out a cold snort before falling silent. That night. The night was as dark as ink, and the imperial city was completely silent. 3 figures, like ghosts, appeared silently deep within the imperial city, beneath the Forbidden Tower, the demon-subduing tower. Chapter 49 The Great Zhou Dynasty. You're finished? Beneath the demon-subduing tower, the night was as dark as ink, and 3 figures appeared as ghostly apparitions blending into the darkness. The tower was entirely black, made of an unknown material, and did not gleam even under the moonlight. It silently devoured all the light around it, exuding a chilling, oppressive atmosphere. Guarding the tower were 2 royal attendants clad in heavy armor. They saw the person approaching and were about to reprimand him. But the moment he saw Zhao Doubting's face, he froze, his armor plates collided, and he knelt on one knee. Greetings, Your Majesty! Zhao Doubting simply nodded slightly without saying a word, and led the 2 directly into the tower. The heavy stone doors slowly closed behind us, isolating us from the outside world. The tower was darker than I had imagined, with a bottomless spiral staircase winding down. There was a dim green lamp burning intermittently at intervals on the wall, barely illuminating the small patch of land beneath our feet. A strange smell filled the air, a mixture of blood, decay, and resentment. An ordinary person would lose their composure and descend into madness if they stayed here for even a moment. The 3 of them continued downwards without any obstacles. The guards inside the tower were all terrified when they saw the Emperor arrive in person. They all knelt down and bowed, not daring to ask any questions. The deeper you go, the more intense the oppressive atmosphere becomes, as if the weight of the entire tower is pressing down on your heart. Finally, after descending for an unknown amount of time, the 3 of them stopped in front of a huge bronze door. The depth here reaches 300 meters underground. Is the heavenly thunder here? Zhao Doubting looked around. The cold and oppressive atmosphere of the place made even a dragon transformation realm expert like him feel uncomfortable. This was also his first time visiting the lowest level of the demon-subduing tower. No wonder. Zhao Doubting let out a sigh, seemingly talking to himself. Father, what secrets does this place hold? Zhao Chenan couldn't help but ask. Zhao Doubting pointed to the marble bronze gate, his expression more solemn than ever before. Royal records state that an ancient demon is imprisoned here. That demon is at the dragon transformation realm, and his methods are bizarre. Ordinary methods simply cannot kill him. Back then, our ancestors of the Great Zhou Dynasty united with the powerful figures of several sects to barely suppress it here. Ancient demons? Dragon transformation realm? Still can't kill him? Zhao Chenan's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly calmed down. The system clearly stated, unowned heavenly thunder. These few words contain a lot of information. This demon must have devoured the spiritual lightning of heaven and earth, and obtained some of its special abilities. That's why they can only suppress, not kill. As for now, it has probably long been reduced to ashes by the passage of time, leaving only this immortal and indestructible spiritual lightning. Just a demon in the dragon transformation realm. A cool female voice rang out, and Mo Yuqing's reaction was even more indifferent than Zhao Chenan's. She didn't even bother to glance at the bronze door, as if it were an insect that could be crushed at will. Upon hearing this, Zhao Doubting's lips twitched slightly. Just the dragon transformation realm? It's at least the dragon transformation realm. In the eyes of this fairy, it was so insignificant. The disciples of the superior sect are indeed not to be judged by ordinary standards. Open the door. Mo Yuqing seemed to be getting a little impatient. Zhao Doubting took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. He stepped forward, bit his fingertip, and pressed a drop of blood containing dragon energy onto the beast's head ring of the bronze door. Buzz! The bronze gate emitted a deep rumble, and the countless runes engraved on it lit up one by one. A dazzling array of colors appeared, and a vast and powerful sealing force instantly filled the entire space. Immediately following was that enormous door, sealed off for countless years. With a tooth-grinding creaking sound, a crack slowly opened inward. Boom! The instant the crack appeared in the door, an extremely violent force of lightning, mixed with an aura of destruction, surged out. Zhao Doubting's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively tried to shield Zhao Chenan behind him. However, before he could make a move, a white figure had already blocked his way. And Mo Yuqing simply waved her sleeve lightly. That thunderstorm was powerful enough to instantly tear even a Four Extremes realm expert to shreds. Before her, they became as docile as tamed cats, quietly dispersing without causing the slightest ripple. Let's go in and take a look. She uttered 4 words and stepped into the world of lightning flashing behind the door. Zhao Doubting and his son exchanged a glance, both seeing a deep shock in each other's reactions. They followed in Mo Yuqing's footsteps and entered the prison. The prison cell was extremely spacious, about the size of a plaza. However, there was no trace of the demon as expected, no corpses, no bloodstains, and not even a trace of demonic energy could be sensed. There was only endless, raging lightning element. Countless tiny electric snakes raged in the air, illuminating the entire space with a dazzling silvery white light. In the center of the space, a wisp of purple lightning, about the thickness of a thumb, was suspended in midair, constantly flickering. Each of its jumps causes ripples in the surrounding space, as if even the void cannot withstand its power. That demon is already dead? Zhao Doubting muttered to himself, his face full of disbelief. Zhao Chenan felt much more at ease. Sure enough, it was exactly as the system said. How dare you be so presumptuous before me, a mere heavenly spirit lightning? And Mo Yuqing snorted coldly, showing no fear whatsoever towards the violent purple spiritual lightning. She gently clenched her slender hand in the air and softly scolded. Primordial Qi, transform into a hammer! In an instant, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth converged wildly. Above her head, a massive, ancient hammer's shadow formed, composed entirely of pure primordial energy. The moment the hammer's shadow appeared, a terrifying pressure that could suppress eternity and destroy everything descended upon it. Zhao Chenan and Zhao Doubting even had the illusion that as long as they were locked onto by this hammer's shadow, even if a saint from the Sendai realm were to descend, the only outcome would be the complete annihilation of their soul and spirit. Of course, this is an exaggeration and is merely Zhao Chenan's fantasy. Town! Without the slightest hesitation, Mo Yuqing pressed her jade hand down. The enormous primordial chaos hammer, with its unparalleled power, slammed down fiercely towards the wisp of purple spiritual lightning. There was no earth-shattering noise, no world-destroying explosion. As the giant hammer fell, everything seemed to be silenced. The raging purple lightning didn't even have a chance to struggle. He was then smashed into the ground by the giant hammer, and all the violent aura around him was completely dissipated in an instant. Only a trace of its origin remains, trembling like a candle flickering in the wind. The whole process was smooth and effortless. Mo Yuqing flipped her hand and took out a piece of black, inconspicuous stone. She gently gestured towards the ground. The wisp of purple lightning, which had lost all its temper, obediently took flight. She grabbed him and forcefully pressed him into the dark stone. The black stone flashed and then returned to its original state. The raging lightning elements within the entire prison quickly dissipated and returned to calm as the source of the spiritual lightning was taken away. Mo Yuqing casually tossed the black stone to Zhao Chenan. It's yours. Her movements were as casual as if she were throwing away a piece of useless trash. Zhao Chenan hurriedly caught the ordinary stone. It was warm to the touch and contained a power that made his heart pound. This is the legendary creature of heaven and earth that can only be attempted to be subdued by those at least at the dragon transformation realm, and whose success rate is extremely low. So, you got it? He looked at Mo Yuqing, then at Zhao Doubting, who was completely petrified beside him. This emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty, who had lived half his life and considered himself to have seen all kinds of storms, was now speechless, his mouth agape. They seemed stunned and numb. But inwardly he was secretly evaluating. The disciples of the upper sect are terrifyingly powerful. Great Zhou Dynasty, this time you're really finished. Chapter 50. A prodigy's offspring is born, and cultivation begins. 3 more months passed. The early autumn wind carried a hint of coolness, but it could not dispel the heavy, oppressive heat hanging over the Prince Wei's residence. Inside the delivery room, heart-wrenching cries and the midwife's anxious urging could be heard intermittently, gripping the hearts of everyone outside the door. Zhao Chenan paced back and forth restlessly in the corridor. His handsome face was filled with anxiety, and he would stop every now and then to look at the tightly closed door. This is his first child. Li Qingluan, Lu Rushwang, and Xiao Chuchu also stood by, their expressions equally tense, their palms damp with sweat. Husband, stop turning around and sit down to rest for a while. Xiao Chuchu whispered a word of advice, handing over a cup of tea that had long since gone cold. Zhao Chenan couldn't sit still. He took the teacup, drank it all in one gulp, and started pacing again. Time slipped away bit by bit amidst the torment. Just when Zhao Chenan felt he was about to step through the floor tiles. Wow! A loud and clear baby's cry, like heavenly music, suddenly rang out from the delivery room. The deathly silence of the entire courtyard was instantly shattered. Zhao Chenan suddenly stopped in his tracks, frozen in place. Immediately, an indescribable surge of joy welled up in his heart, leaving him somewhat dazed. She's given birth. He's a father! Almost simultaneously, that incredibly familiar mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Congratulations, host, on the birth of your child. We are currently conducting a comprehensive aptitude assessment. Rating complete. Overall evaluation of offspring, 96 points. Talent, 95. Potential, 100. Special bloodline, serious bloodline, concentration 80%. Note, due to triggering a prerequisite system reward, this offspring will receive one of the random innate Dao bodies. Random selection in progress. Congratulations. This offspring has acquired one of the 10 innate Dao bodies, the 9 Heavens Thunder body. The moment the system notification sound faded, something unexpected happened. The once clear and cloudless sky has now become covered with dark clouds. Dark, heavy clouds gathered frantically, pressing down heavily on the imperial city as if the sky were collapsing. Boom! A thick, purple divine lightning bolt, as thick as a bucket, tore through the sky, carrying a terrifying aura of destruction, and crashed down directly towards the direction of the Prince of Wei's mansion. Not good! Protect the delivery room! Li Qingluan and Lu Rushwang exclaimed in surprise at the same time, instinctively trying to circulate their spiritual power. Xiao Chuchu paled, she could sense it. The power contained in those 9 divine lightning bolts was enough to instantly wipe them all out, along with the entire Wei Prince's mansion. However, they were ultimately a step too slow. Or rather, someone is faster than them. Just as the divine thunder from the heavens was about to strike, the dark stone that Zhao Chenan had always kept close to his body suddenly burst out with a scorching heat. Whoosh! The black stone flew out on its own, transforming into a streak of light. Instead of retreating, it advanced, actually taking the initiative to meet the divine lightning descending from the sky. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, that ordinary-looking stone, like a bottomless black hole, it swallowed up all the divine lightning from the heavens, which was powerful enough to destroy everything. Not a drop was wasted. After absorbing the divine lightning, the dark stone shone with a brilliant purple light, and countless cracks appeared on its surface. Snap! The stone shattered instantly, turning into dust. A wisp of purple spiritual lightning, more profound and terrifying, fused with the power of 2 types of lightning, emerged from it. It nimbly turned in the air without pausing, and went straight through the roof and into the delivery room. The next moment, the loud baby's cry became even more powerful and full of vitality. All the strange phenomena in the heavens and earth vanished at that moment. The sky cleared up again, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Inside the Prince of Wei's residence, however, there was an eerie silence. Li Qingluan, Lu Rushwang, and Xiao Chuchu stood there dumbfounded, their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word for a long time. What did they see? Is the thunder from the sky a celebration of new life? This This is such an incredible talent. Not far away, in the shadow of a pavilion, Mo Yuqing's figure quietly emerged. For the first time, a look of emotion appeared on her face, which had been frozen for millennia. Nine Heavens Thunder Body, naturally able to draw upon divine thunder to temper the body, and then merge with the spiritual thunder of heaven and earth. This child has the potential to become an emperor. Meanwhile, at the other end of the imperial city, a figure dressed in a dragon robe stood with his hands behind his back, gazing in the direction of the Prince of Wei's residence, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Zhao Doubting laughed loudly, his laughter filled with boundless joy and pride. Good! 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 My son, the Chenan of the Zhao family, is destined for the great show. However, none of this shock could compare to the turbulent emotions surging within Zhao Chenan's heart at this moment. Offspring's aptitude score detected, 96, far exceeding the excellent threshold, triggering a 100x bonus. For this reward, the host can freely choose the type of reward: cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, magical artifacts, physical constitution enhancement, elixirs, etc. It's here! It's finally here! Zhao Chenan's heart was pounding wildly, almost as if it would jump out of his throat. He had waited for this day for far too long. Cultivation techniques? He possesses the heavenly rank Dao Tianyan scripture. Martial arts? He possesses the heavenly grade Great Wilderness Imprisoning Heaven finger. Magical artifacts? Isn't the 9 Dragons demon halberd in his father's hands more appealing? What does he lack most? It is the foundation that can bear all of this. It is a body that can be cultivated. Physical fitness. I choose a physical fitness-related reward. Zhao Chenan roared in his heart with all his might. Confirm selection. Drawing a 100x critical hit reward for constitution-related characters. Congratulations, host! You have obtained one of the 8 immortal bodies, the Returning to Origin Dao Body. The Returning to Origin Great Dao Body. All laws return to their origin, directly pointing to the source of the Great Dao. Possessing this body, cultivation will have no bottlenecks, leading directly to the Saint Realm. It can accommodate and cultivate any attribute cultivation method in the world without any worries of conflict. Boom! The moment the system notification sound ended, an indescribable warm current appeared out of nowhere throughout Zhao Chenan's body. It is a transformation originating from the deepest part of life. His sea of suffering, which was like a stagnant pool that could not be opened up no matter what, was as if a sun had been thrown into it at this moment. The dried-up riverbed was filled with surging divine power, and the blocked meridians were violently broken open. An unprecedented feeling of comfort spread throughout my body. Zhao Chenan slowly raised his hand, and he could clearly see the colorful spiritual energy in the world. It was transforming into visible streams, rushing into his body in a frenzy. The whole world, in his perception, instantly became different. Finally, I've shaken off that useless talent that prevents me from venturing into the sea of suffering. Zhao Chenan, you can start cultivating now. Wow! A clear, sobbing sound rang out. Zhao Chenan had no time to be excited and hurriedly led the 3 women into the delivery room. At the same time, the trembling midwife, holding a small baby, excitedly said to Zhao Chenan, Your Highness, King Wei, great news! It's a boy! Chapter 51. The eldest son, Zhao Xiao, whose name means the thunder of the 9 heavens. The smell of blood in the delivery room had not completely dissipated, mixed with the fresh scent of newborn grass and trees. Zhao Chenan practically rushed in and immediately spotted the little one being carefully held in the midwife's arms. Your Highness, King Wei, great news! The midwife, her face full of wrinkles, beamed with joy as she shakily handed the baby over. It's a boy, very strong! Zhao Chenan reached out his hand, but his movements were somewhat stiff. He took the soft, wrinkled little thing, and an unprecedented, strange feeling instantly enveloped him. This is his bloodline, his child. A sense of connection that came from the depths of his soul almost melted his heart. He carried the child and quickly walked to the bedside. Yilanshu's hair was soaked with sweat and clung to her pale cheeks. She was extremely weak. But in those beautiful eyes, there shone a maternal glow. Shuer, thank you for your hard work. Zhao Chenan gently placed the child beside her and bent down to wipe the sweat from her forehead with his sleeve. Yilanshu shook her head weakly, her entire attention drawn to the little life beside her.
Our child. Yes, our child. Zhao Chenan nodded emphatically, a sense of responsibility taking root in his heart. He looked at the little one sleeping peacefully and felt incredibly content. Want to know his name? Yilanshu looked at him gently, waiting for him to continue. When this child was born, divine lightning from the heavens tempered his body. What a blessing and what a powerful force this is. A surge of heroic spirit welled up in Zhao Chenan's chest. So, let's name him Zhao Xiao, Xiao as in beyond the 9 heavens. Zhao Xiao. Yilanshu silently recited it to herself, then broke into a breathtaking smile. It sounds beautiful. As for my nickname. Zhao Chenan thought for a moment, then smiled mischievously. Let's call him Xiao Jiu, which corresponds to the 9 divine lightning bolts, and he'll be easy to raise. Xiao Jiu. Yilanshu's smile deepened. At this moment, Li Qingwan, Lu Rushwang, and Xiao Chuchu couldn't hold back any longer and came in together. Husband, let us see the child too. Xiao Chuchu, being the most lively, was the first to come over. When she saw the exquisitely beautiful baby, her big eyes immediately curved into crescent moons. Wow, so cute. Lu Rushwang and Li Qingwan also came over, their faces beaming with genuine joy. That little nose and mouth, she looks just like my husband. Lu Rushwang spoke softly, her usually aloof demeanor softening at this moment. That's right, don't you even know whose son he is? Zhao Chenan proudly raised his chin. Several women surrounded Xiao, chattering and teasing him, filling the delivery room with warmth and joy. As the daughter of a military family, Li Qingwan always carried a sharp and fierce aura that was hard for ordinary people to detect. It was something that could only be honed through years of battlefield experience. She was afraid of disturbing the baby, so she just stood a little distance away and watched. But just then, Xiao, who had been sleeping peacefully, suddenly stirred. He opened his eyes. What clear and deep eyes they were, as if they contained a starry sky, and even faint purple lightning flashed within them. Instead of crying or making a fuss, he turned his little head and finally locked his attention on Li Qingwan. Under everyone's astonished gaze, little Zhao Xiao actually stretched out his chubby little hand towards Li Qingwan, making "iya" sounds. Far from being frightened by that menacing aura, he instead showed great affection. This? Li Qingwan was stunned. Sister Qingwan, it seems like Xiao Jiu really likes you. Xiao Chuchu said with delight. Li Qingwan was both surprised and delighted. She cautiously stepped forward and tentatively extended a finger to gently touch Xiao Xiao's hand. The little guy immediately grabbed her finger with surprising strength, and grinned with his toothless little mouth. That smile was pure and flawless, as if it could wash away all the dust of the world. Li Qingwan's heart was completely melted at this moment. An unprecedented tenderness appeared on her strikingly handsome face. She subconsciously touched her slightly protruding belly, and a strong sense of anticipation welled up inside her. Her child with Lu Rushwang is due soon. I wonder what my child will look like? The entire Prince Wei's mansion was immersed in the joy brought by the new life. Not far away, in the shadows of the attic, Mo Yuqing watched the joyful scene in the delivery room quietly, and the emotion on her usually cold and aloof face lingered for a long time. She saw Xiao Chuchu innocently teasing the baby, her smile brighter than the sun in the sky. That heartfelt joy is something that no cultivation resources or powerful techniques can provide. Is taking her away like this really the best option for her? For the first time, a sense of confusion arose in Mo Yuqing's heart. Perhaps, it's better to wait a little longer. She shook her head slightly, and with a flash, disappeared from the spot as if she had never been there. The Imperial City, the Imperial Study. Zhao Doubting paced back and forth in the hall with his hands behind his back, unable to conceal the ecstatic joy on his face. Ha 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 ha! He finally couldn't hold back any longer and let out a hearty laugh that was extremely joyful. Excellent! What a magnificent 9 heavens thunder body! What a prodigy of the Zhao family! He had several grandsons before, all born to other princes. Although they were all quite talented, they were worlds apart from this one. Divine lightning descends from the heavens to temper the body, merging with the spiritual lightning of heaven and earth. What incredible luck! This child's future achievements are limitless, and he may even have the potential to become the legendary emperor. More importantly, this is Zhao Chenan's eldest son.
They are the descendants of his most beloved son, on whom he placed the greatest hopes. My grandson deserves this. It took Zhao Doubting a long time to calm his excited emotions before he finally sat back on the dragon throne. After the initial joy, he began to think seriously. With such an extraordinary grandson of the emperor being born, the welcoming gift cannot be too small. Ordinary magical artifacts and elixirs are simply not worthy of his status. Moreover, he not only thought of a gift for meeting the baby, but also began to plan for a full moon celebration and a first birthday celebration. This emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty couldn't wait to pile the best things in the world in front of his precious grandson. Inside the delivery room of the Prince of Wei's residence. After the lively atmosphere subsided, the women felt sorry for Yilanshu and decided to leave, as she needed to rest. Zhao Chenan stayed behind, sat on the edge of the bed, and quietly watched his wife and son. He looked down at Xiao Jiu, who had fallen asleep again in his arms. The father possesses the body of an immortal, while the son possesses the body of a Taoist. What a wonderful coincidence! He stretched out a finger and gently stroked his son's little nose. Just then, little Zhao Xiao, who was sleeping, seemed to sense something and smacked his lips twice. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. A barely perceptible arc of purple electricity flashed past the depths of his pupils. Immediately afterwards, he swung his chubby little hand and grabbed Zhao Chenan's fingers. Sizzle! A wisp of purple lightning, countless times thinner than a strand of hair, shot into Zhao Chenan's body the moment the two made contact. Zhao Chenan was suddenly jolted. An indescribable feeling of numbness and destructive aura exploded at his fingertips. Chapter 52 The Spirit Thunder changes hands. Zhao Chenan begins cultivation. That destructive force rampaged through Zhao Chenan's meridians, yet strangely, it did not cause any substantial damage. It was merely asserting its existence, domineering and violent. Zhao Chenan's body stiffened for a moment, but his mind sank into his body in an instant. This is the heavenly thunder. I could feel the purest and most primordial energy of heaven and earth contained within it. Zhao Chenan was taken aback, then realized that this should be the heaven and earth spirit lightning he had obtained from the demon's subduing tower. When Zhao Xiao was born, it was drawn by the divine lightning of the 9 heavens and automatically recognized Zhao Xiao as its master, entering his body. Why are you here again? Ding! Detected a yellow-grade heavenly spiritual item, body tempering spiritual lightning. This spirit creature's body tempering abilities are unsuitable for infants, therefore it has been actively transferred. The host's constitution is that of the great Tao of returning to the origin, encompassing all things and perfectly able to accommodate this spiritual object without any risk of rejection. System notifications rang in my mind one after another. Zhao Chenan's heart skipped a beat, and he was instantly overwhelmed with joy. It really was that heavenly spirit lightning. This kind of violent thunder spirit creature, without a special physique or a cultivation level above the dragon transformation realm, will only result in its body exploding and death if forcibly absorbed. And now, this body-tempering spiritual lightning is peacefully residing within his body. He could clearly feel that his physical body was being nourished and tempered by this thunderous power in an extremely slow but firm way. Every inch of bone and every drop of blood is undergoing a subtle transformation. This is like a windfall. Zhao Chenan looked down at Xiao Jiu, who was sleeping soundly with her little mouth smacking in her arms, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. The father possesses the body of an immortal, while the son possesses the body of a Taoist. This little guy not only freed me from being a useless person at birth, but now he's given me such a great gift. She's such a lucky star. He couldn't resist leaning down and giving Zhao Bao's rosy cheeks a big kiss. My dear son! However, the next moment, a warm liquid suddenly soaked through his clothes. Zhao Chenan froze. He looked down and saw a water stain rapidly expanding on his royal robe, carrying a unique, foul odor. Little Zhao Xiao seemed to have been woken up. He kicked his little legs, grinned with his toothless little mouth, yawned contentedly, and then fell asleep again. Zhao Chenan was both amused and exasperated. Well, kid, your greeting gift is a puddle of boy's urine, huh? He carefully carried the child back to Yilanshu on the bed and tucked her in. Swear you get some rest. I'm going out for a bit. Yilanshu had just given birth and was very weak. She simply nodded gently and focused all her attention on the baby beside her. Husband, why did you come out? Zhao Chuchu asked with concern. Look here. Zhao Chenan smiled, then pointed to the wet patch on his chest and said helplessly, I just got a piss on by my son. The three women were taken aback at first, then couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. It seems that Xiao Jiu really likes her husband. Even Lu Rushwang's usually aloof face was tinged with a rare smile. Alright, you all go and keep an eye on things. I need to go to the palace. Zhao Chenan waved his hand. Going to the palace so late? Li Qingwan was somewhat surprised. This is such a joyous occasion, of course I must tell Father Emperor immediately. An irrepressible surge of excitement welled up on Zhao Chenan's face. It wasn't just the birth of Zhao Xiao. More importantly, it was his own turn to finally be able to cultivate. He had to tell this to his father, who had worried so much about him, in person. Moreover, there has to be an explanation for my sudden ability to cultivate. The immortals in dreams are also known as the so-called ancient great beings. Currently, only Zhao Doubting knows about this, but his sudden ability to cultivate will definitely arouse suspicion from the outside world. Therefore, he also needed to discuss the official reasons with Zhao Doubting as soon as possible. This body-tempering spiritual lightning is the best explanation. To the outside world, it was said that Zhao Xiao absorbed the spiritual lightning of heaven and earth at birth, which unintentionally entered his body. By sheer chance, his previously hidden special physique was activated. The great Tao body of returning to the origin. That's why I was able to begin cultivating. It's perfectly reasonable and flawless. Thinking of this, Zhao Chenan was even more eager to return home. He changed into clean clothes and quickly headed to the palace. The imperial city, the imperial study. Zhao Doubting was still in a state of extreme excitement, pacing back and forth in the hall, muttering to himself. 9 heavens divine thunder body. Good, excellent. My grandson is destined to be an emperor. He had already decided that once the child was a month old, he would announce to the world a 3-day amnesty. He wanted everyone to know that his grandson, Zhao Doubting's grandson, was a prodigy destined by heaven. Just then, a high-pitched voice of a young eunuch came from outside the hall to report. Your Majesty, His Highness the Prince of Wei requests an audience. Zhao Doubting was taken aback. Guessing that Zhao Chenan had come to tell him the good news, he quickly said, Quick! Let him in! No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Chenan rushed in like a gust of wind, his face beaming with barely suppressed elation. Father! Great news! This is an extraordinary event! Seeing his appearance, Zhao Doubting immediately laughed and scolded. You brat, you're already so immature after becoming a father, what kind of behavior is this? I already know. So what if you had a boy? Look how happy you are. Although he said that, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Father, that's not all. Zhao Chenan rubbed his hands together excitedly. Oh? Zhao Doubting became interested. What other joyous occasion could be greater than the addition of a son to the Zhao family? Zhao Chenan took a deep breath. Instead of speaking directly, he stretched out a hand and slowly opened it. Buzz! A faint but incredibly pure wisp of divine power gathered in his palm, transforming into a tiny, slowly rotating vortex. The air in the imperial study seemed to freeze at that moment. The smile on Zhao Doubting's face froze instantly. He stared intently at the vortex in Zhao Chenan's palm, completely motionless as if struck by lightning. What is that? That's spiritual power. How could that be? His son, the son who was destined to never escape the sea of suffering. Looking at Zhao Doubting's shocked expression, Zhao Chenan felt a surge of warmth and bittersweetness in his heart. He stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Father! Your subject may now begin cultivating. Boom! Even Emperor Zhao Doubting felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing these words. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhao Chenan's wrist with such force that he almost crushed Zhao Chenan's bones. A surge of powerful dragon energy rushed from his palm into Zhao Chenan's body, violently probing his limbs and bones. The next moment, Zhao Doubting trembled violently, his body shaking uncontrollably. It's true! Spiritual energy has indeed begun to enter Zhao Chenan's body. Great, that's wonderful! Zhao Doubting's voice was extremely hoarse. He let go of his son's hand, staggered back 2 steps, and looked at him with an expression as if he were looking at a monster.
How did they do that? It was that person's doing?
Zhao Chenan grinned and shook his head, denying the speculation that his special physique came from an ancient powerful being. He presented the prepared remarks.
Father, it's Xiao Jiao. Your subject will name him Zhao Xiao, with the nickname Xiao Jiao. The divine lightning descended from the heavens, not only tempering Xiao Jiao's body with divine lightning, but one of the primordial spiritual lightning bolts unexpectedly entered my body. It was this body-tempering spiritual lightning that activated the dormant immortal body within me.
As Zhao Chenan spoke, he activated the wisp of body-tempering spiritual lightning within his body.
Sizzle!
A barely perceptible arc of purple electricity flashed and disappeared from his fingertips. The pure and domineering aura of thunder made Zhao Doubting, a powerful expert in the dragon transformation realm, feel a chill run down his spine. It turned out to be the heavenly thunder. Zhao Doubting was taken aback at first, then squinted and looked at it for a few seconds. It seemed they had guessed something, but didn't say it outright. Immediately, a surge of joy 100 times stronger than when he learned of the birth of the emperor's grandson overwhelmed all his reason. His imperial dignity and composure vanished at that moment.
Ha 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 ha!
Zhao Doubting laughed wildly, his laughter even carrying a hint of sobbing, which made the entire imperial study buzz.
Great! Great!
He grabbed Zhao Chenan and hugged him tightly, patting his back forcefully.
My son, my good son! You are not a piece of trash. You have never been a piece of trash. You are the chosen one. You are the greatest pride of the Zhao family.
Chapter 53 Master of Schemes, do you want to join the Hun Yuan sect? Zhao Doubting's arms, which were holding his son, trembled slightly. The lingering joy after the orgasm brought tears to the eyes of this iron-blooded emperor. He remembered that woman. The fairy who vanished after Zhao Chenan was born. If she knew that their son had awakened such an unprecedented immortal body, how gratified she would be. For a moment, Zhao Doubting was filled with mixed feelings, and his original idea of personally guiding his son through the sea of suffering faded away instantly. Of course, there was another reason why Zhao Doubting didn't personally guide his son through the sea of suffering. That means Mo Yuqing is still in the Prince of Wei's residence. This woman has an incredibly powerful background. She comes from the Hun Yuan sect, one of the 108 major sects. If she knew Zhao Chenan's constitution, and also considered the relationship between Zhao Chenan and Xiao Chu, perhaps there will be an opportunity for Zhao Chenan to break away from his own little dynasty and go to a bigger stage in the outside world. He put on a stern face and waved his hand dismissively, feigning impatience.
Now that you possess such a divine body, why don't you hurry back to cultivate? What are you standing here for, waiting for me to enlighten you?
Zhao Chenan was incredibly shrewd. Just by looking at his father's expression, he guessed 7 or 8 parts of the truth. In addition, Zhao Doubting deliberately emphasized the words, enlightenment, and made him go back to cultivate. It's clear there's more to it than meets the eye, pointing the finger directly at Mo Yuqing, who lives in the Prince of Wei's residence. Thinking of this, he didn't point it out and simply accepted the situation.
Yes, I'll get out of here right away and go back to cultivate. Father, you should rest early too.
Zhao Chenan chuckled, quickly bowed, and ran out of the imperial study at a speed that made it seem as if a dog was chasing him. Watching his son's disappearing figure, Zhao Doubting's stern expression vanished instantly, leaving only endless relief and a hint of barely perceptible loneliness.
Do you see? Our son, he's grown up.
The Prince of Wei's residence. Zhao Chenan traveled at a brisk pace, his excitement undiminished. He first tiptoed back to Yilanshu's room, glanced at the sleeping mother and son, and then carefully withdrew.
My husband.
Li Qingluan, Lu Rushwang, and Xiao Chu, who were waiting outside the door, immediately came to greet them.
Shuer and the child are asleep. Let's go to the side room to talk.
Zhao Chenan lowered his voice and led the 3 women to a side hall. He dismissed all the servants before turning around, a mysterious smile on his face.
I have some fantastic news to tell you.
The 3 women were all intrigued by his appearance.
What's wrong, my husband? What makes you so happy?
Li Qingluan asked softly. Zhao Chenan cleared his throat and slowly extended his right hand. Buzz. A wisp of spiritual energy, even more concentrated than it had been in the imperial study, appeared in his palm and slowly began to rotate. The air in the entire side hall seemed to freeze for a moment. Li Qingwan and Zhao Chuchu both covered their mouths, their faces filled with disbelief. For the first time, a look of shock appeared on Lu Rushwang's usually aloof face. "Husband, you can cultivate now?" Li Qingwan's voice trembled slightly. "Not bad." Zhao Chenan grinned and brought out his prepared remarks once again. "When Xiao Jiu was born, it triggered the 9 heavens' divine thunder, and one of the body-tempering spiritual thunders accidentally entered my body. It was this spiritual lightning that, by sheer chance, activated a special physique that had been dormant within me. The Great Zhou body of returning to origin." The 3 women were completely stunned as soon as the words were spoken. "The Great Zhou body of returning to origin," Lu Rushwang murmured to herself. She came from the Jixia Academy, and her knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary people. One of the 8 immortal bodies born at the beginning of creation, according to legend? Her mind was in turmoil. This kind of physique exists only in the most ancient records. It is the origin of all laws and encompasses all paths. Once you embark on the path of cultivation, there will be no bottlenecks, and you will directly reach the saint realm. No wonder my husband was unable to open the sea of bitterness for so long. It turns out that his immortal body was covered in dust and had not yet awakened. Although Li Qingwan and Zhao Chuchu did not know as much detail as Lu Rushwang, but they also understood that this was an absolutely heaven-defying physique, and for a moment they were all incredibly excited and joyful for Zhao Chenan. "That's wonderful, my husband! This is such a joyous occasion! I knew it, my husband is no ordinary man!" Seeing the genuine smiles on the 3 women's faces, Zhao Chenan felt a warmth in his heart. He withdrew the divine power from his palm and turned his gaze to Zhao Chuchu, a hint of anticipation on his face. "Chuchu, you are a genius on the Heavenly Pride ranking, and now you are a master of the 4 extremes realm. How about you guide me through the first step of opening up the sea of bitterness?" Zhao Chuchu was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red, and she was at a loss for what to do. "I'll instruct my husband." Although she was exceptionally talented, she relied on intuition to cultivate herself, and her progress was smooth sailing. How could she possibly know how to guide a complete novice? "Yes, you'll do it." Zhao Chenan smiled like a fox. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chuchu blushed instantly. She is not good at instructing others at all, and has never even done so. When I cultivate, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth simply flows in on its own with the thought of me. There are no complicated steps involved. Lu Rushwang watched from the side, and couldn't bear to watch any longer. As the dean of Jixia Academy, it was her duty to teach the disciples, and she was just about to offer some guidance. But she suddenly stopped herself from speaking. A thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Wrong. My husband is so wise, how could he not see that Sister Chu-Chu is not good at teaching others? Why did he specifically choose Chu-Chu to provide guidance? Unless his purpose wasn't to create a sea of suffering at all. Lu Rushwang's heart skipped a beat as she realized the possibility. My husband, his true intentions are not what they seem. He's fishing. The one they were fishing for was Xiao Chu-Chu's master, who had been hiding in the shadows and protecting her. Having figured this out, Lu Rushwang was immediately alarmed. My husband is incredibly audacious. He's even scheming against such beings. But then she thought about it again and realized that this move was absolutely brilliant. Since that powerful person values Chu-Chu so much, he can't just sit idly by and ignore Chu-Chu's husband, can he? Especially after awakening the Tao body of returning to origin, a celestial body. Lu Rushwang instantly understood what she had to do. Instead of stepping in to help, she added fuel to the fire, speaking in an exaggerated and shocking tone. My husband has truly awakened the great Tao body of returning to origin. Once you miss the golden period for awakening your innate immortal body, it's as difficult as ascending to heaven to awaken it later in life. But once successful, it will be like a dragon emerging from the abyss, soaring into the sky. She emphasized her words, making each one crystal clear, as if she weren't speaking to Zhao Chenan. Instead, he was speaking to the person in the distance who had been keeping a close eye on the situation. Legend has it that this body is immune to all laws and returns to the origin of all paths. It may require guidance at the beginning of cultivation, but once it is successful, it can open up the sea of suffering.
The path of cultivation ahead will be smooth sailing, and in the future, there is even hope of reaching the Saint Realm, or even the legendary position of the Great Emperor. Lu Rushwang's words made Xiao Chu, who was already anxious, even more flustered. If such a powerful physique were to be wasted in my hands, wouldn't I become a sinner for all time? Just then, a cold sigh, tinged with barely concealed surprise, suddenly rang out behind them. The Great Tao body of returning to origin. That's interesting. Boy, do you want to join my Hunyuan sect? Under Lu Rushwang's constant temptations, faced with such a promising talent, and Mo Yuqing finally couldn't sit still any longer. Chapter 54: The most suitable immortal body for the Hunyuan sect. That clear, cool female voice seemed to possess a kind of magic that could penetrate people's hearts. Although it wasn't loud, it clearly reached the ears of everyone in the side hall. The sly smile on Zhao Chenan's face vanished instantly, but a surge of joy welled up inside him. They've taken the bait. He forcibly suppressed his excitement, slowly turned around, and pretended to be both surprised and delighted. A woman dressed in a moon-white dress was standing there, seemingly out of nowhere. She was slender and graceful, with long, flowing black hair, and her face was veiled by a thin layer of mist. Although it was hard to see clearly, its otherworldly and ethereal aura made the entire side hall pale in comparison. Li Qingwan and Lu Rushwang held their breath instantly, their hearts pounding. The person who arrived was none other than Xiao Chuchu's master, the terrifying being from another realm, Mo Yuqing. Xiao Chuchu exclaimed in surprise. Master! Mo Yuqing nodded slightly to her disciple, and then her eyes, which seemed to contain the stars and the sea, fell on Zhao Chenan. Zhao Chenan quickly composed himself, pretending to be flattered and somewhat apprehensive, and respectfully bowed to Mo Yuqing. Junior Zhao Chenan greets Fairy Master. His address of Fairy Master came out so naturally, as if he had already acknowledged his relationship with Xiao Chu and also settled his seniority in the process. Then, he asked in a tone that was filled with extreme longing and a hint of uncertainty. Fairy Master, can I also join the Hunyuan sect? Upon hearing this, both Li Qingwan and Lu Rushwang felt their hearts leap into their throats. That's the Hunyuan sect, one of the 108 superior sects. It is a behemoth that can stand on equal footing with the Holy Dynasty. If my husband could join them, let alone the mere Great Zhou Dynasty, even the Celestial Empire would have to think twice before attacking. And Mo Yuqing looked at him quietly without answering immediately. The invisible pressure made the air in the side hall feel thick and sticky. After a long while she slowly spoke, her voice still cold and clear. You weren't qualified before. One sentence made the girl's hopes, which had just been rekindled, sink. But then, Mo Yuqing changed the subject. But now you are qualified. Zhao Chenan felt relieved, but his face revealed a look of ecstasy at just the right moment. Mo Yuqing continued. My Hunyuan sect ranks among the 108 superior sects, but the number of disciples in our sect is the smallest among all the superior sections. We never rely on recruiting many disciples to enhance our prestige. Our sect follows the path of elites. Everyone who can join the Hunyuan sect must be a genius among geniuses, a prodigy among prodigies. Her words carried an absolute confidence and pride that came from a top-tier sect. Logically speaking, you are only now preparing to open the sea of bitterness. Even with your immortal body, you still do not meet the entry standards of my Hunyuan sect. Hearing this, Xiao Chuchu became a little anxious and was about to speak up for her husband. Mo Yuqing waved his hand and continued. But there are always exceptions. The Great Tao body of returning to the origin, where all laws return to their origin, encompassing all paths. This physique is the most compatible with the fundamental law of my Hunyuan sect, the 5 laws of Hunyuan, without exception. Our sect once established a precept: if we encounter a cultivator with the Great Tao body of returning to origin in the outside world, regardless of their cultivation level or character, we must do everything we can to recruit them back to the sect. Boom! These words struck Li Qingwan and Lu Rushwang like a thunderclap. They were completely stunned. The returning to origin Tao body, is it a perfect match for the Hunyuan sect? What a perfect match made in heaven! Lu Rushwang's mind was in turmoil. This is no longer a simple apprenticeship. This is a chosen one, delivered right to their doorstep. The Hunyuan sect simply cannot refuse. Xiao Chuchu covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief, followed by boundless joy. Very good. That way, my husband can return to the sect with me. Seeing the three women's excited expressions, Zhao Chenan remained unusually calm. He suppressed his joy and pressed his advantage by continuing to ask questions. Thank you for your high regard, Fairy Master. But I wonder if my wives' talents are sufficient for them to join the sect together? Upon hearing this, Li Qingluan and Lu Rushwang's heart skipped a beat, and they both turned to look at Mo Yuqing, both nervous and expectant. Mo Yuqing's gaze swept over the three women indifferently. When she saw Lu Rushwang, her gaze paused for a moment, as if she had noticed the special nature of her innate reincarnation body, but then she returned to her calm. She shook her head slightly. Your legal wife, Yilanshu, has the bloodline of the Heavenly Wolf, which is not bad. Your concubine, Li Qingluan, is the daughter of a military family. She is resolute and has excellent qualities. This new dean of Jixia Academy is also a natural-born Dao physique. If he were in the outside world, he would be the object of great interest from all the major powers. Every comment Mo Yuqing made Zhao Chenan's heart tighten. But, sure enough, the turning point came. They all missed the best golden period for cultivation. Their talents were wasted because they were bound by the rules of this small world. Mo Yuqing's words were calm, yet carried an undeniable air of conviction. They are no longer suitable to join the Hunyuan sect. A bucket of cold water instantly extinguished all the fantasies in Li Qingluan and Lu Rushwang's hearts. A look of disappointment, difficult to conceal, appeared on their faces. Yes, their husbands possess unparalleled immortal bodies, beings that even the most powerful sects would vie for. But they didn't even have the qualifications to enter. This huge sense of disparity made even the usually proud Li Qingluan and the aloof Lu Rushwang feel somewhat downcast. Seeing this, Zhao Chenan had expected it, but he still felt a little reluctant. However, he was not discouraged. Instead, he smiled slightly and cupped his hands in greeting to Mo Yuqing. I understand. Of course I am willing to join the Hunyuan sect and follow my fairy master in cultivation. However, I beg master to grant me some more time. The Great Zhou is currently beset by internal and external troubles, with powerful enemies at its side, and a war of annihilation could break out at any time. As a prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, I must wait until the dynasty is completely stable before I can go to the sect with my master and Chu without any worries. His words were neither humble nor arrogant, and were clearly organized. This not only expressed the sincerity of the applicant's desire to become an apprentice, but also demonstrated the applicant's sense of responsibility. Beneath Mo Yuqing's face, shrouded in mist, seemed to come a barely audible soft hum. For someone like her, the survival of a small dynasty was insignificant. But Zhao Chenan's ability to remain true to himself and not forget his homeland even in the face of such a great opportunity earned her high regard. Can? And Mo Yuqing uttered a single word. She glanced at Xiao Chu, who was beaming with joy beside her, and shook her head, seemingly with a hint of helplessness. My precious apprentice has completely fallen into this kid's hands. Since that's the case, then I will personally open up a sea of suffering for you. She didn't give Zhao Chenan a chance to react before she finished speaking. Come with me. After saying that, she turned and walked out of the courtyard. Zhao Chenan quickly gave the three women a reassuring look and hurried after them. In the side hall, only Li Qingluan, Lu Rushwang, and Xiao Chu remained. Great! My husband is about to begin his cultivation. Xiao Chu excitedly grabbed the hands of her two older sisters. Li Qingluan and Lu Rushwang exchanged a glance, suppressing their disappointment, and smiles returned to their faces. Yes, as long as their husbands can soar to great heights, what does it matter if they can't join a sect? Chapter 55 The 9 Trials for Beginners. Zhao Chenan opens the Sea of Bitterness. Mo Yuqing's residence in the Wei Prince's mansion was a secluded and tranquil place, untouched by any dust. Zhao Chenan followed her to the courtyard and stood there, feeling somewhat uneasy. So, the cultivation is about to begin? Opening up the sea of suffering is the first and most crucial step on the path of cultivation. Mo Yuqing turned around, her cool eyes fixed on him. To open up the sea of suffering means to use supreme perseverance to create a sea of life that belongs to oneself under the wheel of life in the human body. For ordinary people to navigate the sea of suffering, they need to draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, proceed with utmost care, and persevere with painstaking effort. But you are different.
Mo Yuqing's voice echoed in the quiet courtyard. The great Tao body of returning to origin requires destruction before construction. Your sea of suffering needs to be opened in the most domineering way. Zhao Chenan hadn't had time to think about the meaning behind those words. The next moment, he saw Mo Yuqing slowly raise her slender, jade-like right hand. A slender, jade-like finger, without any warning, touched his brow. There was no fluctuation of spiritual power on his fingertips, yet they carried a terrifying pressure that made his soul tremble. The journey through the sea of suffering begins with the soul. The cold words, along with that finger, were imprinted on his forehead. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying power surged into Zhao Chenan's mind from between his eyebrows, following Mo Yuqing's fingertips. This force is not a violent impact, but a higher-dimensional crushing and reshaping. Zhao Chenan felt his soul being stripped away in an instant, enveloped by a cold yet domineering force, and rapidly sinking. After passing through layers of mist, we finally arrived at a chaotic and empty place. This is the sea of suffering, the starting point for all spiritual cultivation beneath the human life cycle. The great Tao body of returning to origin is indeed extraordinary. Mo Yuqing's cool voice rang in Zhao Chenan's mind, carrying a hint of barely perceptible astonishment. For ordinary cultivators, opening up the sea of suffering is like digging a well in a stubborn rock, requiring countless efforts and time. However, under the guidance of this external force, Zhao Chenan's body actually began to cooperate on its own. That chaotic sea of suffering, like parched land receiving timely rain, greedily absorbed the power that Mo Yuqing had brought, expanding and evolving at a visible speed. The process was incredibly smooth, without the slightest obstruction. At that moment, Mo Yuqing paused slightly. In the center of Zhao Chenan's rapidly expanding sea of suffering, a thin wisp of golden lightning, shimmering with the aura of destruction and rebirth, floated silently. It seemed to sense the intrusion of an external force, emitting a slightly alarming crackling sound. This is... Mo Yuqing's will fluctuated within Zhao Chenan's sea of consciousness. Heaven and Earth's spiritual thunder? She immediately recognized the true nature of this thing. This was the yellow-grade spiritual lightning that triggered the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth when Zhao Shao was born, and which ultimately entered the infant's body. She was there at the time and saw it all clearly. Later, I also heard Zhao Chenan and the other girls say that this spiritual lightning was too domineering in nature. Unsuitable for infants, it transferred itself into Zhao Chenan's body, thus activating his latent immortal body. Seeing it with my own eyes now confirms that this statement is true. My fairy master has discerning eyes. Zhao Chenan's spirit responded respectfully. I named it body-tempering thunder. It can draw upon the power of thunder to temper the body and enhance physical strength. He didn't hide it, because he couldn't hide it anyway. Moreover, this was originally his excuse for being able to cultivate body-tempering lightning. Mo Yuqing's will hovered around the spiritual lightning for a moment, seemingly analyzing its attributes. That's quite fitting. She withdrew her power. You started too late. You are already 18 years old, but you have only just begun your journey through the sea of suffering. Even if you start cultivating the so-called heavenly grade techniques of the Great Zhou Dynasty now, you will still be far from being able to compare with the true geniuses of the outside world. Many of them, at your age, have already reached the four extremes, and some have even begun to attempt to reach the dragon transformation realm. Mo Yuqing's words were calm, yet they revealed a cruel reality. No matter how talented Zhao Chenan was, he missed more than 10 years of golden training period. This body-tempering spiritual lightning may be your opportunity. Mo Yuqing changed the subject. If you want to catch up with or even surpass those geniuses of the same age, ordinary hard work will be useless for you. You must take the most extreme and domineering path, using this body-tempering spiritual lightning to temper yourself day and night, squeezing your physical potential to the limit. Only by destroying the old can you build the new, and only then can you achieve nirvana. Only when you formally join the Hunyuan sect and cultivate our sect's fundamental method, the 5 methods of Hunyuan, combined with your Guyuan Great Tao body, will you be able to truly achieve rapid progress and leave everyone far behind. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chenan's heart stirred. Following Mo Yuqing's words, he pretended to be somewhat curious and asked, My fairy master, there is something I don't understand. Since I was able to progress rapidly in cultivating the 5 primordial elements after joining the sect, why do I still need to work so hard to catch up now?
We'll catch up eventually anyway, so isn't it safer to just train step by step and build a solid foundation now? His question sounded like that of a somewhat ambitious young man who was just beginning his spiritual practice. Mo Yuqing remained silent for a moment. The cold, aloof will that enveloped Zhao Chenan's soul seemed to carry a hint of a smile. Do you think that just because you possess the great Tao body of returning to origin, you can rest easy and become a true disciple of my Hunyuan sect? Do you think that my promise to you today means you are already a member of my Hunyuan sect? Zhao Chenan felt a chill run down his spine. They've arrived. The ancestral teachings of my Hunyuan sect are to do everything possible to recruit you back into the sect. Mo Yuqing's voice slowly drifted over. This only means that you have obtained the qualification to enter the sect, a ticket to participate in the assessment. All cultivators who wish to become inner disciples of the Hunyuan sect, regardless of their talent or background, must pass the 9 trials for entry. These 9 tests assess a cultivator's character, perseverance, comprehension, combat prowess, and everything else. If you fail the 9 tests, even if you are a born saint, you can only become an outer disciple and will never be able to pass on the core inheritance of the 5 primordial methods. Zhao Chenan suddenly realized. I see, he said. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Would a top-tier sect at the level of a holy dynasty unconditionally allocate all its core resources to someone just because of their physique? The so-called must recruit was just giving him an opportunity to participate in the competition. The real test has only just begun. I see. Zhao Chenan bowed slightly. In other words, I am now working hard to cultivate so that I can pass the so-called 9 trials for beginners and catch up with those geniuses of the same age, so that I won't fall too far behind in the assessment. Good. Mo Yuqing nodded approvingly. This child is teachable. You not only have to catch up, but also surpass. The score of the 9 trials for beginners directly affects the initial resources you can obtain after entering the sect. The more extraordinary you appear, the more the sect will invest in you. Chapter 56 The Imperial Dynasty Arrives. 10 Dragon Transformation Realm Guardians. To completely dispel his idea of using connections, Mo Yuqing added another sentence. Although Chu Chu is my disciple, she will still have to go through the same 9 tests upon returning to the sect. Only by passing through this process can she shed her mortal dust, truly witness the profound essence of the upper sect, and only then will she be qualified to continue as my true disciple and cultivate the complete Hunyuan 5 methods. Now, Zhao Chenan understood completely. So Xiao Chu Chu is also taking the exam. It seems that the rules of the Hunyuan sect are truly impartial and incorruptible. That's true. Otherwise, how could a sect stand for thousands of years and be ranked among the top 108 sects? In the very moment of their conversation, Zhao Chenan's sea of suffering had been completely opened. There were no raging waves, no thunder and lightning. Everything fell into place naturally and smoothly. A golden sea of life slowly took shape beneath his life wheel, vast and boundless, far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators by 100 times. The divine spring gushed forth, its life essence so rich it was almost palpable. A rainbow bridge, constructed by divine power, spans across it, radiating an immortal divine light. The sea of suffering was opened, the spring of life flowed forth, and a divine bridge was built. Only one step is needed to reach the other shore and achieve the perfect state of the Sea of Wheels. All right. Mo Yuqing's voice pulled Zhao Chenan back to reality. He opened his eyes and found himself still standing in the courtyard, while Mo Yuqing's finger that had been pointing at his brow had been withdrawn at some point. An unprecedentedly powerful feeling filled my limbs and bones. He could clearly see the golden sea of suffering within his body and feel the immense life force contained within it. The cultivation of the Sea of Wheels realm lies in accumulating divine power, connecting the divine bridge, and finally crossing the sea of suffering to reach the other shore. Mo Yuqing's cool voice rang out again, offering him guidance. Your suffering is far greater than that of ordinary people, and it will take you longer to accumulate divine power. But once you reach the other shore, your foundation will be far beyond that of others. The cultivation techniques of the Great Zhou Dynasty are too low grade. You don't need to waste too much time on them. Your top priority right now is to activate the body-tempering lightning every day to refine your physical body and divine power. Once the affairs of the dynasty are settled, I will give you a basic cultivation method of my Hunyuan sect to help you reach the other shore more quickly. Zhao Chenan bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, Fairy Master. And Mo Yuqing nodded slightly, acknowledging his gratitude. She turned around, her aloof back facing him. Your journey has only just begun. Don't let me down, and don't let Chu Chu down either. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure transformed into specks of shimmering light and vanished into the courtyard. Only a single, lingering sound remained, echoing in Zhao Chenan's ears. Go. The night was as dark as ink, and the courtyard of the Prince of Wei's mansion returned to silence. Zhao Chenan returned to his study, slowly closed his eyes, and savored the nascent golden sea of bitterness within his body. A surge of vital energy flowed through his limbs and bones, giving him an unprecedented sense of power that almost made him feel intoxicated. Is this what spiritual practice feels like? Just then, a series of hurried and chaotic footsteps broke the tranquility of the imperial city. The imperial study of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The lights were bright, but the atmosphere was as heavy as cold iron. Zhao Doubting sat upright on the dragon throne, his fingers unconsciously tapping the dragon table, producing a dull sound. The news came from the border. His Majesty! A chief eunuch rushed in, his face drained of color, and his voice trembling. Urgent dispatch from the border, 800 li away. He held up the bamboo tube sealed with sealing wax as if it were a hot potato. Zhao Doubting paused, and an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire imperial study. Bring it here. His voice was unreadable, yet it made the chief eunuch tremble even more violently. The chief eunuch jogged forward, knelt on the ground, and raised the bamboo tube high above his head with both hands. Zhao Doubting made a grabbing motion from a distance, and the bamboo tube landed steadily in his hand. He crushed the sealing wax, unfolded the animal skin scroll inside, and with just one glance, the temperature in the entire imperial study suddenly dropped several degrees. The Great Zhou Dynasty's Grand General, Tuahai, has led an army of 500,000 and deployed them on the banks of the Blackwater River. 10 people were provided as military support. Dragon Transformation Realm experts. 10. Dragon Transformation Realm. Even with Zhao Doubting's deep scheming and profound understanding, his fingertips trembled slightly when he saw this number. He had anticipated the Great Zhou Dynasty's retaliation and was prepared for a fierce battle. In fact, he deliberately provoked this war. No destruction, no construction. A dynasty confined to a corner of the country must build its foundation with iron and blood if it wants to advance. But he never expected that the Great Zhou Dynasty had such a strong foundation. For the sake of the mere Great Zhou Dynasty, and for the sake of a dead retainer, they actually dispatched 10 Dragon Transformation Realm experts. This is no longer revenge, this is utter annihilation. They came with the determination to destroy the nation. A dynasty! What a magnificent dynasty! Zhao Doubting slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, and crushed the animal skin scroll in his hand into powder. Interestingly, the Hong Kong Economic Journal added a comment at the end. The 500,000-strong army of the Great Zhou Dynasty besieged the city, but did not directly attack it, nor did it launch a surprise attack. They remained stationed on the opposite bank of the Blackwater River, seemingly waiting for the Great Zhou to assemble its army, deploy its chariots and horses, and engage in a grand battle. For the sake of the dynasty's reputation? A cold glint appeared on Zhao Doubting's lips. He didn't believe any of that high-sounding nonsense. Something was definitely amiss. Just then, heavy footsteps came from outside the hall. His Majesty! General Li Qingcang, clad in armor, strode in, forgetting even to announce his arrival. He had clearly received the news as well, his square face filled with determination and resolve. This humble general requests to fight. Li Qingcang knelt on one knee, his voice booming like a bell. The Great Xia has gone too far. This battle is unavoidable for our great show. Zhao Doubting looked at his most trusted general and slowly nodded. War is inevitable. He stood up, walked to the huge sand table map, and looked down at the vast land of the Great Zhou Dynasty. I deliberately provoked this war for this very day. I just didn't expect the Xia Emperor's audacity to be even greater than I imagined. His voice was calm, as if he were talking about something trivial that had nothing to do with him. 10 Dragon Transformation Realm Cultivators. Heh, you really think highly of my great show. Upon hearing this, Li Qingcang's heart sank. Although he was reckless, he wasn't stupid.
A single cultivator at the Dragon Transformation realm is enough to suppress the fate of an entire dynasty. Now, the other side has sent 10 of them. How do we fight this battle? On the Great Zhou's side, only His Majesty has just broken through to the Dragon Transformation realm. 1 against 10? This was a massacre with no chance of winning. Your Majesty. Li Qingsang's voice was somewhat hoarse. Zhao Doubting waved his hand, interrupting him. Qingsang, you shall depart immediately for Heishui Pass, unite the 200,000 troops on the border, construct a defensive line, and defend it with utmost vigilance. Li Qingsang suddenly looked up and said urgently, Your Majesty, then you. Zhao Doubting turned around, and an aura of domineering arrogance suddenly erupted from him. I will personally lead 100,000 Imperial Guards and arrive shortly there. I want to show that Emperor Xiao that none of the sons of my Great Zhou are cowards. The Emperor personally led the expedition. Li Qingsang's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. He wanted to advise His Majesty, saying that His Majesty's body is of utmost importance, and should not personally risk his life. But when he saw Zhao Doubting's deep, unfathomable eyes, all the words stuck in his throat. What kind of eyes were those? He was full of confidence, madness, and something he couldn't understand called calculation. In the end, all the worries and advice turned into a surge of passion that rushed straight to the top of his head. A king dies for his country. This is the monarch that Li Qingsang is willing to follow for the rest of his life. Your humble servant obeys! Li Qingsang kowtowed deeply, then stood up and, without any hesitation, turned and strode away. The imperial study fell silent once more. Zhao Doubting stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the location of the Blackwater River on the sand table. After a long while, he let out a soft laugh that no one could understand. 10 Dragon Transformation Realm Cultivators, very good. I hope you can please me. Chapter 57 Border Situation, Night Talk at the Prince of Wei's Residence. The Prince of Wei's Residence. Zhao Chenan had just stabilized the divine power within his body and was preparing to study the wondrous uses of the body-tempering spiritual lightning. A series of hurried footsteps came from outside the courtyard. It's Li Qingwan. She was usually calm and proud, but now her face was pale and her steps were somewhat unsteady. My husband! Zhao Chenan went up to her and took her arm. What's wrong? What happened? Li Qingwan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, but her trembling voice betrayed her inner unease. My father is going to the border. Zhao Chenan was taken aback. To the border? It's Great Xia. Li Qingwan's eyes reddened. The Great Zhou Dynasty has sent troops to attack. She told Zhao Chenan everything she had just received from the general's mansion. When Zhao Chenan heard the phrase, 500,000 troops, his heart sank. When he heard 10 Dragon Transformation Realm experts, his heart sank to the bottom. 10 Dragon Transformation Realm cultivators? Are you kidding me? In the entire Great Zhou Dynasty, including the Xiao family patriarch and the emperor, there were only 2 people at the Dragon Transformation Realm. Not only that, Li Qingwan's voice trembled with a sob. His Majesty. His Majesty is going to personally lead the army. Is the Emperor going to personally lead the expedition? He was going to confront 10 experts at the Dragon Transformation Realm head-on. A bone-chilling cold shot straight from the soles of my feet to my head. He clenched his fists instinctively, feeling the vast, boundless golden sea of suffering that had just been opened up within his body. It is full of divine power and teeming with life. But so what? The Sea of Wheels. In the face of a Dragon Transformation Realm expert, on a meat-grinder battlefield composed of hundreds of thousands of troops, his strength was not even enough to qualify him as cannon fodder. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness instantly swept over his entire body. Mo Yuqing's words still seemed to echo in my ears. You started too late. To surpass others, you must take the most extreme and domineering path. Yes, it's too late. He has only just embarked on the path of cultivation, and has not even reached the perfected state of the Sea of Wheels. But his father, and his country, are already facing a colossal wave that could destroy everything. He could only watch helplessly? All I can do here is pray that my father can create a miracle? No. Zhao Chenan's fingernails dug deeply into his palm. He can't accept it. He suddenly looked up, gazing in the direction of the palace. My father is not a reckless person. He is shrewd and calculating, and he always plans carefully before acting. He dared to personally lead the expedition and face 10 dragon transformation realm experts. He must have something to rely on. There must be some trump card he doesn't know about. Even so, it was a gamble with one's life. Zhao Chenan closed his eyes, and at this moment, his thirst for power reached an unprecedented peak. He needs strength. We need power strong enough to change the course of the battle and protect our families. Looking at his tense profile, Li Qingwan reached out with concern and gently grasped his clenched fist. The warm touch from the back of his hand pulled Zhao Chenan out of that cold, powerless feeling. He lowered his head and looked at Li Qingwan's hand, which was tightly holding his. Her palm was slightly cool and covered with a fine layer of sweat. I'm fine. Zhao Chenan grabbed her hand in return, giving her a reassuring response, and then slowly let go. He straightened up, and the newly born golden sea of suffering in his chest was slowly circulating. The boundless life essence washed over his limbs and dispelled the chill from before. Strength. Yes, he needs strength. But power doesn't appear out of thin air, nor can it be obtained by waiting anxiously. The fact that the Emperor dared to personally lead the expedition suggests he must have a backup plan. And I can't just be a spectator here. Qingluan, go and invite Xiafei, Rishuang, and Chu to the main hall. Zhao Chenan's voice returned to calm, but contained an undeniable determination. Li Qingwan paused for a moment, and although she was puzzled, she immediately nodded. Yes, my husband. The main hall of the Prince of Wei's residence. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Wu Lanxue, Li Qingluan, Lu Rishuang, and Xiao Chu, the 4 princesses and concubines, sat on either side. Their beauty was enough to make 100 flowers pale in comparison, but at this moment they all wore solemn and worried expressions. Zhao Chenan sat in the main seat, his gaze sweeping over each of their faces. They were his wives, his closest people, and part of the family. They have the right to know everything about this war that could destroy a dynasty, and they also have the responsibility to participate in it. Qingluan has probably already told you about it, Zhao Chenan said, getting straight to the point without uttering a single unnecessary word. The Great Zhou Dynasty, with 10 dragon transformation realm experts and an army of 500,000, is besieging the city. Father, I will personally lead the army. Each word was like a boulder, crashing into the hearts of the women. The first to speak was Yilanshu. She, the holy maiden of the Sirius tribe, possessed the fierce courage and indomitable spirit of the nomadic people. The enemy is powerful, but so what? Her voice was clear and firm. Our Sirius tribe was defeated by the Great Zhou, and I, as the holy maiden, became a concubine sent for a political marriage. But the warriors of our tribe have never given up their belief in protecting their homeland just because the enemy is strong. Otherwise, the Great Zhou will not be facing a tribe seeking peace, but a death trap where they will fight to the last man. Her words were resounding and powerful. Zhao Chenan nodded approvingly. Yes, if a small tribe has such fighting spirit, how much more so a dynasty that has lasted for hundreds of years? Xiafei is right. Li Qingwan took over the conversation. Coming from a military family, she had a deeper understanding of war. In terms of high-end combat power, the gap between us and Great Xia is indeed as vast as an insurmountable chasm. But war is not just about the number of top experts. Morale, fighting spirit, logistics, tactics. As long as my Great Zhou army can defeat that 500,000 strong army on the main battlefield, even if my father and the others, even if the high-end combat forces suffer a defeat, Great Xia may not be able to easily destroy my Great Zhou. Her analysis was both calm and brutal. The implication is that we should prepare for the worst and risk the lives of countless soldiers to secure a Pyrrhic victory. Zhao Chenan's heart sank, but he had to admit that this was the most realistic consideration. If the Great Zhou were united and the entire nation were mobilized for war, even if the Great Xia dynasty were to win this battle, they themselves would inevitably lose a few teeth. If they wanted to swallow the entire Great Zhou, they would have to weigh the price they would have to pay. The atmosphere inside the hall grew increasingly somber. Lu Rishuang, who had been silent all along, suddenly turned her gaze to Xiao Chu, who was sitting next to her, and seemed a little restless. Her voice was as cool and clear as ever, yet it carried a sharp edge that went straight to the heart of the matter. Chu, will the Xiao family patriarch participate in the battle? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention turned to Zhao Chenan. That's the key point. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, apart from His Majesty Zhao Doubting, who just broke through, there is only the Zhao family patriarch who has lived for nearly 1,000 years. If he's willing to help, it'll be 2 against 10, which is still a desperate situation, but it's still a better chance than 1 against 10. Chapter 58 Fairy Master, I want to kill you in one strike. Zhao Chenan felt a little nervous under everyone's gaze. She subconsciously clutched the hem of her clothes, her face turning pale. She shook her head, her voice barely audible. Just now my great-grandfather sent me a message. He said that his lifespan was running out, and that his previous battle with His Majesty had already damaged his vital essence, so he really couldn't withstand a major battle with a powerhouse of the same level. His Majesty has also agreed he will not have to participate in the war. This news was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the nascent flame in everyone's hearts. Disappointment was evident on both Li Qingwan and Yilanshu's faces. However, Zhao Chenan hadn't finished speaking. However, our ancestor has already ordered that all the younger generation of the Zhao family above the Dao Palace realm be incorporated into the Imperial Guard and follow His Majesty to Blackwater Pass. Zhao Chenan raised his hand to stop Li Qingwan from saying anything. He looked at Zhao Chenan and said gently, I understand, there's no need to be too harsh on the ancestor. The gap in high-end combat power is too great. Whether he's here or not, it won't fundamentally change the course of the battle. The Zhao family has done more than enough to achieve this goal. He knew it perfectly well. The Zhao family patriarch was originally tricked by his father into joining the war effort, and getting his family members to go to war with the army was already the limit. It's unrealistic to expect an old man nearing the end of his life to fight to the death. Not to mention, Zhao Chenan's thoughts raced. Since the emperor agreed that the Zhao family patriarch would not participate in the battle, it means that he did not place any hope on the Zhao family at all. So, what exactly gave the emperor such confidence? Could it be that he was just relying on his own courage to try and ignite the fighting spirit of the Great Zhou with his own life? No, it doesn't seem like it. That old fox has been scheming his whole life. He would never do such a losing business. So, the only variable, and also the greatest hope, lies in just one person. Zhao Chenan's gaze unconsciously fell on Zhao Chenan. Or rather, it fell on the person behind her. Just then, a clear, cool laugh, seemingly untouched by the dust of the world, rang out in the main hall. It seems you are all very worried. As the words were spoken, a stunningly beautiful figure appeared in the hall without warning. She was dressed in white, more beautiful than the snow of the Tian Shan mountains. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She seemed like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting, exuding an ethereal and otherworldly aura. It was Mo Yuqing. Master! Zhao Chenan stood up in surprise, like a fawn that had found its anchor, and quickly ran to her side. Yilanshu, Li Qingwan, and the others also quickly stood up and bowed. They had witnessed his strength firsthand. That's a terrifying existence that can easily crush those at the Four Extremes realm, and even the Zhao family patriarch at the Dragon Transformation realm has to be wary of it. Fairy Master. Zhao Chenan also stood up and cupped his hands in greeting to Mo Yuqing. Mo Yuqing's appearance finally put his mind at ease. Rest assured. Mo Yuqing seemed to see through everyone's thoughts. She reached out and touched Zhao Chun's head, but her gaze swept across the entire room before finally settling on Zhao Chenan's face. 10 Dragon Transformation Realm cultivators are nothing to worry about. Her tone was flat, as if she were talking about something trivial. But these words struck everyone like a thunderclap. 10 Dragon Transformation Realm cultivators, is that not a big deal? What domineering power and confidence this is. I will step in at the crucial moment. And Mo Yuqing continued, reassuring everyone. Zhao Chenan was about to express his gratitude when she interrupted him with her next words. However, not now. A meaningful smile played on Mo Yuqing's lips. These small fry are not worthy of my full strength. I'm waiting for an even bigger fish. If the Emperor of Great Xia dares to personally go to the battlefield, or if I can pinpoint his location, I am confident that he will not return alive. One strike, one kill. Assassinate the Emperor of an enemy country. Zhao Chenan gasped. Good heavens, is this the kind of spirit that a prodigy from a top sect should have? They disdain getting entangled with those worshippers on the battlefield and instead focus on the enemy's stronghold, aiming for the biggest victory if they're going to play. He first bowed deeply to Mo Yuqing respectfully. Thank you, Fairy Master, for being willing to help my great show. He then straightened up, his mind racing with thoughts. No. We can't just sit here and wait. Placing all his hopes on others is not his style. Senior Mo Yuqing is waiting for the Xia Emperor to appear. In the meantime, what will happen to the main battlefield at the Blackwater River? What will happen to Father and the 100,000 Imperial Guards? They were about to face a crushing defeat by 10 Dragon Transformation Realm experts and an army of 500,000. Even if Mo Yuqing succeeds in assassinating Emperor Xia in the end, the border army of Great Zhou will probably have been decimated long ago, and the Emperor's fate is even more grim. Something has to be done. We must provide the Emperor with the greatest support while we are in the country. They must let the Great Zhou Dynasty know that even if they win the Battle of Blackwater Pass, what awaits them is a quagmire where the entire population is mobilized and the fight to the death is inevitable. Let them know that the people of Great Zhou will fight to the last man to protect their homeland. A resolute determination rose within Zhao Chenan. He looked at his wives, at their expressions of worry, determination, or dependence. That thirst for power, that determination to protect, transformed into unprecedented action at this moment. Without further hesitation, his gaze first fell on Lu Rushwang. Rushwang. His address was simple, but the weight it carried made everyone present feel a sense of awe. Lu Rushwang raised her head, a hint of inquiry on her cool and aloof face. You are now the Dean of Jixia Academy. Zhao Chenan's words were clear and powerful. I need you to use the Dean's authority. Effective immediately, all students of the Academy shall cease all studies. Lu Rushwang's body stiffened slightly. She then nodded firmly, and at that moment, a rare hint of appreciation appeared in her eyes. Lu Rushwang never had high expectations for Zhao Chenan. Even if he were just a playboy, Lu Rushwang would accept it. But the moment Lu Rushwang actually saw Zhao Chenan step forward, she suddenly realized. This man is damn charming. The Jixia Academy has a history of over 1,000 years, and has always been based on scholarship, not involved in politics. This order is tantamount to overturning the tradition of the Academy. But for her man, for the Great Zhou Dynasty, none of this matters anymore. Zhao Chenan didn't give her much time to think and continued to give orders. Let them leave the Academy and go to every prefecture, every county, and every village and town of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Use all the knowledge they have acquired and all the methods they can think of to make the situation on the border public. Tell everyone that the Great Zhou Dynasty wants our country destroyed and our people exterminated. Tell them that Father has personally led the army into battle, fighting against an enemy 10 times their size. I want every citizen of the Great Zhou to know that we have reached a critical juncture of life and death. I want to awaken the fighting spirit of this dynasty. Chapter 59. Mobilizing the whole nation. Zhao Chenan has something big to do. His words, spoken with conviction, echoed throughout the main hall. Lu Rushwang was stunned. She looked at the man before her, the prince who had once been ridiculed by the world as a useless prince incapable of cultivation, but now he radiated a breathtaking light. He did not place all his hopes on Mo Yuqing's assassination, nor did he succumb to despair. Instead, the first thing they thought of was the most fundamental, and also the most difficult, solution: mobilizing the people. A glimmer of brilliance bloomed in Lu Rushwang's clear eyes. Then, she revealed a genuine smile, one of satisfaction and approval. Good. She uttered only one word, yet it was more resolute than any promise. As the dean, I am qualified. Zhao Chenan nodded, then turned to Li Qinghuan beside him. Azure Phoenix. My husband, I'm here. Li Qinghuan immediately responded. Coming from a military family, she had already been ignited by Zhao Chenan's decisiveness. In your name, and in the name of my Prince Wei's mansion, immediately contact all the Ministry of War officials in the capital, as well as those retired and unemployed veterans. Have them get to the Prince of Wei's residence as quickly as possible. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Qinghuan turned around and strode out, her decisive and efficient manner befitting a daughter of a military family. After arranging all this, Zhao Chenan summoned a servant from the prince's residence, who took away Prince's token, a symbol of his status, from his waist and handed it to him. Go to the Prime Minister's residence immediately and invite Prime Minister Su Zongzi to come for a meeting. The servant took the token, his hands trembling slightly. He hesitated for a moment, about to ask what should be done if the Prime Minister did not come. Zhao Chenan seemed to see through his thoughts and added another sentence. If Lord Su is too busy with official duties to come, then go to the palace and find Eunuch Wei. Have Eunuch Wei go and invite him again on my behalf. Upon hearing this, the servant shuddered and dared not utter another word. He bowed and hurriedly withdrew. Eunuch Wei. That was His Majesty's most trusted head eunuch. Let Eunuch Wei go and invite him. There's no one in the world who would dare refuse. And Mo Yuqing, who was standing to the side, remained silent throughout. She simply watched as Zhao Chenan issued commands in an orderly manner, and for the first time, a genuine look of surprise appeared in his seemingly untouched eyes. She had initially thought that he was just an ordinary prince who had gotten lucky and had some good fortune. Now it seems that it's much more than that. This composure in the face of danger, this courage to mobilize all available forces, already shows the beginnings of a powerful ruler. 1 hour later. The main hall of the Prince of Wei's residence was already packed with people. On the left are civil officials led by several vice ministers of the Ministry of War. They are originally from Li Qingsong's lineage and are naturally close to the Prince of Wei's mansion. On the right are several elderly men with white hair and beards, yet still standing upright. Although they were dressed in civilian clothes, their battle-hardened, iron-blooded aura was impossible to conceal. These people were all veteran generals who once dominated the Great Zhou army. Standing at the very front was an elderly man in a purple official robe with a solemn expression. He was none other than the current Prime Minister, Su Zongzi. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Chenan, who was in the main seat. Their hearts were filled with doubt and confusion. Why would His Highness the Prince of Wei, who has always been a man of peace and tranquility, summon them here so urgently at a time of national crisis? Zhao Chenan looked around without uttering a single polite opening remark. Gentlemen. He stood up, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. The current situation is critical, which I need not elaborate on. Our father is fighting a bloody battle on the front lines. How can we, as subjects of the Great Zhou, sit idly in the rear? I am the Prince of Wei, a man of low status and little influence, but I always want to do something for my father and for the Great Zhou. This requires everyone's full cooperation. He looked at the officials of the Ministry of War. I have sent students from the Jixia Academy to various places to spread the word about the war and boost morale. I need the Ministry of War to cooperate immediately and, in the name of the Imperial Court, recruit new soldiers from all over the country. The more, the better. Then, his gaze turned to the veterans. Generals, your renown is known throughout the army. The training of the new recruits after their arrival in the capital will be entrusted to you. Finally, he looked solemnly at Su Zongzi and bowed slightly. Lord Su, you are the head of all officials and a pillar of the nation. Your Majesty has been exhausted by the logistical challenges of supplying provisions and supplies for the border army. But now I implore you to put in a little more effort and make proper arrangements for the logistics and armor of these new recruits. Zhao Chenan's order was clear, decisive, and went straight to the heart of the matter. The officials of the Ministry of War bowed and agreed almost without hesitation. I obey your Highness's command. The veteran military officers were so excited that their faces were flushed, and one of them suddenly patted his chest. Your Highness, rest assured. As long as we have a breath left, we will definitely train a fierce and powerful army for the Great Zhou. For a moment, the crowd inside the hall was filled with excitement. Only Prime Minister Su Zongzi, after a brief moment of shock, fell silent. He narrowed his eyes, seemingly weighing something rapidly. A few seconds later, just when everyone thought he was about to raise an objection, he suddenly spoke up. Your Highness's plan is good, but this old minister feels that it is probably not enough. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent once again. Zhao Chenan looked at him with great interest. Oh? Then, in your opinion, how should we proceed to the next level? Su Zongzi took a step forward, and his aged but powerful voice rang out. First, recall retired veterans to the military. With students from the Jixia Academy in charge of publicity, this matter will not be difficult. These veterans are not only elite,
but also serve as instructors, greatly shortening the training time for new recruits. Zhao Chenan nodded. The suggestion was very reasonable. What Prime Minister Su said is absolutely right. But that's not enough. Su Zongza's voice suddenly rose, and a chilling glint flashed in his cloudy eyes. This old minister has a second plan. That means conscripting guards, personal soldiers, and even suicide soldiers from the royal palaces, clan palaces, and major aristocratic families in the capital, incorporating them all into the new army. After he finished speaking, the entire main hall fell into a deathly silence. All the officials and military officers gasped in shock, looking at Su Zongza as if he were a madman. This is hardly a strategy. This is clearly putting a knife to the throat of all the wealthy and powerful. Su Zongza seemed oblivious to everyone's reactions. He stared straight at Zhao Chenan and spoke, word by word. This move will inevitably offend all the nobles in the capital and make His Highness the target of everyone's criticism. But the benefits are immediate. Zhao Chenan remained silent. He glanced at the horrified faces of the people below the hall, and finally, his gaze returned to Su Zongza. He suddenly smiled. Prime Minister Su. He picked up the Wei King's decree from the table and tossed it lightly in his hand. As expected of Prime Minister Su, it seems that father has long disliked these aristocratic families and wealthy clans. That's right. In the past, they sucked the people's blood and sweat and enjoyed their wealth. Now that the country is in crisis, it's their turn to do their part. Before anyone in the room could react after Zhao Chenan finished speaking, everyone had already spoken. Su Zongza stared at him in astonishment. This young king of Wei is indeed not as rumored. No wonder His Majesty values him so highly. Chapter 60 King Wei's Righteousness. The whole nation unites to overcome national crisis. Su Zongza's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating towering waves in the main hall. All the officials and military officers were horrified. Recruit guards from powerful families? This is no longer cutting off flesh. This is clearly digging up the roots of all powerful and wealthy families. It should be understood that these guards, personal soldiers, and even suicide squads are the foundation upon which major aristocratic families rely for their livelihood and the last line of defense for maintaining their status and wealth. If they were all incorporated into the new army and sent to the battlefield, and suffered heavy losses, these aristocratic families would be like tigers with their teeth pulled, losing all their deterrent power. At that time, even before the Great Zhou Dynasty attacks, a bloodbath will likely erupt within the Great Zhou Dynasty. No! Absolutely not! Zhang Qing, the left vice minister of the Ministry of War, jumped out almost instinctively. His face flushed red, and he hurriedly bowed to Zhao Chenan. Your Highness, Prime Minister Su's plan is far too cruel. It may shake the very foundation of the nation. Yes, Your Highness. The powerful families in the capital are deeply entrenched and have immense influence. If we were to force them into rebellion, the consequences would be unimaginable. Your Highness, please reconsider. Immediately, voices of agreement rose from all sides in the hall. These officials, whether they had intricate connections with powerful families or were simply concerned about the stability of the Great Zhou Dynasty, all disapproved of Su Zongza's ruthless plan to undermine the dynasty's stability. Although the retired generals did not speak, their tense faces revealed their inner turmoil. They are not afraid of fighting, but they are afraid that their own backyard will catch fire first. In the entire main hall, only 3 people remained calm. One was Su Zongza, who proposed the plan and then remained silent, seemingly uninvolved. One is Mo Yuqing, who remained indifferent from the beginning and end, as if everything had nothing to do with her. The last one is Zhao Chenan, who sits in the main seat. He ignored the fierce objections from the officials below the hall, simply twirling the Wei King's token between his fingers before tossing it lightly and catching it steadily. A crisp clinking sound rang out in the noisy main hall. It wasn't loud, but it made everyone's heart skip a beat. The argument abruptly ended. All eyes were once again focused on the young king of Wei. Zhao Chenan finally stood up, looked around at everyone, and finally fixed his gaze on Su Zongza. He smiled. Prime Minister Su's plan is excellent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing and the others turned ashen-faced. Zhao Chenan didn't give them a chance to speak again, and continued. I understand your concerns, my lords. He paused, then changed the subject, exuding a powerful sense of determination. But when the nation is in peril, if the skin is gone, where will the fur attach? Those powerful families, who usually enjoy the protection of the Great Zhou, monopolize all walks of life, and suck the blood and sweat of the people, are already richer than a country. Now, the Great Zhou is at a critical juncture of life and death. Shouldn't we ask them to contribute manpower and money? As for offending them, a hint of amusement crept into Zhao Chenan's smile. I'll be the villain, it'll suit me perfectly. I'm perfect for the job. These words resonated deeply, each one striking a chord in everyone's hearts. He was a prince of Wei who was unable to cultivate, always lived a life of seclusion, and was pampered by his father, the emperor. In everyone's eyes he was the prince with the least power, and the easiest to manipulate. Having him issue this order would indeed minimize direct conflict between the royal family and the aristocratic families. After all, who would take a nonsensical and useless prince seriously? But looking at Zhao Chenan at this moment, with his composure and decisive demeanor, who would dare to really regard him as a good-for-nothing? This is clearly the sharpest knife. A sword personally wielded by His Majesty, used to sever the deep-seated and intractable diseases of the Great Zhou. Zhao Chenan stopped looking at the surprised and uncertain faces of the crowd and made his own plans. Offend powerful families? He doesn't care at all. Let whoever wants to be the emperor of this Great Zhou Dynasty be it. My father, Emperor Zhao Doubting, is now a dragon transformation realm expert with a lifespan of several hundred years, and is in the prime of his life. Who knows how many years it will be before he grows old? Moreover, his goal has never been the throne of this mere dynasty. The Hunyuan sect, that vast world, is where he will venture in the future. When the children of himself and his wives are born in the future, they will all be prodigies with divine bodies and Tao embryos. He can just pick one with a strong sense of responsibility, and hand him over to his father to be raised into the next emperor. He took on the infamy of offending all the powerful and influential, in exchange for a glimmer of hope for the Great Zhou Dynasty. It would also be a great way to help the emperor get rid of these parasites that were sucking the lifeblood of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Thinking of this, Zhao Chenan glanced at the composed Su Zongzi. That old fox, he probably already discussed it with the emperor, didn't he? The emperor and his minister, singing in unison, were just waiting for their respective knife handles to slip into their trap. So be it. I'll pawn this knife. Prime Minister Su. Zhao Chenan spoke, breaking the silence in the hall. Su Zongzi bowed deeply, adopting an extremely humble posture. Your old minister is here. The conscription order is issued in the name of my Prince Wei's mansion. The subsequent reception, reorganization, and logistical support of the troops will be entrusted to Prime Minister Su and the other officials. Zhao Chenan tossed the Wei King's decree in his hand directly to Su Zongzi. Su Zongzi tremblingly reached out his hands and solemnly accepted the token, a look of heartfelt excitement and relief appearing on his aged face. He bowed deeply, his voice strong and clear. Your Highness is truly righteous. This old minister obeys. We obey your Highness's command. Upon seeing this, the Ministry of War officials and veteran generals dared not raise any further objections and bowed in unison. The tide has turned. The next 15 days. The entire Great Zhou Dynasty was in an uproar. Under Lu Rushuang's personal command, thousands of students from the Jixia Academy set off for every corner of the Great Zhou Dynasty. With the most impassioned words and the most eloquent pronouncements, they spread the news of the perilous situation on the border, the wolfish ambitions of the Great Xia Dynasty, and the tragic grandeur of Emperor Zhou's personal expedition throughout the land. Wind! Wind! Strong wind! Heroic old Zhou, let's face this national crisis together. Ancient war songs are being sung once again by countless people in the fields, in the streets, and in the schools and study rooms. The long-dormant fighting spirit was awakened. Countless passionate young people bid farewell to their parents, packed their bags, and walked towards the hopeful city called Beijing. Countless white-haired veterans, long since retired from the military, polished their dusty weapons, donned their outdated armor, and resolutely embarked on their journey home amidst the tears of their families. In an instant, the official roads leading to the capital were filled with a continuous stream of people. Meanwhile, within the capital city, undercurrents were surging. One after another, conscription orders bearing the seal of the King of Wei were sent to hundreds of aristocratic residences of all sizes in the capital.
Cries, curses, and the sounds of objects being smashed filled the luxurious mansions day and night.
Zhao Chenan! This is outrageous! What right does a useless prince have? What gives him the audacity to threaten the very foundation of my royal family? My Li family is irreconcilably opposed to him.
However, cursing is one thing. With Prime Minister Su Zouza personally overseeing the operation and mobilizing the full cooperation of the capital's government offices, no aristocratic family dared to openly disobey orders. They could only watch helplessly as their carefully trained guards and personal soldiers were taken away from the mansion in squads and brought into the camp on the outskirts of the capital. The camp, which had been somewhat empty due to the departure of 100,000 imperial guards, became bustling with activity again in just over 10 days. The shouts of new recruits and the commands of veterans, mingled with the clanging of clashing weapons, rose day and night, soaring into the sky. Throughout the Great Zhou Dynasty, this ancient and massive war machine, driven by Zhao Chenan, began to operate at an unprecedented speed. At the same time, Heishui Pass, located on the border thousands of miles away. The majestic pass stands tall between heaven and earth, and on its walls, the Great Zhou's black bird battle banner flutters in the biting cold wind. Wearing a black dragon robe, Zhao Doubting stood alone on the city wall, his hands behind his back, gazing at the boundless plains beyond the pass. He has been here for 3 days. Just then, a messenger rushed up the city wall with a nervous expression and knelt on one knee.
His Majesty!
The messenger's voice trembled slightly.
The Great Xia Dragon Banner has been discovered 30 miles outside the pass.
Chapter 61 The Wuan Death Guards, King Wei's Expedition. Upon hearing this, Zhao Doubting did not move an inch. The biting wind whipped up the hem of his black dragon robe, making it flutter and echo the black bird battle banner. He didn't turn around, but calmly gazed at the dark lines slowly rising on the distant horizon. The black lines wriggled and spread, eventually transforming into a vast, black tide that blotted out the sky. Carrying the aura of endless iron and blood, it surged toward Blackwater Pass. At the forefront of the tide, 10 large flags embroidered with ferocious beasts fluttered in the wind, surrounding the most eye-catching golden dragon flag in the center. The Great Zhou Dynasty. The soldiers of the Great Zhou Dynasty atop the wall all felt a sense of suffocation. That overwhelming military might, that condensed and tangible killing intent, made it almost impossible for them to breathe.
His Majesty.
The general beside him spoke in a hoarse voice, filled with barely suppressed fear. Zhao Doubting finally made a move. He slowly raised his hand, and a vast spiritual power surged into the sky, enveloping his entire body in golden light. His voice, amplified by spiritual power, resounded throughout Blackwater Pass, clearly reaching the ears of every Great Zhou soldier.
I am here! Behind me lies the vast land of the Great Zhou Dynasty, and your parents, wives, and children. Today, either the enemy's corpses will litter this plain, or I and you will shed our last drop of blood for this great show. A king dies for his country.
He didn't say many inspiring words. He simply expressed his attitude in the simplest and most resolute language.
Hold on to the death.
At his command, Zhao Doubting's figure transformed into a golden streak of light, soaring into the sky, alone, facing the black tide beyond the pass. Instead of charging towards the hundreds of thousands of troops, he hovered in midair. Almost the instant he stopped, 10 powerful auras also erupted from within the Great Xia army formation. 10 figures took off from different directions and surrounded Zhao Doubting. These 10 people included the old and the young, the men and the women, but each of them exuded the terrifying pressure of a dragon transformation realm expert. They were the retainers of the Great Xia Dynasty, Lu Tianlong's trump card sent to kill the Emperor of the Great Zhou.
Zhao Doubting, you really have guts.
The grey-robed elder at the head of the group was the strongest among the 10, having reached the 5th level of the dragon transformation realm. With a flick of his wrist, Zhao Doubting conjured up the long-dormant 9 Dragon's demon halberd. The overwhelming demonic aura intertwined with the imperial dragon aura on his body, forming a strange and domineering power.
Enough with the nonsense.
Zhao Doubting brandished his halberd, pointing it directly at the 10 men.
Since you're here, then leave your lives behind. Arrogant.
The grey-robed elder roared and made the first move. A withered hand reached out, instantly transforming into a gigantic grey claw that blotted out the sky, and slashed down at Zhao Doubting's head.
War!
Zhao Doubting roared and advanced instead of retreating. The 9 dragons' demon halberd in his hand drew a mysterious trajectory, and 9 black dragon phantoms roared out, crashing fiercely into the grey giant claw. Boom! A terrifying energy storm exploded in midair, tearing apart the clouds. Seeing this, the other 9 great Xia retainers did not hesitate any longer. They all unleashed their magical treasures and used their strongest supernatural powers to attack Zhao Doubting from all directions. In an instant, the heavens were filled with the roar of magic and the chaotic bursts of divine light. Relying on the profoundness of the Great Tao Heavenly Evolution scripture and the domineering power of the 9 dragons' demonic halberd, Zhao Doubting constantly dodged and weaved amidst the encirclement of 10 people. The great wilderness imprisoning heaven finger was repeatedly unleashed, each time forcing a retainer into a frantic state. He fought against 10 opponents single-handedly, and held his own for a short period of time. But ultimately, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. As he forced back the 3 men in front of him with a single halberd strike, a sinister sword light pierced from his blind spot behind him. Zhao Doubting forcibly twisted his body to avoid a fatal blow, but the sword light still left a deep, bone-revealing wound on his shoulder. Blood mist sprayed out. Zhao Doubting grunted, but his attacks became even more ferocious. He completely abandoned defense, trading injury for injury, risking his life for his life. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty, on the huge training ground in front of the Prince of Wei's residence, 200,000 troops had assembled and were completely silent. These soldiers included elite guards from various powerful families, passionate young people who answered the call to arms, and many white-haired veterans who had donned their armor once again. Their equipment may differ, but each of them carried a resolute air on their face. On the high platform, Zhao Chenan, dressed in spotless white, stood out starkly from the grim battlefield. He stepped forward and looked down at the sea of heads below. Without using any spiritual power, his clear and melodious words resounded throughout the entire training ground. I know that some of you came here under duress, while others came voluntarily. But from today onwards, you will only have one identity. He paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. The soldiers of the Great Zhou. My father, the Emperor of the Great Zhou, is currently at Blackwater Pass, thousands of miles away, fighting alone against 10 dragon transformation realm elders for us and for the Great Zhou, battling through blood and gore. Now it's our turn. The journey to Blackwater Pass is long and fraught with danger. Once on the battlefield, the odds are even higher. His words were calm, without any incitement, simply stating a fact. Those who are afraid of death can now stand up, take off their uniforms, and go home. I will not make things difficult for you. The entire training ground was deathly silent. 200,000 people, not a single one moved. No one spoke. Only heavy breathing could be heard, converging into a silent torrent. Zhao Chenan smiled. That's the spirit he wanted. Very good. Since no one is leaving, from this day forward, you are no longer the guards of the Zhang family, the personal soldiers of the Li family, or the farmers of some estate. You only have one name. Zhao Chenan's voice suddenly rose in pitch, becoming incredibly penetrating. Wuan Death Guard. Wuan Death Guard. These 2 words seemed to possess some kind of magic, instantly igniting a flame in the hearts of all the soldiers. Wuan Death Guard. Someone shouted first, and then a roar like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami rose into the sky. Wuan Death Guard. Wuan Death Guard. The sound waves roared, making the entire capital city buzz. Zhao Chenan raised his hand and made a slight pressure. The shouts abruptly stopped. He mounted his horse, drew his sword from his waist, and pointed it eastward. All troops march! Rumble! The 200,000-strong army, transformed into a giant steel dragon, began to move slowly toward the city gate. Outside the city gate, Prime Minister Su Zongzi, along with civil and military officials, were already waiting. Looking at the magnificent and imposing army, and at the young prince in white robes on horseback, tears welled up in the old Prime Minister's cloudy eyes. He bowed deeply in the direction the army had departed. All the officials bowed in response. On the high city wall, several beautiful figures stood by the railing. Yilanshu held the sleeping Xiaojiu tightly in her arms, while Li Qingluan and Lu Rushwang unconsciously placed their hands on their still flat stomachs. They didn't shed tears, but silently watched the white figure grow ever more distant. Inside an inconspicuous carriage amidst the vast army. Zhao Chuchu lifted the carriage curtain, her small face filled with determination. Although she was also pregnant, as the only one of the 4 wives at the 4th level of the realm, she had to stay by Zhao Chenan's side. In addition, there was another advantage to Zhao Chuchu accompanying the army on the expedition. That meant that Mo Yuqing had no choice but to accompany them. This is tantamount to giving Zhao Chenan a get-out-of-jail-free card. Mo Yuqing sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. His expression revealed neither joy nor sorrow. Zhao Chenan seemed to sense something and looked back at the direction of the city wall. He saw those familiar figures. He smiled slightly, then resolutely turned his head away and never looked back. The road ahead is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Behind me, the lights of thousands of homes shone brightly. He forged ahead without hesitation. Blackwater Pass, here I come. Father, hold on a little longer. Zhao Chenan suddenly spurred his horse, and the divine steed let out a long neigh, its speed suddenly increasing, galloping at the forefront of the group. Chapter 62 This rebellious son, well done! Above Blackwater Pass, the raging energy storm gradually subsided. The epic battle that had lasted for 3 days and 3 nights finally came to a brief respite. Above the sky, the 10 once arrogant figures of the Great Zhou Dynasty's retainers were now listless. Each bearing their injuries, they transformed into streaks of light and retreated back into the Great Zhou army formation outside the pass. They dared not fight anymore. Zhao doubting that man fights with his life on the line. They were merely imperial retainers, paid to do their bidding. They never imagined they would lose their lives here. As the aerial battle ended, the black tide on the ground slowly receded, leaving behind a devastated battlefield and mountains of corpses. The soldiers of the Great Zhou let out a cheer as if they had survived a calamity. They've withdrawn! They've withdrawn! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Great Zhou Dynasty! Amidst deafening shouts, the golden figure suspended in midair slowly descended and stepped atop the Blackwater Pass once more. Zhao Doubting's black dragon robe was already tattered and covered with marks of swords and dried blood. The golden imperial dragon aura intertwined with the black demonic aura, making him appear both majestic and sinister. His Majesty! Covered in blood, Li Qingtsung strode forward, knelt on one knee, and spoke in a hoarse voice. His armor was torn in several places, and a gruesome wound stretched from his left shoulder to his chest, deep enough to expose the bone, but he seemed to feel no pain. Zhao Doubting didn't look at him, but calmly glanced at the cheering soldiers below and the Great Zhou army formation that was regrouping in the distance. To the command post. His voice was a little hoarse, and carried a hint of fatigue. Yes. Li Qingtsung stood up and followed closely behind Zhao Doubting into the temporary command post set up inside the wall. The heavy curtains fell, shutting out all outside sounds. Inside the command post, several generals were engaged in a heated discussion around a sand table. Upon seeing the Emperor enter, they immediately stopped what they were doing and bowed in respect. His Majesty. Zhao Doubting waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to be so polite. He walked straight to the head seat, as if he wanted to say something. However, he had just opened his mouth. Puff! A mouthful of scalding blood suddenly spurted from his mouth, splashing onto the huge sand table in front of him, turning the map depicting the mountains and rivers of the Great Zhou Dynasty into a dazzling scarlet. The entire command post fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in shock at the scene, unable to believe their eyes. In their hearts, His Majesty's ability to fight 10 enemies single-handedly for 3 days without defeat is a sign of divine intervention and invincibility. Well, it's not actually that sacred. However, if Zhao Doubting cannot withstand the pressure, the Great Zhou will gain the upper hand in the high-end battlefield. Then there was no possibility of defending Blackwater Pass any longer. After all, Zhao Doubting is not only the only dragon transformation realm expert here, but also the backbone of all the soldiers. His Majesty! Li Qingtsung was the first to react, letting out a cry of surprise and rushing forward in 3 steps to support the swaying Zhao Doubting. It's all right. Zhao Doubting raised his hand to stop him, and used his other hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His figure remained upright, but his originally powerful aura showed a slight, almost imperceptible, disorder. I underestimated the dynasty's foundation. Zhao Doubting slowly sat down, closed his eyes, and regulated the surging blood and qi within his body. Those 10 old fellows are all very afraid of their lives. Not one of them dares to fight me to the death. They are all just going through the motions without putting in any effort. Even so, the 3-day battle has greatly depleted my spiritual power and caused considerable damage to my divine sense. He opened his eyes, which were bloodshot. If it were to happen again, I would undoubtedly be defeated. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the command post instantly plummeted to freezing point. Li Qingseng's face was ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, and blood dripped from between his fingers. It's all my fault for being incompetent. He slammed his fist heavily against the pillar next to him, making a dull thud. Your Majesty has bestowed upon me a heavenly grade cultivation technique and martial arts skill, yet I have been unable to unravel the secret of the dragon transformation and thus cannot share your Majesty's burdens. I am guilty. To be honest, cultivation really depends a lot on talent. For example, Zhao Doubting, after switching to cultivating the Great Tao Heavenly Evolution scripture, combined it with the 9 dragons' demonic halberd. They broke through in no time. Looking at Li Qingseng again, he had also switched majors and worked hard. However, he remained stuck at the 4th extreme realm, unable to reach the threshold of the dragon transformation realm. Seeing Li Qingseng's remorseful expression, as if he wanted to atone with his death, Zhao Doubting shook his head. It's not your fault. Cultivation is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Moreover, I can still hold on. Although his words were calm, his weakness was hard to conceal. But how much of this weakness is real, and how much is fake? Only the emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty, who was scheming to rule the world, knew the truth. Just then, a messenger rushed in excitedly, even forgetting to salute. Report! Your Majesty! Urgent report from the capital! His Highness Prince Wei has personally led 200,000 new troops out of the capital and is rushing to the Blackwater Pass to provide reinforcements. Upon hearing this news, the previously oppressive atmosphere in the command post lifted, and several generals showed joy on their faces. Only Zhao Doubting showed no joy on his face. Instead, anger surged up. You bastard! He slammed his hand on the table, making a loud noise. National war is dangerous, not child's play. What is he doing here, a useless piece of trash who can't even cultivate, leading a bunch of greenhorns? Are they just going to their deaths? That unfilial son! He reprimanded her sternly, his chest heaving violently with anger. It seemed to have aggravated his injury, and he couldn't help but cough violently. However, the coughing motion looks like he's trying to mimic a smile. Li Qingseng stood aside, looking at the furious emperor, scratched his head, somewhat bewildered. Is your Majesty happy or unhappy? He had a feeling that although his Majesty was scolding, there seemed to be something else hidden beneath that anger. Is it pride? Zhao Doubting ignored everyone's reactions. Without saying another word, he took out a jade bottle from his pocket, poured out several pills that emitted a strong medicinal fragrance, and swallowed them without hesitation. The powerful medicinal properties dissolved within his body, repairing his damaged meridians and consciousness. Everything was unfolding according to his script. Chenan has arrived. The 200,000 new troops were secondary. What was important was, as long as he arrives, that fairy from the Hun Yuan sect will surely follow him. The bait is in place. After acting for so long, it's time to wrap things up. Zhao Doubting's breathing gradually calmed down, but a cold and crazy flame ignited deep within his bloodshot eyes. Lu Tianlong. This time, I will make your Great Zhou Dynasty pay the price for your arrogance. I will use your life, the life of an emperor of a dynasty, to exchange for 100 years of peace for my great show. He slowly clenched his fist, and his knuckles cracked repeatedly. Chapter 63 Zhao Doubting fights 10 men single-handedly, truly a hero. In the following days, the sky above Heishui Pass was unusually calm. Those 10 dragon transformation realm retainers of the Great Zhou Dynasty seemed to have vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. It's likely that he was frightened by Zhao Doubting's reckless fighting style last time, or perhaps the 3-day battle had taken a heavy toll on him, and he needed time to recover. The truce between high-level combatants did not bring a moment of peace to Blackwater Pass. On the contrary, the war on the ground was extremely brutal. Thump! Thump!
Thump! The deafening sound of war drums echoed from dawn to dusk, and the black waves crashed against the city walls of the formidable pass time and time again. The Great Xia army was like a madman, launching wave after wave of fierce attacks regardless of casualties. Arrows rained down like locusts, blotting out the sky and the sun. Rolling stones and logs, mixed with scalding hot oil, poured down from the city walls, each blow taking away countless lives. The soldiers defending the city were already bloodthirsty. As one group fell, another immediately took their place. The number of casualties is rising rapidly. Inside the command post, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Your Majesty, 3 batches of soldiers have already been rotated along the eastern section of the city wall, and more than half of them have been killed or wounded. The defensive formation in the western section is about to collapse. The spirit stone consumption is too rapid. The 100,000 Imperial Guards patrolling outside the pass have also been harassed by the enemy's elite troops several times. General Li requests reinforcements. One urgent military report after another arrived, leaving the generals present in a state of utter panic. Our troop strength is already stretched thin. If Zhao Daoting hadn't personally led the expedition, and that figure in the black dragon robe had appeared on the city wall every day, greatly boosting the morale of the entire army, Blackwater Pass would probably have changed hands long ago. Zhao Daoting sat upright in the main seat, listening quietly to the report, his expression serene. He was given a precious 5 days to catch his breath. With the help of elixirs and top-grade cultivation techniques, his injuries and depletion had been almost completely recovered. Of course, on the surface, he still looked like he was severely injured and his breathing was disordered. This play must be performed realistically. On the morning of the 5th day, as the blood-red sunrise just tore through the horizon. Wah! The desolate yet long-lasting sound of the horn once again resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The Great Zhou Dynasty has begun a new round of sieges. Unlike before, this time, it was with the surge of ground troops. Above the Great Zhou army formation outside the pass, 10 incomparably powerful auras soared into the sky and hovered in midair without any concealment. They're here. Inside the command post, all the generals' expressions changed. Li Qingsang stepped forward, his face full of worry. His Majesty. Zhao Daoting slowly stood up, stretched his limbs, and made a series of crackling sounds. He ignored everyone's worries, simply raised his head, looked at the 10 figures outside the pass, and a ruthless smile appeared on his face. They finally agreed to come out. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already transformed into a golden streak of light, rushing out of the command post and instantly appearing above Blackwater Pass. Let's fight! A loud shout, like a thunderclap from the heavens, resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Zhao Daoting held the 9 Dragons' demon halberd, his black hair dancing wildly, and his tattered dragon robe fluttering in the gale. The overwhelming Imperial Dragon aura intertwined with the demonic aura, resembling a demon god emerging from ancient times. The 10 great Xia retainers exchanged glances, clearly not expecting Zhao Daoting to be so arrogant despite being seriously injured. Kill him! He's at his last gasp! 10 figures transformed into 10 streaks of light, simultaneously attacking Zhao Daoting from all directions. An earth-shattering battle has broken out once again. This time, Zhao Daoting's fighting style was even more reckless and ruthless than before. He completely abandoned defense. Faced with a 100-foot-long sword aura slashed down by a retainer, he neither dodged nor avoided it, letting the sword aura slash his left shoulder, leaving a trail of blood. While enduring the blow, he swept out the 9 Dragons' demon halberd from an even more cunning and ruthless angle. Puff! The other retainer, who was trying to launch a sneak attack from the side, never expected Zhao Daoting to fight so desperately. Unable to dodge in time, his entire right arm was torn apart by the demonic halberd, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Injury for injury. No, this is literally trading life for injury. Zhao Daoting relied on the powerful recovery ability and physical body brought by the Great Tao Heavenly Evolution scripture, as well as the supreme sharpness of the 9 Dragons' demonic halberd. This seemingly 1-against-10 attack was transformed into a brutal blood-swapping game. He's like a red-hot iron. Anyone who dares to touch him should be prepared to have a piece of their flesh burned off. In an instant, divine light burst forth from the heavens, laws roared, and a violent energy storm raged endlessly.
Zhao Doubting's figure moved swiftly and decisively amidst the encirclement of 10 men, and each injury he sustained inevitably led to an even fiercer counterattack. His wounds multiplied, and golden blood stained his black robe. But his momentum only increased during the frenzied battle, becoming even more ferocious. The 10 Imperial retainers who were paid to do their jobs were completely stunned. That madman! Is he really courting death? Thousands of miles away, on the official road leading to Heishui Pass, the dust kicked up by the 200,000-strong army resembled a giant, earthen yellow dragon, winding its way across the vast plains. A chilling atmosphere permeated the surrounding area. Zhao Chenan, dressed in white, rode on his divine steed, gazing towards the direction of Blackwater Pass. Even from a great distance, he could almost smell the faint scent of blood carried on the wind. "Father, you must hold on!" Inside an inconspicuous carriage amidst the vast army, Xiao Chuchu was fidgeting, her little face filled with worry. In stark contrast to her anxiety was Mo Yuqing, who sat cross-legged opposite her. Her eyes were closed, her breath was long and drawn out, and she was like a block of ice that had never melted, indifferent to everything in the outside world. Sudden. Mo Yuqing's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. A hint of surprise, hard to conceal, flashed across her cool eyes. She suddenly turned her head and looked in the direction of Heishui Pass. With her divine sense at the peak of the dragon transformation realm, she was able to perceive the extremely violent energy fluctuations from thousands of miles away. That was a battle at the dragon transformation realm. And it's not just one or two. It's a chaotic battle between 11 cultivators at the dragon transformation realm. No, that's not right. Mo Yuqing's perception deepened, and she saw the true situation on the battlefield. That wasn't a free-for-all. That was one person chasing and beating up 10 people. That person's aura, it's Zhao Doubting. Despite being outnumbered by 1, he not only avoided being at a disadvantage, but also forced the 10 Imperial retainers of the same rank to retreat in disarray. Is this really the fighting power that the monarch of a small dynasty could possess? This ruthlessness, this madness, is probably unmatched even by those true disciples of the Hun Yuan sect who call themselves battle maniacs. This Zhao Doubting is a ruthless man. A ruthless person through and through. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, with such a person, it seems that things might really turn out differently. Mo Yuqing's thoughts raced, and for the first time, she began to have a different perspective on this soon-to-be-destroyed dynasty. She glanced at Xiao Chuchu, who looked worried, and then at the white figure riding on horseback outside the carriage. Perhaps, it's not entirely a bad thing that my apprentice married Zhao Chenan. Slowly closing her eyes, Mo Yuqing suddenly spoke, her cold voice echoing in the carriage. Your father-in-law is truly a ruthless and ambitious man. Chapter 64 2,000 white-clad warriors. The king of Wei arrives to reinforce, turning the tide. Xiao Chuchu was taken aback by this sudden comment. A ruthless and ambitious figure? This word doesn't sound entirely positive. She blinked her pure, large eyes and looked at her master with some confusion. In her heart, the emperor of the Great Zhou was Chenan's father, a dignified yet loving elder, and a hero who could personally lead troops into battle for the country. How could it be associated with a word like tyrant, that carries a sense of coldness and domineering? Mo Yuqing offered no further explanation. She simply closed her eyes again, and her aura returned to stillness, as if her words just now were nothing more than a fleeting illusion. But Xiao Chuchu knew it wasn't a misperception. Master has truly undergone a significant change in his opinion of that emperor. One day later. Blackwater Pass. The battle in the sky had been going on for a day and a night. The raging energy tides never ceased, and fragments of laws flew everywhere, rendering the entire sky bizarre and fantastical. The 10 dragon transformation realm retainers of the Great Zhou Dynasty were all injured and their auras were weak. They were scared. They were utterly terrified of being beaten. One day and one night. Zhao Doubting was like a tireless war machine. He had more wounds than any of them. Golden blood almost completely soaked through his tattered black dragon robe, but the power with which he wielded the 9-dragon demon halberd did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, it became even more violent. With all 10 of them working together, it should have been an absolute crushing victory. But now, they don't even have the courage to confront Zhao Doubting head-on. They can only rely on their numerical advantage to constantly move around, maneuver, and wear each other down. They tried to wear him down, to exhaust his last bit of strength. However, Zhao Doubting showed no signs of exhaustion whatsoever. The Great Tao Heavenly Evolution scripture circulated wildly within his body, and the abundant life essence continuously repaired his damaged physical body, supporting him in such a high-intensity battle. Pfft. Another worshipper was a little slower to dodge, and was grazed across the chest by the blade of the Nine Dragons' demon halberd. A deep wound that revealed the bone appeared instantly, and blood gushed out. The worshipper let out a scream and retreated violently, his face filled with terror. Seeing this, the others felt an even greater chill. They are paid to do things, not suicide bombers. If they continue fighting like this, even if they manage to wear down Zhao Doubting in the end, how many of the 10 of them will survive? For a moment, the 10 men's offensive slowed down again, and they became more wary and distant of each other. Nobody wants to be the unlucky one who gets taken away by Zhao Doubting's dying counterattack. Zhao Doubting took all of this to heart, a cold sneer appearing on his face. A mob. His offensive continued relentlessly, the demonic halberd in his hand transforming into streaks of black lightning that tore through the sky, chasing after the 10 streaks of light and slashing wildly. He wanted to use absolute madness to completely shatter the psychological defenses of this group of people. Meanwhile, the battlefield below had already transformed into a hellish landscape. Shouts of battle, cries of agony, the clashing of weapons, the sound of city walls collapsing. Countless sounds mingled together, merging into an apocalyptic symphony. The army of Xia has gone mad. Regardless of any casualties, they surged like a black tide, wave after wave, relentlessly crashing against the walls of Blackwater Pass. On the city walls, the border guards had long since become numb to the fighting. The rolling stones and logs had long been used up, and the kerosene had run out. They could only use their own flesh and blood, and the swords in their hands, to stop the endless enemies. Li Qingtsung was covered in blood, and the blade in his hand was already chipped and dulled from all the cutting. With a single stroke, he decapitated a great Xia general of the Fourth Realm who had climbed onto the city wall, scalding blood splattering all over his face. He glanced around. The guards who used to be by his side have been replaced time and time again, and now only a few remain, all of them wounded. More than half of the border guards have been killed or wounded along the entire eastern section of the city wall. Limbs and torsos were everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. An atmosphere of despair began to spread among the defenders. Li Qingtsung's heart sank, but he knew he couldn't give up. He's the head coach. The moment he fell, the morale of the entire army completely collapsed. He looked up at the sky, where the golden figure still fighting against 10 powerful enemies was the last pillar in his heart. Get your act together, all of you! Li Qingtsung mustered all his strength and let out a deafening roar. Look at the sky! His Majesty is still fighting to the death for us, for the Great Zhou. We are soldiers of the Great Zhou. Behind us lies our homeland. We cannot retreat. For the Great Zhou. Kill! His roar ignited the last vestige of fighting spirit in the hearts of the soldiers around him. For the Great Zhou. Kill! Kill all these sons of bitches! The remaining defenders roared hoarsely, and once again clashed with the enemy who surged onto the city walls. But everyone knew that this was just the last gasp of a spent force. The disparity in troop strength is too great. Just then. Thump, thump, thump. Behind the great Xia army formation, the dull sound of war drums rang out again, this time with an even more rapid rhythm. Li Qingtsung stared intently, his pupils suddenly contracting. The dark, imposing army broke apart, and at least 50,000 fresh troops joined the siege with shouts. This is the final assault. It's over. Li Qingtsung's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. The soldiers around him also wore expressions of utter despair. Heishui Pass cannot be defended. Just when Li Qingtsung was about to give up and prepare to lead his last brothers to perish together with the enemy. Woo dash. A desolate, powerful, yet completely different bugle call suddenly came from the distant horizon. The bugle call pierced through the noisy battlefield and clearly reached everyone's ears. It is the bugle call of the Great Zhou. Li Qingtsang suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction from which the horn's sound came. On the left flank of the battlefield, at the edge of the plain, rows of black flags embroidered with the character, Ban, fluttered in the wind. The black torrent, with unparalleled momentum, crashed into the bloated rear of the great Xia army from the side. It was Zhao Doubting who brought 100,000 imperial guards. These 100,000 cavalrymen had been on guard and stationed outside the Blackwater Pass. Now, with the arrival of reinforcements, they finally unleashed their full killing spree. On the battlefield, wherever the imperial guards went, men and horses fell, and the great Xia's military formation was instantly torn open with a huge gap. Li Qingtsang was so excited that he trembled all over and was about to cheer. However, an even bigger surprise was yet to come. On the right flank of the battlefield, another cloud of dust rose into the sky. It was a white ocean. 200,000 soldiers, all dressed in white, though their formation was not as orderly as that of the imperial guards, their indomitable spirit and determination to fight to the death were even more terrifying. They are like a red-hot arrow. From another direction, at an even more cunning angle, they plunged fiercely into the main force of the great Xia army. The leader, dressed in white, rode ahead on horseback. It was none other than Zhao Chenan. Beside him, a smaller figure moved with the wind. Xiao Chu, the official concubine of the King of Wei. Reinforcements! Reinforcements have arrived! It's His Highness Prince Wei! His Highness Prince Wei has come to our rescue! On the city wall, someone was the first to shout out. The next moment, a deafening cheer resounded throughout the entire Blackwater Pass. King Wei has arrived! Reinforcements have come! The Great Zhou will surely prevail! The Great Zhou will surely prevail! All despair and exhaustion vanished in that moment. The deathly silence on morale was instantly reignited, reaching its peak. Li Qingtsang looked at the friendly forces that were flanking him from both the left and right flanks. Upon seeing that familiar figure in white, a layer of scalding mist instantly welled up in the tiger's eyes. He threw his head back and let out a wild laugh, raising his sword once more and pointing it at the dumbfounded enemy soldiers below the city. Brothers! Reinforcements have arrived! Follow me, and launch a counterattack! Chapter 65 Lu Tianlong makes his appearance. Who will die? Brothers! Reinforcements have arrived! Follow me, and launch a counterattack! Li Qingtsang's roar was like a thunderclap, exploding in the ears of all the border guards. Counterattack! Counterattack! The deathly despair was swept away, replaced by a boiling fighting spirit. The garrison on the city wall followed their commander's steps like tigers descending a mountain. They actually charged down the city wall and launched a counterattack against the Xia soldiers who had just been swaggering and were now in chaos. On the battlefield, the situation can change in an instant. The great Xia army, which had been besieging Blackwater Pass like a tidal wave, was now being clamped down on both flanks by two red-hot iron pincers. On the left flank, 100,000 Xuanjia Imperial Guards surged like a black torrent of death. Their army was well organized and decisive in battle, tearing apart the formations of the great Xia army wherever they went. On the right wing, 200,000 white-clad suicide soldiers displayed an even more tragic and resolute momentum. They had no fixed formation, yet they were like the sharpest all, relentlessly and frantically piercing through the thickest main force of the great Xia army. Besieged on all sides, the command system of the great Xia army was paralyzed immediately. The soldiers in the rear tried to turn around and defend, but the soldiers in front were still charging forward due to inertia. The entire army of hundreds of thousands of people was instantly thrown into chaos. Above the sky, Zhao Doubting took in everything on the battlefield below, and a wildly unrestrained smile finally bloomed on his face, which was stained with golden blood. Ha ha! Laughter resounded through the sky, filled with unbridled joy. My good son, you have indeed not disappointed me. The 10 weakened great Xia elders looked at each other, their faces filled with surprise and horror. They naturally saw the battle unfolding below as well. The Great Zhou Dynasty actually has such a large number of reinforcements. How is that possible? Where did a mere dynasty get such a powerful military force? More importantly, with the reversal of the battle situation below, their last shred of fighting spirit completely dissipated. They were scared. This man named Zhao Doubting was already difficult to deal with, and now that reinforcements have arrived, he is even more arrogant. What's the point of continuing this fight? Will you risk your life here for a little money from offerings? Not worth it. In an instant, the 10 men's offensive and defensive posture completely collapsed, and each of them began to secretly plot their escape. No one wanted to be at the forefront anymore, to withstand the man's frantic counterattack before his death. Zhao Doubting saw their cowardice and mocked them even more, but he did not press his advantage. He is waiting. Waiting for a real big fish. Just then, an indescribable, terrifying pressure descended suddenly from the distant horizon, as if the sky were collapsing. Boom! Throughout the entire Blackwater Pass battlefield, whether it was the soldiers engaged in fierce combat, or the powerful cultivators at the dragon transformation realm confronting each other in the sky, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, as if an invisible divine mountain was pressing down on their souls. The violent energy surge subsided instantly. The clamor of battle cries also paused for a moment. Even the fragments of laws flying in the sky seemed to freeze at this moment. The 10 great Xia retainers were taken aback by the familiar yet awe-inspiring aura emanating from this place, and then their faces lit up with ecstasy and reverence. They all bowed in the direction from which the oppressive aura emanated. "Welcome, Your Majesty!" On the eastern horizon, a figure clad in a black and gold dragon robe walked step by step through the void. He did not deliberately release his aura, but with each step he took, the great Tao of this world resonated with him, and the void trembled slightly. The 9th heaven of the dragon transformation realm. A terrifying existence just one step away from reaching the Sendai realm. The newcomer was none other than Lu Tianlong, the emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty. He finally came. Looking at that figure, Zhao Doubting felt no tension whatsoever. Instead, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. The smile on his lips grew even wider. "You made the right bet. I've already won." Lu Tianlong's figure flashed a few times and he landed in the sky above the battlefield. He first glanced disdainfully at the 10 disheveled worshippers. "A bunch of useless trash." The cold words made the 10 retainers tremble, and they lowered their heads even further, not daring to utter a single rebuttal. However, Lu Tianlong was not actually angry. "However, the fact that you've managed to wear him down to this extent means you haven't been taking my salary for nothing." He waved his hand, signaling the 10 men to step back. The 10 retainers, as if granted a pardon, hastily retreated behind Lu Tianlong, their expressions towards Zhao Doubting filled with pity and schadenfreude. "Zhao Doubting, you're dead. Even with His Majesty's personal presence, no one in heaven or on earth can save you." Lu Tianlong's gaze finally fell on Zhao Doubting, a gaze that looked at a dead man, filled with deep-seated hatred and condescending indifference. "Zhao Doubting, you have indeed not disappointed me. You should have guessed that I will personally come here to take your dog's life and avenge my son." Lu Tianlong's words were calm, yet they contained a chilling killing intent. "So, are you ready to die?" Faced with this declaration of certain death, Zhao Doubting, covered in blood and with his spiritual power nearly exhausted, slowly shook his head. He grinned, revealing a set of teeth stained red with golden blood. "Die? Why should I die? Lu Tianlong, it's you who should be on your way." Upon hearing this, not only Lu Tianlong, but also the 10 elders behind him were stunned. They felt as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. A weakened early-stage dragon transformation realm cultivator, exhausted and on his last legs, says to a peak-stage, 9th-level dragon transformation realm cultivator, "You're the one who deserves to die." Has he gone mad? Lu Tianlong was first taken aback, then seemed to laugh in anger. "Oh?" He looked at Zhao Doubting with great interest. "I'm quite curious, where does your confidence come from? With your frail, lifeless body? Or with those 2 reinforcements below?" Lu Tianlong glanced at the Great Zhou soldiers below who had begun to push back against the Great Xia army, and sneered disdainfully. "Indeed, I admit that I underestimated the strength of your Great Zhou. You actually managed to muster an army of 300,000. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, quantity is meaningless. Today, I will first kill you, and then wipe out Blackwater Pass, along with your country and army. I will make your Great Zhou pay the price of annihilation for your foolishness today." The terrifying killing intent materialized and swept across the entire area. Zhao Doubting was still smiling. He didn't even look at Lu Tianlong, but instead turned his gaze to the white-clad figure charging through the enemy ranks below. Zhao Chenan was on the battlefield for the first time, but he showed no fear whatsoever. This made him very happy. Zhao Doubting ignored Lu Tianlong and didn't say a word. But a woman's voice, cold, indifferent, and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, suddenly rang in everyone's ears without warning. "I heard it was you who offered a hefty reward for the head of my disciple." Chapter 66. The Forest of All Beings appears. The methods of the upper sect. "I heard it was you who offered a hefty reward for the head of my disciple." As soon as he finished speaking, the world fell into a deathly silence. Lu Tianlong's condescending and indifferent demeanor froze instantly. He turned his head sharply, looking in the direction from which the sound came. In the void, a figure in green robes quietly appeared. She stood there silently, as if she had existed since time immemorial. With a graceful figure, flowing black hair, and a face veiled by a thin layer of mist, she possessed an ethereal and otherworldly charm. She did not release any earth-shattering pressure, but the laws of the Great Tao within a radius of 100 feet around her seemed to be frozen, becoming silent and compliant. Lu Tianlong's pupils suddenly contracted. Peak of the Dragon Transformation Realm. Another being at the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation Realm. How is that possible? How could the mere Great Zhou Dynasty, besides the man and Zhao Doubting, hide such a powerful figure? The 10 retainers behind him trembled violently, almost unable to stand. What day is today? First, there was Zhao Doubting, that indestructible man. Then, there was the sudden appearance of an army of 300,000, and now, a mysterious woman whose aura is in no way inferior to that of His Majesty has appeared. Just how many secrets does this Great Zhou Dynasty hide? Looking at the figure in green, Zhao Doubting's extremely tense mind finally relaxed completely. He grinned widely and smiled silently. We won the bet. He won a fortune from this high-stakes gamble that put the fate of the nation at stake. Lu Tianlong forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart. As the ruler of the Great Zhou Dynasty, he naturally possessed his dignity and arrogance. Who are you? And why are you interfering in the war between my Great Zhou and Great Zhou? Instead of answering the question directly, he tried to find out more about the other party first. However, the woman in green was none other than Mo Yuqing, who had come all the way from the capital. She had no interest in answering at all. She simply repeated the question from before, her tone still calm, but with an added air of undeniable pressure. I'm asking you, was it you who put a bounty on my disciple Xiao Chuchu's head? Xiao Chuchu. Upon hearing this name, Lu Tianlong instantly understood. So they were helpers hired by the Xiao family. His last shred of doubt vanished, replaced by a surge of anger at being provoked. How dare a mere ancient family with a history of 10,000 years hire someone to oppose an entire dynasty? Court death. Indeed, the bounty was set by me. Lu Tianlong raised his head, revealing his imperial majesty, and stared coldly at Mo Yuqing. I will not only put a bounty on her head, but I will also uproot the entire Xiao family. If you retreat now, Your Excellency, I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, by making an enemy of my Great Zhou Dynasty you... Before he could finish speaking, Mo Yuqing gently interrupted him. Very good. 2 words, a simple and understated description. The next moment, under everyone's horrified gaze, a strange change suddenly occurred. Behind Mo Yuqing, the vast sky seemed to ripple like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating visible ripples. Immediately afterwards, a vast, lush, and ancient bamboo forest appeared out of thin air. The bamboo forest seemed to descend from another dimension, carrying an aura of wildness, antiquity, and vibrant life that was breathtaking. What is this? Spatial magic? Or a domain? The 10 great Xia retainers gasped in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Zhao Doubting was also dumbfounded. He knew Mo Yuqing was strong, but he never expected her to be this strong. This is beyond his understanding of the Dragon Transformation Realm. However, this is just the beginning. The real horror is yet to come. From within that bamboo forest that appeared out of nowhere, figures of various shapes and sizes slowly stepped out. A Buddhist monk, draped in a golden robe and with a dignified appearance, holds a staff. With each step he takes, golden lotus flowers bloom beneath his feet. A swordsman in a green robe, carrying an ancient sword and exuding a sharp sword intent, simply stood there, and the void around him was cut with fine cracks by invisible sword energy. A seductive woman in red, with a captivating figure in innate allure, smiled charmingly, her every smile and gesture seemingly capable of stealing one's soul. A giant demon, over 10 feet tall, with bulging muscles, resembling a raging bull. A witch priest wielding a white bone staff, surrounded by a gray aura of death. 1, 2, 10, 20. Dozens of figures emerged from the forest of all beings and lined up quietly behind Mo Yuqing. And the aura emanating from each of them, without exception, had all reached the Dragon Transformation realm. Although most of them were only between the first and fourth levels of the Dragon Transformation realm, there were still dozens of Dragon Transformation realm experts. Hiss! A series of gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the world. Quiet. A deathly silence. Whether it was the powerful figures confronting each other in the sky or the hundreds of thousands of troops fighting below, everyone was stunned into a blank mind by this miraculous scene. Zhao Doubting's mouth dropped open, feeling as if his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Is this the method of the Hunyuan sect? Is this the supreme and wondrous dharma of the 108 supreme schools? Forest of living beings? How could one person single-handedly create an army composed of experts at the Dragon Transformation realm? This is fucking ridiculously strong. He originally thought that Mo Yuqing's actions would at most rely on her peak Dragon Transformation level strength. He engaged in an earth-shattering battle with Lu Tianlong, and finally managed to kill him with great difficulty. But now it seems that this was hardly a major battle. This is clearly a crushing defeat. A blatant example of dimensional reduction attack. The imperial majesty on Lu Tianlong's face had vanished, leaving only a deep-seated horror and fear. No. Impossible! This is definitely an illusion. It's a trick! He roared madly, his divine sense surging out like a tide, probing towards the dozens of figures. However, the next second, he was struck dumb, frozen in place. It's not a hallucination. It's all true. The profound Buddhist power emanating from the Buddhist monk, the pure sword intent emanating from the sword cultivator, the alluring charm emanating from the demoness. Each and every one of them is a real and authentic being. Each and every one of them is a genuine Dragon Transformation realm expert. A chilling coldness shot from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. He finally realized what a terrifying being he had provoked. Escape. We must escape immediately. This thought, like wildly growing weeds, instantly occupied his entire mind. Imperial dignity and the hatred of killing one's son are all insignificant in the face of absolute death. However, just as he was about to burn his life essence and use a secret technique to escape, Mo Yuqing's cold and indifferent words rang out once again. There's no need to think about running away anymore. This area, spanning 10 miles, has been dug into a drawn prison by the Venerable One. No one can break through it below the platform. Boom! These words were like the last straw, completely breaking down Lu Tianlong's mental defenses. His face was ashen. No! Amidst desperate screams, Lu Tianlong went completely mad. Chapter 67, Qinghuan gives birth to a daughter, demon child descends? Lu Tianlong unleashed all his spiritual power to its fullest extent, transforming it into a streak of black gold light. Instead of attacking Mo Yuqing, it pounced on the weakest-looking merman among the dozens of figures behind her. He was a supreme expert at the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation realm, and his angry strike was terrifying. The fishman, who was only at the 2nd level of the Dragon Transformation realm, didn't even have time to react before he was instantly blasted into dust by the terrifying torrent of black and gold energy. A successful strike. A faint glimmer of hope had just risen in Lu Tianlong's heart. However, the next moment, something terrifying happened that terrified him. A flash of light appeared in the lush green forest of living beings. The merman he had just blasted to smithereens was completely unharmed and stepped out of the forest again, his aura undiminished. Infinite resurrection? Endless? A look of collapse finally appeared on Lu Tianlong's face. On the walls of Heishui Pass, Zhao Chenan had already stopped his charge and retreated with Xiao Chuchu's protection. He was completely exhausted, leaning on his spear, panting heavily, and looking up at the gods fighting in the sky. When he saw the bamboo forest that had appeared out of nowhere behind Mo Yuqing, and the dozens of Dragon Transformation realm experts who walked out, he was completely dumbfounded. Its mouth was wide enough to fit an egg. Forest of all beings. The myriad beings, endlessly. This method is terrifying. Is this the immortal technique from a superior sect in another realm? Looking at Lu Tianlong, who was surrounded by dozens of dragon transformation realm experts, and was like a turtle in a jar, he had only one thought in his mind. It seems this emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty is truly setting off today. Battlefield in the air. A look of utter collapse finally appeared on Lu Tianlong's face. Infinite resurrection? Endless? How can we fight like this? A bone-chilling cold, mixed with boundless despair, completely engulfed him. No! We can't just give up like this. I am the ruler of the dynasty. I am the supreme powerhouse at the 9th level of the dragon transformation realm. Even if I die, I'll take someone down with me. A crazy idea exploded in his mind. Kill her. As long as that woman is killed, this damned bamboo forest, and these damned monsters will all disappear. Lu Tianlong's bloodshot eyes were fixed on the figure in green standing in front of the forest of all beings. Die! He let out a roar that sounded inhuman, and his bones cracked and popped. Boom! The imperial dragon energy within him, along with his soul and essence, burned without reservation at this moment. A terrifying beam of light, as black as ink yet carrying a destructive golden radiance, shot up from his body, tearing through the sky and crashing straight towards Mo Yuqing. This was a desperate strike, a gamble he had taken with everything. Its power is so great that it has even faintly touched the threshold of the Sendai realm. However, Mo Yuqing did not even flinch in the face of this devastating attack. She simply stood there quietly, letting the terrifying pillar of light completely engulf her. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no clash of laws. Mo Yuqing's figure vanished silently in the black and golden light, turning into specks of light that disappeared into the world. Dead? He just died like that. Lu Tianlong was panting heavily, almost falling from the sky. He succeeded? He really killed a terrifying being who could summon dozens of dragon transformation realm beings. A surge of elation at surviving a disaster had just begun to well up from the bottom of my heart. However, the next moment, a cool, indifferent voice, carrying a faint hint of a smile, drifted from the forest of all beings. Who told you that I am the real one? The words fell. In the lush bamboo forest, light and shadow danced, and a figure in green robes, exactly the same as before, slowly emerged with graceful steps. She was graceful, with flowing black hair and a flawless, harmonious aura, without the slightest sign of injury. The ecstasy on Lu Tianlong's face froze instantly. He stared blankly at Mo Yuqing, who had walked out again, and then looked at the vibrant forest of all living beings behind her. A thought that sent shivers down his spine surfaced in his mind. Could it be that she herself is also part of this forest of all beings? What kind of sorcery is this? Yeah. At this moment, Lu Tianlong's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He was like a madman, abandoning all tactics and just wildly swinging his fists, hurling torrents of spiritual energy in all directions. He no longer cared which was true and which was false. He mechanically and numbly launched indiscriminate attacks on the figures that surrounded him. The time frame for this battle is unknown. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. At Blackwater Pass, blood flowed like a river. The shouts of battle had long since subsided, replaced by the groans of wounded soldiers and the orders of the troops to clear the battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of surrendered Xia soldiers had their weapons confiscated and were placed under guard with their heads hanging low. Zhao Chenan stood on the city wall, his gaze sweeping over the bustling scene below and up to the high sky. The fighting there continues. Lu Tianlong was like a tireless madman, surrounded by dozens of figures, and he attacked frantically. However, the aura emanating from him had weakened to the extreme. At the end of its strength. It's only a matter of time before this great Xia emperor falls. Zhao Chenan withdrew his gaze, his heart no longer stirred. The Great Zhou Dynasty won this war of annihilation. They won cleanly and decisively, a victory beyond imagination. But his mind was no longer on this matter. He looked towards the direction of the imperial city, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Judging by the dates, Qingwan's due date is in the next few days. I wonder how things are going at the prince's mansion. That girl has a very strong temper. If she weren't pregnant, she would probably be the first one to rush to the battlefield this time. But the stronger her will be, the more she will suffer during childbirth. It was as if to confirm his concerns. The distant capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Prince of Wei's residence. Inside the delivery room, heart-wrenching screams of extreme pain echoed. Ah! Li Qinghuan lay on the delivery bed, her whole body already soaked in sweat, her once strikingly beautiful face now deathly pale. Sister Qinghuan, give it your all! Almost done! Yilanshu held her hand tightly, sweating profusely herself, and could only offer dry words of comfort. Outside the delivery room, Lu Rushwang, unlike her usual aloof and calm demeanor, was pacing back and forth anxiously. Every time she heard a scream from inside, her heart clenched tighter. Ever since Li Qinghuan became pregnant, the little one in her belly has been restless. The fetal movements were much more intense than they had been for her and Yilanshu. People often joke that the child must have inherited the military bloodline of the Li family, and is a restless little devil. But who could have imagined that his words would become a self-fulfilling prophecy? This little guy seems to really not want to be born. It has been a full 5 hours since the contraction started. Several midwives were tried, and each one was covered in sweat and helpless. If Li Qinghuan hadn't been a cultivator at the Dao Palace realm with a physique far exceeding that of ordinary people, she probably would have already been exhausted and died long ago. This child is going to kill his mother. Just as Lu Rushwang was extremely anxious. With a creak, the delivery room door was suddenly pushed open. Chapter 68 The Purple Extreme Demon Star Destiny, a prophecy fulfilled. A midwife with a tired face and her temples soaked with sweat. He staggered out, his face filled with a wild joy as if he had survived a disaster. It's born! Your Highness, Dean Lu has given birth! Her voice trembled with excitement. It's a baby girl. Mother and daughter are safe. Lu Rushwang's heart, which had been hanging in suspense for 5 whole hours, finally settled down at this moment. Almost instinctively, she took a step forward, bypassing the midwife, and rushed directly into the delivery room. A strong smell of blood mixed with sweat hit her, but she couldn't care less about that at the moment. On the delivery bed, Li Qinghuan's hair was disheveled. His handsome face was as pale as paper, yet it radiated an incredibly bright but weak smile. Beside her, Yilanshu was carefully holding a swaddled baby, her movements as gentle as if she were holding a priceless treasure. Lu Rushwang rushed over and got close to him. Inside the swaddling clothes, a tiny, rosy-cheeked baby was sleeping peacefully. She was so small, her face wrinkled, yet you could tell she was a beauty in the making, with a hint of Li Qinghuan's heroic spirit in her eyes and brows. Breathing is steady and long. Very healthy. Lu Rushwang was completely relieved, and a gentle smile spread across her cool face. Sister Qinghuan, thank you for your hard work. Li Qinghuan shook her head, looking at her daughter with the tenderness of a new mother. It's worth it. This little guy is really a handful, Yilanshu said, still shaken. But at least she came out safely. Look how cute she is. Looking at the sleeping little face, Lu Rushwang couldn't help but think of the man far away at the border. Zhao Chenan had mentioned it to her, and her sisters more than once. A daughter is the best. A daughter is a father's warm little cotton-padded jacket. Just imagine, when my daughter calls me daddy in her sweet, soft voice, my heart will melt. Unlike that brat, who's not only mischievous and troublesome, but when he grows up and goes into his rebellious phase, he might even turn against his father. At first I thought it was just a joke he made casually, but now, looking at this little life that has just been born. Lu Rushwang, however, thought that when that guy saw his daughter, he would be so happy he would lose his bearings. Li Qinghuan's gaze never left her daughter. It was a look filled with all her love, a look of contentment and satisfaction. Let's wait for my husband to come back and let him name the child. Yilanshu made the suggestion in a soft voice. Yes. Li Qinghuan and Lu Rushwang nodded in unison. The atmosphere in the delivery room suddenly became warm and peaceful. However, this tranquility did not last long. Wow, wow! Suddenly, Zhao Zhao's incredibly loud crying came from the next room. Oh dear, Xiao Jiao is awake. She must be hungry. Yilanshu quickly handed the baby girl in her arms to the experienced midwife beside her and hurried out. I'll go feed Xiao Jiao first. Perhaps there really is some kind of mysterious connection between the siblings. Zhao Zhao's cries had just begun when the baby girl, who had been sleeping peacefully in her swaddling clothes, was startled. As if a switch had been flipped, her little mouth twitched, and she let out an equally loud cry. Whoa! For a moment, the two little children, separated by a wall, began a duet of crying, one after the other. Inside and outside the delivery room, another flurry of activity ensued. Meanwhile, at Heishui Pass, on the city wall, Zhao Chenan stood by the railing, his gaze fixed on the distant sky shrouded by Mo Yuqing's forest of all beings. Lu Tianlong's roar was barely audible, and his aura had weakened to a critical point. This emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty is on the verge of defeat and death. But Zhao Chenan's mind was not on this at all. He felt inexplicably uneasy, as if something was about to happen. According to the dates, Qinghuan's due date is today. I wonder how things are going at the prince's mansion. I hope nothing bad has happened to that girl. Just as he was feeling uneasy, a cold yet familiar notification sound suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the arrival of your second child. It's here! Zhao Chenan was trembling. All his anxiety and unease were instantly replaced by a huge surge of joy. She's given birth. The Blue Phoenix has given birth. He forced himself to suppress his excitement, and waited intently for the system's further prompts. What could it be? Another 9 heavens divine thunder body? Or another one of the 10 innate Tao bodies? Qinghuan's talent was already quite remarkable, and she herself possessed the returning origin Great Tao body, so this second child's aptitude would definitely be exceptional. Offspring unnamed. Mother Li Qinghuan. Gender female. Overall qualification score 95 points. Talent 91 points. Potential 101 points. Bloodline no special bloodline. Physical constitution no special Taoist physique. Destiny purple extreme demon star special. A series of messages flashed through Zhao Chenan's mind. He was completely stunned. Daughter. It really is a daughter. That guy's ravings came true. After the immense joy came a deeper confusion. Overall score 95? This score is already very close to that of Xiaojio, who possesses the 9 heavens divine thunder body. But he has neither a special bloodline nor a special Tao body? How is it possible to get such a high score? His attention quickly fell on that unique attribute. Potential 101 points. The score can actually exceed 100? This completely overturned his understanding of system ratings. The source of all this seems to point to the last line of text, which emits a faint purple glow. Destiny, purple extreme demon star special. Destiny? What is this? As if sensing his doubt, a new line of small print slowly unfolded below the previous line of text. Purple demon star, those born under this destiny will face a life of hardship and misfortune, easily attracting the covetousness of extraterrestrial demons. However, if they can overcome all tribulations and survive untimely death, their future achievements will be limitless, and they may even ascend to the pinnacle of the demonic path. Boom! This explanation was like a thunderclap, exploding in Zhao Chenan's mind. The joy on his face froze instantly, replaced by a chilling horror. A life filled with hardship and misfortune? Are extraterrestrial demons coveting this place? Premature death? What kind of insane and lewd words are these? His beloved little darling, his precious daughter whom he hadn't even had a chance to meet yet. How could he be burdened with such a terrifying destiny, destined to be accompanied by disaster and danger? An absurd thought suddenly surged up from the depths of his memory. This child must have inherited the military bloodline of the Li family. He's a restless little devil. What was once a joke made in the prince's mansion has now become the most vicious prophecy. Child reborn? A prophecy fulfilled. Zhao Chenan's fist clenched tightly in an instant, where no one could see it. A bone-chilling cold, mixed with boundless fear and heartache, completely overwhelmed him. My jinxed mouth! He practically gritted his teeth as he squeezed out those words. Just then, the system's reward notification arrived, albeit belatedly. Offspring's overall score detected, 95, 100x reward being distributed. Chapter 69 Rewards for Offspring, A Dream of 1,000 Autumns. The Emperor of Great Xia falls. Ding! Offspring's overall score detected is 95. 100x reward being distributed. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, the Eternal Dream. A series of system notifications abruptly pulled Zhao Chenan out of that chilling shock. A grand dream spanning 1,000 autumns? What's this? Before he could think it through, a vast and profound stream of information flooded into his mind like a burst dam. 1,000 years of dreams. The host will enter the dream world to cultivate undisturbed until they comprehend the opportunities within the dream, at which point they may return to reality. Boom! Zhao Chenan froze on the spot. Dream world. A chance encounter in a dream? He was a little confused, mainly because the system's explanation was very vague. But Zhao Chenan was certain that his newborn daughter's talent score was not much worse than his eldest son's. The rewards will certainly be even more generous. However, being on the battlefield, Zhao Chenan dared not use the reward lightly. Who knows how long it will take to enter the dream world? What if I just get stuck here? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Out of caution, Zhao Chenan did not immediately use the Great Dream of 1,000 Autumns. I plan to use it after we return to the capital and things have calmed down. Just as Zhao Chenan was experiencing a surge of emotions, the battle above Blackwater Pass finally came to an end. Mo Yuqing! You can't kill me! Having been surrounded by the endless clones of the forest of all beings for 3 days and 3 nights, Lu Tianlong was already at his limit. He was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. The dragon robe, which originally symbolized the majesty of the emperor, was now tattered like a beggar's rags. His spiritual energy had long been exhausted in the endless war of attrition. Each attack from his clones left a new wound on his body, which was as hard as metal. This once powerful and influential emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty, who held the lives and deaths of millions of people in his hands, was now as pathetic as a stray dog. He was unwilling to accept it. He was furious. He couldn't understand why he, a powerful expert at the peak of the dragon transformation realm, had been defeated so thoroughly. I am the son of heaven, the true dragon of Great Xia. Even if I die, I can only die by my own hand. Lu Tianlong let out his final, most desperate roar. He abandoned all defenses, letting hundreds and thousands of attacks rain down on him. His already overburdened body began to crack inch by inch. Golden blood gushed out, only to be instantly ignited by a violent force. A destructive aura emanated from him and expanded wildly. Oh no! He's going to self-destruct! Zhao Doubting's expression changed drastically as he immediately sensed the terrifying aura emanating from that source. Mo Yuqing's figure flashed through the air and instantly retreated from the core area of the explosion. Her cool and aloof face remained completely expressionless. Trapping and killing Lu Tianlong was her original goal. She didn't care how he chose to die. Retreat! Zhao Doubting's true energy surged, and he let out a loud shout at the Imperial Guards and Wuan Death Guards who were fighting against the remnants of the Great Xia army below. Boom! The final lament of the Great Xia Emperor. A deafening roar, beyond description, shook the entire world. A dazzling golden sun suddenly rose above the Blackwater Pass. The power of a peak dragon transformation realm expert's self-destruction is terrifying. The violent energy shockwaves swept outwards in all directions with overwhelming force. The mountain is groaning, it's collapsing. Countless towering ancient trees were uprooted and then torn to dust in midair by violent energy. Zhao Chenan stood on the city wall, his whole body chilled to the bone by the apocalyptic scene. Is this the power of a dragon transformation realm expert? The mere act of self-destruction was enough to level an area of dozens of miles around. If it weren't for the protective array at Blackwater Pass, it would probably have been caught in the crossfire as well. For the first time, he had directly experienced the terror of this world's top combat power. This further strengthened his resolve to drastically improve his strength. The golden light gradually faded away. Above the sky, Missouri Yuqing's forest of all beings had long since disappeared. Emperor Lu Tianlong of the Great Zhou Dynasty was also completely erased from this world, his soul and spirit annihilated. The Battle of Blackwater Pass, which lasted for several days, finally ended in a complete victory for the Great Zhou. Beneath the city walls, the surviving soldiers of the Great Zhou erupted in thunderous cheers. We won!
We won! The Emperor of Great Xia is dead! We have won! The elation of surviving the ordeal was evident on everyone's face. Zhao Doubting also breathed a long sigh of relief, finally putting his mind at ease. After this battle, the northern border of the Great Zhou Dynasty can be guaranteed peace for 100 years. His plans all succeeded. The next step is to digest this huge victory. They kept cutting pieces of flesh from the Great Xia Dynasty, and continued to bestow a marriage upon this good son, Zhao Chenan, so that he can grow up as soon as possible. Zhao Doubting is very shrewd and ambitious. He had been planning this battle ever since he believed Zhao Chenan's lies about the so-called ancient great power. Even Mo Yuqing was a key part of his scheme. Because Xiao Chuchu, this prodigy, wasn't chosen randomly. A powerful prodigy suddenly emerged from a long-established family within the Great Xia Dynasty, yet he had no master and relied on no power. Zhao Doubting had foreseen everything. And at that moment, he won. Only just when everyone thought the dust had settled. A magnificent and majestic chant, seemingly emanating from beyond the heavens, resounded in everyone's ears without warning. The voice was devoid of any earthly tone, yet it contained an unparalleled power that commanded all things to submit to its authority. Who killed my descendant? A simple sentence, yet it instantly silenced the entire world. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers who were just cheering suddenly fell silent, as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats. A fear originating from the depths of their souls paralyzed everyone, making even breathing incredibly difficult. What level of existence is this? Zhao Chenan felt his very soul trembling. Just a single word transmitted from afar was enough to prevent him from even having the thought of resisting. Sendai Realm. He is definitely a powerhouse in the Sendai Realm. The owner of that voice seemed to have sensed something, and an invisible will instantly locked onto Mo Yuqing, who was standing in mid-air. It's you? The chanting rang out again, this time carrying a chilling killing intent. It's over. Zhao Chenan's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. They killed the young one, which angered the old one. The main point is, how come the Great Xia Dynasty still has experts at the Sendai Realm? This is simply outrageous. On the contrary, Mo Yuqing did not panic when she sensed the arrival of the Sendai Realm expert. He immediately grabbed Zhao Chenan and Xiao Chuchu from a distance, and then decisively said, I'll take you away from here. Walk. Having said that, he didn't wait for Zhao Chenan and Xiao Chuchu to react. He then quickly flew away with the two of them. Chapter 70 The Old Monster of Sendai Realm Attacks. The Final Battle. A cold, aloof word slipped out. The next second, she moved swiftly and instantly appeared beside Zhao Chenan and Xiao Chuchu. He lifted them up, one in each hand. Transforming into a streak of light, it fled desperately at an unbelievable speed in the opposite direction from the chanting. At the same time, Zhao Doubting below also reacted. He used all his strength to roar at the army, which was already terrified. Withdraw! Retreat the entire army! Retreat back to the interior! The wind howled in my ears and stung my cheeks. Zhao Chenan felt the scenery before his eyes rushing past rapidly, turning into blurry streaks of light. He was being held by Mo Yuqing, and he could barely breathe. Is this the speed of a peak dragon transformation realm expert? The aftershocks alone made this cultivator at the Sea of Wheels realm feel suffocated. Xiao Chuchu, standing beside him, turned deathly pale and clung tightly to Zhao Chenan's sleeve to barely compose herself. Fairy Master, that voice just now. Zhao Chenan spoke with difficulty, circulating his inner energy to send out his words. Mo Yuqing did not turn around, but her cold voice clearly reached their ears, carrying an unprecedented solemnity. It should be the trump card of the Great Xia Dynasty. An old monster from the Sendai Realm. Boom! Zhao Chenan's mind went blank. Sendai Realm. That's an unparalleled existence that only the Celestial Empire possesses. In the entire Great Zhou Dynasty, even the dragon transformation realm was only recently broken through by Emperor Zhao Doubting. The Great Xia Dynasty actually has a Sendai. No wonder. Zhao Chenan suddenly understood many things. No wonder the Great Xia Dynasty has been able to occupy the rich lands of the north for so many years, and none of the surrounding forces dared to challenge it. It turns out, it wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they didn't dare.
Who would have thought that behind this small dynasty, there was actually a patriarch at the Sendai realm? This is simply a case of being outmatched. A chill ran from the soles of my feet straight up to the top of my head. If it weren't for the Battle of Blackwater Pass, if Lu Tianlong hadn't been forced out, if Mo Yuqing hadn't intervened, they allowed this old monster to remain hidden in the shadows. One day, he had a sudden urge to unify the surrounding area. The Great Zhou Dynasty probably wouldn't even be able to put up a fight before it was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Zhao Chenan felt a sense of relief. Thanks to my father's careful planning and to this fierce battle, they actually detonated this bomb, which was capable of destroying everything, ahead of schedule. Although it is dangerous, at least the enemy has moved from the shadows into the open. My fairy master, what is this person's cultivation level? Are you confident? Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Zhao Chenan asked the most crucial question. This is their only hope of survival. As Mo Yuqing flew away at high speed, her breathing fluctuated slightly. Sendai second heaven. She paused, then added. Killing them is not difficult. However, there's a bit of trouble. We can win, but at a huge cost. The cost was enormous. These 4 words made Zhao Chenan's heart sink once again. Who is Mo Yuqing? A genius disciple of the Hunyuan sect, capable of slaying powerful enemies across realms. Even she said the price was huge, and that price is probably unimaginable to ordinary people. Just then, Mo Yuqing, who was flying away, suddenly stopped in midair. The immense inertia nearly threw Zhao Chenan and Xiao Chuchu away. What's wrong? Before Zhao Chenan could finish speaking, he felt an indescribable, terrifying pressure suddenly appear out of nowhere, enveloping the entire world. The space ahead began to distort and wrinkle, as if an invisible hand was stirring up the universe. An old and withered figure walked out step by step from the distorted space. He was dressed in an old, gold-patterned hemp-robe. His hair and beard were all white, and his face was ancient and unreadable. But the moment he appeared, the wind within 100 miles stopped. The drifting clouds have calmed down. Even the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to be frozen, falling into absolute stillness. Zhao Chenan's soul trembled violently, a fear stemming from his very life-or-death instinct. He felt like a tiny ant looking up at a towering mountain that could collapse at any moment, unable to muster even the slightest will to resist. This is the oppressive aura of the Sendai realm. Words become law, thoughts lead to the submission of heaven and earth. They've caught up! Zhao Chenan's heart sank into an icy abyss. Mo Yuqing's reaction was incredibly fast. Without even glancing at the old man, she pushed him away with a gentle yet irresistible force, sending Zhao Chenan and Xiao Chuchu hundreds of feet away. Walk! A cold, aloof word, yet carrying an unprecedented urgency. Go find your father, the Emperor, and immediately return to the interior. Do not look back. Zhao Chenan is not an indecisive person. He knew perfectly well that with his and Chuchu's strength, staying here would only be a burden to Mo Yuqing, and would serve no purpose whatsoever. Master! Xiao Chuchu's tears welled up instantly, but Zhao Chenan grabbed her wrist. Walk! Zhao Chenan let out a low roar, grabbed her, and fled desperately toward Blackwater Pass without looking back. He couldn't let down the chance for survival that Mo Yuqing had fought for them. Watching the 2 figures disappear into the distance, the old man in hemp clothing did not stop them, nor did he even glance at them. In his eyes, the life or death of those 2 ants was insignificant. His cloudy eyes were fixed intently on Mo Yuqing. Endless rage and murderous intent brewed within, causing the surrounding space to crackle under the strain. Who are you? The old man's voice was slow and calm, yet it contained a fury powerful enough to crush mountains and rivers. Judging from your aura, you should be a disciple from the upper sect. Why meddle in the power struggles between dynasties in this mortal realm? Why would you resort to such a cruel act, killing my descendants? He practically roared out the last sentence. The terrifying sound waves transformed into tangible shockwaves, leveling the mountains and forests below. Mo Yuqing floated in the air, dressed in white, her black hair flowing freely. Despite the overwhelming rage of the second-level Sendai Heaven expert, there was not a trace of fear on her cold and beautiful face. She didn't even have the interest to explain. Lu Tianlong has offered a reward for my disciple. She was simply stating a fact, her tone so calm, as if she were talking about something trivial. "Why shouldn't I kill him?" The old man in hemp clothing was taken aback, and his violent aura faltered. He hadn't expected this reason. What I didn't expect was that the other party would have such a matter-of-fact attitude. However, before he could speak again, Mo Yuqing's cold voice rang out once more. This time, it carried an air of arrogance and ruthlessness that seemed to transcend the heavens. "Old man, he deserves to die, and so do you. Mind your own business. Today, you shall travel with him." Chapter 71. Let's go to the Hun Yuan sect and take a look outside. Amidst howling winds, Zhao Chenan gripped Xiao Chuchu's wrist tightly, channeling his inner energy to its limit, and fled desperately toward Blackwater Pass. He dared not turn around, nor even think about the world behind him shrouded in supreme pressure. Sendai Realm. That was a realm that, just by hearing about it, was enough to make all cultivators below the Dragon Transformation realm despair. Staying means death. It's a drag. He could not let down the opportunity that Mo Yuqing had fought for them with his life. Xiao Chuchu was already in tears, and she was being pulled along by Zhao Chenan, staggering and struggling with every step she took. "Master," she murmured, her heart filled with fear and reluctance. Just as the two were about to exhaust themselves, a golden dragon shadow suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. The familiar yet domineering dragon's might made Zhao Chenan freeze in place. "Father!" The person who arrived was none other than Zhao Doubting, who had just commanded the army to retreat. At this moment, his dragon robe was already tattered from the previous battle, his hair ornament was askew, and his breathing was somewhat disordered, but his eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. "Chenan! What exactly happened? Where is Fairy Mo?" Zhao Doubting grabbed Zhao Chenan's shoulder with such force that he almost crushed his bones. He had just been directing the army's retreat from the rear when he felt the devastating pressure descend from the sky. Immediately afterward, he saw Mo Yuqing transform into a streak of light, carrying Zhao Chenan and the other man as they fled for their lives. His heart sank, and he immediately realized that something terrible had happened. "Father, run!" Zhao Chenan, without even catching his breath, said hurriedly. "He's the ancestor of the Great Zhou Dynasty. An old monster at the Sendai realm." Boom! Zhao Doubting's mind went blank, and he froze on the spot. Sendai realm. These three words felt like three ancient divine mountains pressing down on his heart, making the great Zhou Emperor, who had just advanced to the Dragon Transformation realm and was full of vigor, instantly unable to breathe. He subconsciously looked up, gazing at the distant horizon. In that area, space was distorted, the wind and clouds were reversed, and two blurry figures were facing off. One of them was dressed in white, pure as snow, and possessed unparalleled elegance. The other was withered and aged, yet it exuded a terrifying aura that made heaven and earth submit to it. Just one glance from afar made Zhao Doubting feel a stinging pain in his soul, as if he were being torn apart by that invisible pressure. It's over. This was the first thought that arose in Zhao Doubting's mind. All his plans and ambitions seemed so ridiculous at this moment. He schemed against Lu Tianlong and the 10 Dragon Transformation realm retainers of the Great Zhou Dynasty. He was even prepared to fight to the death, even at the cost of being severely wounded and dying, just to lure out Lu Tianlong so that Mo Yuqing could kill him. Once Lu Tianlong dies, the Great Zhou Dynasty will be leaderless and inevitably fall into internal strife. At that time, the northern border of the Great Zhou Dynasty will be safe and secure for 100 years. He could even use this opportunity to slowly and gradually erode the Great Zhou Dynasty, allowing the Great Zhou Dynasty to rise to the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. This was his ambition as an emperor, and the goal he fought for his entire life. But no matter how much he planned, he could never have imagined that behind a small dynasty, there was actually a patriarch at the Sendai realm. How can we fight like this? What can we use to fight? Should we use the lives of millions of soldiers of the Great Zhou Dynasty to fill the gap? Before such beings, let alone an army of 1 million, even an army of 10 million would probably be nothing more than ants that could be wiped out with a wave of the hand. A deep sense of powerlessness welled up in my heart. This emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty, who had just entered the Dragon Transformation realm and thought he had already stood at the top of this region, turned out to be no different from a mortal in front of a true powerhouse. "Father, this is not a battle we can participate in." Zhao Chenan's voice pulled him back from his reverie.
The only thing we can do now is to trust our fairy master. Zhao Doubting's body trembled, and he turned his head sharply, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Zhao Chenan, his voice hoarse. Fairy Mo. Is she really all right? At this moment, he was no longer the ruthless emperor, but a father desperately searching for a last straw in a hopeless situation. Zhao Chenan remained silent. He didn't know. How could he possibly know? That's Sendai. It's a legendary place. Xiao Chuchu wiped away her tears, her voice trembling slightly, but she spoke with unwavering determination. Father, please rest assured. Master is a genius that the Hunyuan sect has only seen once in 10,000 years. He can defeat the immortal platform at the 9th level of the dragon transformation realm. She paused, then remembered her master's words and added. My master said that dealing with a powerhouse at the 2nd level of Sendai is not difficult. However, the cost is enormous. The cost was enormous. These 4 words were like 4 heavy hammers, striking Zhao Doubting's heart hard. He certainly understood what huge cost meant for a monk. At best, it will cause a decline in cultivation level and damage to one's foundation. In severe cases, death and annihilation of both body and soul. And Mo Yuqing was in this dangerous situation because of their Great Zhou and for his son. How can Zhao Doubting and the Great Zhou Dynasty ever repay this debt of gratitude? Zhao Doubting let out a long sigh, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He looked again at the distant battlefield, where the fighting had already broken out. Brilliant beams of divine light shot into the sky, each collision causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to rumble. The terrifying aftershocks of energy transformed into visible ripples, spreading in all directions and leveling mountain peaks to the ground. This cataclysmic scene was beyond his comprehension. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Zhao Chenan. In his complex eyes there was resentment and helplessness, but more than anything, there was an unprecedented determination. Chenan. His voice was soft, yet incredibly clear. After this, after Chu Chu gives birth to the child, you should leave the Great Zhou and go to the Hunyuan sect. Zhao Chenan was suddenly stunned. Father? You. This place is too small. Zhao Doubting interrupted him, and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Only today do I realize that being trapped in this region is like being a frog in a well, unaware of the immensity of the world. The outside world is the stage where you young people should go. The Great Zhou should not become a constraint for you. After witnessing true power, this ruthless emperor finally planned a completely new path for his descendants. A path he could not reach, yet full of boundless hope. Zhao Chenan looked at his father, feeling a mix of emotions. He deeply felt the helplessness of lacking strength. If it weren't for Mo Yuqing's presence today, he, Xiao Chuchu, and even the entire Great Zhou would have been reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye by that old monster. He nodded without any affectation. Father, I. Zhao Doubting waved his hand, a gentle smile appearing on his face. I will personally take care of and educate your offspring. They are the pride of the Zhao family, the hope for the future. As long as I am alive, I will never let them suffer the slightest injustice. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chenan couldn't help but think of his beloved daughter, who had been diagnosed with the purple extreme demon star destiny. And then there will be more little ones born in the future, each with extraordinary talent. He suddenly smiled and winked at Zhao Doubting. Then I will be worried for you in advance. I hope you won't be driven to the brink of collapse by these little guys. Zhao Doubting was taken aback, then glared and laughed as he cursed. You brat! I'm not even afraid of the Sendai realm. Why would I be afraid of a few baby sucklings? Chapter 72 Homecoming. Triumph. A resounding victory. In the midst of laughter and conversation, the situation suddenly changed. The terrifying battlefield, shrouded in endless divine light and impenetrable even to Zhao Doubting, suddenly fell into a deathly silence. The next moment, a light rain of blood began to fall from the sky. Every drop of rain contains a chilling energy. When it falls to the ground, it erodes the earth, creating bottomless pits. Heaven and earth grieve together. This is an unusual phenomenon indicating the fall of a powerful figure from the Sendai realm. The smiles on Zhao Doubting and his son Zhao Chenan's faces froze instantly, and they both looked up at the vast sky. Which ancestor of the Great Zhou Dynasty? Dead? He was killed by Mo Yuqing just like that.
The thought had barely formed when a white figure plummeted helplessly from the heavens. The white robes were now shockingly stained with blood, resembling a snow lotus withering in a pool of blood. "Master!" Zhao Chuchu let out a shrill cry, and her whole body transformed into a streak of light. He rushed forward without hesitation and caught the falling figure steadily in midair. Zhao Chenan's heart clenched painfully. He couldn't see the battle clearly, and he couldn't even sense it. That level of combat was beyond his comprehension. He can only see the results. The once invincible Sendai realm patriarch of the Great Zhou Dynasty has fallen. The price was Mo Yuqing's severe injuries and coma. This peerless prodigy of the Hunyuan sect paid an unimaginable price for the Great Zhou Dynasty and for Zhao Chenan. This kindness is too heavy. We won. Zhao Doubting muttered to himself, his voice trembling slightly. He looked at Mo Yuqing, who was being held in Zhao Chuchu's arms in the distance, and whose breath was weak, and then glanced at the sky where blood rain was falling. The pent-up frustration in his chest vanished. He took a deep breath, mustered all his spiritual power, and let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. "The great Xia ancestor has been slain! All troops heed my command! Returning in triumph! Triumphant return!" The sound transformed into rolling waves of sound, spreading throughout the entire Blackwater Pass. The hundreds of thousands of troops, who had been struggling to breathe under the pressure of the battle between the gods and immortals, erupted into a thunderous cheer after a brief silence. "We won! We won! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Great Zhou Dynasty! The Great Xia traitors are nothing more than this!" The looming threat of national subjugation and annihilation that weighed on everyone's hearts vanished completely at this moment. The ecstatic joy of surviving the ordeal transformed into a roar like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down, converging into a soaring momentum that even dispersed some of the blood-red clouds in the sky. At Heishui Pass, the flags of the Great Zhou Dynasty fluttered in the wind, more vibrant than ever before. Zhao Chenan, however, had no mind to enjoy the joy of victory. He walked quickly to Zhao Chuchu's side, looking at Mo Yuqing in her arms, who was pale and had his eyes closed, and felt heavy-hearted. He extended his fingers and gently placed them on Mo Yuqing's wrist. Although the pulse was weak, it was still relatively steady. Their lives are safe. Zhao Chenan felt somewhat relieved. It seems that when Mo Yuqing said the huge price was referring to this severe injury and the potential regression in her cultivation, she was referring to this body. "Chuchu, don't cry, your master is still alive!" Zhao Chenan gently comforted her, draping a clean cloak over Mo Yuqing. Zhao Chuchu nodded with tears in her eyes, carefully hugging her master, afraid that she would hurt her if she used too much force. Zhao Chenan raised his head and looked into the distance. Hunyuan sect. We must go to Hunyuan sect as soon as possible. With the resources of a holy dynasty like the Hunyuan sect, they must have a way to restore Mo Yuqing to her original state, or even further. As for the Great Zhou, Zhao Chenan glanced back at Zhao Doubting, who was commanding the army with great enthusiasm and handling post-war matters. This father emperor will handle everything. He no longer needed to worry about what happened next. 2 weeks later, the triumphant army finally returned to the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Before the caravan even entered the city, the clamor of voices could be clearly heard from several miles away inside the carriage. The imperial city will welcome them from 30 li away. All civil and military officials, as well as imperial relatives, left the city. Countless ordinary people spontaneously took to the streets, crowding the imperial road leading to the palace, creating an unprecedented scene of massive crowds. "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! May the Great Zhou Dynasty last 10,000 years! May the nation prosper forever!" The deafening cheers rose in waves. There were also some dissenting voices among the crowd. "His Highness Prince Wei is truly valiant. Without His Highness Prince Wei, what would we be today?" Although these voices were not as unified as the cheers for the Emperor, they were equally filled with heartfelt gratitude and respect. After this battle, Zhao Chenan's name has spread throughout the entire Great Zhou Dynasty. He was no longer the good-for-nothing prince who had no knowledge, but a hero who saved the dynasty from peril. However, Zhao Chenan, inside the carriage, seemed uninterested in all of this. He simply leaned quietly against the carriage wall, lifted a corner of the curtain, and looked past the excited and enthusiastic faces towards the direction of the imperial city. The glory of victory and the support of the people were nothing but fleeting clouds to him. Right now, he only has one thing on his mind. That child whom he jokingly called the demon child reborn. Have no idea. What does he look like? Doesn't it resemble yourself? Will he be too naughty? I wonder if Li Qinghuan's aloof nature will become gentler after becoming a mother? The carriage moved slowly forward, passing through a sea of people. Finally, they stopped in front of the palace gate. Zhao Chenan took a deep breath, pushed open the car door, and got out. As far as the eye could see, there was a dense mass of civil and military officials kneeling down. His gaze swept quickly across the crowd, finally settling on the front, where the three beautiful women were also looking at him. They were holding two small babies in their arms. Seemingly sensing the noise around them, one of the little ones started yelling and shouting along with the atmosphere. The little hands were trying to grab the air outwards. At this moment, Zhao Chenan's world consisted only of those three beautiful figures and the little lives in their arms that haunted his dreams. His pace quickened unconsciously. He practically flew up to the three women. The surrounding shouts of, "Long live the Emperor!" and the respectful kowtows of the officials all faded into a blurry background noise at this moment. He opened his arms and embraced Yilanshu, Li Qinghuan, and Lu Rushwang, along with the children in their arms, into a broad and warm embrace. I'm back. All the words in the world can be summed up in these three simplest words. The three delicate bodies in his arms trembled slightly, filled with joy, longing, and the relief of finally being able to land. Zhao Chenan released his arms, first lowered his head, and gently kissed Zhao Zhao's chubby little face, who was fast asleep in Yilanshu's arms. The little guy smacked his lips, seemingly lost in a sweet dream, completely unaware that his father had already returned in triumph. Then he looked at the baby in Li Qinghuan's arms, and the little guy was also staring at Zhao Chenan with curious big eyes. Chapter 73. Eldest daughter Zhao Zixing, nicknamed Lingshu. It was a tiny baby wrapped in embroidered swaddling clothes, with fair and delicate skin. A pair of big, dark eyes curiously surveyed this unfamiliar world, while tiny hands flailing about in the air, brimming with vibrant life. My husband, you're finally back. Lu Rushwang's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible coquettishness as she leaned close to Li Qinghuan and lowered her voice. The baby is your beloved daughter. It's been half a month, and we've been waiting for you to come back and name her. Daughter. It really is a daughter. Zhao Chenan felt an immense surge of joy rush to his head, making him feel somewhat lightheaded. He grinned and let out a hearty, unrestrained laugh. Ha! Good! Good! My good daughter! The laughter was powerful and full of heartfelt ecstasy. The kneeling officials around him couldn't help but secretly raise their heads, wanting to see what had caused this Prince Wei, who had managed to turn the tide, to lose his composure like this. Seemingly sensing her father's indescribable excitement, the baby was held in Li Qinghuan's arms. Instead of being frightened, she giggled along. With her waiting little hand, she precisely grabbed Zhao Chenan's hair as he leaned closer. Ouch! Zhao Chenan pretended to be in pain, but laughed even more heartily. The laughter of the father and daughter, one loud and one soft, mingled together, dispelling all the gloom and fatigue of returning from the battlefield. Just then, a barely perceptible transmission of true energy entered Zhao Chenan's ears. It was the voice of my father, Emperor Zhao Doubting. Leave this to me. You take the princesses and ferry Mo back to your residence first. I will come to your residence later after I have finished dealing with palace affairs. Zhao Chenan felt the warmth in his heart upon hearing this. The Emperor is creating time for him to reunite with his family. Without further hesitation, he took Yilanshu's hand in one hand and Lu Rushwang's hand in the other. Turning back to Li Qinghuan and Zhao Chuchu, he said, Let's go home. He didn't even turn around to greet Zhao Doubting, nor did he pay any attention to the kneeling civil and military officials. He then pulled his family members and turned to board the large carriage they had come in. Such disrespectful behavior towards the court would have been impeached 800 times by the censors if it had happened to any other prince. But when it comes to Zhao Chenan now, no one dares to utter a single word of dissent. Because everyone understands that without him, there would be no victory, and he would not be qualified to stand here and receive the worship of the people. The carriage slowly started moving and headed towards the Prince of Wei's residence. The carriage is spacious. Zhao Chenan carefully took his precious daughter from Li Qingwan's hands, held her in his arms, and couldn't get enough of looking at her. The little guy wasn't shy at all. He stared straight at him with his bright eyes and would occasionally reach out his little hand to touch his chin. Zhao Chenan's heart was completely melted by her cuteness. In contrast, Zhao Xiao, who was being held by Yilanshu, was much quieter and was still sleeping soundly. Anyone with eyes could see that Zhao Chenan's mind was almost entirely focused on his daughter, whom he had just met. Upon seeing this, Yilanshu showed no jealousy whatsoever. Instead, she smiled gently and said, "My husband, while you were away, my sister Qingluan was in poor health, so I helped take care of her. This little baby is so lively and energetic, unlike Xiao Jiu, who just eats and then sleeps." Her words were filled with love for children, whether biological or not. In her eyes, they were all Zhao Chenan's children, and all part of this family. Zhao Chenan gave her a grateful look. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? The journey was pleasant, and soon the carriage arrived at the Prince of Wei's residence. After the family got out of the car, the servants of the manor carried the unconscious Mo Yuqing down and, as instructed, took her to a quiet room that had been prepared beforehand. Xiao Chuchu had already given Yilanshu and Lu Rushwang a general account of Mo Yuqing's situation on the way. After hearing this, Lu Rushwang immediately stated her position. "My husband is right. Fairy Mo's injuries are so severe that they cannot be cured by ordinary elixirs. The Hun Yuan sect is a superior sect with unfathomable depths. Once this matter is resolved, we must send Master back to the sect as soon as possible. There must be a way to save her there." None of the girls had any objections to this. After settling Mo Yuqing in, the family was finally able to sit down and have a proper chat. Zhao Chenan held his daughter in his arms, sitting in the main seat. Looking at this incredibly active little girl who wasn't sleepy at all, a surge of pride welled up in his heart. He cleared his throat and solemnly announced, "I've decided, our daughter's name will be Zhao Zixing." Zhao Zixing. The three women silently recited the name to themselves, and all felt that it was clear, pleasant to hear, and carried a touch of nobility. "Auspicious purple clouds rise from the east, and the stars shine brightly. It's a good name." Yilanshu was the first to nod in approval. However, Zhao Chenan's next words made their hearts jump. He made no attempt to hide anything and chose to be completely honest with his wives. The name Zixing was not chosen arbitrarily. She was born with the destiny of the purple extreme demon star. Purple demon star. The moment those four words were uttered, the atmosphere in the carriage instantly became heavy. Even the naive Xiao Chuchu had seen records of this legendary destiny in the family's ancient books. Those born with this destiny will face a life full of hardships and misfortunes, becoming the nourishment most coveted by extraterrestrial evil spirits. But everything has two sides. If one can survive all the tribulations and not perish prematurely, their future achievements will be limitless, and they may even have the chance to reach the legendary pinnacle of the demonic path. Li Qingwan's body stiffened slightly. As a mother, hearing that her daughter was burdened with such a dangerous fate, she felt an overwhelming heartache. Zhao Chenan sensed her worry, reached out and took her hand, offering her warmth and strength. He looked at his daughter in his arms, still innocent and unaware, giggling, and continued, "Her fate is perilous, but as her parents, we will protect her. So from today onwards, her nickname will be Lingzhu. I hope she can be like a pure pearl, maintaining her true self and finding peace and joy no matter how corrupt the outside world may be." Zhao Zixing, Lingzhu. One is grand and majestic, the other is elegant and understated. The women savored it carefully and all agreed that it couldn't be more perfect. Li Qingwan's worries gradually dissipated under her husband's firm promise, turning into endless tenderness. "I will do whatever my husband says." Zhao Chenan nodded in satisfaction and lowered his head to tease the little spirit pearl in his arms. The little guy seemed to sense something, and his little hands gripped his clothes tightly. As night deepened, the lights in the Prince of Wei's mansion dimmed. After putting the two energetic little ones to sleep, Yilanshu and the other girls went back to their rooms to rest. The vast palace gradually returned to tranquility. Inside the study, the candlelight flickered. Zhao Chenan sat alone at his desk, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the surface, as if waiting for something. A barely perceptible ripple spread through the space. A figure dressed in a dragon robe appeared silently in the center of the study, as if he had always been standing there. Apart from Zhao Chenan, no one noticed. "Father!" Zhao Chenan stood up and bowed slightly. Zhao Doubting waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to be so polite, and went straight to sit down to the side. Chapter 74. 6 months later, send the fairy home. His appearance did not bring any imperial pressure. He was more like an ordinary father who cared about his son. "How is Fairy Mo?" That was the first thing he said. Zhao Chenan shook his head, his expression calm. "He is still alive, but remains in a coma. I went to see her. Her breathing was very steady, and there seemed to be a strange power running in her body, repairing the damage." He paused for a moment, then gave his own judgment. "Your subject feels that this is more like a self-protective measure, allowing the fairy master's body to enter a state similar to hibernation, in order to resist that terrible injury." Upon hearing this, Zhao Doubting nodded slightly. This explanation is reasonable. The methods of a Ascender-level expert are far beyond their comprehension. As long as one is alive, there is hope. That's good. Zhao Doubting stopped dwelling on Mo Yuqing's situation and changed the subject. "I've been calculating the days, and Rishwang and Chu Chu should be due to give birth around these 2 months, right?" "Yes, the imperial physician said everything is fine." Zhao Chenan nodded in agreement. Zhao Doubting pondered for a moment, seemingly making some kind of calculation in his mind, and then made the arrangements in an unquestionable tone. "For the next 6 months, you should stay in the palace and focus on your cultivation. Don't think about anything else. I will have Eunuch Wei deliver the resources needed for cultivation on a regular basis. Or you can just send Shuer and the others into the palace to retrieve whatever they need from the inner treasury." Zhao Chenan remained silent and listened quietly. He knew that his father's arrangement must have a deeper meaning. As expected, Zhao Doubting continued. 6 months later, once things have settled down in the court, and the 2 children have reached their 100th day, you can take Chu Chu and set off for the foreign lands. Send Fairy Mo back to Hun Yuan sect. That is the ultimate goal. Sending Mo Yuqing back to the sect was not only to treat her, but also to truly establish a connection with the behemoth that is the Hun Yuan sect. As a cultivator of the returning origin Great Dao body, Zhao Chenan has such an opportunity to join the upper sect. Of course I'll give it a try. Even if you don't pass the external assessment, it's still worthwhile to go out and broaden your horizons. Your subject understands. Zhao Chenan bowed and accepted the order without any objection. This was part of the plan all along. The Great Zhou Dynasty now appears to be enjoying boundless glory, having annexed the territory of the Great Zhou Dynasty and greatly increased its national strength. But in reality, its foundation is still shallow. For a dynasty to ascend to the status of an imperial dynasty, it needs more than just powerful individuals at the dragon transformation realm. It also needs a vast territory and unfathomable resources. The Great Zhou Dynasty is still far from being a match for it. Zhao Doubting was very satisfied with his son's composed demeanor. He stood up, walked to Zhao Chenan's side, and patted him on the shoulder. "Your path is different from mine, and different from that of all the ancestors of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Go ahead and do it. I am here for you, and the entire Great Zhou Dynasty is behind you. Go and see the real, vast world. It will be good for your spiritual practice." After leaving those words, Zhao Doubting's figure vanished into nothingness once more, disappearing quietly. Silence returned to the study. Zhao Chenan sat down again, picked up the tea that had long since gone cold, and drank it all in one gulp. 6 months. To others, it may be just a fleeting moment. But for him, it was a completely different story. The body-tempering thunder relentlessly tempered his physical body day and night, while the returning origin Great Dao body constantly absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, making his cultivation speed advance by leaps and bounds. Now, he has gained an even more incredible talent skill. A grand dream that lasts 1,000 years. In my dream, I created an independent space for spiritual practice, where time flowed 10 times faster than in the outside world. This means that what is 6 months in the outside world, he will have a full 60 months in his dreams. 5 years. 5 whole years of arduous training. This is enough to bring about a dramatic change in his strength. Only then, when he ventures beyond the realms to face those true geniuses and prodigies, will he have a sliver of confidence to protect himself. After all, the waters beyond our borders are far deeper than those of this small dynasty. Zhao Chenan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, suppressing all his thoughts. The most urgent task is to enhance our strength. His fingertips lightly traced the surface of the table, his thoughts drifting to the other two courtyards. Lu Rishwang, Xiao Chu Chu. What kind of surprises will their unborn children bring them? I'm getting more and more excited. Zhao Chenan no longer hesitated and slowly closed his eyes. My mind sank into the sea of consciousness, communicating with that mysterious and profound dream space. The next moment, his consciousness plunged into a familiar darkness. Zhao Chenan's consciousness continued to fall within it. There was no time, no space, only pure nothingness all around. This is the grand dream of